Chapter 1: The Beast-Eared Girl in the Snow. Hey, are you alright? The ice god is about to get angry, or you'll be frozen solid. In the white snowfield where snow was falling heavily, Su Yuan lay quietly on the snow, while four beautiful girls tightly wrapped in animal skins called out to him anxiously. Fox 9, why don't we carry him first? If we don't find a shelter soon, we'll all be buried here. In his dazed state, Su Yuan heard voices talking. He struggled to open his eyes, and through his blurry vision, he could see snowflakes falling in front of him. Ouch, it's so cold. Su Yuan then remembered that he was climbing a snow-capped mountain. Right, it seemed that an avalanche had occurred, and he had been swept away by the snow. Oh. Sister Lion, he's awake. Su Yuan struggled to sit up. Sleeping in a place like this would be fatal. He rubbed his head and asked the people surrounding him. You saved me? No, we found you here when we arrived. By the way, why are you lying on the snow? That could kill someone. Su Yuan said with a wry smile, I was incredibly unlucky. I encountered an avalanche, but thankfully you guys rescued me. Before he could finish speaking, he stared in shock at the four girls in front of him. They were covered in brown animal hides, with their legs and arms also tightly wrapped in hides. Most importantly, they had two small, furry animal ears on their exposed heads. Cosplay? Who would do cosplay in such a cold place? Are they crazy? Who are you? Among the four girls, the petite gray-haired girl squatted down, her cute little face somewhat pale, seemingly suffering from the cold of the snowy plains. We are from the Red Fox tribe. We were attacked by the Black Sheep tribe not long ago, and now we are scattered. There are only 4 of us left. The gray-haired girl's eyes held a hint of disappointment and sadness, while the blonde girl standing beside her had eyes full of vigilance. A tribe? Did I somehow travel to another world? This strange attire, and the language it was speaking that was different from Chinese, yet I could understand it was either a ghost or a time traveler. System? The store is fully charged. Host has been detected to have level 1 privileges. Level 1 purchases are now permitted. Oh no, there really is a system. I've really transmigrated. Hurry up, stranger. Do you want to join our tribe and come with us? If we don't find a safe place soon, we won't survive even if the ice god descends. The white-haired girl in front of him looked up at the horizon. The dark sky was filled with a sense of oppression. Su Yuan followed her gaze and immediately understood what the ice god was. A blizzard is brewing in the snow-covered plains not far away, judging by the dark sky. Su Yuan didn't have time to think about the shopping mall system. He immediately stood up, still wearing his hiking gear and carrying a backpack. Let's go, do you know where there's a shelter? The 4 girls looked at each other, and finally their eyes settled on the white-haired girl in front of them. The white-haired girl sighed helplessly, I don't know either, I can only take it one step at a time. By the way, we still don't know your name. Along the way, the gray-haired girl followed Su Yuan very enthusiastically. Although she was small in stature, she was very agile and had a very cheerful personality. Su Yuan, what about you guys? My name is Cat Knight, because I'm especially energetic at night. It turned out to be a cat girl. Her little gray ears looked so cute, but her animal skin skirt covered her cat tail. Su Yuan subconsciously glanced behind Mao Yi. My name is Fox 9. My sister says I'm the smartest person in the tribe. The white fox appeared to be a bit taller than the cat, and because its tail was too thick to be covered by animal skin, it was left exposed. Hello, white rabbit. Beside her was a little bunny girl with perky ears and bright red eyes, but her timid appearance didn't quite match her tall, slender legs. Lion. There's also a lioness. She's 1.9 meters tall, and Su Yuan can only see her chin. But at least he can see her little round ears. Su Yuan, what race are you? I can't see your ears. Mao Yi approached Su Yuan, curiously wanting to lift Su Yuan's hair to take a look, but due to her height, she could only touch Su Yuan's neck. Me? I'm just an ordinary human being. Humans? What race are humans? Not only Nico, but the other beast girls all looked at Su Yuan with puzzled expressions. Are there no humans in this world? Or have they simply never seen humans before? Su Yuan didn't intend to explain the problem. He pointed to the dark blizzard not far away and said, the blizzard, the ice god is about to descend. Let's quickly find a place to hide. Oh dear, hurry. Nicoya doesn't want to freeze into an ice cube. In such a vast snowfield, how could it be so easy to find a cave to take shelter in? The five of them searched for several hours, but apart from moving to a different spot, the surrounding snowfield had not changed at all. Why, is the white rabbit going to die here? It hasn't even had enough to eat and it's going to die already, wah. Besides Fox 9, even Lion, the golden-haired mature woman, was somewhat at a loss, and several pairs of eyes turned to Fox 9. Fox 9, is there really no other way? I don't know either. My sister isn't here. I don't know what to do. Looking at the four beast girls who were in a terrible state, Su Yuan sighed. It would be good if they could find a cave to take refuge, but he also had a way if they couldn't. Alright, from now on, you four listen to me, and I can save your lives. The four beast girls looked at Su Yuan, and Fox 9 asked with some doubt, Su Yuan, do you really have a way? Okay, next I'll teach you how to do it. Su Yuan looked around. It seemed that the snowfield had been there for quite some time. He took out the entrenching tool that was hanging on the side of his backpack. After shoveling away the top layer of loose snow, the snow underneath was already very hard. Using an entrenching tool, a square snow brick was cut out and taken out. It seems we'll have to build an igloo for now to get through the blizzard. This snow brick of this quality might actually be able to hold out. Su Yuan took the huge snow brick over, and the four beast girls didn't understand what it was. Only Lion's eyes were fixed on Su Yuan's entrenching tool, then she glanced at the bone dagger tucked into her waistband. In a little while never mind, sure, just use this entrenching tool to cut out these snow bricks for me in a little while. He originally planned to cut the bricks himself, but when he thought that none of the little beast girls knew how to build a snow house, he handed the entrenching tool to Lion, who seemed to be the strongest. Really, for me? Lion, who was initially somewhat wary of Su Yuan, immediately lost her guard when she saw the entrenching tool being handed to her, and her little ears perked up excitedly. Hurry up and get it done before the ice god descends, only then can everyone survive. Sure nodded, took the entrenching tool, and immediately got to work. She knew the situation was extremely serious, so she gripped the entrenching tool and dug hard into the ground. The immense force stirred up a flurry of snowflakes nearby. The shovel had actually created a huge, deep crater. Before long, Lion came over carrying a snow brick of roughly the same size. Chapter 2: Building an Igloo. Su Yuan was stunned. If he had known, why bother building a snow house? He could have just dug a hole in the snow with a few shovelfuls. But then I thought about it again, and there is still a risk of collapse, especially if Lion is the one digging. Anyway, there is still time, so it would be safer to build a snow house. Su Yuan, what are we going to do? The remaining beast girls also came over. Su Yuan thought for a moment and then said, Nikomata, you and White Rabbit go and look for some wood and branches nearby. Fox 9, follow me and build a circle with the snow bricks like this. Okay, Nikoya got it. I'm off to hunt for tree branches with the White Rabbit. White Rabbit actually wanted to stay here, but before she could speak, Cat Knight pulled her away. Fox 9 also took the snow bricks handed over by Lion and started building like Su Yuan. Su Yuan, won't a house made of snow be cold? When the house was almost finished, Fox 9 looked at the small white round house in front of him with some confusion. Wouldn't living in a house made of snow freeze him into an ice block? Don't worry, it'll be warm inside, Lion. That's enough, you can come back now. The three gathered outside the snow hut. The darkening sky was drawing ever closer, and it looked like a blizzard was about to arrive. Why haven't Nikoya and the others returned yet? Could they have encountered some danger? Su Yuan looked around anxiously, but the swirling snow obscured his vision, making it impossible to see Mao Yi and the others. No, although Nikoya isn't very strong in combat, she's very fast. No one can catch her. No sooner had Fox 9 finished speaking than Cat Knight's excited voice came from afar. I'm back. Nico and Shirato, their heads covered in snow, hopped over, and even Shirato had a smile on her little face, though it looked a little awkward. In particular, the White Rabbit's little belly is bulging, and it waddles when it walks. The White Rabbit found a lot of fruit, and we just collected some of them. Nikoya put down the large bunch of branches she was holding, then pulled open the White Rabbit's clothes, and many red fruits rolled out. You must be freezing. Su Yuan ignored the fruits and went to the White Rabbit. He gently placed his hand on the rabbit's belly, and it was indeed as cold as ice. No wonder he acted strangely before. So warm. The White Rabbit felt the warmth emanating from Su Yuan's hand. Although Su Yuan's hand wasn't very warm either, it was still much warmer than her icy belly. Quickly put the fruit away, the ice god is coming. A blizzard swept up snow in the distance, obscuring the view. Fox 9 and Lion began to pick up the fruit on the ground. Alright, hurry up and go to the snow house. Although the little rabbit looked delicate and weak, it did things that most people would find difficult to persevere with. With so many ice-like fruits on its belly, it was freezing to death long ago. Several little beast girls crawled into the small snow house entrance one by one, taking the wood and fruit with them. When Lion was about to go in, she returned the entrenching tool to Su Yuan. This thing is very sharp. Lion's face showed a hint of reluctance, but she still handed over the entrenching tool in her hand, which was much sharper than her bone knife. It is likely that only a few large tribes would possess such sharp weapons. Alright, let's go in quickly. Su Yuan took the entrenching tool. At this time, the entrenching tool had other uses, but it wouldn't be of much use to Shirshir now. Lioness was much more robust than the other beast girls, especially her chest, which made it difficult for her to enter the snow house. Su Yuan, could you give me a push from behind? Lion's body was half stuck at the entrance of the snow house, and it could only make a buzzing sound from inside. Is he still too young? You really can't judge a book by its cover. I actually underestimated Lion's strength. Su Yuan glanced at the blizzard on the horizon and hurried to the entrance of the snow house. At this time, a pair of long legs were still exposed. Although the thighs were wrapped in animal skin, the fair and strong calves were exposed. So smooth. When he held Lion's calf, he felt it was very smooth, but it was too cold, and he could tell that Lion's calf was taut. I pushed. Su Yuan grabbed the two little legs and pushed them towards the snow house. Fortunately, they weren't stuck too tightly, and the three beast girls inside were also helping to pull them out. They quickly pushed Lion inside. Are we going to seal the cave entrance with snow? When Su Yuan entered, he didn't go in completely, leaving his upper body to look at the entrance of the snow house. This entrance couldn't be filled with just a single snow brick. Lion, lend me the animal skin you're using to wrap your thighs. The room was dark, but upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, Shirshir decisively untied the animal skin binding her legs and then stretched out her hand close to Su Yuan's figure. When the two pieces of animal hide were handed to Su Yuan, they were still warm. When Su Yuan felt the lion still pressing down on his body, his brain started to shut down again. If you keep thinking like that, you'll freeze into an ice cube. Su Yuan quickly shook his head, nailed the two pieces of animal hide to the entrance of the snow house with tree branches, and covered half of the opening with snow. Alright, Lion, aren't you going to get cold? It's alright, it's much warmer inside now. It had already gotten dark, and no one could see anyone else in the snow hut. The small snow hut was cramped with 5 people inside, and Su Yuan didn't even know who was standing close to him. Gurgle, gurgle. I'm hungry. The white rabbit spoke weakly, but could not be seen in the snow house. Fox 9 had no choice but to grope in the dark and hand a fruit to the white rabbit. You all retreat to the back of the snow hut. Nikoya, give me the branches and wood. Su Yuan, where are you? This way. In the darkness, 2 hands were wandering around when Su Yuan suddenly realized he had touched something furry, like a fluffy ball of stuffed animals. Ah! A sweet voice came from inside the snow house. Su Yuan immediately reacted and withdrew his hand, but he hadn't been able to recognize whose voice it was before. However, this size is somewhat like a lion, but a lion doesn't usually act so easily startled. Su Yuan, I'm here. At this moment, Mao Yi came directly in front of Su Yuan, holding a tree branch in her hand. Now is not the time to think about these things. We need to solve the lighting problem first, otherwise another blunder will happen, even though the feel is pretty good. Alright, Nikoya, get behind me. After obtaining the branches, Su Yuan broke them into small sections, then took out a windproof lighter that he had kept in his backpack, even though he didn't smoke. Fortunately, I crossed the river while hiking otherwise, without these things, survival would have been much more difficult. Etc. I have my own system, don't I? Never mind, I'll deal with what's in front of me first. After feeling around for a while, Su Yuan finally found the windproof lighter in the gap of the backpack. As a flame lit up, he was finally able to see where everyone was. Chapter 3 Cozy Little Snow House. Cat Knight lay on Su Yuan's back. Because the space was too small, she was almost pressed against the edge of the snow house. Lion stood in the middle, looking at the ball of fire with a shocked expression. The furthest away from Su Yuan were Fox 9 and White Rabbit on the other side. White Rabbit was munching on a fruit in its hand, but its munching action was paused at this moment. Su Yuan, are you a sorcerer? You can actually summon flames. Cat Knight was very excited and lay down on Su Yuan's back, her small arms tightly wrapped around Su Yuan's neck, her petite figure appearing somewhat thin. Witch. I'm not a witch, I just used some tools. Although he didn't know what the identity of the shamans in this world was, he could roughly guess that they were probably tribal chiefs or priests, but he didn't know if they actually knew witchcraft. Or is it pseudo-witchcraft based on science? The four beast girls clearly didn't believe Su Yuan's words, but they didn't say anything more. Instead, they looked up at the sky with some concern. Because the fire raised the temperature inside the snow house considerably, the people's hands and feet, which had been freezing, gradually warmed up. Su Yuan, won't a fire melt if we light it in the snow house? Fox 9 pointed somewhat worriedly to the roof of the snow house, but Su Yuan smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, it won't melt. While there's still fire, let's finish eating first." 5 or 6 hours have passed since Su Yuan woke up. Not only are the four beast girls hungry, but he is also getting hungry. Su Yuan, here's a red fruit for you. Judging from the way the white rabbit looked, it must recognize this fruit, otherwise it wouldn't have eaten it so casually. Su Yuan took one and immediately took a bite. The fruit was a bit cold, and after biting into it, it tasted like eating a piece of sugarcane frozen in the refrigerator, and a sugarcane so sour it made your teeth ache. However, the four beast girls ate with great relish. Since some space had been made for the flames, Maoya could only sit in Su Yuan's arms, holding the red fruit in both hands and munching on it. It's so warm. The orange flames radiated heat, and Nicoya, who was closest to them, had a flushed face as she gazed at the firelight with a dreamy smile. Yes, it's very warm. Lion also moved closer to the fire. Su Yuan discovered that Lion's lower body hide only covered the upper half of his thighs, since there was no animal hide to cover his thighs. A pair of long, slender legs sat cross-legged on the snow, the thigh muscles were very strong, full of a wild and powerful beauty. Lion, use my clothes as a pad underneath. Although the temperature inside the snow house has increased considerably, it doesn't mean the snow will become warm. While it won't cause frostbite, the icy feeling will certainly be uncomfortable. No need, it's warm enough inside the snow house. Yes, it's very warm inside the snow house, so I can use my clothes as a pad. Here you go. Shirshir took the down jacket from Su Yuan. She didn't know what material the jacket was made of, but it felt very soft and comfortable to the touch. The temperature inside the snow house was indeed quite warm thanks to the 5 people and the fire. At this moment, a blizzard had swept in from outside, and snowflakes were piling up in the gaps in the snow house that Su Yuan hadn't had time to fill before. Shirshir placed the clothes under her body, and after sitting cross-legged inside the down jacket, she immediately felt incredibly warm and comfortable. Su Yuan, your clothes are so warm. This wasn't referring to the down jacket under Lion's bottom, but rather to Su Yuan's thermal underwear. Cat Knight nestled in Su Yuan's arms, rubbing her little head against the thermal underwear. Alright, everyone hurry up and eat, the flames will go out soon. The wood that Maoya brought could only burn for half an hour at most, and the group immediately started gnawing on the icy and sour red berries. There were a dozen or so fruits, barely enough for a few people. Su Yuan didn't really like the sour fruits, so he only ate 2 and then stopped. The White Rabbit and Fox 9 didn't have big appetites either. The rest were eaten by the seemingly small cats, Cat Knight and Lion. If our tribe knew how to build igloos, we wouldn't have been bullied by the Black Sheep tribe and gotten lost. After finishing their meal, the flames were still burning. Su Yuan chatted with several little beast girls. He felt very comfortable holding the little cat Yi in his arms, curling up like a kitten. While rubbing her little head, Su Yuan looked at Hu Jiao and the others and asked, "Why did that Black Sheep tribe bully you? Our Red Fox tribe used to live in the desolate snowfields outside, and then the Black Sheep tribe appeared out of nowhere and attacked our homeland without saying a word. Then the shaman led us to fight them, but their shaman was so powerful that we couldn't win and had to leave our home. Moreover, the shaman of the Black Sheep tribe went too far and captured many of our people. The shaman led us to escape to the icy snowfield. We had encountered the ice god in a fit of rage, and then we got separated from the tribe." Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. After throwing a branch into the fire, he asked curiously, "Is that shaman really that powerful?" Yes, not only are their shamans powerful, but their tribe's hunting chief is also very powerful. Even Sister Lion is no match for him. Fox 9's words caused a rare hint of disappointment to appear on Lion's usually resilient face. It seemed that the Black Sheep tribe was indeed stronger than these little beast girl tribes. "Don't worry, we'll take it back one day. Su Yuan comforted the little beast girls, and the kitten girl in his arms said slowly in a lazy voice, "Actually, with such a warm snow house, there's no need to take that place back. It's just a big hollowed out rock. When the ice god gets angry, it blows so cold. All the jerky I collected before was blown away by the ice god, meow." Indeed, the beast girls felt that this snow house was much more comfortable than their previous home. However, their current goal was not to seize their home, but to find the other members of the tribe. The flames gradually died down, and the white rabbit pointed at them anxiously, saying, "The flames are going out." "It's alright, I can still start a fire. If it goes out, it goes out. Let's all get some rest. If the weather is good tomorrow, we'll set off to find the main force of the Red Fox tribe." Su Yuan already considered himself a member of the Red Fox tribe. In any case, he was awakened by these little beast girls from the Red Fox tribe. Otherwise, if he had stayed asleep in this godforsaken place, he probably would have turned into an ice block in the blizzard long ago. "Yes, I'll go look for everyone tomorrow." Su Yuan piled the charred wood in a corner. The cat girl, Mao Yi, had already fallen asleep. After a busy day, even she, who was full of energy at night, was a little exhausted. "Good night, everyone." Although the conditions were somewhat harsh, everyone lay down. Shirshir was worried that Su Yuan would get cold at night, so she turned over and gave half of her clothes back to Su Yuan to use as a cushion. Fortunately, her legs could also be used as a cushion, but the posture was a bit strange. Su Yuan could lean his head against Shirshir's knees with just a tilt of his head. The kitten also fell asleep in his arms. Su Yuan did not disturb her, but simply straightened her curled-up body slightly and let her stay close to him. It's so small and lightweight that you can just hug a plush toy and fall asleep peacefully. Good night, everyone. Chapter 4, The Mole System Heading East. In the early morning, Su Yuan felt a sense of suffocation. His chest felt wet and he could feel waves of heat. When he opened his eyes, he was still plunged into darkness. Lion's body had moved dramatically without her realizing it, her thighs tightly clamping Su Yuan's neck, her buttocks pressed against her chest, while little cat Knight squeezed in the middle. As expected, cats are made of liquid. Despite the cramped conditions, Mao Yi slept very comfortably, even managing to put her head inside Su Yuan's clothes. Quietly moving Lion's legs aside, Su Yuan finally saw the light. Through the light filtering through the snowbricks, he could see the people inside the small snow house. Fox 9 was holding the white rabbit, while Lion was holding Fox 9's leg. The animal skin shoes that Fox 9 was wearing were nowhere to be found. It's like a dream, to actually be able to lie down with several little beast girls one day. Su Yuan smiled. These beast girls were very beautiful. He wondered if this world had already abandoned ugly genes, or if these little beast girls were just special cases. Right, system. Su Yuan lay in the crook of Shirshir's legs, using her calves as a pillow. Before him, a blue panel that only he could see appeared. Host, would you like to activate the level 1 shop? This system doesn't seem very intelligent. Su Yuan silently said activate, and something that looked like a shopping panel immediately appeared in front of him. Lighter, 30 points. Matchstick, 5 points. Flint and steel, 1 point. Regular compressed biscuits, 10 points. Ham sausage, 6 points. After browsing through some of the products, Su Yuan glanced down at his points, which were a very clean and simple number. 0. System, how do I earn these points? And how do I upgrade the shop? Trading items earns points, rarer items earn more points, and you can trade 10 times per day. The system shop upgrades as the host's level of civilization and development progresses. Trading goods? That's easy, but the development of civilization is a long-term process. The evolution of civilization on Earth has taken so many years, how could it possibly be accomplished by one person overnight? So there's no need to worry about it for now. Su Yuan looked around but couldn't find anything worth trading. So he thought of Lion's leather shoes. Of course, he was just testing the waters with his points, he wouldn't actually trade Lion's shoes. Su Yuan reached behind him and found nothing there. He quickly found the lion's feet. The animal skin shoes were easy to remove. Su Yuan found the strange vines binding the shoes and quickly took them off. The shoes looked a bit worn and weren't particularly warm. To wear these animal skin shoes in such freezing weather without getting frostbite was truly terrifying, showing just how incredibly fit this beast girl from another world was. System, how many points is this worth? Worn wolf leather shoes, 5 points. Wow, this is actually worth the price of a box of matches. It seems that the transaction points in this system are not so strict, otherwise it would be a lot of pressure to exchange for a pack of compressed biscuits. Does the host wish to trade? No deal. Unable to put the shoes back on, Su Yuan simply tossed them aside. Now that he understood the system's functions, he felt an urge to rush out and search for something of value. At this moment, a lazy sound came from the snow house. The first one to wake up was Lion. It seemed that the noise of taking off her shoes earlier had disturbed her sleep. Has the ice god left? After getting up, Lion didn't retract its feet until it saw Su Yuan also get up, then it sat up. The other beast girls also gradually woke up. Only the little cat, Yi, with its head inside Su Yuan's clothes, was unaware that it was already dawn. If this continued, Su Yuan was worried that the guy's drool would soak his clothes, so he had no choice but to have Mao Yi forcefully turn it on. Wait for me to go out and take a look. Su Yuan put on his down jacket and climbed to the entrance of the snow house. After a night of blizzard, the entrance was already buried. He retrieved the lion's leg skin and the white snow piled up in front of the snow house entrance. Having no other choice, Su Yuan had to retreat. His two animal hide leggings were frozen stiff. After putting them down, Su Yuan took out an entrenching tool from his backpack. After a long period of clearing, a small hole was dug out at the entrance. The sunlight shone into the hole, and there was still some snow falling from the sky, so it seemed that the blizzard had passed. The ice god has left, we can go out now. Going out wasn't as troublesome as coming in. Only after Su Yuan's repeated requests did Shirshir grab the entrenching tool and quickly open a large gap in the back of the snow house. Alright, we need to find out about the tribe anyway. We can't stay here forever. We can build a snow hut when we rest at night. The beast girls looked at the destroyed snow house with reluctance. Su Yuan comforted them for a while before giving up on the little snow house. Fox 9, Cat Knight and I are going hunting first. Why don't you sit down for a while? Shirshir took out the bone knife from her waist, her long legs completely exposed in the snow, and Su Yuan could feel her thighs trembling slightly. Fortunately, the two animal skin leggings had been warmed up by Su Yuan's down jacket, and Lion felt better after putting the leggings back on. Let us go together. We're going to search for information about the tribe anyway, so we can hunt while we travel. Su Yuan offered his opinion. Waiting here at this point would be a waste of time, and in the vast snow, being too far apart would make it easy to get lost again. Yes, Nikoya also thinks it's better for everyone to act together. Little Cat Knight slept the most comfortably last night, except that her gray hair on her little head was a bit sticky. She had been trapped inside Su Yuan's clothes all night and was sweating profusely but hadn't woken up. Well, okay then. Su Yuan and his group of 5 didn't have anything worth taking with them from their small tribe. He simply slung his backpack over his shoulder and the group set off on their journey. My sister said that if we can't find the way, we can find it by looking in the direction of the sun when we get up in the morning. Fortunately, the group wasn't searching aimlessly. Fox 9's sister gave her a good compass. The sun always rises in the east in the morning, making it easy to find her way. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem to be Earth. Does the theory that the sun rises in the east still apply? What if the sun rises in the west on this planet? Or perhaps it rises in the east one moment and in the west the next? Well, it's what Sister Fox 9 said anyway, so it must make some sense, although he doesn't know what principles these little beast girls follow. Alright, let's go. After a night of blizzard, the group's mood improved considerably, especially with Su Yuan joining them. Fox 9 and the others felt that they could overcome any difficulty they encountered. Cat Knight was even more clingy to Su Yuan than yesterday, occasionally slipping under Su Yuan's armpits or hanging on Su Yuan's back like a koala. I've heard that kittens become very clingy once they recognize you by your scent, and this seems to apply to cat girls as well. Judging from this, Cat Knight has already recognized Su Yuan's scent. Chapter 5, Starting System Trading. Ugh, I'm so hungry. Why can't I find a single fruit? After walking for about 3 hours, the sun was already high in the sky. The little cat, Knight, hung listlessly on Su Yuan's body, while the other beast girls' bellies were rumbling from time to time. Wah, if only I had left some fruit last night. The white rabbit looked like it was about to cry, and its 2 upright ears drooped down, turning from a cute rabbit into a wilted one. Wait here for me. Su Yuan was also a little hungry. He had only eaten 2 fruits since yesterday, but unfortunately his backpack was full of tools and the small bag containing food was nowhere to be found. The only thing he could eat was a box of chocolate drink powder, which he used to replenish his energy, but now he had nothing to put the drink in. Su Yuan, are you going hunting? Lion watched Su Yuan leave, then followed him with its bone knife. In this icy, snowy landscape, there were hardly any animals to be seen. No, we're just looking for something useful. You can sit down and rest for a while. Su Yuan looked around. The snowfield was very clean. After the blizzard, there was even less to see. Fortunately, there was a bare tree trunk not far away. This should be worth some points, right? The trunk was about the thickness of a bowl, and it was bare with only some branches remaining. Only about 3 meters of the trunk were visible in the snow. Su Yuan decisively took out the entrenching tool. Even Lion's tattered animal hide shoes were worth 5 points, so this thing couldn't possibly be worthless. Thump! The entrenching tool only made a slight dent in the tree trunk, but Su Yuan didn't hesitate at all and shouted loudly behind him. Lion, could you come here for a second? Lioness's performance yesterday proved that her strength was far greater than Su Yuan's, so he didn't intend to show off. Su Yuan, what's wrong? Lion, could you help me cut this tree down? Su Yuan handed the entrenching tool to Shirshir, but Shirshir looked at it with a pained expression and didn't immediately use it. Using such a sharp weapon to cut down trees was a complete waste of Su Yuan's talents for her. Alright, Lion, this thing isn't as fragile as you think. We can only have something to eat if we cut down the tree. Okay, I understand. Lion knew that getting something to eat was the most important thing in the current situation, so he gripped his entrenching tool and chopped down at the tree trunk. Click! The immense force cleaved a crack in the tree trunk, and it looked like a couple more blows would be enough to cut the tree in half. Lion adjusted its position, mustered its strength, and with one shovel, instantly cleaved the tree trunk in two. So terrifying. Could Lion be a member of the Bear Clan? Those little ears didn't look like bear ears at all. Instead, they were a pair of golden lion ears, just like her name. Su Yuan, here you go. Lion looked at the entrenching tool with some heartache. Although it hadn't been damaged by the 2 blows, the sharp blade had become somewhat dull. Lion, you can keep this. I'll tell you how to use it later when I have time. With the items in the system, Su Yuan was no longer worried about an entrenching tool worth only 100 points, so he had Lion put it back. Yes, thank you, Su Yuan. I will take good care of it. Lion's face lit up with joy as he carefully placed the entrenching tool at his waist, leaving no room for the bone knife. Lion, can I take a look at that bone knife? This? It's made of wolf bone, not as sharp as this shovel. Shirshir handed the bone knife to Su Yuan. She preferred the entrenching tool to the bone knife, which only had a pointed tip to stab others. With just a powerful swing, she could sever an enemy's head, making it even more effective than the bone spear she used to wield. System, check the prices of these 2 items. Wolf bone knife, 20 points. Snowy holly tree half, 75 points. Wow, this tree is quite something. Half of it is worth 75 points. Since he could get enough points, Su Yuan didn't plan to trade away Lion's bone knife. She had polished it quite finely, making it look like a work of art. Trade this half of the snow elm tree. Transaction successful, 75 points earned. The snow holly tree on the ground vanished instantly, leaving only its mark on the ground. This scene stunned the lion standing beside him. Su Yuan, you. Go back first, and I'll tell everyone later. The fact that they were able to make the deal couldn't be kept secret any longer, since he would be living with Shirshir and the others from now on, so Su Yuan didn't plan to hide it anymore. The 2 returned to where Fox 9 and the others were, and then Su Yuan called everyone over, and they all sat cross-legged in a circle. I have something big to tell you all. Whether or not Su Yuan is a witch is none of your business. Mao Yi clearly still firmly believed that Su Yuan was a witch, so she pressed her body against Su Yuan and rubbed her chin against Su Yuan's head. Alright, actually, I can offer everything to the gods and then receive rewards from them. The rarer the item, the happier the gods will be, and the richer the rewards they will give. When in doubt, theology can solve the problem. There are also things that shouldn't be said too soon. Yesterday, he said that he was not a witch and that everything was the power of science, but the system is something that obviously cannot be explained by science. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the other beast girls also stood there like Lion. Cat Knight happily came to Su Yuan's arms and hugged him tightly. Ah, I knew Su Yuan was a shaman, and a divine shaman who could communicate with the gods. Now our tribe has 2 shamans. Lioness and her companions were overjoyed to be able to communicate with the gods and receive divine rewards, a privilege usually reserved for very large tribes. Their small tribe had an ordinary shaman, which was already the envy of some nomadic tribes, let alone a divine shaman. Even the white rabbit showed a joyful smile. All right, you must keep this a secret for me, or I'll be captured by the evil tribe," Su Yuan said with a serious expression, and the little beast girls all solemnly assured him that Su Yuan must be a shaman who escaped from some super large tribe. At this moment, the group had already woven a magnificent and dramatic story for Su Yuan in their minds. "Now I'm going to ask the gods for food, so all of you sit down." Upon hearing that Su Yuan wanted to contact the gods, the beast girls knelt down on the snow with great seriousness, placing their hands on their heads in a very devout manner. No need to be so devout, never mind." Su Yuan didn't disturb them, but instead focused his attention on the system shop. System, list the items in the food section. Shui Shui Fu instant noodles, 15 points. Fat bread, 8 points. Woof Woof cat food gift pack, 30 points. Wait, why is there cat food? Su Yuan subconsciously glanced at the kitten Yi in his arms. Cat girl is a cat too, she should like to eat cat food, right? Chapter 6 What delicious food! In the end, Su Yuan still bought 10 points worth of regular compressed biscuits, exchanging them for 5 in total: original wheat flavor, salty scallion flavor, sweet and salty minced meat flavor, sesame flavor, and red date flavor. 1 yuan each, let me know if you need more. He still has 25 points left, enough to exchange for 2 more pieces. If that's not enough, he can go back to the snow and pluck the other half of the snow elm tree. What does that smell? It smells so good. Cat Knight's sense of smell was extremely keen. She immediately lowered her arm and stared intently at the few compressed biscuits in Su Yuan's hand with bright eyes. These are cookies, there are 5 flavors in total, please make do with them for now. Mao Yi didn't know what these cookies were, but her sense of smell told her they were delicious, so she immediately picked up the top one, the original wheat flavor, and took a bite. Ah! Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, Mao Yi bit down hard, causing her own little tiger teeth to ache, and tears welled up in her eyes. Slow down, this thing is very hard. You need to use your saliva to slowly melt it, and then bite it when it softens. Su Yuan took a piece of minced meat for himself. After not eating for so long, even compressed biscuits tasted delicious. Lion also picked up the sesame-flavored compressed biscuits, and gave the remaining 2 to Fox 9 and White Rabbit. Having learned from Nikoya's mistake, the beast girls slowly licked the compressed biscuits with their tongues, the sweet taste making them squint their eyes with excitement. Nikoya successfully bit off the small piece of compressed biscuit that had previously framed her. After being dissolved by her saliva, the compressed biscuit turned into powder and entered her stomach. It's so delicious, Su Yuan. I want to try yours. Can we switch? Mao Yi took a 2-bitten compressed biscuit and placed it in front of Su Yuan, then stared pitifully at the meat-flavored compressed biscuit in Su Yuan's hand that also had 2 bites in it. Her nose told her that the one in Su Yuan's hand tasted better, she could even smell the meat in it. Here, take it. Mao Yi didn't seem to mind at all. She took Su Yuan's compressed biscuit and bit into it. This time, she learned her lesson and didn't bite the biscuit too hard. Su Yuan looked at the compressed biscuits that Mao Yi had eaten. Now, they were no longer wheat-flavored compressed biscuits. This one, with a slightly glistening appearance, tasted like a kitten. Of course, it still tasted like wheat, but under the influence of his mind, Su Yuan felt that the compressed biscuit had an extra flavor, which was strangely nice. Stare. Su Yuan had only taken 2 bites when Hu Jiao, who was standing next to him, also looked over, her little expression exactly the same as Mao Yi's before. Okay, here you go. The 5 compressed biscuits were exchanged among the group, and by the end, Su Yuan felt they were quite ordinary. The little beast girls were just curious about the different flavors of the compressed biscuits. Cat Knight and Lion both like salty flavors, while Fox 9 and White Rabbit prefer sweet flavors. The 5 compressed biscuits improved everyone's situation considerably. When the food was too dry, they would scoop up a handful of snow from the ground and eat it. In no time, the group finished the 5 compressed biscuits. Has everyone eaten enough? I'm not full yet, but I'm not hungry anymore. Mao Yi licked her fingers, looking as if she wanted to suck them clean. Let's offer some more sacrifices to the gods later, and then have a big meal in the snow hut this evening. A feast. Fox 9 and the others couldn't help but show joy on their faces, and now even their steps to find the tribe felt much lighter. Along the way, Su Yuan found 2 trees, but unfortunately they were not snow holly trees. The whole tree only earned him 120 points, while the other tree, being longer, earned him 10 more points. Trading trees is not a worthwhile endeavor. The rarer the item, the more points it can be traded for. However, Su Yuan couldn't find anything else to trade in this vast snowfield. As evening fell, the group had walked for some time and found that the surrounding environment was better than the snowfield they had encountered before. At least it was no longer as barren as it had been. Every few steps they would encounter some trees frozen into ice sculptures. The group stopped under a large tree with a diameter of nearly half a meter. Su Yuan, I think I'm getting a little hungry again. Mao Yi rubbed her belly and leaned against Su Yuan, looking dejected again. Su Yuan looked at the horizon. The sky was clearer after the blizzard, but it would get dark soon, and the danger then would be no less than that of the blizzard. Let us rest here for the night. Lion, you go dig up snow bricks, White Rabbit and Fox 9 will build the snow house, and I'll take Cat Knight to collect wood. Fox 9 and White Rabbit learned very quickly under Su Yuan's guidance yesterday, especially Fox 9, who immediately understood after just hearing Su Yuan's explanation. Don't worry, we've got your back. Fox 9 patted her chest and confidently raised her head, seemingly very happy that Su Yuan had entrusted her with this important task. Come on, Nikoya. This big tree means we don't need to go too far to collect firewood today, but the lower trunk is definitely impossible to split, while the upper branches can be given to Nikoya. System, check how many points Iron Axe has. Iron Axe, 80 points. Let's make a deal. 80 points is acceptable. After all, this axe isn't disposable, and you'll probably have to use it for chopping trees in the future. Even if it gets dull later, it's still better than the bone axe from this primitive society. Cat Knight, take the axe and go chop some branches down from up there. By the way, you can climb trees, right? Su Yuan assumed that since cats could climb trees, cat girls would be no problem either. Fortunately, Cat Knight nodded very enthusiastically. Don't worry about it, leave it to me. I'm a fast tree climber. Cat Knight weighed the axe in its hand. Unlike Lion, it didn't have an obsession with weapons. When it got to the tree trunk, it reached its hand behind its back. Soon, a small gray tail peeked out from above the animal skin skirt. Su Yuan stood there blankly, watching Cat Knight's animal skin skirt being pulled down a bit. So cat girls' tails extend from their tailbones. Cat Knight shivered after pulling out his little tail, then used it to wrap the iron axe around his tail and jumped onto the tree trunk in a few quick movements. Wow, Su Yuan. There are so many fruits up there. Some of the snow was shaken off the tree trunks, and the excited sounds of cats came from among the branches. Then you knock all the fruit down, and I'll catch them from below. Su Yuan put down his backpack, which contained only a rope, a first aid kit, a toolbox, a bottle of sunscreen, and a box of chocolate powder. There isn't much space left, but you can still fit some fruit in it if you cram in a little. Okay, catch it, I'm dropping it down. After a soft rustling sound from above, a snow-white fruit was dropped down. Su Yuan picked it up and examined it. It was an oval-shaped fruit about the size of his palm. It was covered with a layer of frost and felt very cold to the touch. System, how many points does this item cost? Blue vein snow fruit, 100 points. Holy crap! It's worth that much? Su Yuan was somewhat shocked. He had encountered fruits along the way before, but the fruit he had picked up earlier was only worth 5 points. Of course, Su Yuan was unwilling to waste a trading slot to exchange for 5 points. Cat Knight, we can pluck down as many fruits as you want. Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry to trade it. Such an impressive name might be some rare and precious treasure. He'd have to ask Hu Jio and the others for details later. Yes, there are still many more up there. I'll go up and look for more after I've finished dealing with these few here. Chapter 7 Snow Python. After learning the price of the fruit, their target changed from tree branches to blue vein snow fruit. Su Yuan arrived at the tree trunk and waited for Mao Yi to drop the fruit. Every now and then, a snow fruit would fall from above. After knocking down 7 or 8 snow fruits, just as Su Yuan was about to pick up the fruits on the ground, a terrified cry came from the tree. Cat Knight. Su Yuan hurriedly looked up and saw a figure crashing down from a pile of falling snow, pinning the unsuspecting Su Yuan to the ground. Fortunately, the ground beneath him was snow, so Su Yuan wasn't hurt too much from the impact. However, the small tablet under Mao Ye's face was extremely painful, especially the animal fur on the animal skin clothing which pricked his face. Su Yuan, are you alright? Mao Ye shook her head, which was still a little dazed from the fall, and hurriedly helped Su Yuan up when she saw him lying on the ground. It's nothing. What just happened to you? What happened? Run. Su Yuan, there's a giant snake in the tree. Without saying a word, Malia picked up Su Yuan in a princess carry and ran towards Shirshir and the others, followed by a loud crash from the big tree behind them. Hiss hiss hiss. Su Yuan glanced behind him from Malia's arms and was so frightened that his scalp tingled. What kind of snake was that? It was clearly a white python as thick as a water bucket, and it was even dripping blood from its head. Earlier, Nicoya had struck the giant python on the head with an axe, enraging it, and now it was swaying its body as it chased after the two of them. Fortunately, Ma Yu was agile and, carrying Su Yuan, seemed to have no slowing down as she rushed towards Shirshir and the others. Lion, Fox 9, help! A giant snake is going to eat us. Upon hearing the cry for help, Lion immediately put down the snow brick in his hand. The white rabbit covered its ears in fear, but still followed the two towards Su Yuan's location. Ouch! Cat Knight ran too fast and tripped on the snow brick that Lion had just cut off, and Su Yuan was also thrown out. Fortunately, Lion reacted quickly and hugged Su Yuan, whose warm and full embrace made Su Yuan feel much more at ease. Su Yuan, Mao Yi, what happened? There's a snake. A big snake. It's coming to eat us. Cat Knight also hid behind Lion, her little ears drooping. It seemed that she and White Rabbit were both very afraid of snakes. I'll go check. If there are snakes, then we'll have food for tonight. Lion put Su Yuan down, picked up the entrenching tool, and walked towards the big tree. However, the white python was even more anxious than her. Before Lion could take 2 steps, the white figure arrived in front of them, with crimson blood flowing down its face. Su Yuan noticed that there was another fruit on its head that looked exactly like the blue-veined snowfruit, and the blood was seeping out from there. It seemed that Mao Yi had used an axe because it couldn't pick the fruit. The giant python rushed forward angrily upon seeing Mao Yi, but Shirshir, standing in front, did not hesitate at all and swung his entrenching tool at the snake's body. Hiss! Even though the shovel had become somewhat dull from cutting wood, it was still not something the giant python could defend against. The entrenching tool instantly cut a bloody gash into the python's body. The wound wasn't large, but it further enraged the python. Ignoring Mao Yi, it turned around and prepared to coil around Shirshir. What a powerful python! Su Yuan knew that Lion would have a hard time dealing with the giant python with his entrenching tool, but the 10-centimeter blade would only leave a wound a few centimeters long. This is a snow python. It usually hides in the snow and uses the fruit on its head to deceive other creatures. It might be a bit troublesome for Lion to deal with it alone. Fox 9 was somewhat worried, but currently only Lion had a weapon, and there was also the bone dagger on Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan, give that bone knife to Mao Yi first. It's agile and can harass the snow python. Clatter clatter. No. That's right, Su Yuan, give me the knife, I need to go help Lion. Seeing Mao Yi's nervous expression, Su Yuan found it somewhat amusing, but he didn't refuse and immediately started searching for weapons in the shop. That bone knife would probably only be able to poke a few holes in the giant python. What weapon is suitable for little Cat Knight? System, filter weapon items. Tang sword, 210 points. Iron shield, 230 points. Stone spear, 30 points. Steel claw gauntlets, 120 points. Got it. Su Yuan immediately exchanged for a set of steel claws. Although the cat can't use a knife, it must like to scratch people. These steel claws will definitely be perfect for Cat Knight. Cat Knight, put this on and then go scratch that big python. Su Yuan took Mao Yi's hand and put the steel claw gloves on her hands. The black gloves had steel claws that extended 4 or 5 centimeters from the finger bones. The steel claws gleaming with a cold light immediately attracted Nicoya's attention, and she jumped up excitedly as she looked at the steel claws in her hand. Wow, that's so cool, and my hands feel so warm. Su Yuan quickly grabbed Mao Yi's little tail and tugged at it, saying, stop playing around, go help Shirshir. I understand, Lion, I'll help you. Cat Knight blushed slightly and tucked her tail into her animal skin skirt before rushing over to Lion. At that moment, the giant python had already coiled around Lion's legs. However, Lioness's strength was comparable to that of the giant python. The giant python tried to wrap its arms around Lioness's legs to lock her in place, but her thighs, which were supporting a small space, could not close properly. The taut muscles in his legs exuded power, and a strange rune gradually appeared on the lion's head as he forcefully chopped at the giant python with his entrenching tool. Hiss! This caused the giant python to cry out in pain, and it turned around, intending to swallow the lion whole. Just as Lion gripped the entrenching tool, ready to smash it on its head. A dark shadow rushed up from the side. Before the giant python could react, one of its eyes was pierced and blinded. The intense pain made it unable to fight back against the lion, and it collapsed to the ground, struggling. Hee, Nicoya, I'm so awesome. Looking at the blood on the steel claws, Mao Yi realized that the weapon Su Yuan had given her was a perfect match for her, much better than the bone knife she used to be unable to hold. Watch out, it's not dead yet. Lion watched the giant python warily. At this moment, it still had one eye left, staring at Cat Knight, but Cat Knight's sneak attacks never gave you a chance to react. In an instant, Malia leaped to the giant python's side, and used his steel claws to carve 4-meter-long gashes on its body. Amazing! Ha ha ha, of course. Lion was also shocked. Just as Cat Knight was feeling smug, the giant python turned around and bit her. Ah, Lion, help me! After losing an eye, the giant python was no match for the two of them, and now it would be difficult to escape. Lion grabbed the python's upper jaw wildly. He swung his entrenching tool down at her head, once, twice, 7 or 8 times in a row, blood splattering everywhere, including all over her. Nicoya, showing no mercy, scratched at him with her steel claws. Boom! In the end, the giant python, with its head and body cut open by huge gashes, collapsed, and its tail, which had been wrapped around the lion, finally loosened. Chapter 8: Unlocking Special Items. Lion, are you alright? After the battle, the 3 logistics personnel also came over. When they saw Su Yuan coming, Lion stood there somewhat sadly. Lion, what's wrong? Su Yuan thought Shirshir was injured, but when he pulled her arm, he only saw Shirshir looking at the entrenching tool in her hand with some heartache. The entrenching tool broke. The previous chopping blows would have been fine with an axe, but Su Yuan's entrenching tool, which he bought on a certain online shopping platform, couldn't withstand the force and had broken in two. Hey, it's alright. It's broken, so be it. Whatever weapon you want, I'll ask the gods for another one. As for this broken one, just return it to the gods. Su Yuan spoke as if a god were some scrap collector, casually picking up the broken entrenching tool. Broken entrenching tool, 5 points. Should we trade? 5 points for trading? What a waste of my chances. System, can you recycle junk? Otherwise, I've already said it, and it'll be hard to clean up the mess if you don't take it. It can be recycled, but you won't earn points. Recycle, hurry up. Actually, this broken entrenching tool still has some value in being reused, since conditions in this primitive tribe are too harsh. But seeing how pitiful Lion was, he had no choice but to lie. After seeing the entrenching tool disappear, Lion regained her composure, looked at the steel claw in Cat Knight's hand, and said, I want another entrenching tool. This beast girl had never seen any weapons before. She used an entrenching tool before because that was all she had. Now that she could exchange for weapons, why would she need a tool? Su Yuan thought about Lion's previous battle, so he traded 5 blue vein snowfruits from his backpack and immediately exchanged them for a 1.6-meter-long horse-slaying sword. Refined horse-slaying saber, 575 points. Well, the price of this thing is just right. After exchanging it, I'll be completely out of points. But luckily, I still have 2 more trading opportunities today. I hope that giant python will be worth something good. The 1.6-meter-long horse-slaying sword was single-edged, with the handle and blade being the same length. When it was drawn, it was taller than Mao Yi and so heavy that Su Yuan had to use both hands to lift it. Shirshir, the entrenching tool is a tool, not suitable for combat. You can use this from now on. Shirshir took the horse-slaying sword. Her tall figure didn't look out of place holding the sword, and she could easily pick it up with just one hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lion approached the giant python, wielding her saber with fierce power. These beast girls from primitive society, though lacking scientific and technological knowledge, were still quite advanced. However, they are just as good at hunting and fighting. Compared to Su Yuan, who struggled to even carry it on his shoulder, Shirshir only tried waving it a few times before she was able to do it with ease. Wow, that's amazing. At this moment, the 4 faces standing here were filled with shock. Nicoya was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She looked at the steel claw in her hand and realized that the two were simply not in the same league. However, she still preferred her steel claws, after all, the knife was much taller than her. Click! With a final swing, Shirshir severed the giant python's head, her blood completely soaking her, making her look like a female demon when she returned. Thank you, I like it very much. Lion wiped the blood from her face. This was her first smile since the Black Sheep tribe invasion, and she smiled very happily. She had been blaming herself for failing to defeat the Black Sheep tribe's invaders, as an awakened warrior of the Red Fox tribe, and for causing the Red Fox tribe to be displaced. Now, if she can find the rest of the tribe, she can use this sword to return to the Black Sheep tribe and wreak havoc on their lives. I'm glad you like it. It's getting dark, so you guys should hurry up and build snow bricks. Maoya, come with me to pick the remaining fruit and chop some wood while we're at it. Su Yuan took out the first aid kit from his backpack. If there were more blue-veined snowberries on the tree, the little space in his backpack after the first aid kit took up wouldn't be enough. You guys help first, I'll deal with this giant python. I can help too. Just as Su Yuan was about to deal with the giant python, a weak voice sounded from behind him. Although the White Rabbit was afraid of the giant python, it still came over. White Rabbit used to help sew clothes in the tribe. We can use the skin of this big snake to make a blanket. Fox 9 tiptoed and rubbed the White Rabbit's ears. This child was good in every way, except that it was too timid. Fortunately, it escaped with her. I can't even imagine how terrified the White Rabbit would be if it were captured and taken to the Black Sheep tribe. Alright, White Rabbit, you help me deal with the giant serpent. I'll offer some parts as a sacrifice to the gods, and the rest is up to you. Okay, I understand. When the two arrived in front of the giant python, the White Rabbit hesitated and asked Su Yuan somewhat timidly, Su Yuan, could I use the bone knife for a moment? Looking at Su Yuan's weak and timid appearance, I knew that if I bullied him a little, he would cry for a long time. Answer me one question, and I'll give White Rabbit a knife. Huh? Then you ask. Filled with curiosity, Su Yuan quietly approached the White Rabbit and whispered in its ear, White Rabbit, are your tails those round little fur balls? The White Rabbit blushed when asked the question, and its ears started wobbling erratically. No, our rabbit people's tails are also long, although not as long as Nikoya's, and they are usually tucked in. Ah, it wasn't a round little fluffy ball after all. Su Yuan decided not to continue teasing the White Rabbit and took over the two small boxes that had been cleared out earlier. The large one was a medical kit that he hadn't used yet, and the contents were neatly arranged. The smaller one was a toolbox that Su Yuan had prepared himself, but it contained some miscellaneous items. White Rabbit, these two small boxes are yours from now on. There are knives, needles, and thread and some other tools in these boxes. Just open this snap when you need to use them. Su Yuan decided to entrust the great responsibility of guarding the tools to the White Rabbit. The little rabbit couldn't take its eyes off the exquisite little box, and after receiving Su Yuan's permission, it started tinkering with it. We have 2 more trading opportunities today. Let's pick the useless ones first. Su Yuan arrived at the snake's head, where the fleshy growth resembling a blue-veined snowfruit remained erect even after the giant python's death. Rare item detected, blue-veined snake fruit. Tradable for 1,000 points, or 100 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Is this what they call a rare item? Having exchanged so many resources before, he now only has. Su Yuan looked at the White Rabbit beside him, who was now skillfully skinning the giant python. White Rabbit, do you know what the fruit on this snake's head is? The White Rabbit looked over and, seeing the fruit, quickly said, this is a snow serpent fruit. I heard from the shaman that eating it will cause poisoning, but there is also a very small chance of becoming an awakened warrior. Awakened warrior? If such a thing really existed, would it mean that the witches of this world could actually breathe water and fire? Su Yuan, don't you know? The White Rabbit looked at him innocently, but still carefully explained, awakened warriors are very powerful warriors in the tribe. Apart from the shaman, awakened warriors are the most important in the tribe, and the strongest awakened warriors are the tribe's hunting leaders. It's just that there are very few awakened warriors in a tribe. Our Red Fox tribe only has 2 awakened warriors, Lion and Man-Man. Moreover, when she was escaping, Man-Man was captured by the Black Sheep tribe. When the topic of the tribe came up, White Rabbit looked a little disappointed, and it looked like she was about to cry again. Su Yuan quickly stopped her and comforted her, saying, don't worry, once we find the tribe, we'll go back and save them. Yes, I believe in Su Yuan. You are a divine shaman who can communicate with the gods. The White Rabbit's emotions came and went quickly. Once recovered, it lowered its head and continued with its tasks. After rubbing the White Rabbit's long ears, Su Yuan returned to the snake's head. The little beast girls weren't interested in it, probably because the chances of it awakening were extremely low. Chapter 9, Preparing a Snake Meat Feast. The probability of dying from poisoning is greater than the probability of successfully awakening, so there is no need for me to keep it. Trade 100 points and unlock new items. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Snow Serpent Elixir Apple Flavor, 1000 points. Note, drinking this product can slightly enhance your strength for 3 minutes, during which the probability of awakening is slightly increased. There are no side effects. 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. You want me to redeem 3 bottles a day? What's the point of having 1000 points to redeem even a chicken feather? Despite his complaints, Su Yuan still felt it was a very worthwhile deal to exchange the awakening fruit, which had a high probability of causing poisoning, for the awakening elixir, which could enhance strength and had no side effects. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive, and I don't have enough points to buy it right now. System, check how many points this snakehead has. Fresh snow snake head, 380 points. It's been changed. Since the snakehead was useless anyway, Su Yuan didn't plan to investigate the value of the other parts and directly traded the snakehead to the system. The white rabbit on this side was very agile, and in a few moments it dissected a large snake that was 6 or 7 meters long, and a snakeskin that was still dripping blood was peeled off directly. Su Yuan, the snakeskin is too long. I plan to go back and sew it into a mat so we won't have to sleep on the snow tonight. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll go check on how Fox 9's snow house is going. Su Yuan gently rubbed the white rabbit's head, and its 2 ears folded down under his touch, giving the rabbit a comfortable expression. It's a pity he couldn't touch the rabbit's tail, otherwise he really wanted to see how long the rabbit's tail was. Su Yuan returned to the snow hut. Hu Jiu had learned quite well before, and the snow hut he built now was much more exquisite than the one he built yesterday. Fox 9, there's really no need to make it so elaborate. We're leaving tomorrow morning. I'm still learning how to build an igloo. I'll teach everyone when I find them, so I want to practice more. Fox 9 placed a snow brick on top, then used its delicate little paws to tidy up the edges and corners of the snow house. Then you should use a knife to adjust it. Your hands are frozen. Su Yuan grasped Hu Jiu's hand. Her palms were red from touching the snow bricks for so long, but fortunately, she was in good health and hadn't suffered any frostbite. It's nothing, thank you. Is this also a reward you prayed to the gods for? Fox 9 was about to refuse, but when she looked at the hands in Su Yuan's hands and the exquisitely crafted dagger, she smiled sweetly. Su Yuan found a small knife in his toolbox. It was a fruit knife he had prepared to use to peel apples when he was climbing the mountain before his transmigration. However, after he got up the mountain, he found that it was more convenient to eat the apples with the peel on. So it was left in the toolbox. Yes, otherwise the smartest Fox 9 will get sick from the cold, and we won't be able to find the tribe. Put these gloves on. Su Yuan put a pair of white gloves on Fox 9's hands. The small white gloves, along with her white ears and white tail, looked very well matched. This little gadget doesn't cost many points. If he hadn't saved some points for unexpected problems, he could have equipped all the little beast girls with a set of modern gear. Thank you, Su Yuan, I like it very much. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, the beast girl's favorability towards Su Yuan had increased significantly, not only because he was a divine witch. More importantly, it was because the beast girls all thought Su Yuan was very smart and very friendly to them, and genuinely wanted to lead everyone to find the other members of the Red Fox tribe. I'm back. Not far away, Cat Knight came bounding back with a small backpack on her back. She seemed to have been starving on the way, and was holding a half-eaten blue-vein snow fruit in her hand. This fruit is delicious, you should all try it. Nicoya put her backpack on the ground. The backpack was full of about 30 blue-vein snow fruits. The one in Nicoya's hand had its frost melted by her body heat, revealing the fruit inside. The blue fruit has a few light blue stripes on it, and the fruit looks somewhat like an orange, but judging from the bite marks, it probably doesn't need to be peeled. This is blue-vein fruit. It tastes very good. My sister brought me some from other tribes before. Su Yuan, you should try some too. Fox 9 picked up a snowflake, breathed on it to blow away the frost, and then handed it to Su Yuan. Thank you. The little fox's panting was so cute that Su Yuan was almost mesmerized. Fox 9 usually acts like a little adult, but I never expected her to be so cute when she breathes on snow fruit, making a circle with her little mouth and breathing on it. Where's Shur? The snow house is all set up, but I haven't seen her. Cat Knight took a bite of the fruit and looked around at Lion's figure. She went to help the white rabbit cut the snake meat, because the white rabbit couldn't carry such a big snake. Just as Fox 9 finished speaking, Lion walked back from not far away carrying a horse-slaying saber with a large, skin snake hanging from it. White Rabbit followed behind Lion, carrying the newly sewn snakeskin blanket. Her entire body was almost completely covered by the snakeskin. Su Yuan, what should we do with this snake? There's no way we can put such a big snake inside the snow house. Su Yuan looked at the big pit that Shirshir had dug and said, let's cut the snake meat into some pieces and eat it in that pit before we go back to the snow house. Cat Knight, Fox 9, carry the branches into the pit, and then level the bottom of the pit a bit. White Rabbit, hurry up and put the snakeskin mat into the snow house. The little beast girls began their operation, while Su Yuan and Shirshir were processing the snake meat. The internal organs were naturally discarded, but the snake gall could be kept, as such a large piece of snake gall should be able to be sold for some points. After finishing their work, everyone went to the pit and looked at Su Yuan expectantly until the flame was relit. That's great. Before my sister awakened to become a witch, we could only eat raw meat every day. Is Fox 9's older sister a shaman from the Red Fox tribe? Su Yuan then realized that this little fox actually had quite a background. Fox 9's older sister is called Red Fox. Tribal names are usually changed from the shaman's name. If Su Yuan comes to our tribe, we can call it the Su Yuan tribe. Using one's own name as the name of a tribe or something, Su Yuan felt like he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. How was he going to explain this to others in the future? I am Su Yuan from the Su Yuan tribe. Which tribe do you belong to? No, the Red Fox tribe should be called the Red Fox tribe. How can you change such a nice name like that? If you're going to change it, it can't be called the Su Yuan tribe. Su Yuan, let's hurry up and grill the meat, I'm so hungry. When Nicoya said this, she was holding a snow fruit in her hand. This little cat girl was either hungry or wanted to eat meat, and she couldn't take her eyes off the snake meat. Let's have stewed meat today to warm ourselves up. Stewed meat? What's stewed meat? The beast girls were somewhat confused, but they trusted Su Yuan completely. Little Cat Knight even moved closer to Su Yuan, wanting to observe closely what stewed meat was. System, exchange for a ceramic jar, then 5 wooden bowls, and also a wooden spoon while you're at it. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Yuan doesn't plan to directly exchange for these aspects of civilization's development. Perhaps teaching these little beast girls how to make pottery would be a very rewarding thing? However, this is a necessary situation, and finding clay in this icy and snowy place is not an easy task, so the only option is to exchange it in the system shop. Chapter 10 Delicious Snake Soup. Gurgle, gurgle. Steam rose from the ceramic jar that Su Yuan had just redeemed with 4 points, and the snow water inside had already boiled. Wow, bubbles are popping. Cat Knight seemed very excited, but Fox 9 looked at the pottery jar and the wooden bowl in her hand with great curiosity. She knew about the wooden bowl in the past. When the tribe fed water, they would also dent the wood. But this little brown jar didn't look like it was made of wood. She had never seen it before. Su Yuan, is this also something used by the gods? Fox 9, under Su Yuan's influence, has come to believe that the horse-slaying sword, steel claw sheath, and lighter are items used by gods. Oh, this is just a clay pot. We can make one too, as long as we find clay. I'll teach you when the time comes. Foxes can't hide their thoughts. Although little Fox 9 nodded calmly on the surface, her fluffy tail was already waving back and forth behind her, and her curiosity hadn't diminished in the slightest. White Rabbit, let me use the knife. There's no need to trouble Lion with cutting the meat. The snake meat is already frozen into ice in the freezing cold, so it's quite easy to cut with a knife. Of course, if it freezes any further and turns into an ice block, then Lion will probably have to violently cut it. Pieces of snake meat, about the size of an egg, were cut up and thrown into a clay pot. After cooking for a while, a fragrant aroma of meat wafted from the pot. System, give me another packet of salt. 1 bag of salt, 250 points. Holy crap! You charged me 300 for salt that only costs 4 or 5 yuan. You're a rip-off. Su Yuan's system wasn't some kind of intelligence system, and he also knew how precious refined salt was in primitive society, so he changed his approach and asked, how many points do I get for a small spoonful of salt? 1 spoonful of salt, 1 point. Give me 2 spoonfuls first. Oh, and how many points are there for the ginger and garlic? 1 clove of garlic, 3 points. 1 piece of ginger, 3 points. Hiss, 1 of each, please. After seeing the price of this single purchase, Su Yuan was completely convinced by the system's shop. When adding meat, he put the salt, ginger, and garlic he had exchanged into the earthenware jar. After simmering for a while, the aroma of meat mixed with ginger and garlic immediately wafted out, and even the white rabbit, who was munching on snowfruit, stopped what it was doing and stared at the meat soup with its eyes glued to it. A glistening liquid trickled down the snowfruit, completely unnoticed by the white rabbit staring at the broth. Su-Yuan, I'm so hungry, is it ready yet? Cat Knight couldn't hold back any longer. If Su-Yuan hadn't been holding her, the little cat girl probably would have rushed into the pottery jar. Don't rush, the meat isn't cooked yet. Look at Lion, it's not. Lion. Don't get too close. Your clothes are on fire. Fortunately, only some of the fur was burned, and Su-Yuan successfully stopped the lion. The two beast girls, one big and one small, were held tightly by Su-Yuan. He was happy to be holding two beautiful beast girls, but he was also tormented by the fact that his goal was to stop them from getting close to the fire. After stewing for about an hour, Su-Yuan couldn't stop the four little beast girls, so he immediately picked up a spoon and tapped each of them on the head. Pick up the wooden bowls, I'll do them one by one. Anyone who causes trouble will only get to eat snowfruit today. The four beast girls immediately sat in a row like children, holding out their wooden bowls, looking even more obedient than kindergarten kids. The snake meat soup, which had been simmering for over an hour, wasn't particularly tender, it was still quite chewy. As for the taste, Su-Yuan felt it wasn't as good as the stewed beef he made at home. It's so delicious. Is this stewed meat? Su-Yuan, can we have stewed meat again tomorrow? Cat Knight stared at Su-Yuan, and seeing that Su-Yuan didn't nod in agreement for a long time, she immediately looked pitiful. The other beast girls were also a little disappointed. Alright, if you're not in such a rush tomorrow, we'll have another meal together. Great. I'll definitely listen to Su-Yuan tomorrow. There was a large pot of stewed broth. Su-Yuan was almost full after eating a bowl. Although the snake meat was just average, it was very filling. In particular, he felt like he had inexhaustible energy after eating it. The remaining snake soup was given to the four little beast girls. Fox 9 and White Rabbit, who usually don't eat much, both ate 2 large bowls. I'm full, Su-Yuan, let's go back to sleep. Cat Knight's lewd words made Su-Yuan rub her little gray fur fiercely, making her already messy hair even more disheveled. I don't know how people take baths in this freezing weather. Yesterday, everyone slept huddled together, and Mao Ye, who had been sweating all night, felt a bit sticky. Although she didn't smell much, touching her head didn't feel as comfortable as before. Fox 9, how did you guys take baths before? Bath? Fox 9 thought for a moment, then explained to Su-Yuan with some fear, before, everyone bathed in a river near the tribe. Those who were in poor health would fetch water and wipe their bodies with animal hides. Bathing in the river at this temperature. Su-Yuan felt that in this awful weather, if he went to swim in the river, he would freeze into a block of ice immediately. How about we exchange it for an iron bucket every 2 days to use as a fire to boil water for bathing? It was already dark when they finished eating and climbed out of the snow pit. The earthenware pot, wooden bowl, and the remaining snake meat were placed next to the snow hut, and Xiao Maoyi was the first to crawl into the snow hut. Ah, it's so warm and comfortable. The ground had been covered with snakeskin mats by the white rabbit. Although the snakeskin didn't increase the temperature much, it was still much better than the previous bare snow. However, they couldn't light a fire this time. The remaining people sneaked in one after another, and the one that Fox 9 built was a bit bigger than the one Su-Yuan had built before. Ouch, who stepped on my tail? White Rabbit. White Rabbit's ears are broken, boo-hoo. Ah, don't pull my tail. The snow hut was in complete chaos, and Su-Yuan couldn't tell who was who. Fortunately, everyone pulled their tails out of their pockets and things quieted down. Why does this feel so unfamiliar? Su-Yuan felt the figure in his arms, rubbed his head, and found that the ears were much longer than those of the previous Mao Yi. The rabbit's ears are a little itchy, Fox 9, please stop touching them. It turns out it's a white rabbit. No wonder it's bigger than last night's. Alright, go to sleep now, we have to get up early tomorrow. But what if I can't sleep? Cat Knight was quite energetic, swimming back and forth around the group like a mudfish. Even if you can't sleep, you should still try. Su-Yuan grabbed Mao Yi by the back of the neck and sealed her with his arm. Su-Yuan, I really can't sleep. Why don't you tell me about your tribe from before? The other beast girls were also intently watching Su-Yuan in the darkness, and they were also very curious about Su-Yuan and the tribe he used to belong to. My tribe, there are many people there, the tribe is very large, and everyone has enough to eat and wear. Are there really tribes where everyone has no worries about food and clothing? Su Yuan, your tribe is amazing. Su Yuan rubbed his cat ears and laughed. Don't worry, once we find the Red Fox tribe, everyone will have plenty to eat and wear. Chapter 11 Totoro Squeak. The next day, Su Yuan was the first to wake up in the snow house again. It wasn't that he woke up naturally, but rather that a certain cat had turned its body 180 degrees. The animal skin clothing was also lifted up, and his flat, thin belly pressed against Su Yuan's face, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his face was covered in sticky sweat. This little guy is a restless sleeper. Su Yuan picked up Mao Yi, who was fast asleep, and immediately went limp against him like a puddle of cat puddle. Sigh, the way you test veteran cadres is really making them make mistakes. Since he hadn't found the main force, Su Yuan dared not attack the few little beast girls. If he caused any disturbance, there would be no way to deal with it in this icy and snowy place. Moreover, he really couldn't stand the sticky feeling all over his body if he didn't take a shower. Su Yuan silently pulled up Lion's fur coat. It wasn't just Cat Knight who slept restlessly last night. Before everyone woke up, he put down the cat and crawled out of the snow house through the cave entrance. Great, another day has passed, a new day. Holy crap, it's so cold. Su Yuan wrapped his clothes tighter around himself. The temperature inside and outside the snow house was completely different, and the snowflakes falling on his neck made him shiver. The snow got even thicker last night, burying the snake meat in jars that were placed next to the snow hut. Let's get the food ready first, otherwise the little glutton won't wake up until almost morning. I don't know when Maoya fell asleep last night, but it's hard to wake her up before 10 a.m. Su Yuan dug out the remaining snake meat and wood from yesterday. Crackling and popping. This time, there were few little beast girls urging them on. Su Yuan stewed the snake meat until it was very tender, and also added some mushrooms that he had redeemed from the system shop. Sniff. Ah! Just as Su Yuan was about to taste it, the little head next to him bit his spoon and immediately screamed. It's so hot. The freshly made snake soup made the little black shadow scream as it burned, but even so, it refused to let go. If it's hot, give in. Cat Knight, who are you? Su Yuan initially thought that Mao Yi had been attracted by the smell, but when he turned around, he only saw a little girl with short gray hair biting a spoon. The little girl ignored Su Yuan and kept biting the spoon until the soup was no longer hot, then she immediately swallowed it. Phew, so delicious. This is sizzling. Wah-ah! The little beast girl, who had just been squinting and savoring the delicious snake soup, was suddenly pulled up by Su Yuan from behind her neck. Her small body was even shorter than Mao Ye's. Let me go. I'm afraid of heights. Mommy, come save me. Zizi has been captured. The shouts didn't bring her mother instead, they woke up several beast girls in the snow house. When Maoya came to Su Yuan's side, the little beast girl named Gigi immediately shut up, her eyes filled with fear. It smells so good, Su Yuan. You made snake soup and didn't even call me. Is this about snake soup? Su Yuan was also at a loss. Couldn't she see the little beast girl in his hands? Su Yuan, what's going on? Fortunately, there are still normal beast girls. Fox 9 rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Zizi and Su Yuan's hand with curiosity, asking her questions. I don't know. I was preparing breakfast when this little guy came over to steal some and I caught him. What? You stole my snake soup. Cat Knight was still looking for her wooden bowl when she heard Su Yuan's words and immediately rushed over. Squeak was so frightened that she hugged Su Yuan tightly, her little gray ears trembling. Alright, Cat Knight, don't scare people. Which tribe are you from, and what brings you to the frozen snowfield? Fox 9 knew very well that most tribes were usually in the snowy wilderness, because there were at least traces of wild animals there, and if you were lucky, you could find fruit. Unless they were driven or chased, ordinary tribes would never come to this icy, snowy place. I am called Gigi. I am with my mother and the others. We don't have a tribe. A wanderer? Yes, that's right. When Zizi heard the word wanderer, her frightened expression turned into one of deep disappointment. A tribe without a shaman is a wanderer. They have no fixed abode and are easily bullied by other tribes. Su Yuan could tell that the little one was probably not a bad person, so he put her down. The bubbling snake soup made her forget her disappointment. Can I eat a little more? I haven't eaten for 2 days. No. This is mine. Cat Knight fiercely protected her snake soup, and while she was very generous to Su Yuan and sure, she wasn't so kind to this stranger. Wah, the aura emanating from you is terrifying. Zizi seemed terrified of Mao Ye and immediately shrank behind Su Yuan again. It's not afraid of Lion, the strongest fighter, but rather afraid of Cat Knight. Could it be a little mouse? Squeak, are you a rat man? Su Yuan curiously touched Gigi's little ears, but she seemed a little uncomfortable and immediately tilted her head away. No, Mom says we're Totoro, we're dragons. Totoro. Aren't chinchillas just rodents? No wonder Zizi is so afraid of cats at night. But isn't Totoro what we call it in the cartoons of my past life? Could it be that this little guy is really related to dragons? You're a cat? Then what am I? Nicoya glared at her, and although the little beast girl was scared, she still poked her head out and emphasized to Nicoya, it's Totoro, a dragon. No, not a cat. Alright, stop fooling around. I prepared a lot of snake soup today. If it's not enough, we can have a few more meals with the snake meat over there. Seeing that Gigi was about to cry, Su Yuan stopped Mao Ye from teasing her anymore, and the others had already brought over the wooden bowl. You can use mine. Su Yuan handed his wooden bowl to Gigi, which was still steaming with meat soup. Gigi's face lit up with a happy expression after serving it. Su Yuan, how are you going to feed her? Now that the war has ended, Mao Ye doesn't intend to bully Gigi anymore, but she is a little puzzled to see Su Yuan empty-handed. It's okay, I'm not that hungry yet. He didn't have the appetite for such a rich snake soup so early in the morning. If he could, he would prefer to eat a few blue-vein snowfruits, which are sweet and sour and very appetizing. Alternatively, you could redeem a decent breakfast in the Points Mall, but of course, that's not a worthwhile idea at all. No, if you don't eat enough, you'll be hungry when you set off later, okay? Mao Ye came to Su Yuan's side and held a piece of snake meat to Su Yuan's mouth with her hand. Since the cats had already been fed, Su Yuan had no choice but to open his mouth and take the meat that Mao Ye offered him, while also gently biting her little cat paw. Wow, Su Yuan, you can't eat my hands. Mao Ye thought Su Yuan had bitten off her finger, and she was so frightened that her tail bristled, and she hurriedly tried to pull her finger back. He, I'm going to eat your finger. Chapter 12 The Wanderer Tribe. The little cat seemed genuinely frightened, and dared not pull her hand back, so she could only close her eyes and tremble. Okay, actually, Nicoya's fingers are much tastier than snake meat. Really? Let me try it. Mao Ye then realized that Su Yuan was teasing her. She put her finger in her mouth and tried to taste it. Because she had been catching snake meat in the soup earlier, it still had the aroma of snake meat. Really? Seeing the cat licking its paws, Su Yuan finally couldn't help but laugh. After hearing Su Yuan's laughter, Hu Jiu quietly put down the finger that was about to taste it. Gigi has never eaten anything so delicious before. You treated me to food, so you'll be my best friend from now on. Zizi hugged the wooden bowl, a satisfied expression on her face, her little head resting against Su Yuan, her two short legs swinging. Can I touch your head, my good friend? No, you can only touch it once. Cat Knight and the others quite like to pat their heads, but Zizi is a little different. Whenever someone pats her head, her body tenses up, as if she is undergoing some kind of severe test. By the way, what are your names? My name is Zizi, and I live in the cave over there with my mother and the others. Zizi pointed in the direction of the sunlight. No wonder we ran into Zizi today. The direction they were heading was the camp where Zizi was. My name is Su Yuan, the kitten is called Mao Ye, and there's also Shirshir, Hu Jiu, and by Tuesday. Zizi met everyone, and when she saw Shirshir's tall figure, she felt as if she had seen a giant. Her small stature didn't even reach Shirshir's chest. Now that we've all eaten, let's set off. Zizi, do you want to come with us? We're heading in the direction of your camp. But can I take the rest of the food back for my mom and the others to try? There was still some leftover broth in the jar. Zizi looked at Su Yuan with pleading eyes, no longer caring that Su Yuan patted her head. We'll finish the rest. There is still some meat over there, take it with you and it'll all turn into ice. There was quite a lot of snake meat in it, and Su Yuan didn't plan to take it too far, since that would slow them down too much. If they didn't finish it today, he was going to trade it to the system shop. If we can bring them to Zizi's tribe for trading now, we might be able to get some items that are more valuable for points. Lion, take the snake meat with you. Let's go to Squeak's camp to rest for a bit. It would be even better if there were a water source, so that it would be convenient to take a shower. After breakfast, everyone got to work. White Rabbit continued to pack up the snakeskin mat in Su Yuan's toolbox, while Lion carried the remaining snake meat. Nicoya very proactively collected the remaining bowls and jars and piled them in the backpack containing the blue vein snowfruit. Su Yuan then took out the snake gallbladder that had been buried in the snow yesterday. System, get up and start the valuation. Snow snake gallbladder, 300 points. 300 points? You're charging me 300 points for such a huge snake gall? Should we trade? A deal. 300 points is quite a lot. Su Yuan looked around and thought that if he had more points, he could exchange them for some warm clothes. For now, we can only let Mao Ye and the others suffer for a while. If they encounter dangerous situations, we'll have to spend points to buy some important items. Let's go, let Squeaky lead the way. Squeak walked ahead excitedly, glancing occasionally at the snake meat that Lion was carrying behind her. The tribe hadn't had food for a long time, and she was sure that bringing back such a big snake would make her mother happy. At worst, Su Yuan could just pat her head. Gigi made up her mind. For everyone's survival, what did it matter if Su Yuan patted her head? She could even accept being patted on the tail. In her mind, Zizi imagined herself as someone who sacrificed herself for righteousness and had a fearless spirit. If her mother knew, she would definitely be moved to tears. Oof, Gray, when we get back I'm going to call you little idiot too. Chief, we can't hold out much longer. On the other side, beside a fallen tree, a mature woman with short black hair was using a stone knife to slash at the monster in front of her. The monster's enormous body was green, covered in rampant fur, and a pair of huge tusks protruded from its mouth, making it look like a 2-meter-tall green-haired wild boar. Gray, you take the others and leave this place. I'll hold it off. The stone knife in the older woman's hand only caused minor wounds when it struck the green boar, but the immense force pushed her backward. Chief, if we leave here, the children won't make it through the night. Let's leave first. I'll lure this big guy away later, and it'll leave when it doesn't find anyone at night. Gray gripped the stone axe in his hand, looked at the leader staring at him, and obeyed the order to crawl into the trunk of the big tree. There were more than a dozen figures among the tree trunks, which could only be walked on by bending over and crouching. They were hugging each other in fear, and 2 little ones were being tightly protected. Everyone, follow me and leave first. The monster leader outside is blocking our way. Gray, why don't we let the leader hide here too? That big guy can't squeeze in. Gray shook his head decisively. That big guy has been starving for many days. Without its leader to stop it, it will smash the tree hole to pieces. Let's escape first. The monster will leave when it can't find anyone. We'll come back tonight. Although everyone was very scared, they still followed Gray's footsteps and slowly moved outside. At this time, Long had already been pushed to the side of the tree trunk. Snap! Chief! Get out of the way! Gray looked at the broken stone knife in his hand with panic in his eyes, and with all his might, he charged towards the green monster. But before she could rush over, a green-haired monster suddenly pounced out of the snow. This is a trap. That big guy was planning to lure the people inside out, and then another green monster opened its blood-red maw, ready to bite off Gray's body. Ash! Long disregarded her own safety and prepared to shake off the guy in front of her to save the person, but her back hit the tree trunk behind her. Chief! Don't come any closer. Gray also saw that Long's forehead was emitting runic light, and he quickly shouted loudly. Long also clearly understood the meaning of Gray. If they leave, the monster will smash the tree trunk, endangering the others inside. But what about Gray? At this point, Long didn't know what to do. Just as Gray drew her stone dagger from her waist, preparing to fight the creature to the death, a dark shadow flew past her body, accompanied by the monster's scream. Ah! Not far away on the snow, the green-haired wild boar that had been about to kill Gray was now pinned to the ground, with an exaggeratedly long knife stuck in its side. This is... Mother! Long looked into the distance and saw her daughter's small figure running anxiously towards her, with a tall figure behind her, whose head was also glowing with runic light. Awakened warrior? Chapter 13: The Tribal Chief's Friendly Etiquette. Lion rushed to the fallen monster. Although the knife had pierced its body, it had not killed it. The monster was even trying to get up and attack. Click! Before he could even get up, he was instantly cleaved in two by Shershur, who grabbed the hilt of the horse-slaying saber. On the other side, Long's stone knife was still broken by the monster, and she could only grab the monster's fangs with both hands and hold it against the tree trunk. In a contest of sheer strength, she was no match for this 2-meter-tall monster. Even the massive tree trunk behind her was slowly pushed aside. Call out! Just then, a horse-slaying saber flew towards them. The giant monster noticed the saber and, since its companion had just died by its blade, it dodged it without hesitation. You came and now you want to run away. Long grabbed the horse-slaying sword stuck in the ground, and the light of runes on her forehead surged. Snowflakes danced around her, and with a single stroke, she cleaved the back of the monster that was trying to escape in two. Blood and organs were scattered all over the ground. After swaying a few steps, the huge monster finally collapsed and died. What a powerful longsword! Long held the horse-slaying sword in her hand and examined it carefully. The cold glint on the blade made her a little scared, but at the same time, she couldn't put it down. However, before it could even take a few glances, it was quickly snatched back by the lion that rushed over. This horse-slaying sword is Lion's most prized possession. Mother! Squeak was so frightened that she threw herself into Long's arms. The scene earlier had terrified her, and she almost thought something bad was about to happen. Fortunately, Lion reacted quickly. The others also came out one after another. They were relieved to see that the leader and Gray were both unharmed, and they all huddled together. Thank you for your help. My name is Long, and I am their leader. Su Yuan and the others also arrived. Long warmly intended to hug Shirshir, as this was a courtesy between leaders, but Shirshir immediately pulled Su Yuan over. While Su Yuan was still in a daze, Long warmly hugged him. Although Long was not as tall as Shirshir, their strength was about the same. Hello, my name is Su Yuan, and I am from the same tribe as them. Aren't you their leader? Long was somewhat surprised. Only the chiefs of the two tribes would hug each other when they met. When she saw Shirshir pull Su Yuan over, she thought he was the chief. I wouldn't call him a leader. Su Yuan didn't want the Red Fox tribe to become the Su Yuan tribe, so he shook his head somewhat awkwardly. How can it not count? Su Yuan is our witch. Wa'ada. Just as Mao Yi was about to stand up and show off, Hu Jiao covered her mouth, but it was still a little too late. Long immediately frowned. Ugh. A witch. This person is actually a witch. Long clearly understood the difference between a tribe with and without a shaman. A tribe without a shaman had to seek help from a tribe with a shaman even to borrow fire, let alone in other aspects. In an instant, Long made up her mind and hugged Su Yuan warmly once again. Wa'ada. The feeling of suffocation returned. Unlike Shirshir and the others, Long didn't have thick wolf fur coats. Her coat only covered her lower abdomen and chest. Her arms were individually wrapped with fur armguards, and her sexy collarbones were exposed, causing Su Yuan to feel a warm sensation against his face. Perhaps due to the previous battle, there was still a fine sheen of sweat on his skin. Release Su Yuan at once. Mao Yi quickly pulled Su Yuan away. Only then did she realize that she had said the wrong thing and looked at Long warily. However, even though they are both Totoro, Long is not afraid of Nicoya, while Zizi hides behind her mother, still showing some fear of Nicoya. Squeak, you idiot! Where did you run off to? The chief has been looking for you for ages. At this moment, Gray came over and grabbed Squeak's ear, his tone full of anger, which immediately transferred Squeak's fear from Cat Knight to Gray. Another little, no, a big cat girl. Su Yuan also saw Gray. She was the same as Cat Knight, but compared to Cat Knight's light gray, Gray's cat ears and hair were dark gray. And its tail was even fluffier than Cat Knight's, swaying wildly behind its rear end. I was wrong. No, I didn't do anything wrong, I just went to make friends. Zizi wanted to resist a little, so she came to Su Yuan's side and introduced him. This is Su Yuan. His food is delicious. The little guy only remembered the snake soup. Before the introduction was finished, his little eyes were already fixed on the snake meat that Lion had put on the snow. The two sides had no choice but to introduce themselves to each other. During this time, Long's eyes were fixed on Su Yuan, causing Mao Yi to cling tightly to his arm like a small pendant. By the way, Long, have you discovered a tribe of about 40 people who have come to the icy snowfield? Fox 9 then asked Long about the Red Fox tribe, but to her disappointment, Long immediately shook her head upon hearing the news. We usually hunt in this area and haven't seen any other tribes. Are you looking for your tribe? Yes, we've gotten separated from the tribe. Fox 9 was quite clever and didn't tell Long the specific reason. Why don't you rest here for a while, as a way of thanking you for your help? Sister Fox 9, why don't you stay? It's very warm inside the tree hole. Look, the white rabbit has already gone in. Squeaky was also trying to persuade Fox 9 to stay, while the white rabbit, already attracted by the tree hole, curiously crawled inside under the guidance of the other members of the Long tribe. You'll have to ask Su Yuan about this. Now that Fox 9 has handed over all the reins to Su Yuan, everyone's attention immediately turned to Su Yuan, who was squatting next to the green monster's corpse. Let me see how much this thing is worth. Why are you looking at me like that? Before Su Yuan could finish his appraisal, several dark figures in front of him stared intently at him. Su Yuan, could you stay here for a day? I still want to drink that soup from this morning. Squeak whispered in Su Yuan's ear, then, as if making up her mind, said again, you can touch my head as long as you want today. Su Yuan thought Gigi was reluctant to part with him, but it turned out she was reluctant to part with the snake soup. He rubbed Gigi's head roughly, which almost made Gigi jump up. We can stay here today. Anyway, finding the tribe won't be a matter of just a day or two, so let's rest for a day first. His mind was now entirely on the two green-haired wild boars. It would be inconvenient to take these two big guys with him if he wanted to continue his journey. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, not only did Gigi smile, but Long also smiled slightly. Alright, Mao Ya, you guys go and put your things down first. Su Yuan looked at Mao Yi, who was still standing beside him, and changed his target for rubbing her. The cat girl's cautious eyes immediately narrowed comfortably. Okay, I understand. The kitten bodyguard eventually left Su Yuan to put the backpack and the pile of items belonging to the white rabbit together. Su Yuan once again turned his gaze to the green-haired wild boar lying on the ground. Chapter 14, and they've already assembled a small team? Mossy bristle pig teeth, 70 points. Moss-covered pork belly, 600 points. Mossy bristle pigskin, 400 points. What the hell? You're going to break up a whole wild boar and sell it to me? One chance was used up this morning, and now with 9 chances remaining, the most expensive one should be chosen. However, this wild boar doesn't belong to Su Yuan alone. Su Yuan, this is a green-haired pig. Its meat has to be bled before it can be eaten, but its skin is very warm to wear. After comforting Gigi, Long came over and, thinking that Su Yuan didn't understand the monster, squatted down with him and pointed at the wild boar to explain. Commander Long, how do you plan to divide these two green-haired pigs? Logically speaking, the one that Long killed should belong to Long's tribe, while the one that Shirshir killed should belong to Su Yuan and his group. This was the division he had planned. Our tribe can do without everything, but I would like to ask you for one thing. Long had mentally prepared herself. She knelt on one knee in front of Su Yuan, lowered her head, and said nervously, I hope Su Yuan can become the shaman of our tribe. Well, it really was that. Su Yuan noticed that Long's expression changed after Mao Yi let it slip. They said they'd give it all to me, but once I became the shaman of their tribe, wouldn't those two wild boars all belong to their tribe? However, when Long raised her head, Su Yuan didn't know how to speak. A beautiful, mature woman looked utterly broken and pitiful, which made him hesitate. The key was the two heavy expressions of love he saw from above. I can't agree to that, but my companions and I are planning to go to the Red Fox tribe. If you'd like, you can come with us. Su Yuan had promised to Jiao and the others that he would go to the Red Fox tribe together, and he couldn't just decide to stay because of Long's request. We can. We were originally wanderers, we can go anywhere, as long as it helps everyone survive. Long knew that everyone was struggling to survive in the icy wilderness. Without the shaman, the tribe had lost all hope, and they hadn't been able to find any food in the few days they had been there. Alright then, but why don't you leave the icy snowfield? Things should be better if you get to the desolate snowfield. Fox 9 and the others said that the conditions in the desolate snowfield were much better than those in the icy snowfield. Not only could they hunt wild animals, but many trees also bore fruit. Desolate snowfield? Long seemed a little puzzled, then she immediately explained, we escaped from the extremely cold land of death, and the shaman only pointed out a way for us to escape. The land of death? The two of them stared at each other in confusion, and Su Yuan helped her up. Let's talk inside the tree hole first. Yes, Wu, I will tell you everything about our situation. Long led Su Yuan to the tree hollow. They had carved a large hole in the huge tree trunk, where the beast girls were hiding. Several of the little ones were happily lying there playing. Gray, take a few men and deal with the two green-haired pigs, then hand them over to the witch. Witch? Yes, I understand. We looked at Su Yuan with a puzzled expression, but since Long had said so, there must be no problem. So she excitedly called the two of them out to help. Fox 9, Lion, Cat Knight, White Rabbit, come here for a moment. Su Yuan called the group over and told them about Long's situation. They had no objections and intended to leave the decision to Su Yuan. Fox 9 looked at Long with some suspicion and asked, "I've never heard of any tribes living in the land of death." "You're saying you come from the land of death?" "Yes, according to the old shaman, our ancestors came here from a large tribe with fertile land and a beautiful living environment. At that time, the tribe's shaman was looking for a divine gift that the gods had left behind. However, after searching for hundreds of years without finding it, our ancestors were worried that they would be punished if they returned, so they established a tribe in this land of death." Fox 9 narrowed her alluring eyes and looked at Long, continuing to ask, "What's that large tribe called?" The old shaman said that the large tribe is called the Xinyuan tribe. "So it's the Kambara tribe." Fox 9 looked shocked, and Su Yuan couldn't help but lean closer to her and whisper into her fox ears, "What is the Xinyuan tribe?" "Never heard of it." Su Yuan looked at Hu Jiu's serious expression and rubbed her fox head roughly. This girl seemed to have heard of it all. "Then why did you flee your previous tribe?" "This is the instruction of one of the shamans in our tribe. The temperature in the land of death is getting lower and lower. Soon it will be completely frozen, becoming a true land of death that no living being can enter. We intend to leave the land of death, but the warrior chief and the other two shamans still insist on their own ideas, that no one in the tribe can leave until they find the divine gift. Because of this, the shaman led us to plan an escape, but the other two shamans and the leader disagreed. In order to save us, the shaman was captured and taken back. The fact that such a large tribe had 3 shamans surprised them, especially since the Red Fox and Black Sheep tribes each only had 1 shaman. If Long and her tribe were to leave the land of death, they would probably have a place in the desolate snowfield, and perhaps even be a relatively powerful tribe. After thinking for a moment, Hu Jiu agreed. "All right, I agree on behalf of my sister, but there are 2 conditions. First, you must join the Red Fox tribe, rather than becoming a subordinate tribe to it. Secondly, we have another enemy. If you join our tribe, you must fight against that tribe together with us." "Oh, in the end, this matter still depends on Su Yuan. He is the shaman of our tribe and has the most power." Long was even more surprised. The seemingly ordinary Su Yuan was actually a divine shaman. She immediately knelt down and bowed to Su Yuan again. "On behalf of all the homeless, I grant your request," and so on to the shaman. "We are willing to follow your guidance." Well, he had already formed a small team for himself before even finding the Red Fox tribe, but Su Yuan wasn't too worried. He could still manage to feed a dozen or so people. And among them is an awakened warrior just like Lion. More importantly, he needs to teach these people to be self-reliant, instead of waiting for him to exchange items in the system store to support them. Therefore, he will need to teach them some necessary skills. "All right, get up. Let everyone come out and have a good meal. We need to continue our journey tomorrow." It was already afternoon. Although the sky was still relatively bright, the workload for such a large group of people was much greater. The first step to becoming the tribal chief was to teach them how to build snow houses. Chapter 15. The Great Leader possesses his Beast Girl tribe. "Everyone, I have an announcement to make." Outside the tree hollow, everyone emerged, their eyes filled with curiosity as they looked at Long. After our guiding shaman was captured, the tribe fell into difficulties. Now, there is a new shaman and a new tribe willing to accept us. We no longer worry that the cold of the land of death will freeze everyone's lives, nor do we need to worry about not being able to find food on the snowfield. Everything from now on will be full of hope. Su Yuan couldn't understand what kind of profession a shaman was, or why these tribes revered it so much. When Long finished speaking, the dozen or so people in front of him cheered. Perhaps only the Red Fox could tell him this, as this was the only which Su Yuan had ever heard the name of. As Su Yuan was pondering this matter, he suddenly found himself suspended in mid-air. When he looked again, he was on Long's shoulder. Long let him right on her neck, and this sudden movement made Su Yuan quickly grab Long's ears. Ouch! Before everyone could celebrate, Long felt a tingling sensation spread from her ears throughout her body, and she fell directly onto the snow. Even so, she still held onto Su Yuan tightly. "Wa'ada. I'm sorry. Which, I didn't mean to." So it turns out that Zizi's mom doesn't like having her ears touched either. After a burst of cheers, Su Yuan began to give instructions. It was still early, and they couldn't let these little beast girls sleep in the tree hole any longer. The tree hollow was covered by a piece of animal skin, and there was no fire inside. Fortunately, the temperature could be raised by the large number of people, and it was very crowded at first. This resulted in people being crammed together inside, with absolutely no room to move around. Long, go with Shirshir to collect some tree branches and trunks nearby, the more the better. Gray, you and Cat Knight dig a big hole near the tree hole, make sure you can see the ground. A few more skilled people, please help White Rabbit deal with the corpses of those 2 green-haired pigs. The rest of you, follow Fox 9 to the side to build a snow hut. By the way, Long, is there any other supplies left in the tribe? Su Yuan originally wanted to exchange some tools, but he needed to check what tools the tribe already had beforehand. Yes, we lost a stone knife before, but the tribe still has 5 bone knives, 2 bone spears, and some animal hides and fruits. Long took all the supplies out of the tree hole. The bone knife looked a bit rough, but it was much longer than the one Lion had given her. As for food, the fruits were only about the size of a 10-palm span. If they couldn't find any more food, Long and the others might really starve to death in the snowfield. Fox 9, can you lead everyone to build an ice house? The little fox seemed to enjoy this leadership task, patting its chest confidently and saying, "Don't worry, I've already learned it, and I'll definitely have the snow house built before dark." Everyone got busy. Zizi was talking to her 2 friends about the delicious meat soup they had eaten that day, but before she could see the envious look on her friends' faces, she was pulled away. Lord Su. Lord Wu, is there anything you need me to do? I guarantee I can complete the task. Really? Your task is just to let me pat your head. Su Yuan smiled wickedly, picked up Gigi, and rubbed her cute little ears against her. Wa'ada. Su Yuan is now the tribe's shaman, so Gigi must hold back, or there won't be any meat soup tonight. System, how much is this big tree hole house worth? Millennial Snowwood Rotten, 1,500 points. Holy crap, it's worth that much? Su Yuan's excitement was short-lived, but his expression immediately changed. Such a big tree, if it were a snow holly tree, would be worth at least 3,000 points. However, the tree houses cannot be traded now. If the tree houses are traded now, and Fox 9 fails to build enough snow houses by nightfall, everyone will have to sleep on the snow. Su Yuan. We've finished digging the pit. Cat Knight's side is the fastest. Even if a person digs a pit by hand, it won't take long, let alone 2 cats with specialized skills. Not bad. You 2 can go play now, or help White Rabbit and the others dissect the wild boar carcass. With nothing else to do, Su Yuan broke off some branches he had brought with him and started a fire. What are you doing? As Zizi watched Su Yuan place the pottery jar on the fire, it didn't care about having its head patted earlier and came closer to stare intently at the pottery jar. I had snake soup here before, could it be? Mao Yi, who was originally going to help, also stopped and stared intently at the pottery jar in front of Su Yuan, just like Gigi. Let's make some chocolate to warm everyone up first. Would you like some? Although these little beast girls were quite resistant to the cold, Su Yuan still noticed some of them shivering when they came out to help, even though they were only dressed in thin clothes. Chocolate? You can drink it. Upon hearing that it was a drink, the 2 little beast girls immediately stopped moving. After hesitating for a while, Gray decided to follow Su Yuan's instructions and go help White Rabbit deal with the green-haired pig. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Yuan took out a small box of chocolate powder from his backpack. There wasn't much in it, just enough for a dozen or so people, so he didn't hesitate and poured it all into the ceramic jar. Anyway, with the system shop, this item isn't exactly a rare find. It smells so good. The chocolate powder didn't need to be simmered for as long as the snake meat soup. After stirring it slightly with a spoon, Su Yuan scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. The snake meat soup from yesterday wasn't cleaned properly, and you could still taste a hint of saltiness in the sweetness of the chocolate, which felt a bit strange. Su Yuan. Mao Yi was already quite impatient, her eyes glued to the spoon in Su Yuan's hand. Wait a minute, cats are supposed to get poisoned from eating chocolate, right? What about the kitten girl? What if she takes a bite and immediately collapses? Cat Knight, try a little bit first. Su Yuan wasn't quite sure, so he dipped a little bit into the spoon with his finger and put it in front of Mao Yi. Ah! Seeing that Nikoya had bitten her finger, Su Yuan teased her curiously. Fortunately, the cat girl's tongue didn't have barbs, otherwise it would have definitely been scratched and bled. Yes, your finger will definitely bleed. What a strange taste. Mao Yi didn't seem very interested in chocolate after tasting it, she lost interest, but Su Yuan kept staring at her. Is there anything wrong with your body? Mao Yi frowned, her expression serious. Just as Su Yuan and Gigi were looking at her nervously, Mao Yi said dejectedly, "Yes, I'm hungry." You ate so much this morning, how come you're hungry already? Whose cat girl ate 3 or 4 bowls of meat soup and ate so many fruits along the way, yet she's already hungry before it even gets dark. The problem is that eating so much doesn't help me grow. Maybe I was just too tired from walking. Nicoya scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Let's cook dinner when Shursher and the others come back. You can ask everyone to come over and have a bowl of chocolate to warm themselves up first. Chapter 16: The Origin of Kemonamami Beast Girls. What is this? It smells so good. I smell a really strange fragrance. Suyuan didn't know if cocoa beans existed in this world, but even if they did, they couldn't possibly appear in this desolate snowfield where not even a tree could grow. Let each person have a bowl to warm themselves up. Once the person in front has finished, the next person can continue. They're all little beast girls, so why would I look down on them? Not to mention them, Suyuan wouldn't look down on a group of beautiful and adorable little beast girls. What is this thing? Zizi was assigned by Suyuan to serve everyone chocolate powder. At this moment, a little guy just like her ran up to her side, but this little guy was quite cute. It has 2 small, pointed ears, and its hair is a bit longer than Squeak's, though it's also a bit messy and hangs down its back. It can fill your stomach. What's your name? My name is Songya. My mother said that when I was born, the cedar tree in the tribe sprouted leaves, so she named me Songya. While rubbing Zyasongi's head, Suyuan remembered something strange. He seemed to have never seen a male beast man before. If this world only had beast girls, how exactly did they reproduce? He had previously thought that encountering Fox 9 and the others was just a coincidence with meeting the little beast girls, but now that he had arrived at Long's tribe, he still hadn't found any male beastmen. Little Pine Needle, do you know? Wait a minute, isn't this the kind of thing that's appropriate to ask a little guy? Suyuan looked at Gray beside him, who had turned away from the chocolate powder after sensing the gaze. What's wrong? Ahem, there is one, Gray. I'd like to ask how you breed them. Don't you have any male orcs? Male? Gray seemed unfamiliar with the term male orc, and after thinking for a while, he asked uncertainly, are you talking about those half-human, half-beast creatures? Could it be that there are other half-beast species in this world besides beast girls? What kind of creature is that? Gray didn't know how to describe it, so he drew an image on the snow with his finger. The creature had a pig's head but a human body. These are orcs. We, who have some animalistic features, are called the God-given race, while these humanoid beasts are called the orc race. Suyuan was getting more and more confused, and looked at Hui with curiosity, asking, could you explain it to me in more detail? Yes, when I was little, the shaman told me that we are different from the wild beasts and orcs in this world. They can only continue their lineage by reproducing with each other. But our divinely gifted race only needs to discover the divinely gifted fruit growing on the fruit tree, and eat it at the right age to reproduce the next generation. So all these years, those orcs have always considered us outsiders and heretics, and they have been very hostile towards us. If it weren't for the existence of awakened warriors and shamans among us, we probably wouldn't have been able to defeat these orcs. After hearing Gray's explanation, Suyuan was so frightened that a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Could the sour red fruit he had eaten earlier, and the blue vein snow fruit, be the same thing? Then wouldn't I be? Little Gray, what does that divinely bestowed fruit that you mentioned, the one that can help you have children, look like? That fruit is red. Suyuan felt a slight pain in her stomach. Could it be that she might get pregnant like Pigsy and the others after accidentally eating the divine fruit? Damn it, how can there be something more abstract than the mother-child river in this godforsaken world? The mother-child fruit? The red fruit is very translucent, and you can see the red juice inside from the outside. This fruit is particularly bitter, and beastmen and animals generally do not eat it by mistake. Thank goodness, Suyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She almost had to carry her baby for 10 months in the dead of winter. Would you like some? The wooden bowl of chocolate powder was handed to Gray. She took a small sip, and the sweet taste made her exposed tail wag excitedly. Seeing Suyuan deep in thought with his hands empty, we handed him the wooden bowl he was holding. Thanks. In this cold winter, it's definitely necessary to drink some chocolate to replenish your energy. Suyuan took the wooden bowl and took a bite. The ash was quite thoughtful the chocolate inside wasn't so hot anymore. This divinely bestowed fruit must be very hard to find, right? Gray shook his head. Actually, it depends on luck. Every tree has the potential to bear divine fruit, even the withered trees in this extremely cold place. In our previous tribe, we planted 3 large trees, which would produce about 2 or 3 divine fruits every year. If we were lucky, it was possible to produce 6 or 7 a year. Fortunately, she was born in a desolate snowfield, and the only fruit trees she found were the red fruit tree that Nicoya and Shirato had found, and the blue vein snow fruit tree. If one were to leave such a crystal clear fruit alone in a forest, one would surely mistake it for a sacred spiritual object that could enhance one's cultivation and mistakenly eat it. Which, we're back. Just as Su Yuan was relieved that he hadn't accidentally eaten the mother-child fruit, Long and Sure, who were not far away, rushed back carrying a large bundle of timber. They had also tied a lot of timber to Long's back with the climbing rope that Su Yuan had given him. "Mom, come and try Wu Nong's chowli, it's so delicious, and it makes you feel warm after you drink it." When Gigi saw Long, she was very happy and ran over with a small wooden bowl in her arms. Long took the bowl but did not rush. She first went to Su Yuan's side. "Which, we have been collecting firewood very smoothly, and we have also found a fruit that has just grown on the shore of a frozen lake." Holy crap, did this mother-child fruit just happen to appear right after I asked the question? This blue witch fruit can help you increase your witch power, which, you should take it quickly. Blue witch fruit? Originally, Long thought she had discovered the divine fruit, but it turned out to be something she had never seen before. In Long's hand, a pale blue fruit was emitting a faint halo. Rare item detected, blue spirit fruit. Tradable for 2,000 points, or 200 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. It was another rare item. Su Yuan's face lit up with joy as he took the blue spirit fruit in his hand. Long, Sure, quickly put down the firewood and have some chocolate to warm yourselves up. There was no need to eat the fruit, since he wasn't a real witch. He traded the blue spirit fruit for a new special commodity while Long picked up the wooden bowl. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Blue Spirit Drink Blueberry Flavor, 2,000 points. Note, drinking this product will grant a trace amount of life force, with no side effects. 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. Life force? What is that? He had a feeling that this world had veered towards the magic side, like the Western fantasy world he knew before he transmigrated, where there were magicians called sorcerers and warriors called awakened warriors. Chapter 17 The Tribe's Night. The chocolate powder revived all the beast girls, except for a certain little cat who was listlessly lying on Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, we've taken care of the green-haired pig." The white rabbit held up her bloodied hands, and behind her, several beast girls excitedly carried the green-haired pig's fur and flesh to Su Yuan. "Very good, White Rabbit, you take them to rest for a while. I will offer some of them as a sacrifice to the gods first." But I'm not tired yet. I'll go help Fox 9 build her house first." Although the white rabbit looked weak, its mental strength was much better than that of a certain cat. After putting down the green pig's corpse, it walked towards Fox 9. System, trade these 4 pig tusks, 2 pigskins, and the big treasure of this wild boar. Finally, trade the meat of this little one as well. Su Yuan planned to use all 10 chances, since it was already evening and he could save them for tomorrow. Transaction successful, 1930 points earned, 2,875 points remaining. The 2 wild boars had fattened him up considerably, and now he had nearly 3,000 points in hand. If he encountered a monster horde or other tribes, Su Yuan would immediately arm Long, Sure, Hui, and Maya. Those guys with stone knives and axes were no match for the 4 of them. However, the most urgent task is to change into some warm clothes, as there are still a few little beast girls in the tribe wearing only thin animal skins wrapped around their bodies. Her lower abdomen, arms, and thighs were all exposed. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to travel tomorrow. System, select some clothing items. Down jacket, 500 points. Fur coat, 380 points. Jeans, 400 points. Sports shoes, 320 points. Clothes costing hundreds of points are not worth it at all. A wild boar hide costs 400 points, but that hide can be used by 2 or 3 people. Even clothes that aren't warm will cost over 100 points. System, switch to animal skin clothing, just make simple modifications, but make sure it's extra warm. Bearskin top, 60 points. Bearskin leg wraps, 30 points. Sheepskin top, 50 points. Sheepskin leggings, 20 points. The list of clothes made Su Yuan feel much better. 1 pigskin could be exchanged for at least 20 sheepskin leggings, even though they were just ordinary sheepskin and bearskin clothes. But how much more noble is this moss-bristled pig? Isn't the warmth retention of its fur still not much different? Which, I'm starving. Look, my stomach is all flattened, and the food I ate this morning has already been digested. At this moment, Mao Yi also started to make a fuss around Su Yuan, lifting up her animal skin clothes to reveal her fair and tender belly, and then deliberately pulling her belly back in. He looked like he was stuck to his back. Alright, go and call everyone over to prepare for dinner. 4 or 5 snow huts are enough. Got it, I'll go get everyone. Mao Yi immediately became energetic and rushed towards Hu Jiao. He chopped wood, built a fire, and by the time everyone gathered around, the flames that had previously been just a faint spark had been completely ignited by Su Yuan. Cat Knight, I'm giving you a big task: clean this pottery jar and melt the snow next to it. Su Yuan didn't want to drink chocolate-flavored broth that would be much more unpleasant than meat-flavored chocolate powder. This jar was definitely not enough for Su Yuan's small tribe of a dozen people, so he exchanged some salt and rubbed it on the cut pieces of meat so that everyone could roast them over the fire. Grilling meat was no problem for these little beast girls. Soon, the meat on the fire sizzled, and the aroma of the meat was so enticing that even Long couldn't take her eyes off it. And that pot of snake meat stewed with pork, compared to the simple aroma of meat, the chopped shiitake mushrooms, scallions and ginger added gave it a different kind of fragrance. Alright, we can start eating now. After Su Yuan finished speaking, Long and the others did not make a move. Instead, Long took the piece of roasted pork in her hand and put it in front of Su Yuan. She blew on it gently and then tore off a piece and placed it in front of Su Yuan. Today is your first day as the chief of our tribe, and also your first day of hunting. You should be the first to taste this first piece of meat. Cat Knight, who was about to take action, stopped. Are there really so many rules in the big tribe? Cat Knight doesn't remember that the red fox which didn't seem to have this rule. Alright, everyone, let's eat. Su Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and directly bit into the piece of pork that Long handed him. Pork with only a little saltiness isn't very tasty, not as good as stewed meat in a pot, but this kind of grilled meat has a different flavor. It's so delicious. The witch just cast a spell on the meat. I've never eaten such delicious meat before I escaped. Idiot. Did you eat any other meat in the cave? It doesn't seem so, but this meat must have been made by a sorcerer. The beast girls chatted excitedly, passing 5 small wooden bowls among themselves, each wearing an innocent and radiant smile. Witch, thank you. When I was escaping from the tribe, I was thinking, was it the right path for the old witch to lead everyone to die in this desolate place? Every time I see everyone going hungry, I feel incredibly guilty and think that listening to the tribal chief and staying in the land of death was the right choice. Without the witch, as the only awakened warrior, Long has to shoulder not only her daily hunting, but also the lives of everyone who escaped with her. Their lives, illnesses, and hunger are all closely related to her. I feel I am not suited to be a leader, shaman. Can I entrust the people to you? Long's expression was very sincere. At this moment, she didn't even care about the roasted meat in her hand. Her eyes were full of hope as she looked at Su Yuan. Don't worry, I will lead everyone to survive. Long is not unsuitable to be a leader. Haven't you protected everyone who escaped very well? Su Yuan rubbed the head of this sexy mature woman for the first time. Her fluffy ears weren't as soft as Chirp's, but they still felt exceptionally comfortable to touch. Long felt a little dizzy from being rubbed, but after seeing Su Yuan's kind smile, she relaxed and took a big bite of the roasted pork in her hand with tears in her eyes. It seems that the shaman I thought I knew was a good person. Mom, come and try the snake soup. I had it during the day, and it was super delicious. Just then, Zizi brought a bowl of steaming soup to Long's side. She was so surprised to see Su Yuan rubbing her ears that she couldn't close her mouth. She remembered that when she was little, Gray deliberately touched her mother's ears while she was sleeping, and then a large clump of fur from her tail was pulled out. Unexpectedly, this time, there was no reaction at all to Su Yuan's touch. Damn it, Su Yuan must be refusing to let Mom eat because he won't let her touch his ears. Chapter 18: Making Fire by Drilling Wood. The barbecue that evening was a great pleasure for everyone. More than a dozen people couldn't finish a 2-meter-tall wild boar, and there was also the half of a giant python that was left over from before. Alright, it's getting dark. Everyone, go back into the snow huts you built earlier. Witch, won't a house made of snow be cold? These little beast girls were a bit confused and looked at the witch with curiosity. Although they all believed in Su Yuan, they couldn't suppress their curiosity. Don't worry, it won't be cold after everyone goes inside. If you're scared, you can bring some fire inside, but please don't go near the snow blocks of the igloo. Also, you must extinguish it before you fall asleep at night, otherwise it may set your tails on fire. Su Yuan looked at the several beast girls with rather bushy tails. If they were set on fire, their entire butts would probably catch fire. Night fell, and the sky was beautiful tonight. A lovely orange glow shone on the distant horizon, a stark contrast to the dim colors that were once visible to the naked eye on Earth. This world now possessed a vibrant beauty. There was nothing particularly unusual in the sky. The star-filled sky resembled the scenery on Earth, except that the dazzling moon was nowhere to be seen. Su Yuan, come back and rest. We've already made the mats. Not far away, everyone had already crawled back into their snow huts. Since it was their first time building, these beast girls were a bit clumsy and only managed to build 3 snow huts. Fox 9 was very clever. Knowing that he could only build 3 today, he made each one a little bigger. When Su Yuan crawled into the snow house, it was still pitch black. Everyone was lying on the mats. In addition to Shirshir and the others, there was one more person in the snow house. Which, I will protect you tonight. That's right, Long is here too. Su Yuan was a little speechless. Wouldn't it make the snow house even more crowded if 2 mature women squeezed together? Su Yuan, I will protect you too. Lion also said in a serious tone that during Long's actions, they felt that they had not been doing a good enough job of taking care of Su Yuan, the sorcerer. Su Yuan had to cook every meal, and there were no formalities like those of the larger tribes. Alright, you guys should get some rest. We have to get up early tomorrow. Su Yuan squeezed into an empty space. The smell around him was not very pleasant. It was a mixture of blood and sweat, and hot breath was blowing on his head. This size is either a lion or a lobster, but a lion's tail isn't this fluffy, so this should be a lobster. In order to carry out her protection, Long hugged Su Yuan tightly, while she pressed herself against the side of the snow house, as if she were protecting Su Yuan with her own body. Alright, there won't be any danger late at night. While comforting Long, Su Yuan was also considering that today's attack by that moss-bristled boar proved that this icy snowfield was not as safe as it seemed. If we don't keep watch at night, something dangerous might actually happen. We need to have some warning devices in place so that we can at least detect enemy attacks while we're sleeping. Under Su Yuan's comforting words, Long slowly closed her eyes. She hadn't had a good night's sleep since leading her people to escape. Even inside the tree hollow, she had to stand on the outermost edge, constantly on guard against wild animals or tribesmen chasing after her. Soft snoring gradually drifted from inside the snow hut. Another day has come to an end in the snowfield. Now that I have the system, I can lead these beast girls to establish a civilized society more quickly. He is not a knowledge master, nor does he possess extensive knowledge. Most of his knowledge comes from hobbies or from watching videos online. It is clearly unrealistic to try to establish a new world order with only this much knowledge. In his dream, Su Yuan saw a huge tribe, which could no longer be called a tribe. Houses were built in an orderly fashion in a huge city, and different beast girls lived happily in the city. Fortunately, she was in the very center of the room, where Lion and the others were all, and a red-tailed fox spirit was feeding her grapes. TSK, this damned debauchery, this damned feudalism. But why does the big fox's tail not feel as fluffy as it does when you hold it? Which, it's time to get up. As his sleep gradually faded, Su Yuan, unusually, overslept and found himself holding Long's tail. Long blushed but still had her arm under her head. Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night. Su Yuan felt somewhat helpless, and he didn't even dare to get up in his current state. After spending several days with so many cute and beautiful beast girls, he never expected that he would dream of such a wonderful scene of wine pools and meat forests. Sigh, we absolutely can't do anything reckless before things settle down. Wait, aren't they only able to reproduce by eating the fruit given by the gods? Then wouldn't I be? Su Yuan looked at Long as she stood up. The thin animal skin couldn't hide her sexy figure at all. Forget it, just to be on the safe side, let's find the main force of the Red Fox tribe first. That snow house is so warm. I felt a bit hot last night. Little Bone, your tail pressed down on me yesterday and made me all sweaty. Could you please put your tail away next time? Ha! I was worried you were cold, so I covered you with my tail. Master Su Yuan is so amazing. None of the shamans in the tribe knew how to do this before. At night, they would freeze into ice blocks if they didn't go back to the cave. I never thought we could live inside ice blocks. Long is right. Leaving this place of death is the only right thing to do. If this continues, we'll all freeze into blocks of ice in the cave. The beast girls in the snow house woke up in 2s and 3s. Without Su Yuan around, they didn't know what to do, so they just chatted idly, and the food was quietly placed in the snow. We need to teach them how to make fire first. Su Yuan wasn't worried about his method of making fire being learned. His greatest asset wasn't his ability to start a fire, but his skill in making pottery, which slightly surpassed that of primitive people. He wouldn't mind if he could pass on the fire-making technique to all the beast girls in the tribes, at least that way more beast girls could survive. As for cultivating powerful enemies for oneself? Are those refined steel knives in the first-tier shopping mall something that those beast girls who only know a little bit of fire-making skills can handle? Even those witches who know magic, once they unlock higher permissions in their system shop, can they really withstand a bullet? Even if all else fails, the special items in the mall are being expanded through my efforts. When science can't solve the problem, then I'll have to resort to metaphysics. Long, call everyone over. Maoya, go and get some firewood. Cat Knight thought it was time to eat, so he excitedly brought over all the firewood left over from yesterday, and everyone gathered around. Today, I will teach you a way to make fire. Once you learn it, you will all be able to make fire by yourselves. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the beast girls became excited. This kind of fantastical story could only be believed by Su Yuan. Witch, are you going to teach us fire magic? Pine Leaf is stupid, he hasn't even learned how to hunt yet. Little Pine Leaf was already worried. Although Squeak appeared calm on the surface, her restless little ears betrayed her. Chapter 19. I also have the potential to become a witch. Don't worry, starting a fire isn't that difficult. I'll teach everyone once in a bit, and then Fox 9 can try it out. Su Yuan selected 2 slightly thicker pieces of firewood from the pile that Mao Yi had brought over. If they planned to start a fire by rubbing sticks together in the cold winter, these frozen, hard pieces of firewood would not be a good material. However, the core inside can be put to use. Soon, Su Yuan had shaved 2 pieces of wood and then placed some sawdust on them. Everyone, watch out. After the wood is shaved into this shape, put some wood shavings in the middle of that small groove, and then take the stick and turn it. Su Yuan demonstrated for a long time. Although the principle was very simple, it was not so easy to operate in practice. However, with so many beast girls watching, he had no choice but to muster all his strength. A plume of white smoke rose from the wood chips. As the smoke grew larger, Su Yuan immediately added more wood chips and began blowing into it. It's on fire. It's really on fire. This must be the power of a shaman, but none of the shamans in the tribe have such a complex power. Fool, it must be that the witch wants to teach us witchcraft. Grandma Witch Bai is always so mysterious when she performs witchcraft. Even after Su Yuan lit the flames, the beast girls still thought it was because Su Yuan had witchcraft. Su Yuan moved the fire away and then took out 2 pieces of wood. Fox 9, why don't you give it a try? Unlike the others, the little fox was timid. After receiving Su Yuan's request, it came over and thoughtfully took the short knife from his hand. Shave the wood, put out the sawdust, and then spin it vigorously. His routine was even smoother than Su Yuan's, but he used too much force and broke the wooden stick. Su Yuan. I understand. Fox 9 looked at the blackened wood shavings and understood Su Yuan's meaning, although she still didn't understand why turning it like that could make the wood catch fire. After she found another stick, she imitated Su Yuan's method and lit the flame in a very professional manner. Wow, we really can make fire ourselves. Can we ask the gods for fire? Wouldn't that be considered stealing the gods' fire? This is the shaman's instruction, it must have been approved by the gods, shaman. I want to try it too. Su Yuan knew that explaining the concept of friction generating heat to these little beast girls at this time would be useless. Compared to the complex principles, theology would be more understandable to them. Alas, the task ahead is arduous and the road is long. Following Fox 9's example, everyone was eager to try it, but there wasn't enough suitable firewood, so only 3 or 4 little beast girls gave it a shot. Long Yi easily crawled out of the fire because she asked Su Yuan for his technique. The stick had to be spun fast, the faster the better. Then Su Yuan saw Long's hands rubbing together, creating afterimages. Alright, let's try it again when we have time. After we have breakfast, we'll continue on our way. Su Yuan interrupted everyone's enthusiastic attempt to make fire by rubbing sticks together. Upon hearing the word eat, the beast girls who were still watching the fire-making process were also drawn in. Witch, can we still eat that food with witchcraft from yesterday? The little beast girl was probably referring to the salt added to the grilled meat yesterday. Although it's unclear how they replenish their salt intake, it certainly doesn't taste as good as processed, snow-white fine salt. Okay, everyone, let's get the fire going. By morning, the snake meat from yesterday had been completely devoured, and some mossy pork remained. With the small group, many things could be shared and carried away by everyone. Long, distribute these animal hides to everyone. Those who don't have leggings and arm guards can use them for now. Su Yuan hadn't forgotten those beautiful, freezing beast girls in the cold wind, and handed over the several bearskin garments he had exchanged with, which had been processed by the system. Thank you, witch. Actually, it's not very cold when everyone hides in the tree hole. But we're about to leave, aren't we? Su Yuan still handed the bearskin clothing to Long, looking at the smooth bearskin leggings in her hand. Long gritted her teeth. It was only the second day, and this new shaman had already sacrificed so much for his people. Which, I understand. While everyone was packing up, Su Yuan went to the big treehouse. He was still thinking about the 1,500 points. Since everyone was leaving, he couldn't let the tree go to waste. In the short time that followed, Long and the others had packed everything up, and everyone stood quietly not far away, waiting for Su Yuan. White Rabbit, what is the witch doing? Squeak was standing next to the White Rabbit. Fox 9 was too serious when she spoke. Lion didn't like to talk much, and as for Cat Knight, she couldn't even avoid her. So, Squeak ended up becoming friends with the White Rabbit. Su Yuan is praying to the gods. He wants to offer the big tree hole where you live as a sacrifice to the gods. Will the gods want our treehouse? Don't worry, the gods want anything. You can even offer your tail hairs as a sacrifice to them. Cat Knight quietly approached the two of them. Startled by these words, Squeak quickly hugged its little tail and hid in its mother's arms. System, trade this tree. This transaction exceeds the permitted trading range. Should we increase the number of transactions? You actually want to increase the number of attempts? This is outrageous. How many more attempts do you need? Su Yuan casually made a comment, but he did not deny the system's actions. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been able to trade the planet directly by placing his hand on the ground? Once. A deal. With a total of 2 trading opportunities, averaging 750 points per transaction, it's a worthwhile deal. Transaction successful, 1,500 points earned. The giant tree, dozens of meters tall, that was lying there vanished instantly when Su Yuan touched it, leaving the little beast girl stunned in place by the miraculous scene. Which is amazing, she knows so many kinds of witchcraft. Grandma Wu Bai only knows 2 kinds of witchcraft, and she doesn't know the witchcraft that can grant us the ability to make fire. Looking at the group of dazed beast girls, Su Yuan said towards the sun, "Let's go, we should set off." By the way, Fox 9, Long, do you know what a witch is? Or rather, how does one become a witch? On the way, Long also learned from Hu Jiu that Su Yuan came from a super large tribe in the east. As for how big it was? According to Hu Jiu, it couldn't even compare to the large tribe of Long's ancestors. My sister said that witches are chosen by the gods. She was blessed by the gods at birth to become a witch. However, I wasn't born when my sister was born, so I don't know much about it. The two of them didn't know much about witches, but from the general descriptions, they could tell that the profession of witch was very similar to the magicians that Su Yuan knew. Not only do they possess elemental abilities to unleash fire and ice, some can also accelerate plant growth or heal injuries. What shocked Su Yuan the most was that some shamans could even help warriors awaken their powers. However, the probability is not very high, and one has to endure great pain. If you calculate it that way, Su Yuan felt that witchcraft wasn't really anything special. He could even say he was a witch, making fire by rubbing wood together, making ice from saltpeter. And to help the beast girl awaken, he also had apple-flavored snow snake elixir, which tasted sweet and was painless. Chapter 20 Snow Wolf. Let's rest here for the night. Everyone, set up the snow huts for the night. Lion, you guys go and continue looking for firewood. The rest of you, prepare dinner. After another day of walking, as night approached, Su Yuan found a place with relatively lush trees to stop, making it easier for Shirshir and the others to collect firewood. Everyone prepared in an orderly manner. There was still a lot of pork left, enough for the dozen or so soldiers to eat for a few more days. However, Su Yuan was starting to feel the strain of eating meat all the time. The little beast girls were quite happy, though. Su Yuan put down the Nod fruit pit and then opened the system shop. They were all people with systems now, so they couldn't live such a miserable life. But after looking around for a long time, Su Yuan finally had no choice but to pick a cabbage worth 15 points. After all, his grand ambitions had not yet been realized, and the beast girls of his tribe were still surviving under these harsh conditions. He could not squander his wealth for the sake of satisfying his hunger. They moved faster tonight than before, and by the time it got dark, Fox 9 and the other beast girls had already built 4 snow huts. What is this? When Lioness and the others returned, everyone gathered around the fire. Ever since they learned how to make fire, these little beast girls all wanted to try it themselves. At this moment, Gigi crawled out from beside Su Yuan and lay on Su Yuan's lap, curiously looking at the very fresh cabbage. This is cabbage, we'll add it to the broth later. Green vegetables are rarely seen in the snow, especially in this icy wilderness, where even some trees cannot withstand the freezing and die. The only things that can be seen as green are probably the grass roots under the deep snow and the frozen green leaves on the trees. I still added some salt to the grilled meat. You don't need to add other seasonings, but you have to add some salt, otherwise you'll be in big trouble later on if you develop muscle weakness. The cabbage was chopped and stewed in a pot with the pork. At this point, the roasted meat was sizzling and dripping with oil, and a fragrant aroma of meat wafted out. Wa'ada! Just as everyone was preparing to feast, Su Yuan heard a whimpering sound. The quick-witted lion and Long had already stood up. That's the howl of a wolf. Long quickly realized that only wolves lying in ambush preparing to attack would make such a sound. Sure enough, after Su Yuan looked around, he immediately spotted several pairs of eyes emitting green light in the snow in the distance. Everyone, hide behind the flames. Ash, you stay by the witch's side and protect him. The snow wolves dared not approach, but hunger made them unwilling to retreat, and they remained crouched in the snow near the fire. After making the arrangements, Long took out a bone knife from her waist to deal with the snow wolves. Long, sure, are you confident you can handle those wolves? Looking at those pairs of green eyes, Su Yuan had a different thought in his mind, so he quickly pulled back the 2 people who were about to rush over. No problem, I can handle it all by myself. Sure shook the broadsword in her hand with this greatsword. She was not afraid of the pack of snow wolves at all. Don't worry, there are still a few warriors in the tribe who haven't awakened yet, and with the flames, those snow wolves won't dare to charge at us. The 2 didn't understand Su Yuan's meaning. Su Yuan pointed to the snow wolves that were wandering around and asked directly, can you capture them alive? Capture them alive? Although she still didn't understand Su Yuan's meaning, Kulong nodded firmly. There were only 5 snow wolves on the other side, plus Lion, who was also an awakened warrior, and Gray and 2 other unawakened warriors from the tribe. 5 against 5, the advantage is in my hands. No problem, but you must be careful. Su Yuan was still somewhat worried, so he immediately opened the shop. Although he couldn't buy several more horse-slaying swords, a simple iron shovel wasn't that expensive. System, quickly filter out a few shovels for me, as long as the handle is made of wood, don't try to trick me. Shovel, 70 points. Refined iron shovel, 150 points. Large shovel, 80 points. Luoyang shovel, 50 points. Spatula, 30 points. God, they've even released the Luoyang shovel and the spatula. Do you think these 2 things are even necessary in this situation? Su Yuan stared speechlessly at the idiotic system, then decisively selected 5 large iron shovels, each about 1.5 meters long with wooden handles. The way this thing is inlaid is also very simple. If the wooden handle is broken, you can just find a piece of wood, carve it, and continue to use it. Long, you guys take this. Sure, don't use your horse-slaying sword. Just use this to knock them down, but make sure you protect yourself first. If you encounter danger, you can kill them directly, just don't get hurt. Su Yuan wasn't too worried about the wolves, since even a giant python with such a thick waist couldn't do anything to Lioness, let alone these snow wolves. However, just to be on the safe side, Su Yuan let them do as they pleased. They were very useful while alive, and if they died, they could be made into wolfskin coats, which would be quite nice. It would also be a good opportunity to change things up. The group took the large iron shovels. Although they weren't as heavy as the horse-slaying swords, Sure still wielded them with great force. Long and the others stared in astonishment at the several large iron shovels that Su Yuan had conjured out of thin air. Although they knew something about Su Yuan's identity, the sight of them now was truly shocking. The key point is that Su Yuan didn't even pray, he just stood there, and the gods bestowed the item upon him, and Su Yuan's expression wasn't very pleasant. I see. The group took the large iron shovel. In the tribe, shovels and similar items were mostly made from special animal bones or shaped from a suitable stone. Looking at the sharp shovel, everyone was like a child who had received a new toy, curiously playing with it. Everyone, 1 per person, quickly defeat them. Remember, the shaman must live. Without hesitation, Lion charged straight at the snow wolves, and the others followed. Once they were out of the flames, the snow wolves launched their attack. Oh whoa! When the snow wolves charged over, Su Yuan could finally see them clearly. Compared to the wolves of his previous life, these were much taller and larger, with their white fur spread out in a very rugged manner. System, show me the torches. Just in case, Su Yuan prepared torches so that if Long and the others were in danger, he could immediately exchange them for torches to drive away the snow wolves. As for what happens next, he doesn't plan to let these guys live. Which, I'll go help too. Those wolf cubs can't catch me at all. Mao Yi also stepped forward at this moment. If it weren't for the harassment from the snow wolves, they would have already started eating. At this moment, she vented all her resentment on the snow wolves. Then just take the iron axe and smash them. If Cat Knight were to take steel claws to cause trouble for those snow wolves, she could probably scratch them to shreds in no time. Chapter 21. I have a plan to provide food and lodging. On the battlefield, the snow made fighting less agile, but the snow wolves would struggle for a long time after falling into the snowdrifts after a failed pounce. Bang! At that moment, a snow wolf bared its fangs and charged straight at Lion, looking so hungry that it intended to bite Lion's neck off in one bite. Just as it rushed up to the ground, it was slammed to the ground with a shovel. Although it didn't bleed, the blow left it somewhat dazed and confused. Before it could get up again, the big shovel came down again, this time aiming for its kidneys, which made it scream in pain. Oh woo oh woo. The snow wolves that Shirshir and Long were dealing with were no match for them. They were quickly knocked down in the snow and it would be difficult for them to get up again in a short time. On the other side, Gray was not to be outdone. He grabbed the shovel that the snow wolf had bitten and flung it into the air. This is a weapon the witch gave me, don't you dare break it. Bang! Snowflakes flew everywhere, and the snow wolf was knocked unconscious, its mouth, which was still gripping the shovel, filled with blood. Oh no, is this guy dead? Gray was a little worried, so she carefully walked over and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that the snow wolf was still breathing. If she hadn't been able to fulfill the witch's request, she wouldn't have dared to say that she wanted to become an awakened warrior. The battle lasted for several minutes, and the remaining two beast girls also suppressed the snow wolf. In the snowy terrain where movement was difficult, the polearms showed great advantages. With Cat Knight joining in, who was hitting people on the head with an axe, the battle quickly ended, and everyone in the tribe cheered. Witch, we've brought these guys. Su Yuan looked at the returning group and affectionately patted their heads. The little beast girls thought Su Yuan was blessing them and happily squinted their eyes. White Rabbit, bring over that big rope from before. Tie all these guys up and we'll talk about it when they wake up tomorrow. Two of the snow wolves were unconscious, and the remaining three looked listless. Su Yuan decided to starve them for another night. Training dogs is a long process, and he planned to see how long these guys could maintain their pride, even with food and lodging provided. If that doesn't work, just stew it into wolf meat soup. The victory in battle made the atmosphere in the tribe even more joyful. The firelight reflected everyone's smiles. These simple beast girls from primitive society only wanted simple things. To have enough to eat, to be warmly dressed, and to live a peaceful life. The addition of snow huts made it less crowded than yesterday, but Su Yuan's place remained unchanged, with several beast girls wanting to share a snow hut with him. Fortunately, Fox 9 had anticipated this, so this snow house is larger than the others, and it's not as crowded as it was yesterday. The next day, Su Yuan was awakened from his sweet dream by the urge to urinate. Cats are never still at night, and with Long and Hujiu attacking from both sides, he spent the whole night having all sorts of wild thoughts. Hey, how many of you are awake? The snow wolves outside had also woken up and were lying there listlessly, looking at the snowflakes around them. They must have struggled a bit after waking up last night. However, Su Yuan's climbing rope was made of nylon. The boss guaranteed that this thing could easily withstand a ton of pulling force. Even tied up like this, it could still release more than a ton of force. Wah-ah! Several snow wolves growled softly at Su Yuan, as if they were about to pounce on him and tear him to pieces at any moment. You call me grandpa, weren't you filmed enough yesterday? Su Yuan slammed a shovel down on the head of a snow wolf, immediately extinguishing the wolf's fierce gaze. These guys were smarter than ordinary wolves, and after being shoveled, they understood their current situation. I am the fish on the chopping block, and he is the butcher. If the person in front of me acts aggressively, then the meat on the other side of the chopping block should be replaced. Wow, they're quite clever. I didn't expect the beasts in this world to have some intelligence. Looking at the few snow wolves that had surrendered, Su Yuan realized that it really did resemble a magical world, and these creatures were the magical beasts that threatened humanity. However, the ancestors of this magical wolf were rather pitiful. They didn't eat anything good last night, but instead had to undergo a CPR, and one of them ate a red dragon fruit. The dragon fruit juice on his lips was still frozen solid, making him look pitiful, which made Su Yuan realize it was time for the next step. He can't train wolves, but he's seen plenty of dog training videos. First, he tries a set of kicks to the heart, then a dragon fruit kick, and if that doesn't work, he tries a kite flying routine. Su Yuan's wicked smile made the 5 snow wolves huddle together in fear. Their tangled fur offered them no sense of security. Instead, the dark figure in front of them made them feel a chill. I'm giving you a chance, either submit to me or become a wolfskin coat. Snow Wolf didn't quite understand Su Yuan's meaning. It seemed he still had to use the dog training method. So Su Yuan took the leftover roasted meat from yesterday and placed it in front of the 5 snow wolves with a tree branch. I said you can only eat if you say so, did you hear me? Just as he placed the meat in front of the snow wolves, the 5 snow wolves bit at it without hesitation, but each of them bit themselves. Bang! 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 5 more shovel strikes later, the 5 snow wolves immediately shrank back. Within 2 seconds, he saw Su Yuan extend the grilled meat again and immediately flew over to bite it. Bang! They filmed for more than 10 minutes straight, even waking up the beast girls resting in the snow house. Everyone watched Su Yuan's actions with curiosity. What are you doing? Long was adjusting her animal skin coat when she noticed Su Yuan was so close to the snow wolf, so she quickly came over. It's okay, I'm training the dogs. Once they're obedient, they can help with hunting. Taming dogs? Will these wild beasts obey us? In the past, they would find wild animals and then hunt them down. Long had never heard of any wild animals that could be tamed. No, back in the tribe, the old shaman had told him that some large tribe shamans used witchcraft to control the actions of wild animals. Is this the witchcraft used to control wild beasts? It just looks a bit. Eat. The snow wolves became smarter at this point. Even if Su Yuan put the meat right in front of their mouths, they wouldn't open their mouths. Su Yuan tore the meat into a small piece and put it over their mouths. Eat. After being called several times, the snow wolf, which was eyeing the meat at the corner of its mouth, cautiously ate the roasted meat. After repeating it several times, the snow wolf finally understood what Su Yuan meant. It could only eat when he called for it to eat, and if he didn't call for it, it would get a beating, and if he was really fierce, it would get even worse. Happiness and pain were intertwined. After being hungry for so many days, the snow wolves were finally able to have a good meal, but they had a bit of a headache. Long, sure, from now on, these 5 snow wolves will be your responsibility. I'll give you chains later. If you get angry, kick and beat them as hard as you want. When you're feeding them, throw the food on the ground and only allow them to eat when you shout eat. If they try to steal the food, keep beating them. Make sure they learn their lesson. Su Yuan watched as the 5 snow wolves revealed a wicked plan involving food and lodging. The first dog on this alien planet was born from this moment. Chapter 22: The Red Fox Tribe. Su Yuan, I want to raise a snow wolf too. After breakfast, the group continued on their journey. Cat Knight looked at the 5 snow wolves that were leashed and started to cling to Su Yuan's arm affectionately. Think it through. If you raise them, you'll be responsible for their food. I remember Cat Knight has a big appetite. Then I won't raise them anymore, Su Yuan. Can you use your witchcraft to control some of the smaller ones? Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. He only trained the dogs because he had learned a few tricks in his previous life, and these snow wolves were also quite intelligent. Bang! Nearby, the snow wolf that had been squeaking fiercely was hit on the head by Long Yi's shovel. Compared to Su Yuan's blows, Long Yi's was much more forceful, and the snow wolf immediately covered its head and whimpered. How about I control Gigi and you take care of her in the future? Forget it, I'm not going to keep it. Squeak eats more than I do. I can take care of my own little belly. Malia is only enthusiastic about things for a short time. Once she loses her curiosity, she loses interest. Of course, she is always very enthusiastic about eating. Su Yuan, this method of taming snow wolves isn't witchcraft, is it? Fox 9 also came to Su Yuan's side at this time. She had witnessed her sister's use of witchcraft. Although it was not witchcraft to control wild beasts, it was completely different from Su Yuan's previous actions. Furthermore, she also discovered some clues from Su Yuan's previous actions. Of course not. Let me give you an analogy. One day you're starving and I catch you, then I'll beat you up. When it's time to eat, if you dare to move without my permission, I'll beat you. You can only eat if you get my permission. After repeating this a few times, would you rather go back to the days of hunger, or would you rather follow my instructions and have food every day? Obedience tests can be effective on some slightly intelligent creatures. The reason why Lioness and the others are leading those snow wolves is because they haven't been completely tamed yet. Once they are completely tamed and obedient, there is no need to even put on a rope. I understand now. This is how the victorious tribe incorporates the defeated tribes into its own after tribal wars, right? Fox 9 was quick-witted and immediately understood Su Yuan's abstract metaphor. She had heard from her sister that the way things were handled after the war between the tribes was not much different from how Su Yuan dealt with the pack of snow wolves first. They were locked in cages and starved for a few days. They will only be released after they are willing to submit and become slaves working for the tribe or warriors hunting and fighting. Su Yuan, could you let me try catching a snow wolf next time? Fox 9's desire to learn was rekindled. She grabbed Su Yuan's hand with both of her little hands and asked with a hopeful expression. Okay, but snow wolves are too dangerous. Let us find some gentler wild animals first. They traveled through the snowfield for another 5 days. The mossy pork they had eaten earlier was gone, and it seemed that Su Yuan's luck had run out as well. In the past few days, they had only harvested some fruit. The best day was when the cat caught 2 snow rabbits in the snow at night, and the meat was enough to make soup for everyone. Of course, the white rabbit didn't eat it. The beast girl seemed to have some reservations about wild beasts of the same race as herself. According to the white rabbit, it wasn't that she couldn't eat them. It will feel very uncomfortable, and this discomfort will last for several days before it dissipates. Although the food was almost used up, Su Yuan was not worried. As he walked around and picked up food, his points had already exceeded 10,000. He can exchange 10 points for 1,000 servings of compressed biscuits, which is still a very extravagant way to exchange them. If he wants to fill his stomach, there are also cheaper staple foods such as potatoes and wheat. Potatoes that cannot be inoculated and cultivated cost 50 points per 100 gene 50 kilograms, while potatoes that can be cultivated cost 5,000 points per gene 500 kilograms. Which, we've discovered signs of human habitation ahead. Just as Su Yuan was idly browsing the shop while traveling, several diligent little beast girls ahead of him rushed back anxiously. Any signs of habitation? Did you see any people? The speaker was a small, brown-haired animal girl. She was very agile, and her movements when she climbed the tree to pick fruit were even more nimble than Nikoya's. No, I climbed the tree and looked around, but I didn't see a single person nearby. Come on, take us to see it. Su Yuan led Hu Jiao and the others to hurry over. The little beast girl pointed to a huge rock covered by snow, where a large pit had been dug out of what was originally a flat snow. The newly fallen snow had not yet completely covered the ground. Su Yuan dug around and found some charred charcoal. More importantly, he also found traces of blood. It's my sister's. Everyone searched around for a while. Fox 9 sniffed the cold air and then found a lot of supplies in the snow pile next to him. These are the things we took with us when we escaped. This stone axe was even polished by Shirshir. Lion was also a little excited. He picked up the stone axe and examined it carefully. For a moment, everyone's expression became very solemn. Which, the blood has already congealed, but the snow is deep, so they've probably been walking for a day. Lam also roughly calculated the time when Shihu and the others left based on the normal snow depth around them. If there was blood, their situation was probably quite serious. So much so that they just left all those supplies lying there. Su Yuan, what should we do? Even though Fox 9 was incredibly clever, she couldn't help but choke up in the face of the current situation, and she held Su Yuan's hand, feeling somewhat lost. Take these supplies with you and hurry over there. Distribute these animal hides to everyone. We'll probably need to travel tonight as well. Which, these supplies are too heavy. Carrying them will probably take a lot of time. Why don't some of you go ahead first, and the rest of you bring the supplies over slowly? Long looked at the supplies and offered her opinion. The supplies were incredibly heavy. Besides some animal hides, there were also many stone axes, bone knives, and even a lot of dried meat. No need. If Red Fox and the others encounter wild beasts, we will also be in danger if we separate. I will naturally find a way to provide supplies. Su Yuan didn't intend to waste time, nor did he want the subsequent troops to encounter danger after he and Shirshir left. System, replace the sled with a wooden one. I can make these on the spot. If you sell it for too high a price, I curse your system to always have a bug. Standard wooden sled, 10 points. Okay, I'll buy this one. Su Yuan traded the wooden sled plank, and no one understood why he would take out the plank. Long, take your men and load all the supplies onto this board, then tie it up with rope. Long took the sled with a blank look in her eyes. Although she didn't know what Su Yuan's plan was, she just needed to carry it out. Chapter 23 The Remains. Oh, I see. Su Yuan, you're so clever. After setting off, Fox 9 and the others finally understood Su Yuan's meaning. The sled was being pulled by a small beast girl. What would have required 2 people to move was now being able to drag the supplies by pulling the rope. Su Yuan, could you get me one too? I really want to sit on it. Cat Knight, seeing the supplies that could be slid away on the sled, immediately set her sights on Su Yuan, staring at him with her big eyes like a begging kitten. Okay, you can have it, but be careful. 10 points for a sled isn't very expensive, and it might come in handy when they encounter the Red Fox tribe again, so Su Yuan immediately exchanged one for Mao Yi. Okay, I'll go scout ahead for everyone. The supplies still needed to be hauled, so Mao Yi found a stick on the sled and started pushing it. Perhaps it was because she was petite and not particularly heavy that she was able to move so easily. Fox 9, White Rabbit, this is so much fun. Ah! Before Nikoya could even laugh, the snow sled veered forward and hurtled down the slope, leaving only Nikoya's screams echoing through the snow. Ha 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 ha. Su Yuan revealed a wicked smile. He had already spotted the downhill path ahead, but the slope wasn't too steep, and there were no obstacles in the middle of the slope. So at most, Mao Ye will just learn a lesson and fall into a snowdrift. Be careful when going downhill, try to hold onto your supplies, and don't rush too fast like Mao Ye. The beast girls behind her were also startled by Nikoya's scream, and only came to their senses after seeing that Nikoya, who had fallen into the snowdrift below, was unharmed. Ha, this is so much fun. Below, Nikoya landed in a forest where the trees were covered in snow, their withered trunks having been dead for many days. Cough cough cough. At that moment, Nikoya suddenly heard a slight cough. She immediately became alert and took out the steel claw sheath hanging on her waist. Cough cough cough. Nico carefully put away her sled and quickly climbed up the tree trunk. The sound was very faint, but she was sure she hadn't misheard. This is... After looking around, she quickly spotted the figure lying under the tree trunk. The snow had covered her body, and only her pale face could be seen peeking out from under the white snow. Cat White. Cat Knight recognized the face immediately upon seeing it. She hurriedly jumped down from the tree and walked towards the figure under the tree trunk. After clearing away the snow, she finally saw the person clearly. Beneath the thick animal hide, a cat girl with shoulder-length white hair leaned weakly against the ground. Her face was now bloodless, and there was a hint of bluish-purple on her lips. With tears streaming down her face, Mao Yi immediately peeled off the animal skins. Mao Bai's body was extremely cold, and the blood flowing from his chest had already congealed. Cat White. Wake up, Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Please save Cat White. At this moment, Nikoya's panicked cries made Su Yuan realize that something was wrong, so he quickly exchanged for a snowboard and slid down. You guys catch up later, I'll go see what's going on. Long was a little panicked, but Su Yuan had already slid down using the sled, so she had no choice but to take out the sled that had been placed under the supplies. Gray, have everyone carry the supplies down. I'll go protect the witch. Just as she was about to slide down, Shirshir grabbed her waist, and the two of them wobbled and fell down without any direction. Nico, what's wrong? After Su Yuan fell, he ignored the snow on his body and quickly followed the sound to Mao Ye's side. The crying figure rushed over and hugged him as soon as she saw him. Su Yuan. Quickly save Mao Bai, she's dying. Cat White? Su Yuan discovered the white-haired kitten lying beside the tree trunk. Her bluish face looked rather dangerous. Quick, go to the supplies and get some firewood to start a fire. The little white kitten was already somewhat delirious, its eyes closed, and it was muttering something unintelligible. Su Yuan quickly picked it up. So cold. The clothes, which were as hard as ice, were no longer wearable. Su Yuan quickly stripped off the simple animal skin garments, revealing a scratch mark on her full chest. Oh no! Blood loss and hypothermia, this person is about to die. Su Yuan didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly put his down jacket on Mao Bai. The small figure was covered by the down jacket, with only 2 sections of his calves showing. The cold of the snowfield made him shiver, and he quickly changed into another animal's skin and put it on, then put the white cat's legs into his lower abdomen. Wow, it's so cold. System, do you have anything to keep warm? Electric heater, 800 points. Electric blanket, 300 points. Air conditioning, 2,100 points. Damn it, if I had electricity, I'd ask you all this, like, do you have anything that doesn't need electricity? Hot water bottle, 30 points. Fire basin, 60 points. Alright, that's all for you. Go have some fun. If they waited for the water to boil in this time, they would freeze stiff. When Su Yuan came back to his senses from the mall page, he immediately noticed that Mao Bai's face was getting darker and darker. Oh no, they're lacking oxygen. In this situation, the kitten's breathing and circulation have become disordered. Artificial respiration must be used first to maintain oxygen supply, followed by cardiopulmonary resuscitation to maintain blood circulation. Su Yuan never expected that his first kiss would be with a beautiful white cat. But he couldn't care less about that now. He immediately leaned down and aimed at the cat's pale lips. What happened? Lion and Long arrived from behind and saw Su Yuan kissing a girl. On Earth, they would have called the police long ago. Cat White? Lion recognized the kitten girl in Su Yuan's arms, and at that moment Su Yuan turned his head. Long, you guys dig a hole here and prepare the branches with Mao Ye. There was no time to use any fire-making methods, so he took the lighter he had brought from his pocket and handed it to Long. Press this button and you'll conjure fire. Quickly light it in a moment. Su Yuan didn't restore much oxygen to Mao Bai. After speaking, he immediately continued to treat Mao Bai. The main force behind them also came down, and the flames in the snow pit slowly rose beside Su Yuan. The little cat girl in his arms gradually began to react. White Rabbit, bring me the white box from the backpack. His body warmed up and his heartbeat returned to normal. The next step was to treat the scratch on his chest. Fortunately, he had taken a few lessons on wound suturing before climbing the mountain, and there were also medical needles and thread for suturing in his first aid kit. I've never stitched up such a big wound before, but in this situation, I have no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Chapter 24, Time Travel was too early. Such a beautiful scene did not move Su Yuan at all. Instead, he was nervously stitching up the wound in the middle of Mao Bai's chest. Fox 9 and his men built a snow wall around the area, while a pot of meat soup simmered in the flames. The suturing went relatively smoothly, except for a small problem that caused a delay when he was suturing the upper part of the wound. He had to use his wrist to block the wound while suturing. There were some anti-infection medications in the first aid kit. He breathed a sigh of relief after feeding the cat the medicine. Now he could only leave it to fate. Let's warm the animal hide and cover her with it. Everyone can rest here for the day. It was already getting dark. We had originally planned to travel through the night to catch up with the Red Fox tribe, but this incident forced us to stop. Lion, Long, don't go looking for food tonight. We still don't know where the monster that attacked the Red Fox tribe is. Everyone should try to stay together. But we only have some fruit left. Su Yuan took out the dried meat that Chi-Hu and the others had left behind. If they used the dried meat sparingly, it would be enough to fill everyone's stomachs. Of course, he couldn't just endure the hardship. Su Yuan immediately exchanged 50 caddies of potatoes for only 25 points. If these things weren't inconvenient to carry, he would have exchanged them for 100 caddies directly. I'll handle these potatoes, you guys reheat the jerky. The system still has some conscience. Each of the potatoes you redeemed was bigger than a fist, and they weren't covered in mud. They piled up on the sleds to form a small mountain. What is this? While Mao Yi was still taking care of Mao Bai, Gigi came to Su Yuan's side after seeing the thing on the small hill. Her intuition told her that these were all delicious foods. These are potatoes. Take out your bone knives and cut these potatoes into small pieces and put them in the earthenware jar. The earthenware pot couldn't hold much potato stew and dried meat, so the remaining bits were simply left to roast by the fire, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. You guys eat first, I'll go check on Cat White. Su Yuan brought a bowl of potato and meat soup to Mao Bai's side. She was wrapped in a down jacket and had already regained her body temperature, but her forehead felt a little hot to the touch. She has a fever. He didn't know if the medicine he had given her would work on the beast girls in this world. If there was no other way, he would have to find the red fox and the others and have the red fox use witchcraft to heal Cat White. Water. Just as Su Yuan was checking Mao Bai's temperature, he heard a slight hoarse voice. Mao Bai's eyes were still closed, but its lips moved slightly. Su Yuan quickly picked her up and brought the potato and meat soup to her lips. The scent made the cat's white ears tremble, and it opened its eyes with some difficulty. What beautiful eyes! Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. The cat's white eyes were light blue, as if there was a vast blue sea in its pupils, and there was a hint of confusion in its eyes when it looked at Su Yuan. Cat White. You're finally awake. Mao Yi put down the fragrant potatoes in her hand and quickly came to Su Yuan's side. Nico, Nikoya, what are you doing here? We met Su Yuan after we got lost. He is a powerful sorcerer, and he is the one who saved you just now. Cat White turned its gaze to Su Yuan's face, a look of gratitude appearing on its pale cheeks. Thank you, shaman. Alright, drink the broth first. Su Yuan didn't ask anything, and pushed the meat soup in his hand to Mao Bai's mouth. It smells so good. After taking a small sip, Mao Bai immediately drank it in large gulps. Before, when he was fleeing with the tribe, he could only eat palm-sized pieces of dried meat every day. She drank 2 bowls in a row before she felt her body recover a little. Now she could see the beast girls watching her from the fire not far away. Cat White, what happened to Red Fox and the others, and why were you left here? Cat White also saw Fox 9, and his face immediately turned somewhat panicked as he tried to get up from Su Yuan's embrace. Witch and the others are in danger, and this isn't a safe place either. Everyone, hide quickly. Cat White, don't rush, explain things clearly first. After everyone calmed Mao Bai down, she sat up and told them what had happened. After we got separated from Fox 9, Red Fox led us towards the sun. Some time ago, Ice God was angry, so we had to hide under a big rock over there for refuge. However, yesterday a group of snow demons attacked the tribe. After Red Fox led everyone to repel them, we unexpectedly discovered snow monsters. Because I was seriously injured, I couldn't escape, so I hid here. This wasn't hiding here at all. Su Yuan could see the sadness in Mao Bai's heart. He probably hid away by himself because he didn't want to hold everyone back. But now is not the time to worry about that. He frowned and looked at the people around him, asking, what are snow demons and snow monsters? Which, snow demons are a kind of monster in the snowfield. They are very thin and small, and they are not afraid of the cold. They often move together in groups of dozens. I've never seen that yeti either. I've heard the old shaman say that it's very strong, covered in hair, and usually appears in caves. Good heavens, these must be warcraft. It seems I really have transmigrated to a world of swords and magic, but the timing of this transmigration is a bit too early. Let's all rest together tonight, and the 3 of us will take turns keeping watch. If those magical beasts and monsters from the world of swords and magic were to appear, then these stone knives and axes would be no match for them. Which, there's really no need to worry so much. Those snow demons are afraid of fire, and snow monsters are afraid of bright things. Yes, if Red Fox hadn't used fire magic, none of us would have been able to escape. Cat White was also explaining that yesterday, the snow demons only stayed around the flames and dared not go any further, but the wood collected in the tribe could not last long. So he managed to escape with the rest of the tribe. Alright then, let's not let the fire go out tonight. Lion, you guys can cut down some trees around here. At night, the delicious potatoes lessened the beast girl's fear of the snow demons and monsters somewhat, and after they finished eating, they huddled together in 2s and 3s and lay down. The 5 snow wolves happily lay down beside the flames. They had been a little afraid of the flames before, but now that they felt the warmth, they stayed very close to them. I'm not entirely satisfied with today's food. I, a carnivorous snow wolf, am eating potatoes. Nowadays, if they weren't all being watched over, under Su Yuan's guidance, the beast girls would manage them very strictly, and if they didn't eat, they would get a couple of shovelfuls. So I had no choice but to eat it with tears in my eyes. The images in chapter 25 are for reference only. The next day, Cat White had recovered considerably and was sleeping peacefully in its down jacket. It was given medicine again in the middle of the night, and its fever had almost subsided. It seems this medicine does work on the beast girls from another world, and the effect appears to be quite noticeable. The effects were noticeable in just one night. That night, everyone kept watch over each other and nothing happened. No trace of the snow demon or the snow monster was found, but a faint rustling sound could be heard from time to time in the snowy forest. Long, can you let go of me? I can't breathe. Although the igloo was built very casually this time, and even the roof was just covered with a few animal skins, the temperature wasn't too low because of the fire and the fact that more than a dozen people lived together. Su Yuan was tightly protected by Long and Shirshir, and he was covered in sweat all night long. Most importantly, these two were the most powerful among the beast girls. Ah! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. In the early morning, without Su Yuan needing to teach these beast girls how to prepare food, they took the initiative to start roasting potatoes. Having only eaten potatoes once yesterday, they had developed an interest in this soft and sticky food. Su Yuan came to Mao Bai's side. The wound under the down jacket had stopped bleeding and was healing very quickly. The body, which had been as cold as an ice block, had returned to normal temperature. Su Yuan. The down jacket was opened, and a gust of cold wind woke Cat White. This scene, which easily sparked the imagination, made Su Yuan stop what he was doing. Wait a minute, isn't that a doctor examining a patient's injuries? Why do I feel so embarrassed about being discovered? Ahem, Cat White, you're recovering quite well. Can you get up and walk around now? Cat White didn't care that he was completely exposed. He slowly propped himself up and sat up. Although his chest injury had healed a lot, the excessive blood loss had made his legs feel weak. It's okay, I can walk. Cat White was still worried about the people in the tribe and didn't want to trouble Su Yuan, but after taking a few steps, her legs went weak and Su Yuan hugged her. Never mind, let Nikoya pull you along in a bit. Su Yuan didn't let Mao Bai continue to push herself. Today, she had to catch up with Chihu and the others no matter what, otherwise it would be too late when they were attacked and killed by the snow monster. While traveling, Mao Ye acted as a rickshaw puller, but he enjoyed pulling the sled tirelessly. Every time he sped up, he would startle Mao Bai sitting in the back. Cat Knight. If you keep causing trouble, I won't let you sleep next to me. Cat White, holding onto the sled, looked at Cat Knight with a hint of anger on her little face, but her most effective threat was no longer working. Cat Knight can sleep next to Su Yuan too. Cat White, you can't threaten me anymore. Time to speed up. The tribe members were cheered up by the two's cheerful voices, and their fear of the Yeti was not as great as before. Long, what kind of weapon do you want? If we encounter a Yeti, we'll need you and Shirshir to protect everyone. There are too few warriors in the tribe right now. He needs to arm the two only awakened warriors he has, and the rest will have to wait until things stabilize. There was too much stuff, and it was really difficult to carry it all. Although there were more than a dozen people in the tribe, they couldn't let a little beast girl like Zizi carry supplies that were taller than her. Anything is fine? Long looked at the horse-slaying knife that Shirshir was carrying with a hopeful gaze. This thing had always been Shirshir's treasure, and she hadn't been allowed to use it since she killed the mossy boar with one blow last time. You're not very comfortable using that, are you? Su Yuan also knew that Long had always wanted Lion's horse-slaying sword, which could kill a mossy boar with a single blow, but the requirements for this weapon were rather demanding. Lion's strength is much greater than Long's. Without some strength, one can only wield that horse-slaying saber using skill. Coincidentally, he doesn't use any horse-slaying saber skills at all. Long hesitated immediately, but after thinking for a long time, she still felt that the big iron shovel in her hand was the best. It was not only light, but also very easy to use when hitting the snow wolf on the head. Then I'll use this one. This isn't a weapon. Never mind, let me think about it. It was too difficult for these beast girls, who had only ever used stone axes and bone knives, to choose a weapon, so Su Yuan opened the system shop while traveling. System, list all light knife-type weapons. Watermelon knife, 160 points. Refined greatsword, 300 points. Kitchen knife, 120 points. Paper cutter, 20 points. Nail clippers, 12 points. Refined dual blade second blade half price for a limited time, 450 points. This system is acting up again. What kind of weapon are nail clippers? Wait. What's half price? Su Yuan immediately saw the words half price. Two swords costing 450 points each would mean a refined sword would only cost 300 points, the same price as a large cleaver. Forget it, I'll just buy it at half price for the limited time. Opportunities to take advantage of the system's deals are rare. Since it was a limited time offer, Su Yuan thought it over and over again before finally buying the two refined swords. But when the two refined swords appeared in his hands, his face immediately darkened. Damn it, the picture in the store looks like a big cleaver, but in reality it's much smaller. With the handle, it's only about the length of Su Yuan's arm. So, the system store also uses the images are for reference only, please refer to the actual product rule? Long, here you go. I prayed to the gods for it. I just don't know if you'll be used to using it. Which, thank you. Long took the 2 swords. These 2 swords were much lighter than the horse-slaying sword. Shirshir glanced at them and immediately ignored them. These short swords couldn't even get close to her. The beast girls in this world are indeed geniuses in combat. Not long after handing over the twin swords to Long, she roughly figured out how to use them. Furthermore, he was able to demonstrate the use of a single-edged sword. The other sword was given to Hui, who, with Su Yuan's approval, happily brandished the short sword in his hand. He could have easily gotten another weapon, but seeing Gray excitedly following Long to familiarize himself with the new weapon, he didn't call Gray back. This terrified the snow wolves following behind, causing them to tremble. The previous blows with the large iron shovel hadn't killed the wolves, but this cut could make a gash in the tree trunk, which meant it could make a gash in the wolves' heads. We all need to travel tonight, so eat more now. Don't worry about not having enough food. As evening approached, Su Yuan addressed the tribe, saying that they were finding more and more traces of Red Fox and her companions along the way, indicating that the 2 sides were not too far apart. Fox 9 and the others wished they could sprout wings and fly to the Red Fox tribe immediately, but since they were all land-based beast girls, only winged beast girls could do this. Chapter 26 Red Fox Tribe. Fox Spirit, have the snow demons caught up yet? At the foot of a mountain in the snowfield, a pale-faced girl with a red tail leaned against a boulder, while many other beast girls huddled around a campfire in a disheveled state. Sister Red Fox, the Yeti has been angered by those snow demons. Those guys are planning to lure the Yeti here, and they're on their way now. Those damned bastards. Red Fox's cold expression turned extremely ugly. During the Black Sheep tribe's sneak attack and their escape, her younger sister and the others got lost. Sister Red Fox, there's one more thing, Cat White is missing. What? When did this happen? Yesterday, I heard from Xiaomi and the others that Cat White was attacked by the snow demon while protecting them, and then disappeared. Red Fox's face turned even uglier at this moment, his teeth clenched tightly around his lips, and his hands were clenched into fists. No, I have to go back to find her. Sister Red Fox, there are snow demons and snow monsters following us closely now, we can't get back. Red Fox's mouth was bleeding from being bitten. If she weren't the tribal leader, she would have really wanted to cry. Of the tribe of more than 50 people, more than 10 had been captured and 4 had gone missing. Now, only more than 30 people remained. And now there's one less, and she has no way to deal with it. Let's rest in the cave ahead for a bit, then fight those snow demons, and then we'll go around the mountainside. Xiaoman, you take the people and find some food trees nearby. She desperately wanted to fight those snow demons to the death, but reason told her that the tribe's fighting strength did not support her in risking her life against them. As the leader, Red Fox couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. He wiped away the tears welling up in his eyes and continued to lead the main force toward the foot of the mountain not far away. These were left behind by the snow demon's corpse. Su Yuan and his group behind them spotted a small white sphere lying on the ground, emitting a pale blue glow in the snow. If it weren't for Mao Ye and the others' good eyesight, they would never have been able to spot this ping-pong ball-sized round ball in the snow. Rare item detected, Snow Demon Core. Tradable for 800 points, or 80 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Surprisingly, it was a rare item even cheaper than Snow Serpent Elixir. Su Yuan curiously examined the unremarkable white bead and asked, what's the use of this thing? This Snow Demon Stone is used to make witch wands, but only some old witches know how to make them. My sister doesn't know how to make witch wands either, but these kinds of things can usually be collected and sold to large tribes. So it's just the energy ball on the magic wand. Since that's its only use, there's no need to keep it. I'm not a real witch. Trade 80 points, system. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Snow Fairy brand tea ginger tea flavor, 800 points. Note, no cold exposure or side effects within 3 hours of consumption, up to 3 bottles per day. No wonder it's cheaper than Snow Serpent Elixir. It only has the effect of resisting the cold, and they even limited my supply of this stuff. Su Yuan didn't care. Even if he knew what items the Snow Demon Core could unlock, he would still choose to unlock them. After all, it's always better to be prepared. Of course, more importantly, he is a collector, and he feels particularly awkward if he doesn't unlock things that can be unlocked. If we have the Snow Demon Stone, my sisters shouldn't be far away. Everyone's spirits lifted. The sky was gradually darkening, and if they could find Red Fox and the others before sunset, they wouldn't have to travel at night anymore. Sister Red Fox, those snow demons are getting closer and closer. Outside the cave, the tribe members simply ate some dried meat. They had been forced to abandon some supplies earlier, and they hadn't taken much with them when they escaped. Now all that's left are a few pieces of snow rabbit meat that they hunted on their escape route, and some sour fruit. Red Fox sat quietly by the fire. Upon hearing Fox Thought's message, he immediately stood up and shouted into the cave, "Everyone, pack your things and leave." The cave wasn't very big, barely big enough for about 10 people to enter. Red Fox had some of the tribe's old and young beast girls hide inside. Roar! Just as everyone was preparing to leave, an uninvited guest appeared at the foot of the mountain. It had white fur and was nearly 2.5 meters tall. Bear? The Red Fox stopped in its tracks when it saw the white bear with a piece of meat dangling from its mouth and its two small eyes staring blankly at everyone. No wonder the cave was so empty, the owner had been out eating all day. The Red Fox was about to collapse, as a series of unfortunate events were about to happen. Shao Man! Who see? Stop this guy! The polar bear was also furious at the uninvited guests who had broken into its home. It released the meat in its mouth and roared at the Red Fox and her companions with red eyes. Shao Man is a female bear. Although she shares some characteristics with the polar bear opposite her, in terms of strength, Shao Man's small frame would hardly be able to defeat the polar bear, which is nearly 2.5 meters tall. Roar! There are about 7 unawakened warriors in the tribe, but they have to protect the rest of the tribe, so the 3 of them have to face the black bear alone. Flame! Red Fox took out a domino from his pocket, which was engraved with a symbol of flame. A shaman without a staff can only use a domino to cast spells. In front of the Red Fox, a fireball the size of a head slammed into the face of the charging polar bear, causing it to howl in agony as it burrowed into the snow to extinguish the flames. Shao Man picked up a bone club taller than herself from the supplies she was packing. The club was pitted and uneven, and some of the sharp points struck the polar bear, instantly staining it with bright red blood. Roar! Enraged, the polar bear rose up and furiously swung its paw at Shao Man, tearing several cracks into the bone club held in front of it. Oops, my weapon is broken. Shao Man felt a pang of heartache, but seeing the people protecting her behind her, she gripped the bone club tightly and smashed it at the white bear again. Behind him, Husi gripped a stone spear tightly, and faint runes began to appear on his forehead. There were originally 3 awakened warriors in the tribe, one of whom was captured and the other went missing. Now she was all alone, and Fox Thought's palms began to sweat as she gripped the stone spear. Call out! In an instant, the stone spear pierced through Shao Man's head and embedded itself directly in the white bear's chest. The terrifying force caused the white bear to stagger back several steps. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as she was relieved that her attack had severely injured the polar bear, a familiar voice rang out from the distant snowstorm, and a series of snow-white figures appeared. Damn it, I didn't expect those guys to show up so quickly. Red Fox glanced at his clansmen hiding behind him and made a decision instantly. It was too late to escape now. Everyone, fight those guys to the death. Chapter 27: The Great Battle Under the Setting Sun. There are lots of fresh footprints ahead. As night approached, the glow of the setting sun shone on the snow-covered plain, and Su Yuan and his companions quickened their pace as they saw clear footprints in the snow. There were densely packed small footprints, as well as one enormous beast footprint. It seems those snow demons and snow monsters have caught up with Red Fox and the others. Su Yuan knew that they were very close to the Yeti, but they couldn't see any trace of it. The only explanation for its footsteps was that it was chasing the Red Fox. Lion, Cat Knight, you and I will go there first. Long, you lead everyone here slowly, just follow the direction of the footprints. But Long was very worried about Su Yuan and wanted to follow him, but Su Yuan immediately stopped her. Everyone needs protection too. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Oh, and here, take this. Worried that Long and the others wouldn't be able to handle the sudden danger, Su Yuan redeemed an alcohol-fueled bottle from the system shop. These things cost 600 points each, which wasn't cheap at all. If you encounter danger, use the lighter I gave you to set the cloth here on fire, then throw it forcefully at the enemy. Remember, throw it immediately after lighting it. Su Yuan was quite at ease with Long. After a week of getting to know her, Long had been very obedient to him and never did anything outside of his instructions. I understand. I'll catch up with the witch soon. Fox 9 and White Rabbit also wanted to go, but their fighting strength was insufficient, so Suyuan comforted them and sent them back. The three of them immediately hurried towards the direction of the footprints. Thanks to the path cleared by the people in front, there wasn't as much snow on the road behind them. Mao Yi found Suyuan too slow, so she simply carried him on her back and ran forward. "Why are you pressing me so relentlessly?" Red Fox led the tribesmen into the cave, with flames burning in front of them, and the snow demons dared not approach. "Why? Someone gave us a good amount of supplies and told us to capture you." The snow demon was very short and thin, with pointed ears, a hunched body, and a tuft of white fur on the back of its head and back. "Black sheep? That guy is like a persistent ghost." Red Fox couldn't understand why that guy was so obsessed with capturing her. Even though they had already taken over her homeland, he still wouldn't let her go. "Alright, this little bit of fire can stop us, but it can't stop the big guys behind us." The snow demon leader looked at the bonfire but dared not approach it. They were terrified of fire. In fact, they would die if they came into contact with it. However, as long as the core within the body is not lost, one can be resurrected after death. This immortality attribute led the snow demon leader to lure the Yeti over at any cost. Further words are useless. "Today, even if I die, I will annihilate you completely." The red fox released another flame from its hand. The snow demon leader opposite did not move, but a snow demon behind it immediately pounced. The flames instantly struck the snow demon, turning it into a puddle of liquid in a moment, leaving only a snow demon core on the snow. "How much magic power do you still have? Do you really think that mere flames can destroy us?" "As long as the Heartstone is not destroyed, we will only be asleep for a day or two." At this moment, the setting sun shone on a huge figure not far away. The creature walked on two legs, its face completely obscured by white fur, and each step seemed extremely heavy. He, your big friend has arrived." The red fox is not like the snow demon. The snow demon leader does not care about the death of her people at all, but she cannot do that. Every dead member of her people is a complete death. "Everyone, retreat into the cave and leave the supplies outside. The cave can only accommodate a dozen or so people, and even if you squeeze in, there will be about 7 or 8 people at the edge of the cave entrance. Which, you should go back now. Sister Red Fox, let's block them outside." No one retreated. The remaining weapons on the ground were picked up, and everyone faced the approaching Yeti. Bang! The Yeti's eyes were bloodshot. It grabbed the snow monsters on the ground and put them in its mouth, but these creatures were thin and small, with hardly any flesh on their bodies. And once you bite into it, it turns into a kernel that looks like a rock, so it tastes like you haven't eaten anything at all. The snow demon leader led the other snow demons to hide under the boulder. After taking a couple of bites, the snow monster ignored these creatures that were tough on the teeth and didn't even fill its stomach. The next target was a polar bear that was trying to slip away. It had been injured and was preparing to take revenge, but it didn't expect an even more terrifying creature to appear. The snow demon never expected that there was a polar bear hiding in the snowdrift. Now that the snow monster's attention has been drawn to the polar bear, it may not pay attention to the red fox and the others. Roar! The polar bear is 2 heads shorter than the Yeti. Even when standing on 2 legs, it only reaches about the Yeti's chest. With a fierce cry, the Yeti roared back, shaking the snow off the mountainside. "Sister Red Fox, what should we do?" Leaving is not an option, as those snow monsters are watching them. Staying is also not an option, as the injured giant bear is clearly no match for the snow monsters. "You guys conserve your fighting strength, I'll help the polar bear, and wait until they're both exhausted." The red fox aimed at the Yeti's head and fired a fireball, charring the white fur black. But by then, the Yeti was already tearing at the polar bear. The fight was extremely brutal. Although the polar bear was smaller than the Yeti, it still managed to scratch many bloody marks on its body, while the Yeti also had many burn marks. "Go! Take care of that polar bear." The snow demon leader was naturally unwilling to see this situation, so he led many of his people to deal with the white bear, while others stood directly in front of the red fox. "Damn it, these guys are determined to catch me." The red fox could no longer cast its fire magic, and the white bear, harassed by the snow monster, was no longer a match for it and was bitten and slammed against the mountain wall. "A polar bear, it can fetch a pretty good price later." The snow demon leader ignored the white bear lying on the ground. Its current target was Red Fox and her companions. It had to capture Red Fox before the snow monster killed her. Roar! After the polar bear fell to the ground, the Yeti turned its attention to the Red Fox and her companions. Its charred body was a testament to its rage, and it no longer paid any attention to the dying polar bear. The slap came crashing down towards the cave, and just as the flames on the ground were about to be knocked down, Xiaoman rushed forward with the bone club that was about to break. Ah! Prepare to die. Xiaoman. The bone club, which already had some cracks, was smashed to pieces, and Xiaoman was also sent flying back, but fortunately, she was held tightly in Hughie's arms. Chapter 28. Can I use a cheat code for once? Chief, more people are coming. On the snow demon's side, a snow demon who had stayed behind to guard the rear came to the leader to report the situation. Oh? How many people? 3. 3 people? There's no need to pay attention to such a small number. The snow demon leader waved its hand, not bothering with the 3 who had arrived under the current circumstances. Not far away, Su Yuan and his 2 companions finally arrived. Seeing the surrounded crowd, Mao Yi anxiously shouted, "Sister Chi Hu." Xiao Yi? While treating Xiaoman, the red fox heard Mao Yi's voice and turned around sharply. In the distance, under the setting sun, 3 people were standing in the snow. Don't come any closer. Run. Red Fox's cries did not make Nicoya and the others turn around. Nicoya, wearing steel claws, quickly charged towards Red Fox and the others. Stop that guy. The snow demons wouldn't let the snow monsters be disturbed either. Several snow demons rushed towards Nicoya, their sharp claws mercilessly scratching at Nicoya's body. Get out of my way. The steel claws in Nico Knight's hands instantly severed the claws and arms of these snow demons. Before the pain could even arrive, the black claw sheaths pierced directly into their bodies. So these are snow demons. They look just like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. No, they have an extra tuft of hair on their heads, which makes them look even uglier. Knowing that he needed to make some preparations for the current situation, Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop. System, send me some ranged weapons. He naturally couldn't compete with these primitive monsters in terms of strength, but then again, couldn't he just use a cheat code? Slingshot, 10 points. Primitive wooden bow, 8 points. Standard wooden bow, 200 points. Refined wooden bow, 800 points. Compound bow, 1000 points. Refined compound bow, 3000 points. Ballista, 5000 points. Bows and arrows have always been expensive, and the tribe didn't even have the concept of bows and arrows, nor did anyone know how to use them, so Su Yuan had never considered it before. However, now that we have such a big target as the Yeti, even if we haven't played it many times, we don't have to worry about missing the target. Give me a compound bow, and select some specially made arrows. Wooden arrow, 1 point. Iron arrows, 8 points. Tranquilizer arrow, 20 points. Poison arrow, 20 points. Su Yuan could accept the price of the arrowheads. If the price of something that might be disposable was too outrageous, he would have to develop his own arrows in the future. Give me 10 tranquilizer arrows. At the cave opposite, Malia had already killed several snow demons and rushed behind the snow monster, its sharp steel claws scratching bloody marks on its back. Roar! The Yeti originally didn't want to pay attention to the guy behind it, but with Fox Spirit and several other Beast Girl warriors blocking its way, and the pain in its back making it move more and more violently. Wow! Lion, Su Yuan. Help! Nico immediately fell onto the snow. Seeing that she was not even as tall as the monster opposite her, she was so frightened that she called for help from the 2 people behind her. Su Yuan, I. Su Yuan knew that Lion was getting anxious, so he immediately said, "Take me there and leave me with Red Fox. That way you won't have to worry about my safety." He wasn't that brave and fearless. Those snow demons looked small and thin, and if they really attacked, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Okay, I understand. With one hand holding a horse-slaying saber and the other hand tucking Su Yuan under his arm, Lion charged toward the Yeti. The snow demon who tried to stop him was killed with a single blow before it could even reach Lion. Just as the Yeti was slapping at the cat knight, which was rolling around on the ground trying to avoid it, Lion arrived in time and swung his saber directly at the Yeti. Roar! The Yeti raised its hands to block in front of it, and the blade slashed a huge wound on its arms, from which blood flowed uncontrollably. Compared to the small scratches it had made before, this cut was enough to make the Yeti roar in pain. Phew, I'm saved. In the urgency of the situation, Su Yuan was thrown over directly. Red Fox reacted quickly and caught Su Yuan, her ample bosom almost pushing him back. Are you all right? The beast girls in the tribe looked at this person who was somewhat different from them with curiosity. Red Fox didn't ask anything else, but looked at Su Yuan with concern, and a green light in her hand merged into Su Yuan's body. Thank you. You must be Red Fox. I'm a friend of Fox 9 and the others. They're on their way. Fox 9 and the others are all right. After so many days, Red Fox finally heard some good news, and the worry on his face lessened. Well, we'll talk about the rest when they arrive. Su Yuan didn't talk much. He took out the composite bow he had redeemed earlier. After spending so many points, the system didn't even give him a quiver. The 10 arrows were simply laid out on the snow. Lion, Cat Knight, step back a bit. Lion blocked the Yeti's slap with his sword, and after hearing Su Yuan's voice, he pulled Cat Knight aside. The Yeti wanted to give chase, but Su Yuan shakily pulled up the compound bow, which had a weight that was quite high, a weight that was somewhat beyond his expectations. Damn it, system, don't you have any bows with a lower draw weight? Get me a bottle of snow serpent elixir. The moment the apple-flavored snow snake elixir entered his stomach, a surge of heat coursed through his body, and the compound bow, which had been somewhat difficult to draw before, was finally fully drawn. The arrow pierced the middle of the Yeti's rear end the moment it was released, causing Su Yuan to shudder in pain. He really didn't mean to. Roar! Now, the Yeti's full attention was focused on Su Yuan. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of the snow serpent elixir, Su Yuan charged up again and fired several tranquilizer arrows. The effect was even more pronounced than poison. The Yeti, after taking 2 steps, felt its steps become unsteady. Its chest, arms, and legs were riddled with arrows, and even after they were pulled out, some arrowheads remained embedded in its flesh. Everyone noticed that the Yeti's steps were becoming increasingly unsteady, and as the last arrow pierced its eye, the giant finally collapsed to the ground. It's only I was darting around. The anesthesia effect, which had been injected with 200 points, was no joke, leaving Red Fox and the others stunned on the spot. Wow, this is amazing. What is it? Lion and the others rushed over. The Yeti tried to stand up, but the rune on Lion's forehead lit up again, and she gripped her saber tightly, slashing at its neck. Hot blood splattered on the snow. The snow demons behind them retreated in fear upon seeing this. Just because they were alive didn't mean they wouldn't be captured and imprisoned forever. If they are not rescued by their own kind, they will be locked up in a dark and sunless place for the rest of their lives. Snow Demon. Just as they were about to escape, Long and the others arrived from behind and blocked the way for the fleeing snow demons. Kill her. Before the snow demon leader could finish speaking, a burning object was thrown over, bursting into flames the moment it hit the ground, even more ferocious than the fireball cast by the Red Fox. Chapter 29. I always keep my word. Without any spellcasting technique, the flames exploded right next to the snow demon with a simple toss. The snow demon leader was about to curse. How could these newcomers be so outrageous? Such a large snow monster had its head chopped off in just a few moves. And here, if it hadn't been hiding behind the snow demon, it would have long since turned into a stone and lay quietly on the ground. Still trying to run? With a short knife in her hand, Long easily severed the arm of the snow demon leader, leaving it all alone. All the other snow demons were burned to stone by a fire. Elder sister. Fox 9 ran over excitedly. The sadness that Red Fox had been suppressing finally burst forth when he saw his sister, and he hugged Fox 9 tightly in his arms. Everyone emerged from the crowded little cave. The corpse of the Yeti on the ground was still somewhat frightening, and some of the bolder beast girls stepped forward to examine it curiously. This is the leader of that group of snow demons. Long brought the snow demon leader, who had lost his arm, to Su Yuan. Even after being captured, the snow demon showed no fear, instead acting as if to say, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare." This little thing is quite unique in appearance. Why are you chasing after Red Fox and the others? Su Yuan couldn't believe that he didn't have some ulterior motive for relentlessly pursuing her. I failed this time, but in the future, it won't just be me, there will be more snow demons coming to capture you. The snow demon leader stared at Su Yuan, grinning as she continued, "I look forward to that day, the day you are captured and forced to kneel, the day I am resurrected." Su Yuan was getting a little impatient. This guy was like a riddle, and most importantly, he looked as lewd and ugly as Gulu, but he had an arrogant attitude. "Do you think you won't die?" Long tightened the knife against its neck, but the snow demon leader was not afraid at all. Instead, it looked at Su Yuan with a mocking smile, "My snow demon clan will never die. We will just be locked up by you for a while. When the other snow demons arrive, we will naturally be saved, while you rebels will perish sooner or later." Won't die? That's not necessarily true. Long, have someone pick up all the snow demon stones on the ground. A small portion of the tribesmen brought by the snow demon leader were inside the snow monster's stomach, while some had died earlier. Only about 20 died on this snowy ground. 800 each, 10 of them would be 8,000. He, I'm rich. Su Yuan, looking every bit the villain, held a snow demon core in his hand, his sinister laughter sending chills down one's spine. Take a look, isn't this a stone from your snow demon plan? What are you going to do? The snow demon leader's smile faded. The guy opposite him looked mysterious and had a sinister grin on his face when he held the heartstone of his tribe. System, hurry up and start the transaction. In an instant, the snow demon core in her hand was traded to the system. Only Long and the others understood that the witch had sacrificed the snow demon's stone to the gods. Even if those snow demons were incredibly powerful, they couldn't possibly be a match for the gods. The witch's move was truly ruthless. Can you still sense the presence of your people? The snow demon leader immediately panicked. Just as Su Yuan had said, the moment the heartstone disappeared, it couldn't sense the snow demon's presence at all. Even if Su Yuan had hidden it, it could still detect it, but now there was no trace of it left, as if it had completely disappeared from this world. Su Yuan sacrificed several more, since these were the most valuable items and the transactions were very worthwhile. Now can we talk this out properly? Why are those guys arresting the shamans of various tribes? I'm telling you, you have to let me go. The snow demon leader now believed that Su Yuan truly had a way to deal with them. Although it didn't know what kind of witchcraft it was, it knew that it would die if it didn't speak up. Don't worry, as long as you tell me, I will absolutely not lay a knife on you. Su Yuan spoke to it with absolute certainty, the sinister smile on his face vanishing, leaving only sincerity. The snow demon leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. These beast girls were actually quite reliable, much more so than those half-orcs. So it adopted a what-the-heck attitude, pondered for a moment, and then explained. I heard that a large tribe over the Wangshui Mountains is capturing shamans from various tribes, and then that large tribe sent people to find us, who were stranded in the icy snowfields. We're working for that big tribe. Otherwise, they would have wiped out us little snow demons. Witch hunts. Medieval witch hunts started so early? Wait a minute, isn't this more like primitive society? Su Yuan, don't let this guy get away. The snow demon is always cunning, and it doesn't tell the truth at all. After finally venting his grief, Red Fox came over to the snow demon and looked at the snow demon leader kneeling on the ground with a somber expression. I really mean every word. Then why did you say earlier that you had received a shipment of supplies? This left the snow demon leader speechless. Finally, she stammered, well, we need some supplies to help with this. But I assure you, this is absolutely true. I found out about it from some tribes in the snowy wilderness. It was the people from those tribes who told me. Su Yuan frowned as he looked at the snow demon leader. Although its explanation was reasonable, it was somewhat inconsistent with what it had said in its previous arrogant manner. Trying to switch the beams and pillars? Although he didn't get the snow demon's true purpose, he still learned about what was happening outside, but some aspects remained questionable. For example, why did that large tribe capture the shamans of other tribes, and then why did it release them? And the fact that this snow demon leader went to such lengths to capture the red fox is definitely not for the so-called supplies. There must be another purpose behind it. Are you sure that's really the case? Su Yuan stared intently at the kneeling snow demon leader, his face cold and expressionless. Gulp. I'm telling the truth. Even so, the snow demon leader still insisted on telling the truth, but dared not meet Su Yuan's eyes again. Alright, I always keep my word, so I certainly won't kill you with my own hands. Amidst the hesitation of Red Fox and the others and the surprise of the snow demon leader, Su Yuan sheathed his weapon and walked toward the snow monster's corpse. By the way, Long, I'm leaving that guy to you. After you're done dealing with him, bring all the snow demon stones over. You broke your promise, you're a monster. The snow demon leader instantly collapsed, struggling wildly, but its small body couldn't escape from Long's grasp. With a single slash, its head and body were separated, and the creature, filled with resentment and fear, turned into a white core. System, does this Yeti have any rare items? No rare items, hairy Yeti head, 500. Long-haired Yeti's fur, 300. Long-haired Yeti skin, 700. Long-haired Yeti meat, 1000. So powerful, I thought it was something good, you useless hairy Yeti. Su Yuan looked at the snow monster with some helplessness. Apart from its flesh and skin being worth some money, its overall value was not even as good as the snow demon's core. At least the snow demon brought a rare item. However, this hairy yeti wasn't too badly valuable, and Su Yuan still had a few transactions left, so he traded away the head first. The yeti core can be traded at any time, but having such a large yeti corpse here is a bit too unsettling. Chapter 30 Star Tribe. Hello, my name is Long, and I am an awakened warrior under the leadership of Su Yuan. After the matter came to a close, Red Fox met with Long and was very welcoming to the tribe led by Long. What surprised Red Fox even more was that Su Yuan, who helped her, was actually a sorcerer, the kind of sorcerer she had only heard about from Granny Shui. Thank you. Upon learning Su Yuan's identity, the Red Fox was no longer as casual as before. Instead, it stood somewhat restrained in front of Su Yuan, its fiery red tail swishing behind it. Alright, I'm not really sure if it's a shaman or not, it's just something Fox 9 and the others are guessing. In response to Su Yuan's explanation, Red Fox shook his head. Little Fox 9 told me that you can receive a gift from the gods, that is, the divine sorcerer. Can all shamans receive gifts from the gods? Su Yuan was somewhat confused. He obtained these supplies by exchanging them from the system shop. Could it be that those sorcerers all had access to the system shop? Or did they have other methods? No, but the powers of shamans are mostly different. The older generation of shamans in my tribe told me that shamans can communicate with the gods and obtain their blessings through prayer. She once met a shaman in a large tribe. He was able to pray to the gods for rain and receive guidance from the gods to find food from the land. These don't seem to be particularly difficult things. Xiaozhou said you were willing to lead Long into our tribe, but I cannot be above you, so I would like to ask that you lead the Red Fox. No, from now on, Su. Stop. Can't we just call it the Red Fox tribe? Red Fox was very firm in his stance. There is a hierarchy, and I cannot be above you. Please agree that from now on, the Su Yuan tribe will follow your guidance. The beast girls in this world have an incredibly strong faith in the gods. Looking at the Red Fox's unwavering gaze, Su Yuan even wondered if she would think he was sacrificing her to the gods if he asked her to die. Alright then, but don't call it the Su Yuan tribe. Everyone in the tribe is very important to us. Each one is as dazzling as a star in the sky. From now on, let's call it the Star Tribe. Whatever it's called, just please don't call it the Su Yuan tribe. Su Yuan even came up with a heartwarming little story to change this awkward tribe name. I will obey your command. A smile appeared in Red Fox's eyes. The identity of the divine shaman was only one point. The most important thing was the trust of Fox 9 and the others. Little Fox 9 was smarter than her, so this trust was worth entrusting the entire tribe to the shaman who had saved them. Sister Red Fox. That big bear isn't dead yet. Just as the two were discussing, a little beast girl ran over from outside the cave, almost falling to the ground in her panic. Is anyone hurt? It's okay, Sister Lion and that older sister who just arrived caught it. The two followed them outside. The polar bear that had been lying on the mountainside was on its last legs, with blood still seeping from multiple wounds. Not to mention Lion and the others, even Cat Knight could easily kill it. What a huge polar bear! Su Yuan approached the polar bear with some curiosity, while Long stayed close to him, afraid that the polar bear might jump up and hurt someone again. Of course, this is somewhat of a challenge for the bear. Wa'ada! The polar bear was whimpering, licking its wounds with its tongue. The original polar bear had been stained red with blood. Hey everyone, can you understand human speech? A live polar bear is more valuable than a piece of bear meat, provided that the bear can understand speech. It seems this polar bear doesn't understand human speech. Let me handle this. This guy should be able to understand me. Xiao Man stepped forward. She was shorter than Long and the others, and her small ears resembled those of the polar bear opposite her. Then tell it that if it doesn't want to die, it should listen to me from now on, and I'll make sure it's okay and can eat and drink its fill every day. You, be a good boy. What's wrong? This animal language seems a bit familiar. Su Yuan frowned deeply, staring intently at Xiao Man's butt. I must say, this little bear has a pretty perky butt. Unlike other beast girls who wrap themselves up in this cold weather, her thighs are exposed but she doesn't shiver at all. Her cold resistance is off the charts. Are you trying to tame it? Red Fox roughly understood Su Yuan's meaning and said with a slight frown, without enslavement magic, these wild beasts are difficult to control. Don't worry, no bear would refuse to have food and lodging provided. If that doesn't work, there's always Lion and the others. By the way, from now on you can just call me Su Yuan, otherwise it's too troublesome to call me that. If there are more shamans in the tribe in the future, won't it be that one person can respond to more than a dozen? The polar bear nodded weakly. It had been fighting fiercely with Xiaoman earlier, but now it licked Xiaoman's palm with its tongue, seemingly choosing to surrender. Woo! Su Yuan, do you need my help? Although Red Fox didn't know how Su Yuan planned to treat White Bear, she was still able to come forward to help. Red Fox, you know healing magic, right? Yes, but it used up too much of its magical power before, so it can probably only be used once or twice now. Its wounds are too wide and will probably be difficult to heal. There was no need to worry about the wound healing. Su Yuan shouted loudly towards the tribe, White Rabbit. The little guy rushed over immediately upon hearing the call, his hands still stained with blood, apparently having been dealing with the Yeti's corpse. White Rabbit, call a few nimble hands. You learned how to sew up Cat White's wound before, right? Oh. But I'm a little worried about hurting everyone. White Rabbit was a little scared. She had watched Su Yuan stitch up Cat White's wounds before, as if he were sewing animal skin clothes. She didn't have the courage to stitch up someone's wounds like that. Don't worry, it's just for sewing, so don't worry about it getting hurt. Su Yuan pointed to the polar bear next to her. Seeing how big it was, she became even more frightened. What if she hurt this big guy? Would she be slapped into a rabbit-like mess? Well, okay, I'll give it a try. The White Rabbit retrieved stitches from Su Yuan's medical kit. There were only 5 of them, just enough to call the other 4 little beast girls to accompany her. As for the polar bear turning her into a rabbit, Xiaoman and the others held down the polar bear's limbs and told it to help treat its wounds. All they could do was lie on the ground and howl. Red Fox, let us all stay here for now. I've seen that there are plenty of trees on and around this mountain, and the trees on the mountain are very dense, so there should be plenty of wild animals and fruits. Red Fox glanced up at the mountain. This place was indeed nice, but it would be better if the cave were bigger. The tribe now had 50 people, and an ordinary cave couldn't accommodate so many. Su Yuan, how about I have Husi take some people up the mountain to take a look? The caves here probably can't accommodate too many people. Chapter 31 The Sacred Body of Archery. Does this stuff really work? Late at night, the beast girls at the foot of the snow mountain did not rest. They were all busy working at the foot of the mountain all night. Several little beast girls had already gathered around the White Rabbit, their big eyes watching curiously as the White Rabbit used needles as thin as their fur to suture the wound. The technique, while not particularly professional, was certainly skillful by the standards of someone who sews animal hides. Not far away, Fox 9 proudly showed off her house building skills to her sister, although Red Fox was very skeptical that the house built with snow would be very cold. And it looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. Don't worry, sister, we've been traveling all the way here in snow huts, so there's absolutely no problem. Having found her sister, Fox 9 was no longer the little adult she used to be. With a proud little face, she looked at Red Fox and skillfully placed the last snow brick in place. Alright, everyone, set it up like this. It's getting dark, we need to get it up and running quickly so we can rest. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was rather idle, and was currently teasing another little fox in the tribe. No, it should be said that it was a big fox. Hey, Su Yuanwu, if you touch its tail anymore, it'll start shedding fur. Fox Thought's personality is somewhat similar to Lion's, but she is not as aloof and taciturn. Instead, she is like a capable and spirited older sister fox who was by the side of a red fox. But at this moment, the mature fox's face was a little flushed, and her brown tail was being pulled around by Su Yuan. A special feeling came to her heart, and she felt itchy all over. Sorry, I just got carried away. Fox Spirit is here not because of Su Yuan's request, but because the previous timber has been almost burned, and now the flames are needed to illuminate the people working outside. Therefore, the red fox was worried that Su Yuan, who had little fur, would not be able to withstand the cold, so it specially asked Fox C to use its tail to warm Su Yuan. Whether it's warm or not isn't that important, but the tail fur is really soft, and Su Yuan couldn't help but touch it for a while. I should have petted Fox 9. The way she blushed and hugged her tail must have been so cute. The wicked smile made Fox C shrink back in fear, but then she remembered Red Fox's mission, so she moved closer to Su Yuan and covered him with her tail. Is Fox thinking very interested in compound bows? Sitting in the cave, Su Yuan felt a little bored. Everyone was busy preparing food, stitching up wounds, and building snow huts. It seemed like he wasn't needed at all. So his gaze wandered back and forth among the little beast girls, and when he noticed that Fox Thoughts was glancing at the compound bow beside him from time to time, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Ah? Well, I saw you defeat that snow monster in just a few moves, so I'm a little curious about it. Fox Thought also spoke very sincerely, saying that when he saw Su Yuan shoot several arrows from such a distance and knock down the snow monster, he was filled with shock. This thing is called a composite bow. Actually, you can make regular bows and arrows too. Su Yuan wanted to explain the bow to Husi, but he couldn't find any suitable materials around. Suddenly, he saw the fox tail covering him. Fox spirit, can I pluck a single hair from you? Ah. Fox's thoughts didn't jump around as fast as Su Yuan's. 1 second he was curious about the bow and arrow, and the next he heard someone plucking his tail hairs. You pull it out, ah. A pain shot from its tail to its rump, and Fox instinctively covered its rear, while one of its tails reflexively slapped Su Yuan's face. I'm sorry, Su Yuanwu, I didn't mean to. No, I should be the one apologizing. Su Yuan was surprised that Husi's fur was so well maintained. He had previously said that it was going to be touched off, but it took a lot of effort to pull out a single hair. Look, this hair is like a string. If I pull it fully, won't it bounce off whatever's resting on it when I release it? Su Yuan planned to explain things clearly to Husi and then let her make a bow and arrow herself. In primitive society, transitioning from melee to ranged combat would be a good improvement. If you want to shoot further, you need to use something more resilient, like the sinew of a yeti, wrapped around a piece of hardwood, and then pull it all the way. Fox seemed to understand Su Yuan's meaning, and used the bowstring made from her tail hair to flick the small wooden stick. System, give me a wooden arrow. Su Yuan wasn't reluctant to part with the wooden arrow that cost 1 point, and placed the exchanged wooden arrow and compound bow in front of Husi. Want to give it a try? Fox was somewhat tempted, and after hesitating for a moment, he took the exquisite weapon that looked like it was used by a god. Hold the bow with this hand, and then use this hand to knock the arrow onto it. Su Yuan no longer felt cold. He put down Husi's tail, came behind her, hugged her, and held Husi's hands with both of his to control the bow and arrow. There's a tree over there, try to shoot it. Su Yuan dared not aim at the crowd, so he took Husi outside. The trees on the mountain were faintly visible under the starlight. Yes, in this position, draw the bow fully. It must be said that these beast girls are indeed very strong. For Su Yuan, who needed to take drugs to draw the longbow to its full potential, Husi drew it to its limit very easily. It's okay, don't be nervous. Aim at the tree over there. It's normal to miss the first arrow. Holy crap! A sound came from a tree halfway up the mountain, and the snow on the branches was knocked off. Although it was impossible to see where the arrow hit, it was amazing that it hit the mark. Fox Thoughts was somewhat dissatisfied. Her awakened abilities lay in observation and speed. She was usually responsible for gathering intelligence for Red Fox, so she could see where the arrows hit. She aimed at a branch on the tree trunk, but she missed it by a lot, and the arrow hit the center of the trunk instead. However, she felt that this weapon was much easier to handle than the spear she had thrown before. When throwing a spear, she had to estimate the landing point, but with this weapon, she could hit the target simply by observing the arrow and crosshair. Fox shot so accurately and so fast on his first try, he's simply a born sharpshooter. Why does the dialogue sound a bit risque? Fortunately, Husi was not corrupted. On the contrary, she was very happy with Su Yuan's praise. Then, she reluctantly returned the compound bow to Su Yuan. The previous arrow had not satisfied her. Tomorrow, Foxy, you select some people with good observation skills, and I will teach you how to make bows and arrows and practice archery. The first bow and arrow still need to be made by the beast girls themselves. It doesn't matter since the tribe is small now, a dozen or so bows and arrows won't cost many points. However, if the tribe grows larger and larger in the future, and his points can no longer support it, many aspects will have to be solved by the beast girls themselves. As for Husi, if he can't make a bow with a particularly high draw weight, he can exchange it for a high draw weight bow for her to use in the system shop first. Chapter 32 no longer wants to be an Air Force guy. Everyone slept quite late that night, but fortunately nothing else happened. The trees that Shirshir and the others brought also lit the campfire in the camp. It's worth mentioning that when the Red Fox discovered that her sister, along with many other beast girls who had come with Su Yuan, could make fire, she was shocked and assumed that everyone had received a gift from Su Yuan and become witches. On the new day, only 6 snow huts had been built at the campsite at the foot of the mountain. It was too late the night before and everyone had lost their motivation, so some people had to sleep in caves. Su Yuan didn't sleep very well last night. Because there weren't enough rooms, a red fox and a fox spirit squeezed in. Now, even twisting his body would cause him to bump into things that made his blood boil. That guy Maoya even asked in the middle of the night why Su Yuan's body structure was somewhat different from theirs, which made him so angry that he wanted to execute him on the spot. Unfortunately, the room was too small to move around freely, so he could only fall into a deep sleep amidst the torment. We need to get something to take a bath in first. Su Yuan felt his body, which hadn't been washed for over a week. Although he hadn't sweated much in the snowfield, he felt different every time he woke up these past few days. Su Yuan, these are 4 people I've selected who have good observation skills and are also quite strong. Just as Su Yuan was getting up, he was still thinking about taking a bath when Usi, preoccupied with what happened last night, immediately came to him. Several adorable beast girls followed behind him. 2 had fluffy black ears, and the other had what appeared to be goat horns, with thick hair that made it difficult for Su Yuan to see clearly. The last one was the smallest, with brown hair that was dyed in many colors, and a tail that looked like a snake, but not as thick as a snake. Take everyone to find some hard trees first, and then bring over the snow monster tendons that White Rabbit and the others peeled yesterday. The tribe didn't need a few more people to handle other matters, so Su Yuan immediately arranged for them to go out. At this time, everyone woke up and busied themselves with their own tasks. Su Yuan, we're running out of food. We need to go up the mountain to look for more. The red fox had already taken stock of the food supplies early in the morning. After losing some food earlier, the group was already short of supplies, and now more than 10 people had arrived. Including the few tame snow wolves and the injured polar bear that Su Yuan left behind, the tribe now has more than 50 mouths to feed, and the remaining food won't last long. Isn't there plenty of yeti meat? Yesterday, Su Yuan didn't trade the yeti's flesh, he only traded its large head. You can't eat the yeti's meat. It's cursed. Someone ate it before and had a stomachache for days. They almost died from the pain. Curse? Su Yuan didn't quite believe this, even if magic existed in this world. After all, who would be so bored as to curse a monster's flesh as poisonous? However, since the red fox said that this had happened before, Su Yuan had no choice but to give up the idea of eating the yeti meat. Alright then, have Long and the others take the snow wolves to search the area and see if they can catch any wild animals. Su Yuan didn't want to put pressure on anyone, so he continued, it's okay if we can't catch them. I can use the yeti meat to offer as a sacrifice to the gods in exchange for some food. The tribe immediately sprang into action. After breakfast, Su Yuan found Lion and planned to explore the area to see if there were any new discoveries. Upon hearing this, Mao Yi immediately followed, and the 3 of them made their way to the other side of the mountain, 90 degrees away from where Long and the others were going. With the rush to get somewhere over with, Su Yuan began to appreciate the snowy scenery. The mountain where the Star Tribe had set up camp was not isolated from this side, one could see a continuous mountain range. Lion, have you been to this place before? Lion and Cat Knight both shook their heads. The desolate snowfield was quite far from the icy snowfield. Food was scarce, the weather was cold, and the ice god would occasionally get angry. Aside from necessary reasons, only fleeing tribes would head towards this place. Grandma Snow said it was too dangerous here. It was easy to get lost after entering, and then you would starve or freeze to death here. So when we were little, we only dared to walk around the snowy wilderness. The desolate snowfield. Su Yuan actually wanted to return to the desolate snowfield, or even go to a place with warm land, the Wangshui Mountains, or what the other side of the Wangshui Mountains was like. Could there be winged people with wings on their backs? Could there be elves with pointed ears? Or could we find a handsome dragon girl with a tail and wings on some island in the distant ocean? These are just thoughts now. He needs to stabilize the tribe, train archers, and return to the snowy wilderness after he has had a chance to recuperate. So, if a large tribe can swallow up a small tribe nearby, why can't I, Su Yuan, swallow one up too? At this moment, gazing at the vast snowfield, Su Yuan felt a surge of pride. Perhaps he could lead the beast girls of this planet and establish a vast beast girl empire? Just as he was envisioning the future, Cat Knight, who was walking ahead, suddenly let out a meow and then fell flat on his backside. What's wrong? The 2 of them rushed over, but when they stepped on that spot, Lion almost fell over, while only Su Yuan stood steadily on it. There's actually an ice lake here? Su Yuan immediately squatted down and swept away the snow on top, revealing hard ice blocks that replaced the previous black soil. After tapping a few times, he could even see dark shadows moving below. Su Yuan, it's so slippery here. Mao Yi and the others were wearing animal skin shoes, which were fairly warm, but they didn't have the same grip as Su Yuan's when walking on the snow. Cat Knight, have you ever eaten fish? Fish? Cat Knight's little ears immediately perked up excitedly, but she quickly lost interest and said somewhat helplessly, Su Yuan, the water here is too cold. Lion will freeze into an ice cube if it goes down. It's alright, I have another way. Lion, you make a hole here. Looking at the dark figure beneath the ice, Su Yuan's fishing urge returned. The fish in this otherworldly frozen lake had never been caught before. Over the years, countless fish have grown beneath this frozen lake. I can't keep going empty-handed like before I transmigrated. System, give me a fishing rod. Wooden fishing rod, 30 points. Fiberglass fishing rod, 500 points. Carbon fiber fishing rod, 600 points. Bamboo fishing rod, 45 points. Special threaded steel fishing rod, 1000 points. Damn it, selling a fishing rod costs over 1000 points. Wait, what did you say? Rebar? Su Yuan carefully examined the pictures on the system store. The unique color of the rebar and its appearance gave it a strange, unprocessed beauty. It was indeed a fishing rod forged from rebar. Is this something that even a Tier 1 mall has? Are they planning to use this rebar to fish for sharks? Su Yuan, I've finished digging the tunnel. Lion quickly chiseled a hole in the ice. Su Yuan looked towards the direction Lion was heading, and what he saw could no longer be called a hole. Lion had smashed out a large crater with a diameter of 2 meters, and there were some cracks in the surrounding ice. Lion, you should step back a bit, or you'll fall into the icy lake. Chapter 33, Inviting the Rebar Master. A few minutes later, the three of them sat on the ice, which was covered with animal hides. Su Yuan was casting a bamboo pole into the hole, and the float bobbed on it. Su Yuan, is this really going to work? Are those fish really that stupid? Cat Knight was eating a piece of bread, her eyes fixed on the hole. If a small piece of dried fish fell from the mountain right now, would you eat it? Eat. This must be a gift from God. After saying that, Mao Yi felt something was off. Wasn't this just like Su Yuan putting a hook with food underwater? If he ate the dried fish, then he would be the idiot he had just described. I'll pick up the dried fish and check it before I eat it. But do fish in the water have hands? Su Yuan was having a good time playing with the cat when he felt a vibration on the fishing float. He immediately stood up and started to exert force with both hands gripping the fishing rod. It's taken the bait, and it's a big one. Perhaps the fish hadn't realized what was happening yet, and only started struggling after the fishing line was pulled a bit. Watching Su Yuan and the fish begin their fierce battle, Mao Yi and Sure became tense on the sidelines. The fishing line was reeled in and out of Su Yuan's hands. The originally chilly weather began to warm up his body during the struggle, and the bamboo pole in his hand was bent to the surface of the water. Su Yuan, I'll help too. Cat Knight and Lion were about to go forward to help, but Su Yuan quickly stopped them, saying that the bamboo pole couldn't withstand such a lot of force, and that the fish clearly still had a lot of strength. However, to prevent Su Yuan from being dragged into the water, Sure and Mao Ye still held him tightly from behind. Go! Go! After grinding for about 20 minutes, Su Yuan was sweating a little. The fish no longer had as much strength as before, and it would occasionally be pulled up. Rise! Finally, just as the fish's head emerged from the water, Su Yuan used all his strength to pull the big fish up, and it crashed onto the ice. What a huge fish! This fish was indeed huge, arguably the biggest fish Su Yuan had ever caught in his life. Its body reached up to Su Yuan's knees. Of course, Su Yuan hadn't caught many fish in his life. We actually caught a fish. Cat Knight was very excited, holding the struggling fish tightly with both hands, and drooling as she looked at the fish. Su Yuan, let's hurry up and grill the fish. Didn't you eat enough this morning? The frozen lake wasn't too far from the camp. They had only been there for an hour or two after eating breakfast, and the little guy was already hungry. Actually I shared the food with Cat White. She hasn't recovered yet, so she should eat more. Cat Knight was laughing foolishly, and Su Yuan laughed along with her, rubbing her little cat ears before taking the hook out of the fish's mouth. Lion, you two set up the fire, I'll catch a few more. If there are enough fish in this frozen lake, it could be part of the tribe's food source, and then we can teach these little beast girls how to fish. Oh, and remember to remove the internal organs. Su Yuan was worried that the two little beast girls might not be willing or understand, so he quickly shouted to the shore, "Food isn't so scarce that people are starving. It's better to leave the offal that affects the taste to the snow wolves. Some of it can also be used for fishing, since the bread we used before has already been eaten by Nicoya." The struggling fish didn't last long before Lion stabbed it through with a knife. There were also many trees by the lake, and soon the big fish was turned into a grilled fish. "Su Yuan, try some." After a while, Malia picked up a piece of crispy fish and fed it to Su Yuan. The fish had no seasoning and tasted only of fresh fish flavor. Of course, it wasn't exactly delicious. It was like holding a live fish and gnawing on it in the water, except that the fishy smell wasn't as strong. However, Lion and Cat Knight really enjoyed the fish. They ate the whole fish without leaving a single piece, and they still seemed to want more. "They've taken the bait again." He thought that after not getting a bite for so long, the other fish would have become cautious. But to his surprise, there was a violent pull. Just as Su Yuan was about to lift the rod, a huge force dragged him over. Su Yuan, Cat Knight and the other two panicked. Forgetting about the little bit of meat left in the grilled fish, Lion quickly hugged Su Yuan and held the fishing rod tightly with him. "Rise." The fish was incredibly strong. It snapped the bamboo fishing rod in an instant. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously injured. "Are you all right?" Mao Yi quickly came over and helped Su Yuan and the other person up from the ice. Half of the fishing rod had fallen into the lake, and the two of them were left with only half a fishing rod and a circle of fishing line. It snapped the fishing rod in an instant. "Just how big is this thing?" Just as Su Yuan was in shock, a splash of cold water shot out from the lake cave, drenching the three of them. The icy lake water made them all shiver. "Damn it, you just wait." Su Yuan turned his head and spotted the big fish from before. The fish, now above the lake, had a mocking look in its eyes, and its tail was about to slap a splash at the group. The group quickly returned to the shore. The two little beast girls had no reservations and immediately took off their wet animal skins. "Su Yuan, hurry up and take off your clothes. We'll cover ourselves with animal skins for now, and you can wear them once they're dry. I've touched them quite a bit during this time, but this is the first time I've witnessed such a surprising scene in person. Their bodies are so different. Cat Knight is small and looks very thin, but its body is very white. Except for the fur on its hair and tail, its whole body is very clean. This kind of kitten must not shed." As for Lion, it's a different story altogether, and the area is not much different from what Su Yuan estimated before. Well, he had originally planned to change his clothes immediately, but seeing such a stunning scene, he had no choice but to take off his wet thermal underwear to dry it. "Su Yuan, why did you?" "Don't ask anymore, or it won't pass the review." Mao Yi tightened the animal hides covering everyone, muttering somewhat confusedly, "Ant?" Mao Yi doesn't seem to have an ant. As it turned out, the cold weather dampened the appreciation of beautiful things. After the three of them leaned against the fire for more than 10 minutes, he prayed to the gods for 3 sets of animal skin coats. "Su Yuan, are we still going to fish if the fishing rod breaks?" There was some resentment in Shershir's eyes. That guy had bullied Su Yuan so much before. If she hadn't been unable to defeat that big fish underwater, she probably would have gone over with a knife. "I'm going to teach that guy a lesson today. System, bring me a rebar fishing rod. By the way, will your fishing line break? Quality and quantity guaranteed. Change." When the heavy rebar fishing rod appeared in his hand, Su Yuan's lips curled into an evil smile again. This time, he had no intention of giving the fish even the slightest chance. Chapter 34. Let you fly. "Lion, you'll pull it out in a bit. Once that guy bites the bait, pull it out with all your might. Don't be afraid to break it this time." Such a heavy fishing rod is definitely not suitable for him, but it is just right for Lion. This time, Su Yuan directly hooked a piece of fish entrails and threw it in. The big fish hadn't left yet. It swam around below, creating ripples on the surface of the water near the cave entrance. Cat Knight and Lion were both very nervous, watching the hole intently, afraid that the guy would splash water at them again. "They're here." Clearly, the big fish in the lake wasn't afraid at all. Even knowing it was a trap, it still bit at the fishing rod, intending to break it in an instant with its immense strength, just like before. Court death. Lion's suppressed anger reached its peak. The runes on his forehead lit up instantly, his golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the fishing rod that was about to fall into the lake was lifted high in an instant. Before the giant fish could react, it soared into the sky, its enormous body even widening the opening in the lake's surface. From the sky, the lake water crashed down along with the massive black shadow. Fortunately, the ice was quite hard, and the impact only left the big fish dazed and confused. Lion was still not satisfied. He turned around and swung his fishing rod. Just as the big fish was about to struggle back into the lake, its body once again dangled in midair and crashed into a big tree on the shore. Click! The tree was snapped instantly. The other two people on the lake stared dumbfounded at the enraged lion. Even Cat Knight had never seen Lion so angry, and for a moment they forgot to deal with the big fish. Okay, I'll go take care of it first. Lion put down his fishing rod, picked up his machete, and walked towards the shore. The two people behind immediately followed. The fish, which was nearly 2 meters long, had not died after being hit twice. When it saw Su Yuan and the others, it revealed its sharp teeth. However, it posed no threat from the shore, swaying back and forth a couple of times before biting at the air in front of Su Yuan. Damn it, weren't you so capable? Keep playing in the water, huh? Su Yuan, this guy said, let's see if we're capable enough to put it in the water and then have a competition. Nicoya explained earnestly beside her. Huh? When did you learn to understand fish talking? Cat Knight's face tightened as she stared at the big fish, rubbing the steel claws in her hand. This is Cat Knight's intuition. This guy is very dissatisfied and says he will call his family to take revenge. So, how about we catch a few more later? Su Yuan asked, somewhat uncertainly, watching her swaying tail. Okay. The big fish was eventually taken away by Lion with a single cut, but the three of them definitely couldn't finish such a big fish, so they planned to wait until they brought it back and share it with everyone. Su Yuan retrieved the bamboo fishing rod and line that had broken off from the fish's mouth. He could save some points to make some fishing rods for the beast girls in the future. I am truly a thrifty and good leader who manages the household well. After switching to a rebar fishing rod, the fishing task fell to Shirshir, though Su Yuan assisted her by teaching her how to bait the hook and how to read the float. Teaching someone how to catch a fish is a rewarding experience. System, how many points is this thing worth? After catching a few fish of moderate size, Su Yuan lost interest. After all, he had already caught fish over 2 meters long, so these small fish didn't seem so appealing anymore. Besides, I wasn't even fishing myself. Looking at the large fish placed on the shore, Su Yuan also began to assess his points. Cod King Fish Meat, 400 points. Cod King Eye, 100 points. Cod King Fish Pearl, 1,500 points. Rare item detected, King Cod Pearl. Tradable for 1,500 points, or 150 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. I didn't expect this guy to have rare items on him. No wonder he's so powerful and can even mock people. Su Yuan had no intention of making a deal. He wanted to figure out what the King Cod Pearl was first. Lion, that's enough. Let's go back now, or we won't be able to pull it away. It wasn't until Su Yuan called them that Mao Yi and Shirshir reluctantly put away their fishing rods. By the way, Lion, Cat Knight, do you know what a King Cod Pearl is? What pig? Cat Knight looked completely bewildered, and even Lion looked at Su Yuan with some confusion. It's a pearl inside the body of this big fish. Well, the two of them have no idea. It seems they can only ask Red Fox and Long, perhaps they know something. When she returned to the tribe, Maodia walked in proudly with her little head sticking out. The big fish in her arms was even bigger than her body. Nicoya, you guys actually caught a fish. Wow, Su Yuan is truly amazing. He's a divine sorcerer. He caught so many fish with just Cat Knight and Sister Lion. Now we don't have to worry about food anymore. Sister Red Fox was worried for a long time. I thought we were going to go hungry again. The group immediately attracted the attention of the tribe members. Red Fox and the others also came over at this time, looking at the big fish with shock. Su Yuan, how did you catch so many fish? There's a lake over there, we can go there to fish sometime. Red Fox thought that Su Yuan and his group had caught the animal in the lake, and that the animals in their clothes had been changed. Don't worry, we didn't go into the water, and everyone please don't go into the water either. We caught the fish by fishing. Fishing? Clearly, the beast girls didn't understand what fishing was, so Su Yuan took the heavy threaded steel fishing rod and explained. Just put some food on this hook, and when the fish bites the food, the hook will pierce it, and then you can catch the fish. This novel method greatly shocked Red Fox and the others, and they quickly understood the reason. Well, not every beast girl is as silly and cute as Nicoya. Alright, everyone, grill the fish. Remember to add some of the salt I left in the cave. The tribe hasn't had time to solve its salt problem yet, so Su Yuan is providing it through the system shop. They can only achieve salt freedom when the opportunity arises. Several little beast girls left carrying fish even bigger than themselves, until Su Yuan called them back when it was time for the cod king fish to arrive. By the way, there's a bead inside this fish. Look for it when you're processing it. Also, feed the innards to the snow wolves. They can go fishing anytime they want to eat fish in the future. Which, Xiao Shi guarantees to complete the mission. The little beast girls who were dragging the codfish were all very cheerful. One of the little fox girls even happily gave Su Yuan a tribal salute. These little guys. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Wasn't all this work for these adorable little beast girls? When he saw them happy because of him, Su Yuan felt genuinely happy too. Chapter 35 Instant Powder for Underwater Breathing. Before long, the white codfish pearl was brought over. Su Yuan examined it for a long time but found nothing unusual about it. It looked like a very ordinary large pearl. Red Fox, do you know what this thing is? Now they could only ask Red Fox and the others. Long looked around for a long time but didn't see any fish, or rather, she had hardly ever seen any fish. In the Deaf Land area, there were hardly any wild animals to be seen. In that situation, let alone fish, you'd probably have to dig dozens of meters under the ice to find nothing but ice. This I think I saw it when I went to the Red Scale tribe in the Wanshue Mountains. Red Fox took it and examined it for a few moments. She had seen this thing a long time ago when she was trading in a large tribe. Some shamans would grind it into powder, which had a healing effect on people who had fallen into the water. If the fish is not completely dead, feeding it fish pearl powder mixed with water can revive it. This item was only sold by some ocean tribes, but because it wasn't particularly useful, it was very cheap, and eventually even those ocean tribes stopped selling it. After hearing the Red Fox's explanation, Su Yuan did not hesitate any longer and traded the king cod pearl for a special commodity. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Cod Kingfish Instant Powder Cod Flavor, 1,500 points. Note, underwater breathing is possible for 3 hours after consumption, with no side effects. 5 bottles can be redeemed daily. No, wait a minute? Cod-flavored instant powder? What kind of devilish instant powder is this? After examining it several times and confirming that it was indeed cod-flavored instant powder, Su Yuan could only accept the fact that it had a peculiar taste. However, it was indeed quite effective, and he knew it would come in handy someday. Long, how was your harvest today? Long looked dejected after hearing Su Yuan's question, and her little ears drooped down. Which, the road up there is too slippery. We slid down halfway and could only pick some fruit from the trees on the side to bring back. Too slippery? Indeed, the path up the mountain was already rugged, and now it was covered in snow, making it very difficult for Long and the others to climb up in their animal hide shoes. Alright, go find a sturdy piece of wood later, and I'll teach you how to make a fishing rod. If the tribe runs out of food in the future, we can go to that frozen lake to catch some fish. Yes, I'll go right away. Long immediately perked up. She had only heard about fish from the elders of the tribe before, and now that she could catch fish herself, she couldn't wait. After Long left, Husi, who had been waiting behind, also came forward. She was carrying several pieces of black wood and her hair was covered in snow. Lord Su Yuan, we've found a black tree. Can we make bows and arrows from it? The little fox had been thinking about the bow and arrow all day, and after finding it early in the morning, it waited for Su Yuan at the camp. Fox thoughts, you can try it yourself if you want. Carve this piece of wood into a semicircular shape, just like this composite bow. Fox thought spent a long time trying to make it, but the result was a bit of a mess. Fortunately, the requirements for the most primitive wooden bow were not very high. After making some simple modifications with a dagger, Su Yuan tied the Yeti's tendons to it. Throughout the entire process, the little beast girls didn't blink, their eyes fixed on Su Yuan's actions, and a simple, unadorned primitive wooden bow was created. The remaining scraps could be used to make a few wooden arrows, but they would be without fletching and the arrowheads would just be sharpened pieces of wood. Fox thoughts, give it a try. Su Yuan was also somewhat expectant, wondering if this handmade wooden bow, which he hadn't redeemed from the system shop, would be feasible. Husi was also a little nervous. He rubbed his cold hands and then took the wooden bow. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow was a bit more troublesome than using the compound bow before. Unlike compound bows which have aiming aids, you have to learn to aim yourself, hold the bow and arrow to your chest, and then Su Yuan was also instructing Hu Si from behind, but he didn't calculate her size properly and slapped the fur ball directly with his palm. Lord Su Yuan, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my posture? Seeing that Su Yuan hadn't reacted for a while, Hu Si asked in confusion, but her gaze remained fixed on the front. Cough, cough, cough. It's all right. Once the arrow is level, aim it with your eyes. The arrow was aimed at a tree trunk outside the camp, but it flew past without hitting the target, just as Su Yuan had expected. There's so much to master with a primitive bow and arrow. Fox needs to familiarize himself with the power, aim, and many other things about this bow and arrow. It's alright, it's normal if you don't hit it. Practice more, and once you can hit that tree with every arrow, then go shoot some moving wild animals. Yes, I will definitely do my best. The Yeti had plenty of skeletal strength, more than enough to make a few bows and arrows. Su Yuan left the rest of the work to Fox C, including the training of the other beast girls. After all, he wouldn't know how to use the primitive wooden bow to shoot arrows himself, and he estimated that Su Yuan's accuracy would be far worse than Hu Si's. With nothing else to do in the tribe, Su Yuan found a quiet place to practice archery while the white rabbit and the others were processing the fish. If his aim had been better, he wouldn't have needed to make Lion and the others move aside. He could have easily taken down the Yeti by weaving in and out of the fight. Su Yuan. Dinner's ready. The white rabbit stewed the remaining potatoes and fish together, but the earthenware pot wasn't big enough, so they only stewed a small pot of soup, enough for each person in the tribe to have a mouthful. Everyone was enjoying the fish. The red foxes, who had been eating dried meat every day, were having a delicious fish feast, and the shadow of being chased earlier had dissipated considerably. By the way, tomorrow, Lion, why don't you take everyone to cut down a lot of trees? As for food, I'll take Long and the others fishing again tomorrow. Although Fox 9 has led everyone to build quite a few snow houses in the camp today, snow houses are not omnipotent. If he takes a hot shower in a snow house, the hot steam may cause the snow house to collapse. I see. There are so many areas in the tribe that need development right now, and Su Yuan really wanted to immediately buy a bunch of things from the system shop to improve his life, but he held back for the sake of the tribe's normal development. He understood the principle that it's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a fish. Wah! Just as everyone was enjoying the delicious fish, a whimpering sound came from the side. Su Yuan looked over curiously, remembering that the white rabbit had already fed its internal organs to the snow wolves. The snow wolves tied under the big tree next to the camp were indeed happily enjoying something they had never tasted before. The whimpering sounds from before were not coming from them. That means it's just that one. Holy crap! Su Yuan then remembered that there was a polar bear in the tribe. Since it was seriously injured, it had been lying outside the cave recuperating, covered with a few animal skins, and he had completely forgotten about it. By the time Su Yuan and his men arrived at the white bear's side, it was already so hungry that its eyes were brimming with tears. If it weren't too weak to walk, it would have already planned to leave this sinful place filled with tempting aromas. That's really too much torment for the bear. Chapter 36: Edible Oil Fruits That Can Care for Hair? The polar bear eventually got to enjoy a delicious meal of fish, and his resentment towards Su Yuan and the others dissipated. He then spent his days leisurely recuperating. The next morning, Su Yuan brought Long, Hui, and the others to the lakeside. They hadn't eaten much that morning, but they brought some fruit that Long and the others had picked the day before. See? This is how you catch fish. Long, hand out the fishing rods to everyone. Last night, Su Yuan used the fishing line from the bamboo pole to make 5 simple wooden fishing rods. He originally planned to exchange them for a few fishing hooks in the system shop, but he didn't expect that Long and the others could solve the problem themselves. They skillfully shaped the fish bones into fishhooks, which, while not as sharp as iron fishhooks, were sufficient for catching ordinary fish. After teaching Long and the others, Su Yuan found a place to sit down. Having eaten fish all day, he could finally have something light this morning. These brown fruits feel smooth and glossy to the touch, and when you gently squeeze them, they're as soft as freshly steamed buns. They must taste delicious. Su Yuan didn't care whether the fruit was clean or not. He wiped it off casually and took a bite. Juice splattered everywhere instantly. Ugh, cough, cough, cough. The taste was indeed quite good. Su Yuan took a bite and immediately spat it out, feeling as if he had eaten a lump of uncongealed pork. Woo! Su Yuan, what's wrong? Hearing the noise, Long abandoned her fishing and handed the fishing rod to Hui, who immediately rushed over. Seeing Su Yuan coughing, she quickly patted him on the back. Long, what kind of fruit did you pick yesterday? Fruit? Long was shocked when she saw the fruit in Su Yuan's hand. She quickly said apologetically, I'm sorry, I mistook the golden oil fruit for the pear fruit. Golden avocado? At this moment, the golden liquid flowing from the fruit in Su Yuan's hand had already covered his fingers. I gently brought it to my nose. The sticky liquid had a faint, pleasant fragrance, but the taste was rather unsettling. It's okay, don't worry. By the way, is this oil edible? Long remained kneeling apologetically beside Su Yuan, but Su Yuan wasn't concerned about the difference between the golden oil fruit and the pear fruit at this moment. Normally people don't eat it, but back in the tribe, we would coat our food with a layer of golden oil juice to make it taste better. We also used it to groom our body hair. If it's an edible golden avocado, then its value is much higher than that of some other fruits. System, give me a price estimate. Bitten golden avocado, 120 points. Long, are there many of these on the mountain? Long thought for a moment, then nodded and said, it grows under many trees on the mountain. It doesn't taste very good, so most animals rarely eat it. When you get back later, go up the mountain and pick some more. With golden avocados, you can do even more things. You can not only coat your house with oil to prevent snowmelt from seeping in, but you can even make some sealed wooden barrels. Perhaps we can even use those fruits to make wine someday, which would be another small step forward in the development of science and technology. Wow! Long. The fish is too big, I can't pull it. At this moment, both of Gray's fishing rods were hooked. As an unawakened warrior, she was too weak to hold on to the big fish that the two fishing rods had caught, and she was almost dragged into the water. There are two big fish. Go help Ash. This golden avocado also made Su Yuan lose his appetite. After casually taking a bite of the real fruit, he began to busy himself with his own tasks. Could this mud from the lakeside be used to make pottery jars? Su Yuan dug through the snow by the frozen lake and found some ice mixed in with the mud by the lake. Because it was so cold, Su Yuan didn't know how sticky it was. However, he still wrapped a large lump of mud in animal hide and planned to heat it up when he got back to see if it could be glued together. The group fished until nearly afternoon before returning home with a full catch. Each beast girl returned to the tribe with a big smile on her face, dragging or carrying several large fish. The witch is back. Wow, so many fish. I want to go fishing with the shaman too. Bai Yi, you're so small, can you even lift a fish? The curious gaze of the little beast girl beside her made the little folded-eared beast girl blush with anger. If I eat more, I can grow up, and I want to help the witch too. Back at the tribe, Su Yuan placed the bag of soil on the ground, and Long handed over the fish they had caught to White Rabbit and the others to process. Cat Knight was practicing archery with Fox C that night. Cat Knight's enthusiasm was short-lived, and her mind was no longer on archery. However, when she tried to run away, Fox C grabbed her tightly. We don't know how much this frozen lake can supply, but we need to consider other food sources in advance. The fish in the frozen lake will eventually run out. You can either explore further afield or grow your own crops. However, planting under these weather conditions would be quite difficult unless one could find the relevant rare items to unlock products that allow plants to grow in the snowfield. When Su Yuan returned to the cave, Red Fox and Fox 9 were squatting there, needing something. What are you all busy with? Red Fox felt a little embarrassed when he saw Su Yuan, but the two of them still handed the lump of mud in their hands to Su Yuan. We didn't have enough jars yesterday, and Fox 9 told me that you said this thing is made of clay, so we wanted to try making one too. However, it seems the gods do not want us to learn this. Su Yuan looked at the two sisters' blackened palms and a few pieces of burnt clay beside them, indicating that the two had been busy all day. However, the materials used by the two were incorrect. If ordinary clay could be used to make it, Su Yuan would not have exchanged for it in the system shop. This is not a problem with the gods. This kind of soil cannot be made, it requires a kind of clay. Su Yuan also put down his bag of clods of dirt. I happen to have dug up some soil by the lake, so I'll try to see if I can make it successfully. Can this kind of clay really be successfully used to make it? Fox 9 was somewhat puzzled, and kept looking at the two kinds of soil, as if trying to see what the difference was. I don't know either, that's why I brought them back to try. I can try them after they've thawed. Not long after approaching the fire, the ice fragments in the soil completely melted, and with the moisture from the snowmelt, the soil was no longer as hard as before. The first step is to add water. Wait, how much water again? Su Yuan forgot a big problem. Pottery jars are not like wooden bows and arrows that can be made by simply carving them. The water ratio involved is also very important. System, do you have any instructions on how to make pottery jars? How to make a pottery jar book, 300 points. Art and pottery books, 300 points. The evolution of pottery MP4, 300 points. Pottery, a giant leap forward for mankind MP4, 300 points. Knowledge of pottery making, 600 points. What the hell is all this nonsense? And what is this memory thing? Technology directly implanted into the mind. Let's change to this one. Compared to slowly reading books, sudden enlightenment comes much faster. Chapter 37 Goals and Plans. Is this really okay? The two adorable foxes stared at each other as Su Yuan took a somewhat ugly clay pot out of the smoking clay stove. Why don't you give it a try? Su Yuan already had a good idea of what to expect while making it, so he was full of confidence when he took it out. The small gray jar looked quite decent after it cooled down. It's just a bit uglier than the pottery jars you can get through the system. Fox 9 gently picked up the jar. It felt slightly warm on the outside. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the previous large ceramic jar, it didn't crumble into pieces of clay at the slightest touch like the two of them had done before. Hey! It really works! Wow, that's amazing! I thought this thing was impossible to make. Red Fox also covered her mouth in surprise. She had almost racked her brains before but still couldn't figure out why she couldn't make it. They even thought that Su Yuan said the thing was made of mud to comfort them. Alright, I'll leave the rest to Fox 9. The tribe still needs some jars. Once you've learned how, you can teach everyone how to make them together. With earthenware pots, not only can we cook soup, but we can also store water in advance, so we no longer need to grab a handful of snow from the snowfield to melt in our mouths to quench our thirst. Don't worry, leave it to me, I've already learned it. Fox 9 was full of confidence. She had watched Su Yuan's every step very carefully and was absolutely certain that there would be no mistakes. Dinner's ready. There was only one pottery jar that had just been made. Because it was too small, it could only be used by Fox 9 to hold soup. Su Yuan added some tomatoes to the delicious fish soup, and the sweet and sour taste attracted many beast girls. Even the fish roasting over the fire didn't smell good anymore. Everyone was staring intently at the pot of fish soup. Su Yuan watched the group of little beast girls surrounding the pot of stewing fish soup. He sat by the campfire and picked up a piece of fish. The smoky aroma was quite appealing to him. He exchanged some barbecue chili powder and sprinkled it on the charred fish. One bite made Su Yuan close his eyes in comfort, enjoying the fresh, salty, and spicy flavor. Su Yuan, that's so mean. You actually ate something delicious secretly. The kitten's nose was exceptionally sensitive, and it immediately detected the different smell coming from Su Yuan's side. Seeing the layer of chili powder on the fish, the kitten lay down on Su Yuan's lap. Be careful, don't fall into the fire and burn off your tail fur. Su Yuan quickly grabbed Mao Ye's bottom and pulled its tail back from the campfire. Ugh, it itches. Su Yuan, I want to try some too. The discomfort of having its tail held did not deter the temptation of the food in front of it. Cat Knight ignored the tail that Su Yuan was holding in his hand and nudged its head towards the fish. Eat it, but it's a bit spicy. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, Mao Ye opened her mouth and took a bite, smearing chili powder all over her face. It smells so good. Ugh. I feel so awful. Cat Knight's meows drew everyone's attention. Her originally fair face turned red from the spiciness, and not knowing what to do, she could only roll around in Su Yuan's arms. Come on, open your mouth. Su Yuan grabbed a clean clump of snow from the ground and put it in Mao Ye's mouth. The burning sensation had just subsided when the kitten, having only tasted a tiny bit of chili, acted as if it had been played with and ruined. Alright, get up now, go have some fish soup. Devil! This must be the devil's food. Only a divine sorcerer like you, Su Yuan, could eat it. Cat Knight was so frightened by the red chili powder that she ran straight over, and her startled appearance attracted the attention of the other beast girls. Would you like to try it too? Su Yuan looked at Gigi, who was sneaking up on his back, and asked somewhat speechlessly, why are these little guys so curious? Su Yuan, I'd like to try some too. Okay, but don't get burned by the spiciness like Nikoya did. Zizi was still quite cautious, taking only a small bite. The chili flavor wasn't too strong for her. The spiciness actually made her feel a little warm in the cold winter. That coward Nikoya can't even handle this devil's food, he's so weak. It turns out it wasn't out of curiosity about food, but rather a challenge from Zizi to Mao Ye. It seems the little chinchilla, who's been bullied by Malye for so long, has developed a competitive spirit. Alright, you guys go eat now and stop causing trouble. In the afternoon, after a satisfying meal, Su Yuan sat by the cave with nothing to do, holding a delicate notebook in his hand. Objective 1, ensure food supply temporarily completed. Objective 2, create a bathing area incomplete. Objective 3, create a toilet area incomplete. Objective 4, teach the beast girls archery and hunting in progress. Objective 5, construct a protective wooden fence for the tribe incomplete. Main objective, counterattack the desolate snowfield, defeat the Black Sheep tribe, and resolve the danger posed by the large tribe in the Snowdrift Mountains. Long-term goal, find rare items, unlock special items, and upgrade the system shop. It's a long and arduous task. How about we finish building the little wooden house for bathing tomorrow? It would be the world's first wooden house, which would be a step forward for civilization. Whether or not he improves is another matter. The most important thing is that he hasn't taken a shower in so long that Su Yuan feels like he could scrub his body until he has a bulging, eye-opening pill. Lion, how much wood did you collect today? Lion was originally squatting by the campfire staring blankly at the firelight, but after hearing Su Yuan's call, he immediately ran over to report. That's all. If it's not enough, I'll take everyone to go and cut some more tomorrow. Su Yuan followed Shirshi's finger and looked in that direction. The trees covered in snow piled up into a small hill. To be honest, these beast girls are incredibly efficient. It would probably take them a whole day to cut down all the trees on this small hill using a modern chainsaw. Lion and the beast girls used ordinary iron axes and finished chopping it down in a day. That's enough, that's enough. Tomorrow, take some people and carry these logs to the frozen lake. Yeah, Su Yuan, I want one too. A hint of anticipation flickered across Lion's otherwise indifferent expression. She had been quite interested in watching Fox and the others practice archery earlier. Didn't Fox make a lot of them? It's too brittle, it broke as soon as I pulled it. That's right. Lion's strength is unmatched by ordinary people. In the tribe, the strongest person besides Lion is Xiaoman, who hasn't awakened yet. The bow and arrows that worked perfectly for Fox Spirit were not so effective for Lion. System, do you have any bows with particularly high draw weights for sale, preferably without modern auxiliary technology? Refined ironwood bow, 1,200 points. Is this ironwood bow authentic? I don't want it to break easily with just a pull. The price of a bow and arrow without any modern technology is indeed a different story, but Su Yuan was still worried that Lion could easily break it with a simple pull. It's a bit of a shame to waste something worth thousands of points like that. Refund guaranteed if the torn section is broken. The system was clearly very confident in the bow. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yuan still chose to buy it. As the tribe's strongest fighter, it would be even better if Shirshir learned how to use a bow. If that force were released with an arrow, it would probably pierce right through any of the Yetis we'd encountered before. What's the difference between that and being shot by a sniper rifle? Lion, if you want to practice archery, you must practice hard. This bow might be able to help everyone solve the crisis. Su Yuan handed the completely black bow and arrow to Shirshir. The bow and arrow were very heavy, and he tried to draw it, but he couldn't draw it at all. Yes, I definitely will. Lioness smiled happily, her eyes filled with determination. With these two weapons, she was certain she could rescue her captured tribesmen. Alright, it's getting dark. Let's practice again tomorrow. Seeing that Shirshir still seemed somewhat interested, Su Yuan quickly called her back, saying that it was too late to even see the target, let alone shoot arrows. Chapter 38 Archery Practice. Fox Spirit, how's your practice going? Early in the morning, Fox Spirit led several beast girls to practice archery in the woods outside the camp, and Lion also came along early in the morning. Fox also curiously tried to draw the black bow and arrow in Lion's hand, but it could only barely draw it halfway when the awakening rune was activated. So she had no choice but to give up the bow and arrow she had made herself were still more convenient to use. Su Yuan, everyone can shoot the arrows now, but their aim isn't very good, and Fox thoughts led Su Yuan to the place where several beast girls were practicing archery. In addition to the three little ones from before, several other beast girls had joined in. The Yeti's tendons had been completely depleted, and the tribe had crafted 8 bows and arrows. Combined with Su Yuan's composite bow and Shirshir's ironwood bow, they had just broken through the single digits. The little beast girls practiced very seriously, just like Su Yuan had taught Husi before. They turned sideways and placed the bow and arrow in front of their chests. Ah! However, every now and then, the beast girl's arrows would fail to fly and the bowstring would snap back. I see. Su Yuan understood, these arrows made by the beast girls had no fletching, and there was no locking mechanism when holding them, making them very easy to slip from their hands and fall to the ground. Fox, use a knife to carve a groove at the tail of everyone's arrows so that the string can be held in place and won't slip out of your hand. Su Yuan used an arrow he had redeemed from the system shop to demonstrate to Husi. This principle was still a bit confusing for Husi, but he still followed Su Yuan's instructions and made a small groove in each of the large bunch of arrows he had made. Call out. The little beast girl, having obtained the arrow, instantly drew her bow and shot it. The arrow struck a tree trunk not far away, and the little beast girl smiled happily. I hit the target. No, shooting arrows like this is too taxing. Su Yuan looked at the arrow he had pulled out. The sharp point of the arrowhead had been smashed into a ball. Every arrow that hit its mark was a waste, and sharpening an arrow was a lot of trouble. Everyone, come here for a moment. Su Yuan interrupted the beast girl's practice, and they all obediently put away their arrows and came to Su Yuan's side. Practicing like this is too wasteful of arrows. You build a snowman and then aim at it and shoot. Snowman? Which, there aren't any snowmen here, but you should be able to find some on the mountain. These beast girls had never built a snowman before, but to his surprise, snowmen actually existed in this world. Su Yuan realized they had misunderstood, so he walked to the other side. Although I rarely saw snow in the south in my previous life, building a snowman was not a difficult task. Finally, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Su Yuan created a peculiar humanoid structure made of two large snowballs, with two small fruits placed on its face as eyes. From now on, everyone should aim for this. Whoever can hit the fruit with 2 consecutive arrows will be rewarded with one thing. What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. Lion twitched its clever little ears, its eyes filled with seriousness, and it tightened its grip on the bow. Yay! Which, I want a big bowl of fish soup. Me too. I'm sure I'll hit it first. Everyone quickly built a snowman, and Su Yuan also made one himself. After practicing for a while and then having dinner, he could go and get down to business. Without electronic entertainment to kill time, the day felt particularly long in my past life. He would probably still be fast asleep at this time. Damn it, I should have switched to a crossbow. Why is this thing so hard to pull? Su Yuan struggled to draw the compound bow. Without the boost from the potion, he found it difficult to fully draw the bow, but he was still able to fire it. Even with pulleys to reduce the force required to draw the composite bow fully, which can injure a yeti, the total force required to draw it is still considerable. Right, maybe we can give that life force a try. Su Yuan pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered the blue spirit drink, the good thing that Long and the others obtained from the witch power fruit. However, it was quite expensive, so Su Yuan had never redeemed it. Now that his points had already exceeded 10,000, Su Yuan could finally splurge and try out the effects of this item. System, redeem a bottle of blue spirit beverage. 2,000 points were quickly crossed out. Su Yuan looked at the liquid in the wooden bottle in his hand. It was the same as the potion he had exchanged before, only the taste had changed slightly. They're so stingy, they won't even give us a glass bottle. Su Yuan immediately poured the medicine into his mouth. The blueberry flavor tasted like a beverage, except that there wasn't much of it, and he finished it all in one gulp. After drinking it, a comfortable feeling instantly spread through my body, but it was very faint, like the shiver after using the toilet. I hope it works, otherwise I'll have wasted 2,000 points. Su Yuan tried to draw the bow again, and to his surprise, the bowstring was easier to draw this time than before. He could barely manage to draw it fully. Call out. The arrow flew straight over and accidentally pierced a small hole in the snowman's belly. It really worked. Not only in terms of strength, but even my vision became clearer. Bang! Just as Su Yuan was sighing, a loud noise came from the side, which startled him so much that he quickly ran over. The beast girls practicing archery were also astonished as they looked to the side, where Lion was holding his bow and arrow high. Not far away, a tree was shot through with a large hole, and the original arrow was pulverized. Gulp! Husi, standing beside him, swallowed hard. If that arrow had hit him, he'd probably be riddled with holes. Holy crap, it's a humanoid Barrett. Su Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Shirshir's bow and arrow to be so terrifying, though her accuracy was a bit off. However, this has little impact. Some smaller enemies don't need such terrifying arrows. Husi and her group are enough. As for enemies like the Yeti, if you can't hit them with a shot, they'll come right up to your face. At a distance of about 10 meters, an arrow is still faster. By the time the Yeti attacks, the arrows will probably have already pierced its body. In the morning, I practiced kung fu for a little while before having breakfast. This meal was still fish soup and grilled fish. We had finished the potatoes earlier, and the pork we had stored was also used up. After a few bites, Su Yuan lost his appetite. Recently, he had been arranging for Husi, Xiaoman, and some hunting beast girls in the tribe to find other food sources nearby. However, there has been no good news. The mountain roads are difficult to navigate, and the heavy snow nearby makes it easy to get lost, so they can only rely on the mountain range to explore outwards. If all else fails, Su Yuan will probably have to exchange for another batch of food to improve his eating conditions, but he needs to think about what kind of food to exchange for. Even the little beast girls eventually get tired of fish soup, but right now he's not really looking forward to eating fish. After a quick breakfast, Su Yuan called out to Long and the others. "Alright, Lion, Long, you two take some people and carry the trees with you. There are no pipes to bring water to this place, otherwise Su Yuan would have planned to bring the lake water to the tribe, which would make bathing and drinking much more convenient, since the melted snow on the ground is not enough." Chapter 39 Cabin in the Snow. Su Yuan, what are you doing? At noon, Su Yuan led everyone to the edge of the frozen lake. This time, only Husi, Xiaoman, and we remained in the tribe to guard it. Even Red Fox and Fox 9 came along. Fox 9 was called over by Su Yuan, but Red Fox was curious about how these fish were caught, so he followed. With Foxy, Xiaoman, and Gray, the tribe is more than capable. Although Foxy is the only awakened warrior, he is enough to deal with most invaders. If danger does occur, it won't take too long to get back to camp from here. Alright, Long, you take everyone to fish up the food we need for the next 2 days. Su Yuan looked at the pile of trees that resembled a small mountain and was now in a dilemma. There were indeed many ways to build a wooden house, but which one was the most time-saving and labor-saving? And it must be very sturdy, otherwise it would be a problem if it suddenly collapsed halfway through washing. System, please filter for knowledge-based products related to log cabin construction. Book The Wooden House, Mankind's First Dwelling, 300 points. Appreciation of Artistic Wooden Houses, 300 points. A History of House Evolution MP4, 300 points. Stop. Is this never going to end? Get rid of all this useless stuff. Looking at the pile of useless items that appeared, Su Yuan quickly exclaimed, "These things that waste points are completely useless now. 100 ways to build a wooden house, 800 points. 3 digits is still acceptable." As Su Yuan made the exchange, a memory of the wooden house flooded his brain, as if he had just watched dozens of hours of videos. It seems we have no choice but to resort to the most primitive methods. Looking at the mountain of wood, Su Yuan thought of a very simple method. Apart from the small space and the waste of some wood, it didn't have any major drawbacks. System, just give me a wood drill and a saw, nothing fancy. Electric drill, 1,500 points. Hand-cranked drill, 300 points. Carpenter's drill, 200 points. Chainsaw, 1,800 points. Wood saw, 250 points. Forget about anything that requires electricity, as there are currently no power-generating items in the system store, but there are quite a few power-consuming items. Exchange for a woodworking drill and a wood saw. Su Yuan chose the simplest mortise and tenon structure, which required no special processing of the logs, let alone splitting them into planks. Simply cut a groove on each side of the tree and then join them together to secure it. However, the first step is to lay the foundation by using sharpened wooden sticks to fix the first layer of logs on both sides. Su Yuan, we're here to help you too. Alright, everyone sharpen these pieces of wood and then place them on both sides of the log. Some beast girls who weren't fishing also came to help. Lion didn't go fishing instead, she carried her weapon and followed Su Yuan. Su Yuan's plan was roughly a wooden house of about 4 square meters. 4 round logs were nailed to the first floor during Su Yuan's renovation. The snow on the ground was cleared away in advance, and the wood was fairly flat. Next, drill holes in the grooves at the 4 corners and nail wooden sticks in to completely fix the overall structure so that it won't fall over with a single blow. After all, the snow and wind on the snowfield are quite strong. If he were to hold an umbrella here, he would probably be swept away immediately. As the trees were erected one by one, Fox 9's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She seemed to have figured out the trick to building the wooden house. The roof is designed in the traditional triangular shape. A flat roof would collapse under the weight of snow in less than a week in this snow-covered plain where snow falls every day. As for the construction method, it still uses mortise and tenon joints. If you're worried about it being too loose, drill a hole and then use an axe to hammer a wooden nail in to secure it. With everyone's help, it was almost finished before dark. There was a small window on the top of the cabin and a small door on the other side. The gap above was filled by Su Yuan with small pieces of wood. It's done. Just apply the golden avocado oil on top last. Su Yuan, why are you applying golden avocado oil? Su Yuan looked at Hu Jiao, who had a curious expression on her face, and guessed that the little fox had already learned some of it. Making a small wooden house was not difficult, she only needed to go back and practice once to master it completely. To prevent the wood from rotting or cracking due to moisture, you need to apply a layer of oil, but I don't know if the oil from this golden avocado will work. Su Yuan tore open a fruit and started painting it on the wooden house. The two Red Fox sisters now understand how the wooden house was built. If they had known how snow houses and wooden houses were built, they wouldn't have hidden inside the giant rock in the desolate snowfield. Nowadays, most tribes live in caves, while some tribes in the less cold areas of the Wangshui Mountains build houses using animal hides and wood. However, Red Fox had seen those houses before they would collapse with a single gust of wind. Apart from being built in trading markets, even large tribes preferred to live in caves. Or some tribes simply hollow out large trees and live inside them, but the cost is that they are extremely crowded, and some tall beast girls have to curl up to sleep. Alright, mission accomplished. Su Yuan walked into the middle of the cabin. The cabin was small, but still larger than the snow house, with some light coming in through the gaps in the wood around it. We'll add a candle lamp here, and then put a bathtub here. Taking a bath on a snowy day would be so refreshing. Without further ado, Su Yuan immediately gathered everyone to search for stones. If they wanted to take a bath in an iron bucket, they would need a stove underneath, and someone would have to watch the fire. Otherwise, if the temperature gets too high, you'll end up cooking yourself in an iron pot. System, can you customize an iron bucket? The current technological development of the Beast Girl tribe cannot support the emergence of steel, let alone a thin-skinned but sturdy iron bucket. Su Yuan will have to exchange the iron bucket he plans to take a bath for through the system. Of course, we did consider other materials. Wood is easy to break, stone conducts heat too slowly, and as for other materials? It would be more cost-effective to just get an iron bucket. Customization is available within acceptable limits. Then I want an iron bucket that is 1.8 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 70 centimeters high. Custom iron bucket, 1,500 points. A custom-made iron bucket cost over 1,000, but Su Yuan could still accept it. Nowadays, there weren't many places in the tribe where he needed to spend points, and those snow demon cores had brought him quite a few points. Exchange. This time, the iron bucket did not appear in Su Yuan's hands. Seeing the huge monster that suddenly smashed in front of Su Yuan, all the beast girls became nervous. Su Yuan. Which? Watch out. Su Yuan quickly stopped them, and Shirshir was about to chop down with her horse-slaying saber. Don't panic, this is an item I prayed to the gods for. Fortunately, the knife didn't fall, otherwise Lion's strength would have split the iron bucket in two, and his more than 1,000 points would probably have been wasted. Lion, move this iron bucket inside and place it horizontally in that recessed spot on the side. The house was filled with rubble that the beast girls had collected, and some soil was placed on top to prevent them from getting stuck. The recessed area was naturally used for heating. Alright, it's time for the iron pot stewing itself. Su Yuan watched with great interest as the large iron bucket was placed into the wooden house. He hadn't bathed for more than 10 days and was almost pickled. If it weren't for the freezing weather, he probably would have jumped right into the lake for a cold bath. Chapter 40, Stewing yourself in an iron bucket. Crackling and popping. Which, are you really going to cook yourself? Long and the others returned laden with their spoils, and many of the beast girls looked at Su Yuan, who was burning firewood, with complicated expressions. What do you mean by cooking yourself? I'm just taking a bath. Okay, Maoya, come and help me control the heat. If it's too hot, turn the heat down a bit. Su Yuan closed the wooden house when he saw that the water temperature was about right, and the light shining through the small window above illuminated the two people inside. Su Yuan, don't worry, I definitely won't cook you. Mao Yi looked very serious, and her little tail kept wagging restlessly when she learned that she was to cook Su Yuan. Just be careful. Su Yuan didn't try to hide anything. He had been with these beast girls for quite some time, and he even knew their body types. So, with Mao Yi looking on with curiosity, Su Yuan took off his clothes and soaked in the iron tub. There were some wooden planks underneath, so although it was a bit strange to sit on, at least his buttocks weren't burned. Awesome! A cold wind blew in from outside the window. Su Yuan, comfortably squinting in the hot water, felt that although he usually felt a little sticky, he wasn't actually that dirty after washing. After rubbing for a few minutes, Su Yuan leaned against the edge of the iron bucket. Mao Yi was quite serious about starting the fire, and she used a wooden stick to break up the flames when they got too big. However, her attention was no longer on the flames, and her eyes kept glancing at Su Yuan in the bucket. Su Yuan, I also want to take a shower. No one in the Snowfield tribe likes to take baths because it's too cold. The last time Mao Ye took a bath was when Hu Jiu dragged her to the frozen lake. Mao Ye was shivering from the cold, so she was terrified of taking a bath. Now, the steaming hot water was starting to tempt her. She hadn't had a bath in so long that her tail fur was all matted together. You want to wash? Su Yuan immediately became uneasy. Could this mean they wanted to have a romantic relationship? Damn it, inappropriate images started flashing through his mind. It's not good for a person to know too much data. For example, right now, Su Yuan can see through Mao Ye's figure just by looking at her wearing animal skin. Is that not allowed? Cat Knight looked pitiful, and Su Yuan swallowed hard before mechanically nodding. Yay! By the time Su Yuan reacted, water splashed everywhere in the bucket and a small figure jumped in. The warm water made her lean happily against Su Yuan's chest. I never thought I would face such a choice between being a beast and being worse than a beast. The angel and the demon above Su Yuan's head fought, but after suppressing his evil thoughts for more than 10 days, the demon finally pulled out a machine gun made of his evil thoughts and shot the angel to death. Cat Knight, let me wash your tail for you. Ha! Ah! Outside, everyone was still a little worried that Su Yuan would cook himself in an iron pot, but only Mao Ye's exclamation came from inside, so no one was in a hurry. Sister, have you figured out how to make that wooden house? Fox 9 shrank closer to her sister and asked Red Fox with some curiosity. I understand a bit more now. Su Yuan is incredibly clever. If we had known how to build snow houses and wooden houses back then, Grandma Snow wouldn't have passed away. Yes, perhaps Su Yuan is the salvation given to us by the gods. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have been captured by Black Sheep and the others. In just a few days, Red Fox's admiration for Su Yuan reached an extremely high level. She even felt that she was not suitable to be a witch. The water in the hut had cooled down. Su Yuan looked at the limp cat, so he had no choice but to carry it out of the bucket. Only a few embers remained burning in the flames below. Squeak! Amidst everyone's confusion, Su Yuan carried Mao Yi out in a princess carry, his face filled with relief and guilt towards the kitten. Su Yuan, what happened to Mao Yi? Cat Knight, are you alright? Nikoya's face was a little flushed. She raised her head and shook it slowly. After making a fuss for so long, even the originally energetic Nikoya had become listless. Cough cough cough. She's a little tired. Lion, you can pour out the water. If anyone wants to take a bath, they can come here in the future, but they have to go in pairs and one person has to watch the fire, otherwise they'll get boiled. Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Bringing the iron buckets back and forth was too troublesome. There were more than 50 people in the tribe, and he estimated that once the news of hot water baths came, the tribe would be busy every day. So it's better to leave the iron bucket here. As for if someone steals it, then it'll only cost 1,500 points. For Su Yuan, using those 1,500 points to learn that there were other people near his camp wasn't a bad deal. Su Yuan, can I try cooking myself today? Fox 9 was immediately intrigued. She touched the iron bucket that Lion had brought out, and it seemed to be different from the iron pot they were worried about being boiled in. Go ahead and try it if you want. It's still early, and it won't take long to boil the water. But you'll need to call someone to watch the fire. Okay, sister, could you keep an eye on the fire for me? Su Yuan, could you give me some guidance from the side? Again? Su Yuan twitched slightly, but seeing Hu Jiu's sincere expression, he could only agree. She was probably genuinely worried that her sister would escalate the situation. If they come and stew a fox in an iron bucket, we're doomed. Well, alright, once you two have learned it, you can teach others. Later on, when you're free, you can have people pair up and take a hot bath together. Soon, the second bucket of water was boiled. Watching Fox 9, who had just taken off his animal skin and entered the bucket, Su Yuan felt that the demons and angels above his head had started fighting again. This time, however, the demon was without its machine gun and was quickly defeated by the angel, who, disgusted by the demon's previous actions, stomped on it twice. Red Fox, if you want to try, go in too. I'll watch the fire for you. Yes, come quickly, sister, it's so warm and comfortable in here. Cat Night had already been handed over to Lion. Su Yuan looked at the red fox wagging its tail. It was already evening, and there wasn't enough time to boil the third bucket of water. The large iron bucket was also quite empty. This was custom made by Su Yuan according to the body types of Lion and the others. For the petite red fox and Fox 9, it could fit 3 people without any problem. Oh. Okay then, thank you for your help. The red fox was indeed tempted, so under the watchful eyes of the two, it also crawled into the iron barrel. I never expected that the red fox could be compared to Lone. She is not to be underestimated. Moreover, she is also so fair and clean. Su Yuan sat on a wooden post to the side, slowly adding firewood to the two sisters' fire. The two sisters left reluctantly after washing for a short while. It was getting dark, and if we didn't go back soon, everyone outside would probably go hungry. Chapter 41 Arrow. Back at the lake, the news that one could take a hot bath by the frozen lake quickly spread among the beast girls, and everyone was very curious about this amazing thing. So much so that there were hardly any people to be seen in the camp. If Su Yuan hadn't stopped them and let 2 or 3 people go in turn, there probably wouldn't have been a soul in the entire camp. Su Yuan still seemed to enjoy the memory of what happened that day, and the next day, Mai acted as if nothing had happened and came to bother Su Yuan again. The reproduction of beast girls did not involve this step, or rather, Nicoya was too naive and did not understand what was happening that day. Now, the little angel above Su Yuan's head has come to condemn him for deceiving the little beast girl. Fortunately, after venting his frustrations, Su Yuan felt much more energetic, and he no longer had such vivid dreams every night that he almost had to get up in the middle of the night to wash his pants. After a week of development, the camp had enough snow houses, so Fox 9 and her friends built some wooden houses in the remaining spaces of the camp. A small room was conveniently cleared out and designated by Su Yuan as a latrine, since even the cutest little beast girl needs to use the toilet, and the camp is prone to snow accumulation. If you accidentally step on it, it will definitely make your feet feel uncomfortable in this cold weather. Is the big bear almost fully recovered? On this day, Su Yuan, having nothing to do, came to the side of the polar bear that had been recuperating from its injuries. Its enormous body looked quite frightening. However, the bear's face was filled with fear when it saw Su Yuan, as the scene of shooting down the Yeti with those arrows was still vivid in its mind. Yes, Su Yuan, the man's wounds have healed. Little man, the little bear mother, is next to the big polar bear, her tiny body holding a large grilled fish as she feeds the polar bear. The great barbarians? Su Yuan looked the man and the bear up and down. Calling them Big Barbarian didn't seem wrong. Now that Big Barbarian had recovered, he could become a decent fighting force in the camp. With such a massive body, if I were to buy some iron-spiked armor for the barbarians to wear, they would be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Work hard for me from now on. As long as I get a meal of meat, you'll get a meal of potatoes too. Don't be like those stupid wolves, who need to be taught a lesson before they'll listen. Su Yuan patted the big barbarian's furry belly. The guy's fur was a bit messy, but it felt quite warm to the touch. The man's eyes were still a little confused, as if he didn't understand what Su Yuan meant, and he could only nod. Su Yuan, I hit the target. Just as Su Yuan was conducting onboarding training for Daman, Husi's excited voice came from the training ground in the distance, followed by 2 figures running over one after the other. Su Yuan, I did it. I hit both fruits with 2 consecutive arrows. The usually mature and sophisticated Husi now looked like a little girl who had just won an award, holding a bow and arrow in her hand, and excitedly approached Su Yuan. Lioness behind was somewhat unwilling, but she didn't say anything. She just stood silently beside Fox, still holding the ironwood bow in her hand. That's pretty impressive. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had set the distance for Husi and the others to practice archery at about 70 meters. Although it wasn't far, it was enough to hit 2 walnut-sized fruits in a row on a snowy day. Fox's archery talent is indeed remarkable. What reward does the fox want? Su Yuan had promised them that whoever was the first to hit 2 fruits in a row would be rewarded with a wish. Fox thought's little fox ears twitched mischievously, shaking off the fallen white snow. She then pulled out a somewhat rough white object from her bosom. Su Yuan, I want to give this to you. You said the wooden arrows were too fragile, so I made a bone arrow out of bone. Su Yuan looked at the bone arrow in her hand. It was clear that Hu Si had put a lot of effort into this bone arrow. Not only had the arrowhead been ground, but the grooves on the tail had also been polished out. No wonder I saw you sitting alone by the campfire late at night. You were sharpening your arrows. Su Yuan recalled that during this period, Hu Si always sat there alone, returning to the snow house to sleep very late at night. It turned out that she had eaten the fish bones left over before grinding. It must be said that Fox thinking has indeed found a solution. Bone arrows are much sharper and more durable than disposable wooden arrows. The problem is that this project is too time-consuming. It takes almost a week to carefully polish a single arrow, and even a casual polishing takes 3 or 4 days. Well, I've always thought that if wood can be made into arrows, then bones and stones should also be able to be made into arrows, so... Su Yuan wanted to rub Hu Si's lively little ears, but seeing that Hu Si was even taller than him, he had no choice but to put away the bone arrow first. A very clever idea, but polishing an arrow is too much trouble. He retrieved the broken iron arrowheads that had previously been shot into the Yeti. The arrows redeemed by the system had embedded arrowheads, and these small round holes were difficult to grind out in primitive tribes. However, it is still possible to make a small hole in the bone material. Fox, all we need to do is polish an arrowhead and then attach it to the wooden shaft. If the shaft breaks in the future, we can simply remove the arrowhead. Hu Si took the iron arrowheads. Her fingers still stung a little when she touched the sharp points. Fortunately, the effects of the drug had long since worn off, otherwise Su Yuan was afraid that she might accidentally fall to the ground. I understand. Su Yuan, could you give me these arrowheads? I'll use the reward I got for shooting arrows before. Hu Si stroked the iron arrowhead with both hands, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Su Yuan. He probably took the few useless iron arrowheads to the system for recycling if the price wasn't so cheap. Seeing how interested Hu Si was, Su Yuan nodded. After receiving the arrow, Fox thanked them a few times and hurriedly ran back to the training ground. It seemed that he had a lot of ideas in his little head, leaving Lion standing there. Has Lion finished too? Su Yuan looked at Lion, who was still standing to the side watching him, and asked with some curiosity. Yes, but a bit slower than Hu Si. Su Yuan could sense Lion's disappointment. For Fox and the others, setting up small rewards was just a way to motivate them to train, but Lion treated it as a competition. She was completely focused every time she drew her bow and shot an arrow, but unfortunately, each arrow shattered upon impact, forcing her to sharpen it again. Or the snowman gets shot down into several clumps of snow, and then you have to rebuild the snowman. This is why she was a step behind Hu Si in achieving Su Yuan's goal. It's alright. From now on, you just need to draw your bow fully and aim at the big guy on the other side. What reward does Lion want? Lion was a little conflicted. The usually aloof Lion was now flushed, and she stammered, I'm not number one. It's alright, consider it a gift from me to you today. Su Yuan didn't care. To him, Lion had protected him so many times, so giving him a small gift was nothing. Then, can I take my bow and arrows with me when I go hunting? Chapter 42. Okay, that's enough. Hunt? Everyone in the training ground was a little surprised. Currently, besides Fox Thoughts, only Lioness has the highest accuracy. Both of them are awakened warriors, so they are naturally more powerful than other beast girls. Other beast girls can only hit large targets like snow wolves at a distance of about 40 to 50 meters, and most importantly, they have to be stationary targets. So none of them were very confident, especially the little beast girls, whose tails were sticking up high with nervousness, like children facing an exam. Practicing with snowmen isn't very effective. Both enemies and prey move around, so if you want to practice your arrows, you need to try some moving prey. Don't worry, everyone. This is just practice with moving targets. It's okay if you don't hit any prey. Long's catch is enough for everyone to eat. Looking at these adorable little beast girls, Su Yuan knew they would become part of his ranged army. In this primitive world, bows and arrows were almost overwhelming against other tribes. Especially with Lion, the humanoid Barrett, if he draws his ironwood bow to its full extent, even a Yeti would be pierced through. After hearing Su Yuan's words, everyone was somewhat tempted. Static target practice was indeed a bit boring. Without the urgency of having to hit the prey, the few little tails that had been raised also fell down. Su Yuan, is there anything I need to prepare? Hu Si also put away his bow and arrows and came to Su Yuan's side to obey orders. Fox Spirit, how many arrows does the tribe have left? Fox pondered for a moment, then said, "There are about 100 of them, mostly wooden arrows. This number is sufficient. Arrows are not consumed much in the snow. Unless they hit a target, they can still be used even if they are stuck in the snow. Take some food with you. I'll go tell Red Fox later." The village is now filled with snow huts and wooden houses, no longer as empty as before, and everyone is busy with smiles on their faces. Recently, Long and the others have had a good fishing haul. Su Yuan instructed the beast girls to dissect the fish and bury the meat in a snowdrift, where it would keep for a considerable time in the icy conditions. "Fox 9, where's your sister?" When Su Yuan arrived at the snow house of Fox Thoughts, he only saw Fox 9 studying pottery art. There were also many other petite and cute beast girls around the little girl. There was a pile of oddly shaped pottery on the ground, including the pottery jars needed and some sculptural items. "My sister went to take a shower, Su Yuan, look at this." "What's this?" Su Yuan picked up the clay figurine shaped like a little person from Mujio's hand. The little figure, made of clay, looked somewhat comical, with a happy smile painted on its face. "This is a sculpture of you that I just finished. Isn't it beautiful?" Fox 9 was quite happy, her little hands covered in clay. Su Yuan looked at the clay on her face and wiped it off with his fingers. "It looks great, thank you, little Fox 9. I'll teach you how to brew wine when I have time later." "Alcohol? What's that?" Su Yuan gently rubbed Fox 9's little head, feeling the soft, fluffy ears against his skin. They were especially smooth after his bath. "There's something really delicious that I'll teach you how to make it later. If it comes to brewing wine, this place can only be used to brew fruit wine, unless Su Yuan spends points to buy grain in the shop to brew wine. Yes, by the way, is there something you need from your sister?" Reminded by Hu Jiao, Su Yuan remembered the important matter and steered the conversation back on track. "I'm taking Foxy and Lion with me to go hunting. Tell Red Fox that Little Man is guarding the tribe. If there's any danger, have Little Man light this arrow and shoot it into the sky." Su Yuan handed the exchanged signal arrows to Hu Jiao. These things involved gunpowder, and even though the quantity was very low, the price was not cheap at all. A single disposable arrow cost 500 points. This system is really afraid that it will exchange for a bunch of arrows to extract gunpowder. Then you must be careful. Fox 9 was a little worried about Su Yuan, but when she thought that Foxy and Lion, the two awakened warriors, were with Su Yuan, she took the arrow. "Hunting. What hunting? I want to go too." Just as Su Yuan finished giving his instructions and was about to leave, a small figure jumped in front of him. Fearing she would fall, Su Yuan quickly caught her. The feel of it was definitely Cat Knight. Sure enough, when Su Yuan looked closely, Cat Knight in his arms was staring at him with both eyes. Plop. It's been a week, and it seems the demon's suppressed rage has accumulated again, especially since Mao Ye has been particularly clingy to him lately. "Su Yuan, I also want to go hunting. Didn't you go fishing with Long and the others?" Since learning to fish, Mao Ye has become particularly enthusiastic about fishing at the frozen lake. Unexpectedly, she is still staying at the campsite today, while Long and the others have already set off. "Well, I came to see you. What do you want from me?" Mao Ye's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Yuan excitedly and said, "Su Yuan, let's go take a shower together." Cough, cough, cough. "I understand, I'll take you after we finish hunting." "Okay, I want to go back to last time." "Wa'ada." "Okay, that's enough." Su Yuan quickly covered her mouth and carried Mao Yi to the outside of the camp. Everyone had already assembled, each with several arrows tucked into their waistband. Retrieving the arrow this way is a bit troublesome. Fox Spirit, when you come back later, have White Rabbit sew a longer bag from the remaining animal hides, just long enough to hold the arrows. Su Yuan described the quiver to Hu Si. The White Rabbit was very skillful and adept at sewing clothes, so Su Yuan wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. "Okay, I understand. Is Kitten Knight going too?" "Yeah, we'll be going back later." Wa'ada. Su Yuan quickly covered Mao Yi. Although he didn't know if the other beast girls understood that kind of thing, he was still a little embarrassed to bring up the topic here. Namai plans to hunt some prey for Mao Bai to help him recover. Fox Thought nodded in understanding. Cat White had been feeling much better recently, but compared to a tough bear like Big Man, its recovery was slower. In particular, the Red Fox's healing technique can only heal injuries, and it is not very effective for Cat White, who almost died from hypothermia and a cold. Therefore, Cat White's external injuries have almost healed. However, he had not yet recovered from the illness caused by blood loss and hypothermia, so he usually rested in the camp and would learn to make pottery from Fox 9 when he had nothing to do. Let us go over there. I found some bird eggs there when I was patrolling the area earlier. I remember that Cat White loves to eat roasted bird eggs. Birds would lay their eggs in this godforsaken place? How desperate must they be to prevent their offspring from surviving to lay their eggs in such a horrible spot? Yes, Cat White really likes to eat bird eggs. Let's go. Cat Knight broke free from Su Yuan's embrace, and her thoughts finally drifted away from bathing in the icy lake. Her little head turned to concern itself with Cat White's condition. Chapter 43 Hunting. In the snow, Su Yuan and his group searched for prey. When it came to hunting, these beast girls were more experienced than Su Yuan. This is the tree. With such lush foliage, the birds and beasts will surely settle here. Fox Thought pointed to the large tree in front of him, which was covered in snow. This time, the trunk was thicker than any he had seen before, and the faint green above seemed to tell the story of the tree's strength. Nowadays, trading trees for points isn't as cost-effective. It takes almost half of a group's time to trade such a large tree, so it's better to find some smaller trees to trade. Seeing this, Nicoya was somewhat tempted, so she put on her steel claw gloves and prepared to climb up the tree. Don't rush. Su Yuan quickly grabbed her. This girl really doesn't remember the pain. Have you forgotten about the giant python in that tree last time? Oh? Is that so? Cat Knight belatedly realized what was happening and quickly retreated to Su Yuan's side, looking at the tree with caution, its two small eyes fixed on the leaves above. It seemed to want to see through the leaves. Let me go. Nicoya hasn't awakened yet, it's too dangerous. Fox Spirit stepped forward at this moment. As an awakened warrior, her reaction was much more agile than Cat Knight's, and she was able to retreat in time even when faced with danger. Then be careful. Everyone, take out your bows and arrows. When you hear Husi's command, shoot as soon as you see the target. At such close range, even something flying in the sky would be riddled with bullets. Fox Spirit nimbly climbed the tree in a few moves. Below, Lion solemnly knocked an arrow and drew his bow to its full extent. With that force, even a barbarian lying on top would be pierced through. After a moment, the snow on the trees fell off, and Husi's voice came from above. It's all right. There were indeed some bird eggs and some fruit up there. A green fruit was dropped down from above by Husi. Whether the fruit was frozen hard or was naturally hard, there was no system notification sound after it was picked up. Sigh, it's a pity it's not a rare item. System, calculate how many points it is. Miscanthus fruit, 150 points. 150 points is negligible, but why are the prices of these fruits so varied? I remember the blue vein snow fruit I found before only cost 100 points. System, what makes this more expensive than blue vein snow fruit? The authentication function requires 5,000 points to unlock. Unlock now? After all that, there was an identification function. Upon hearing this news, Su Yuan's face darkened. He had always been curious about why the Yeti meat couldn't be eaten. But all the beast girls knew was that there was a curse, so he had no choice but to trade them to the system. Now that I'm told there's an authentication function, didn't all those strange things we traded before just go to waste? My dear minister, is there anything else I don't know? List out the system function store page for me. Appraisal function consumes 1% of the corresponding item's points, 5,000 points. Repair function points are consumed based on the extent of damage, 5,000 points. Replica function consumes 100% of the corresponding item's points, 5,000 points. Second tier shop to be unlocked. Damn it, unlocking the identification and repair functions. Su Yuan stopped greeting the system. He now had just over 30,000 points, and he could afford to spend 10,000. It was perfect timing since Shirshir and the others could get their weapons repaired at a low price. Authentication function unlocked, function repaired. Miscanthus fruit, grows on miscanthus trees, edible, sweet in taste, and high in sugar content. Trading price, 150 points. It had no special use, but since it was edible, Su Yuan took a bite without worry. The flesh was quite firm, but with the help of saliva, he gradually tasted sweetness as he chewed. Su Yuan, I want to eat sweet fruit too. Mao Yi lay down in front of Su Yuan, looking at the mango fruit with longing on her face. Eat up, eat up. The beast girl's name for this fruit was quite simple, but it was also quite fitting. Su Yuan took a bite and lost interest. Although it was quite sweet, its crunchy texture was similar to that of a sweet potato. Before long, many miscanthus fruits fell from the tree, and everyone put away their bows and arrows and put the fruits into the backpacks that Su Yuan had brought. Cat night, there are only a few bird eggs. Pack them carefully so you don't break them. After the grass fruits above had been mostly picked, Husi jumped down, still holding 2 bird eggs that were slightly larger than goose eggs in her hand. White feathered bird egg, unhatched egg of a common bird, trading price, 300 points. Having the appraisal function is indeed much better. Not only does it indicate the transaction price, but it also tells you exactly what the item is. If he hadn't used up the snow demon core and snow monster meat before, he could have appraised them. Unfortunately, the rarest thing in the camp these days is the fish that are caught every day. Yes, after eating this, Cat White's illness will be cured quickly. Malia took off his gloves and carefully wrapped the bird eggs in animal skin, tying them to his back like a bundle. After collecting the fruit, the group continued on their way. They had now arrived at a snow-covered forest. If Husi hadn't clearly known the way back, Su Yuan would have planned to take a detour. Careful! Just as everyone was on their way, Husi's ears twitched, and he immediately called out to them. There's the sound of wild beasts ahead, and they're running. Lion, you protect Su Yuan, I'll go check it out first. Let's all go together. Now that we have bows and arrows, we can shoot through any wild beasts that charge at us. Su Yuan called out to Husi. Now they were no longer unarmed as before, and could only carefully ambush wild beasts. Fox Thoughts immediately realized what was happening and agreed with Su Yuan's suggestion. Everyone bent over and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Cat Knight had to protect the bird eggs behind her, so she could only follow Su Yuan. Not long after they started walking, a scream came from afar. Husi quickened his pace, and soon everyone saw 3 figures running towards them. Behind them, a group of huge blue spiders were chasing after them, with the largest spider at the very back being nearly 3 meters tall. The spider's 8 long, slender legs were covered with ice spikes, one of its 8 eyes was oozing blue blood, and white ice mist was brewing in its mouth. Soon it spewed out a blue ice net to bind the 3 people who were trying to escape. You idiot, you traitor! I told you never to mess with it, but you insisted on doing so, and now we're all doomed. The white-haired girl at the front, without turning her head, shouted, who told it to spit spider webs at me. I'll make it know the price of provoking Lord Panua. And you too are doomed. I'll be able to escape when they eat you both. You're the one who provoked this. I knew it was a mistake for the witch to let us follow you. The beast girl behind was pulling another beast girl along, and the 2 of them were obviously slower than the white-haired girl in front. The ice net almost got caught on their heads. Chapter 44. Where did this idiot come from? Why, I'm doomed this time, Panyu. If you manage to escape, remember to look under my mattress. I've hidden lots of fruit in there. They'll go bad if you don't eat them. The pessimistic rabbit girl, Beiyue, had already shed large tears. She was just a little rabbit girl with no fighting ability, so why was she sent to such a dangerous place? He's still on such a dangerous mission. Could it be that he's been discovered stealing the witch red fruit? Humph. Why should I listen to you? I've changed my mind. I'm going to lead you all out of here. Panyu's ears perked up, and she turned and pulled Beiyu along as they ran forward, while several small spiders, each about half a meter in size, closed in on the 3 of them. Banuet, in your next life you must be obedient, okay? Don't be so rebellious anymore, Shut up. Why should I listen to you? Panyu gritted her teeth, grabbed the 2 of them, and threw them forward with force. The uphill road was covered in snow, and these large spiders would take some time to climb it. Betray the moon. The red-haired beast girl didn't give up. She turned to look at the group of spiders without any fear, and pulled out a stone dagger from her waist, swiftly piercing the eye of one of the small spiders. The witch just doesn't like us. She's probably not the same witch anymore since she came back that time. Only those idiots still obey her orders. And you, Beiyue, you idiot too. Just as several small spiders pounced into the air, preparing to pierce Panyu's body with their sharp legs, arrows shot from the snow behind her pierced the spiders' bodies. Ha! What's this? Panyu intended to be killed, but when she turned around, she saw a group of people walking down the slope, while Beiyu and Yu were being held tightly by 2 beast girls. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be you little wolf cub. Fox Thoughts looked at Panyu's stunned face and a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. What, are you spies sent by the black sheep to find us? Why should I tell you? Pan Yu's expression also turned extremely ugly, because Hu Si's words were indeed correct. The three of them had been sent to find the red fox. You still have the same bad temper. Alright, you're captured now. Just squat there obediently. As Hu Si spoke, he shot another arrow that pierced through the charging spider. Su Yuan glanced curiously at Pan Yu before turning his attention to the group of spiders. Ice Spike Spider, an adult, low-tier level 2 magical beast. Its body is covered in ice armor that can defend against enemy attacks. It can use its mouthparts to spit ice webs to trap enemies, and then use its sharp legs to pierce them. As expected of an appraisal system that cost 5,000 points, it even identified the names and attack methods of these monsters clearly. It really is a primitive Western fantasy world. Even magical beasts have appeared. Could there really be a dragon island on the other side of the sea, and could there be dragon girls on it? Su Yuan was looking forward to it. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight at least once in their life? Riding a dragon and soaring through the sky during the day, and riding a dragon and tumbling across the earth at night. Lord Su Yuan, be careful of that giant ice spider. Its ice armor is probably impenetrable by arrows. Hu Si was somewhat worried about Su Yuan's safety. She stood in front of him cautiously watching the large spider slowly approaching. The arrows that had been aimed at the spider all fell onto the snow. Only a few white dots remained on the blue ice armor, which was the only place where Hu Si's arrows could barely stick. However, since it was the first time the ice spider had ever seen this thing, it was shot through one of its eyes by Fox's precise arrow, leaving it with only 6 of its 8 eyes. Can't be shot through? There's nothing that can't be shot through. Lion, hurry up and attack. After calmly finishing speaking, Su Yuan exchanged for an iron arrow and handed it to Shirshir, who was preparing to draw her horse-slaying sword. Just kidding, even a fox spirit can't penetrate it, so even if he were using a composite bow, it wouldn't be very effective. However, the humanoid siege machine next to him is no problem. Lion, you just need to focus on your strength, you don't necessarily have to aim for its eyes. Lion took the arrow, and the runes on her forehead reappeared. The ironwood bow trembled as she pulled it, and even the moon rebel pressed in front of her felt a terrifying aura. Damn it, how did this lion become so much stronger again? I was about to awaken and surpass her. Call out. A sonic boom resounded as the arrow shot directly at the largest ice spider. However, being a magical beast, it sensed the danger, and the arrow only pierced its side. The powerful penetrating force severed its foremost foot, and the arrow continued through its back without stopping, immediately splattering blue blood onto the ground. The ice spider lost its balance and fell to the ground. The other small spiders stopped attacking and surrounded the large spider. Taking advantage of the moment it fell to the ground, Su Yuan pierced its eye with another sharp arrow. His archery skills are getting better and better. Gazing at that precise arrow, Su Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. A man only experiences such exhilaration and a sense of accomplishment when his shooting is extremely accurate. Careful! The fallen ice spider did not give up. White mist condensed in its mouth again, and an ice net rushed towards the group. Lion immediately dropped the bow and arrow in his hand, and slashed down with the saber behind him at the spider web flying in mid-air. Although he couldn't cut the spider web, he managed to pin it to the ground. The chill emanating from the spider web immediately froze a layer of white frost onto the surface of the sword. Damn system, is this what you call trapping the enemy? One touch and they'd be frozen solid. Su Yuan had thought this thing would only physically hold back the enemy, but it turned out that the system's description of trapping the enemy meant trapping the enemy in a magical sense. The ice spike spider tried to condense white frost, but Su Yuan immediately drew an arrow and shot it into its mouth. The white frost exploded, freezing a layer of white frost around its mouth. Lion, you've been enhanced. Go! Su Yuan patted the lion's butt beside her. The other beast girls were dealing with the group of small spiders. Only she and Fox C could handle this big guy. Lion realized what was happening and charged at the ice spike spider with his saber. The smaller spiders around him rushed towards Lion when they heard the big spider's cry. Before they could even get close, they were pierced by an arrow. The 30 or so little spiders were no match for the 100 arrows that Hu Si and her companions carried. When it reached the ice spike spider, the creature tried to fight back with its only remaining claw, but it was cut off by Lion's blade as soon as it extended. Hiss! The pain caused the ice spike spider's body to tremble. Without stopping, the long sword pierced the face not covered by the ice armor, and blue blood gushed out. After struggling for a few moments, it finally fell completely still in the snow, surrounded by the corpses of the other small spiders. The swift and decisive battle left the three members of the betraying Moon Clan behind them stunned, their mouths slightly agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 45 Great Harvest. Fox Spirit, is this spider meat edible? After dealing with the ice spike spiders, Su Yuan watched as everyone efficiently disposed of their corpses and couldn't help but walk up to them out of curiosity. But there's too little meat, but their legs can be made into weapons. Su Yuan looked at the spider leg that Husi handed over. The blue spider leg was covered with a layer of sharp ice spikes, and blue blood was still dripping from the cut. Careful! Wow, an enchanted weapon! As soon as he touched the spikes and felt the coldness on his fingers, Husi quickly dropped the spider leg and put Su Yuan's frost-covered fingers in his mouth. The moist and soft feeling immediately melted away the previous frost, and my fingers, which had been somewhat numb, gradually regained sensation. The touch stirred something within Su Yuan, and he couldn't help but scratch it. Cough cough cough, Fox thoughts, I'm fine now. Su Yuan didn't intend to continue like this, as everyone around them was still watching. Su Yuan, these ice spikes are extremely dangerous. If you're going to touch them, please don't. Fox Thoughts placed the spider leg in front of Su Yuan again, but this time she carefully handed the broken part to Su Yuan. The moment I got my hands on the ice spike spider leg, that icy feeling returned, but it wasn't as terrifying as before. It felt like holding a block of ice that wouldn't melt. Of course, there was also a voice that made Su Yuan very excited. Rare item detected, ice spike spider carcass. Tradable for 2,000 points, or 200 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Nice. The system's rare item notification sound hadn't been heard for almost a week. Originally, Su Yuan's goal was to reach the snow mountain that Long and the others couldn't climb. 200 points. Hurry up and let me see what it is. There were dozens more near the corpse of the ice spike spider, so losing this one wouldn't be a big loss. After Su Yuan agreed, the spider leg in his hand immediately disappeared. Is Lord Su Yuan going to offer sacrifices to the gods again? In the past 2 weeks, Husi and the others have also learned about Su Yuan's abilities. He can communicate closely with the gods, something that only legendary sorcerers can do. Yes, the god said it really likes these strange things. The best explanation is still God. Anyway, there's no difference between the system shop and God. In fact, after obtaining more rare items, it can do things that are even more powerful than any sorcerer. That won't do. How can we give the legs of the heavenly ice spike spider? Lord Su Yuan, wait for me. Upon hearing that it was a gift for the heavenly god, Fox Thoughts immediately became very serious and hurriedly ran to Lion. At that moment, Lion, who had drawn his sword, was dismembering the useful parts of the ice spike spider. Lion, does this giant spider have any crystals? Lord Su Yuan is going to offer a sacrifice to the gods. Lion stopped what it was doing, frowned, and stared at the giant ice spike spider for a while before plunging its saber into the middle of the row of eyes. Blue blood splattered out, and at the same time, a crystal blue stone landed in her hand. I'll go give it to Su Yuan. Lion wiped the blood off the knife, grabbed the crystal, and trotted over to Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan was looking intently at the new item that had appeared in front of him, but he didn't expect that it was no longer a new drink. After several different flavored drinks appeared in succession, Su Yuan began to suspect that this rare item could only be used to create new flavored drinks. Ice Spike Series Weapons. Ice Spike Spear, 2,800 points. Ice Spike Blade, 2,500 points. Ice Spike Longbow, 2,300 points. Ice Spike Hammer, 3,000 points. This time, a single ice spike spider leg produced 4 different weapons, and the crystal blue weapon in the illustration looked incredibly cool. Especially the ice spike blade. If it were a long sword, Su Yuan would have renamed it Frostmourne. How about we exchange one for a trial? I just used up 10,000 points, and now I have to keep the remaining 20,000 points on hand. If I really have to change anything, I'll just get a new weapon. Su Yuan, this is for you. Just as he was pondering what weapon to exchange for, Lion, with blood on his hands, came up to him and handed him the blue crystal. What's this? Lion tilted its head, somewhat puzzled, and asked, wasn't it supposed to be a sacrificial gift to the gods? This ice spider's crystal is very rare. Rare. Su Yuan immediately focused his attention on the crystal. Ice Spike Crystal, a crystal that forms inside the body of an ice spike spider after it reaches adulthood. It contains the ice spike spider's magical power and can be used to make staves or magic scrolls. Needless to say, this thing must be a rare item. Su Yuan excitedly accepted the crystal, and that familiar and beautiful voice rang out again. Rare item detected, Ice Spike Crystal. Tradable for 3,000 points, or 300 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Lion, what are these crystals used for normally? Su Yuan first needs to understand whether this thing is used in the Beast Girl tribe as the system says. If it has a more important function, there is no need to gamble on an unknown product. Well, the shamans of large tribes turn it into a shaman's staff, and some shamans turn it into a potion. This stuff can be made into a medicine? Could it be that the systematic introduction is incomplete? Lion nodded and said seriously, once upon a time, a shaman from a tribe crushed the crystals of the ice spider and poured them into a potion. Then what? The person who drank the potion was frozen into an ice block, and the shaman also turned into an ice block. If it weren't for another shaman in the tribe who knew fire magic, they would have frozen to death. Sure enough, the system hadn't lied to me. It's just that these beast girls had no idea what the items were for and were just randomly trying out how to use them. Unlock new items for me, system. The magic wand is of little use to me, and Red Fox has rarely seen anyone cast magic using a magic wand. At this stage of development, unlocking new items should be the priority. Alright, Lion, you can join the others in dealing with the ice spiders. That's enough for today. We have enough stuff to take back with us. Only about 10 people came with them, while there were 20 or 30 spider corpses on the ground. Each beast girl had to carry 2 or 3 spider corpses to bring all the prey back. Su Yuan, Lion didn't leave immediately. Her voice was hesitant, and her usually aloof expression turned red as if she was about to cry. Hearing Shirshir's strange voice, Su Yuan looked up and saw that her pretty face was filled with heartache and sadness, and she was also full of guilt when she looked at him. Chapter 46: The Rebellious Wolf, the Timid Rabbit, and the Sleepy Koala. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly start crying? You were fine before. Su Yuan asked curiously, and after some hesitation, Shirshir raised the horse-slaying sword in her hand. Oh no! I failed to protect it. Just as Lion was about to leave with his knife, he noticed that there were nicks and cracks on the blade. The ice spike spider was a level 2 magical beast, and the ice spikes were extremely cold. The horse-slaying sword is just an ordinary iron weapon, so it is natural that it will suffer some damage. Hey, I thought something was wrong. Take another look? Su Yuan gripped the horse-slaying sword and silently chanted repair in his heart. Even though it was just a small shortfall, this dog system still charged 20.5 points. I don't know why they needed that extra 0.5 points. Now that there's a decimal point in the points list, it makes me feel particularly awkward. Damn system, give me back my 0.5 points. Upon hearing this, Lion looked at the weapon and saw that the original nicks and cracks had disappeared, and even the damage caused by previous uses had been repaired. Don't worry about using it next time, this thing can be repaired if it breaks. Su Yuan was afraid that Shirshir would be reluctant to use the knife, which would be putting the cart before the horse and keeping the knife hidden. I'll go help out first. Lion seemed to have a hard time expressing her gratitude. Seeing her face turn red, and finally she could only manage to say help, Su Yuan chuckled. Now let's see what other amazing treasures you've given me. Su Yuan watched Lion disappear into the distance and then turned his attention back to the system shop. Ice Spike Scroll, 600 points. Note, releases a barrage of ice spikes to attack all units in front, dealing freezing damage to enemies. A one-time use magic scroll. I didn't expect that the system shop would actually have a product from the magical world. However, it's still a bit extravagant to use it once for 600 points. I just don't know how powerful this thing is. It was exchanged for 3,000 ice spike crystals, so the effect shouldn't be too bad, otherwise such a valuable crystal wouldn't be as good as that spider leg. Alright, let's get down to business. As the leader of the Star Tribe, Su Yuan clearly defined his position. These 3 little beast girls who came to scout were the enemy. When Su Yuan arrived at the rear, Maui had already used the ropes he had brought to tie the 3 of them up tightly, and the 3 of them were tied together and sitting on the snow. One looked utterly resentful, another's eyes were already brimming with tears, and the third, Su Yuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Your friend has fainted? Why should I tell you? Su Yuan ignored the unhappy-looking Panyu and turned to look at the rabbit-eared girl Bayu, who was crying and sniffling. What happened to your partner? Slurp. Wah? Yue should be asleep. Each and every one of them was an oddball. Su Yuan couldn't believe how the Black Sheep tribe, which produced so many outstanding talents, had managed to defeat the Red Fox tribe. Is it really just this one rebellious red wolf, this cowardly rabbit, and this koala with animal ears that looks lazy? Hey, what's with that look? I'll kill you. Pan Yu felt Su Yuan's disdainful gaze and immediately bristled, struggling on the ground. You little traitor, how dare you threaten Su Yuan? Cat Knight immediately stepped forward in dissatisfaction, placed the bird eggs behind her on the snowdrift, and pinched Pan Yu's delicate little face. Little traitor, now that we've caught you, you'd better behave, or we'll pluck all the fur off your tail and roast it. Humph, little kitten Yi, if we hadn't been chased by the giant spider, you would have had no chance of catching me. The two were old acquaintances, having fought each other during the Black Sheep tribe's previous attack. However, given the current situation, Cat Knight's smug expression made even the Moon Tiger's teeth grind together. But you've been caught now. We'll ask you a question, and you'll have to answer it, or we'll pluck the hairs off your tail. Ah! Pan Yu stared intently at Mao Yi, a tuft of white fur appearing in her hand. Compared to Mao Bai's white fur, this tuft of white fur had a silvery texture. Nikoya, I'm going to kill you. A prisoner should have the mindset of a prisoner. This tuft of hair will be my trophy from now on. Pan Yu tried to break free of the ropes binding her, but with each effort, Beiyu cried out in pain from the other side. After a few struggles, even Yu, who was sleeping, was awakened by the ropes. I have a question for you. Did Black Sheep send you to gather information about Red Fox? Why should I tell you? With a tuft of hair plucked from his head, Pan Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Su Yuan and roared furiously. You say. Su Yuan immediately changed his target, and Beiyu next to him was the best breakthrough point. It's confidential, I can't say. You won't talk? If you don't talk, I'll strip you naked, then pluck all the fur off your little tail, tie you up, and roast you over the fire. Beiyu was immediately frightened and burst into tears. Her tears, which had just stopped flowing, started flowing again. With all those tears, the tribe would have no shortage of water after a whole day of crying. Even if you cry again, I'll roast you. This barely stopped Beiyu's tears. After sobbing a few times, she hurriedly said, I confess, please don't pluck my hair. The witch sent us to find the Red Fox, and also Xin-Ku who escaped. And who is Xin-Ku? Xin-Ku was a shaman who escaped from another tribe. The Black Sheep shaman and another tribe cooperated to defeat the Xin-Ku tribe, but they failed to capture her. The shaman from another tribe was surprised to learn that the Black Sheep and their tribe had not only defeated the Red Fox tribe, but also wondered what the person behind it all was after. The current level 1 mall only has some iron weapons, which cannot bring Su Yuan much sense of security. If he could get a tank or a plane, he would save up enough points and go ask the guy behind it all what he was up to. How are the prisoners from the Red Fox tribe doing now? Cat Knight also nervously raised her question. Some members of the Red Fox tribe were unable to escape with them. They are locked up. The shaman is busy attacking other tribes right now, so he hasn't been paying attention to them. But they're fine, they're safe. Beiyue told him everything she knew. She was well aware of her current situation. If the captives of the Red Fox tribe from the Black Sheep tribe were in mortal danger, she would truly become a roasted rabbit. Humph. Once we've rested and regrouped, we'll retaliate against the Black Sheep tribe. Next time, I'll lock the Black Sheep up too. Chapter 47 The Three Abandoned. Hee, you guys have no chance at all. The Black Sheep, which has many more warriors under her command than before. Without hesitation, Pan Yu mocked, still holding a grudge about Mao Yi plucking her tail fur. She could feel a slight pain in her tail. Whether it's possible or not is not what you care about. By the way, I'm curious why Black Sheep sent the three of you. The reconnaissance team isn't like these three. Unless Black Sheep is out of his mind, he wouldn't send these three oddballs to scout. Humph, why should I tell you? Lord Betraying Moon will not tell you any information. Pan Yu remained stubborn, turning her head away and ignoring Su Yuan. You wouldn't want your fur plucked, would you? I really don't know, why. The Black Sheep witch just called Pan Yu over to say something for a while, and then you and I were dragged here. The way she cried was so heart-wrenching it seems this little rabbit mother wasn't lying. Otherwise, her crying scene would have surpassed countless top actors. Banyuet, you don't want your tail feathers to be plucked, do you? A mocking smile appeared on Pan Yu's face. Facing the threat of having her hair plucked, she said without any fear, I'm not as cowardly as Beiyu. You can kill me and I still won't tell you. Su Yuan smiled as he looked at the arrogant little face. This kind of rebellious brat was the easiest to discipline. He slowly grabbed the tail of the rebellious moon. With its hands and feet bound, the rebellious moon could only bite Su Yuan with its teeth, but its head was also being held up by his hand. The little wolf's tail felt quite warm to the touch, but the fur was stiffer than that of the red fox and the others, as if it matched her stubborn nature. You can pluck all the hairs off my tail, but don't even think about making me bow down to you. Wow, you've got quite a rebellious spirit, actually managing to say something so philosophical. Looking at her determined eyes, Su Yuan realized that plucking the feathers really wouldn't work on this guy. As for the threats, they might scare Beiyu next to him. Actually, this is something the leader said. Shut up. Go to sleep, or I'll pluck all your fur. Pan Yu blared fiercely at Yu beside her. This guy never considers the occasion when he speaks. Oh zzz. Su Yuan found himself increasingly amused by the sight of the three little ones, and suddenly, looking at Pan Yu's still struggling legs, he had a brilliant idea. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Lord Betrayal Moon is never afraid of threats, not even Black Sheep, which can do anything about it, because I am not afraid of pain at all. Pull it out if you want. Su Yuan revealed a wicked smile and slowly squatted down in front of Pan Yu. Nicoya, hold this guy's legs down, I'm about to subject him to severe torture. Listen to my command. Pan Yu's originally resolute expression turned somewhat panicked, and Mao Yi, who had been watching the show from the side, walked over and tightly hugged the pair of legs wrapped in white animal skin. What are you going to do? Su Yuan ignored Pan Yu's trembling voice and took off her somewhat tattered animal skin boots. Fortunately, the beast girl's transformation was not severe. Those small feet were like those of an ordinary young girl, crystal clear and white. If you looked closely, you could see the blue veins on the instep. The 10 plump toes were trembling because of the cold. However, unlike Mao Ye and the others, Pan Yu's fingernails were also white. Not only her toes, but upon closer inspection, her fingernails were also white. Those jewel-like toes reflected the sunlight on the snow, looking like real gems, making you want to hold them in your hands and examine them carefully. If Lord Betraying Moon isn't afraid of pain, he probably isn't afraid of being tickled either, right? Su Yuan grasped Pan Yu's left foot and tickled the sole of her foot with 2 fingers. The strange itching sensation made Pan Yu immediately struggle. Ha 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 ha. Let go of me. The burst of laughter made Beiyu, who was standing to the side, turn her head curiously to look at Su Yuan, who was squatting down and busy at work. The beast girls bustling around couldn't help but look over. The laughter didn't seem joyful at all, it was more a sound of collapse and pain. Ha ha ha. Don't even think about me begging for mercy. Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry. This time, they had harvested a large number of ice spike spiders, and Husi and the others would have to work for a while to finish processing them. If all else failed, they could always go back to the tribe and deal with them slowly. The laughter lasted for more than 20 minutes. By this time, Pan Yu was covered in sweat, and his laughter was a little weak. It was estimated that if he continued to tickle for a while, he would laugh himself to death. I'll talk. Ha 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 ha. I'll talk. Wa'ada. Ultimately, Pan Yu couldn't bear it any longer and broke down crying immediately after Su Yuan stopped. Her miserable state also made Beiyu, who was standing next to her, too scared to speak. Even the Black Sheep, which couldn't control the rebellious moon, but it was bullied to tears by the Red Fox tribe, and the crying sounded quite pitiful. For some reason, seeing Pan Yu cry, Beiyu felt a pang of heartache. She didn't think she had ever seen Pan Yu cry before. If you cry again, I'll continue. Now that these 3 little guys are enemies, Su Yuan showed no sympathy and grabbed Pan Yu's ankle again. I didn't cry. The Black Sheep which sent me out, saying she was searching for the whereabouts of Red Fox and Xin Co, but I know she was just unhappy that I didn't follow her orders. Su Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Pan Yu's personality wasn't formed overnight. If Black Sheep wasn't dissatisfied, he probably wouldn't have tolerated it for over a decade. What's going on with those 2? Pan Yu stopped crying and stammered, I was afraid I would be too bored by myself, so I asked the leader to add the 2 of them, and then the leader agreed. So it turns out that searching for escapees in the snow, enduring wind and rain, wasn't the leader's order. That wretched traitor, no wonder I, a little rabbit who knows nothing about hunting, was inexplicably captured and forced to perform a mission. Suddenly I didn't feel so sorry for her crying anymore, it was great that someone could subdue her. On one side, Beiyu smiled, while on the other, Pan Yu's eyes were still bloodshot, and even though she wasn't crying anymore, tears still streamed down her face. I see. It seems the three of you have been abandoned. No. We're on a mission. Su Yuan wasn't afraid of the three abandoned little beast girls, and he put Pan Yu's animal skin boots back on her. A crybaby, a sleepy koala, and a rebellious wolf, you witches probably thought it was too wasteful of food, so you were sent out to fend for yourselves. Su Yuan's words struck a chord with several people, and the two little beast girls were somewhat disappointed, while only Yue, who was sleeping nearby, showed no expression. After a moment of silence, Pan Yu finally began to explain, sobbing. The black sheep which wasn't like this before. Chapter 48 Strange Changes. In the past, the black sheep which would take in many homeless people. We were all from tribes that were attacked and displaced, and then we all gathered together again under the leadership of the black sheep witch. However, some time ago, the black sheep witch was taken to the Wangshui Mountains. I heard that the shaman there summoned many shamans from various tribes. After returning, the black sheep witch changed his appearance. The Moon Rebel's story is similar to that of the snow demon, and she doesn't seem to be lying. It's just unclear whether the black sheep was taken away or captured. Su Yuan also heard a familiar term, divine witch. Are there shamans in the tribes beyond the Wangshui Mountains? I don't know either. Pan Yu subconsciously wanted to retort, but after thinking of Su Yuan's methods, she immediately swallowed her words and shook her head with some grievance. The matter of the sorcerer was just something I overheard between the black sheep sorcerer and the tiger hunter leader. They said there was a sorcerer over there. It's another shaman, and this one's motives aren't simple either. Just by the fact that she's been capturing shamans from other tribes, this shaman is already standing right in front of me. Who knows, one day they might arrest me too. Su Yuan didn't know the true strength of these so-called divine sorcerers. After all, magic still existed in this world. If the opponent was some kind of magic master or holy mage, he certainly wouldn't be able to defeat them with just a few iron swords and sabers. We'll have to wait at least until the system shop reaches level 2, or until we find a very powerful rare item that we can exchange for something like a forbidden spell scroll. Forget it, that guy probably won't come to this godforsaken place anytime soon. If all else fails, I'll just take my men and escape to the land of death. Su Yuan temporarily put aside the matters concerning the Wangshui Mountains. The map from the Wangshui Mountains to the land of death was of unknown size, and the number of tribes existing within it was even more unknown. It's impossible to focus solely on capturing Red Fox. Currently, the only force capturing Red Fox is the Black Sheep tribe, which is controlled by that sorcerer. Alright, since you three have been abandoned anyway, from today onwards you are prisoners of our star tribe. You will only be able to eat if you work every day. Leaving these three guys on the snowfield won't do. If they run back and inform the Black Sheep tribe, they'll probably be coming after us. This place isn't too far from the Star Tribe's camp, and there's a frozen lake there where you can harvest plump fish, so Su Yuan doesn't want to move camp for the time being. Captured it is. I'll devour your entire tribe. Su Yuan ignored Pan Yu's stubborn expression. By now, Sure and the others had finished dealing with the ice spike spiders, each of them dragging a few ice spike spiders. Give these to me. It's getting dark. I'll offer the extras as a sacrifice to the gods. In the snow, several tiny creatures, each only 1.5 meters tall, were struggling to drag the ice spike spiders along the ground, since they still had a few trading opportunities left to use. It would be better to dispose of the corpses of these ice spike spiders. Yes, Lord Su Yuan. Small ice spike spider leg, 300 points. Small ice spike spider body, 800 points. They're selling them separately again. Su Yuan already used up some of his trading opportunities today, so it looks like he can only process 2 or 3 more. The rest will have to be traded tomorrow. Let's go, it'll be dark soon if we don't go back. The 3 little beast girls who were captured by Pan Yu don't need anyone to watch over them. Just tie their hands, and it's questionable whether they can even get out in this heavy snow. It's fortunate that these idiots were lucky enough to be caught, otherwise, after wandering for 10 or 15 days, they would probably have either frozen into ice sculptures or been carried off by wild animals by the time they were found. The 3 of them were led back to the tribe by Su Yuan with a rope. Yue was still sleeping soundly, being carried on the back of the little rabbit girl. When everyone arrived at the campsite, several campfires had already been lit in the snow. The fragrant aroma of grilled fish immediately perked up the 3 who had been listless. It smells like fish. Betrayal Moon. It tastes like fish. I'm so hungry. Sad Moon, Rebel Moon, I want to eat fish. The three reacted differently. Even Yue, who slept all day long, was attracted by the aroma. If she hadn't been tied up with ropes, she probably would have run to the campfire by now. The witch is back. Sister Wu and Sister Huzi brought back a lot of prey. Some of the little beast girls in the tribe habitually call Su Yuan the witch. Pan Yu's gaze shifted from the grilled fish to Su Yuan, and she asked with a face full of doubt, "Are you a witch?" "I guess so. Besides, you're a prisoner of war, why should I tell you?" Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu with a smile and retorted with her most familiar catchphrase. "If you don't want to talk, then don't. I don't want to hear it." Pan Yu was so angry that she started grinding her teeth again, turned her head away, and ignored Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, are you alright?" The red fox that hadn't been seen during the day had returned. It had been taking frequent baths these past 2 days, and its fur was much softer, with a faint scent emanating from it. It's not exactly a fragrance, but it's incredibly addictive, making you want to get closer and sniff it more. "It's nothing. I ran into 3 idiots being chased by ice spiders on the way, and they almost died." "You're the idiot." The voice of the rebellious moon made the red fox look over. When she saw the people of the black sheep tribe, she did not feel any impulsive anger. Instead, she smiled with some surprise and said, "So it's you 3 sisters. How are you black sheep witches doing lately?" "Why should I? Lady Black Sheep is attacking another tribe. She will come looking for you once she wins." Pan Yu originally didn't intend to pay attention to Chihu, but the unfriendly gaze from the side made her soul start to itch again, and the painful feeling from earlier in the day began to resurface in her mind. "Sai, even now, don't you understand that the black sheep is no longer the same black sheep it used to be? Untie them. The black sheep doesn't need useless people now. These 3 have already been abandoned." The 3 were deeply disappointed by Red Fox's words. Even Yu, who was usually very composed, had red eyes. After being untied, she just squatted on the ground, somewhat at a loss. Recently, the tribe has captured many people, and many others have been driven away. She knows that Tiger Hunter Sister's request for the 3 of them to come out and search for the red fox was just a lie. Or, if they had truly discovered the red fox, the 3 of them would no longer be useless, which would be considered a contribution to the Black Sheep Witch. "Sister Wu, what should we do?" Yuzuki harbored no hostility towards Akakuni and the others. After rousing herself, she stared at Akakuni with her big eyes. "Sai, even if you capture me and take me back, do you think Black Sheep will let you stay? She needs useful people, not people who can make contributions." Red Fox wiped away the tears from the corners of Yoyue's eyes, then pointed to Su Yuan, who was curiously watching the drama unfold, and said, "If you want to know what to do, ask our divine shaman." "A sorcerer?" All 3 stared in shock, especially Pan Yu, who found it hard to believe that the person who had bullied her before was actually the legendary sorcerer. "Heh, you don't believe me with that look in your eyes?" Chapter 49. I have a piece of cake plan. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. Red Fox wasn't usually such an impulsive person who would casually reveal her identity. It seemed she truly trusted these 3 little beast girls. He even had the idea of recruiting all 3 of them. "I don't. My Lord Shaman, what should we do? I don't want to leave everyone. I haven't finished the little jerky I left at the foot of my bed." Yui held Su Yuan's hand, looking up at him pitifully. The weariness on her face suggested she would fall asleep again soon. "This matter is very clear. First, all the shamans from the tribes were taken to the large tribe in the Wangshue Mountains, and their personalities changed after they returned. This can only mean that they were controlled. Or rather, they are no longer the original witches, and it is very likely that they are other people impersonating them." Pan Yu and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Wasn't the black sheep that had been hiding in the cave these days the former witch? So if you want to save the black sheep, to save the people of the black sheep tribe, the method is very simple. Even Pan Yu didn't interrupt Su Yuan at this moment, staring at him with hope of getting away to save everyone. After pondering for a while, Su Yuan finally spoke slowly to the 3 of them. "The first thing is to completely defeat the black sheep tribe and capture the black sheep. We must know exactly what happened. The second point is to defeat all the other tribes around us that are similar to the black sheep tribe, and then go find the shaman of the snow-viewing mountains. If we just capture her, wouldn't everything be solved?" After pondering for a moment, Beiyue said with a dejected look, "It's no use. That big tribe is very powerful. Even if all the tribes in our wasteland were combined, we couldn't beat them. How do we know before we've even started? She needs other people to do things for her, which proves they're also involved in something. Besides, she's a sorceress, but I'm not? Tell me, do you want the black sheep to turn back to its previous form? Think. Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu, who was speaking dejectedly, and pinched her cheek, laughing mischievously. Speak louder, haven't you eaten? I want her to turn back. Also, we really haven't eaten all day. The sound echoed throughout the camp, and the beast girls who were grilling fish all looked over. On the other side, Nicoya, who was holding a boiled bird egg, was so startled that she almost dropped it. You wretched fellow, Cat White, look at the bird eggs I brought you. Cat White, whose face was still somewhat pale, smiled at Cat Knight and gave one of the 2 eggs in her hand to Cat Knight. Let's eat one together later, and give the other one to Su Yuan Wu. Oh right, Su Yuan promised to take me to take a bath today. Oh no, it's getting so late. Cat White's face was somewhat serious as he looked at Cat Knight and said, if Cat Knight wants to take a bath, I can go with you. Don't trouble Su Yuan Wu. It's different, Cat White, let me tell you, Su Yuan that day. Alright, the 3 of you just need to trust me. Once we're all ready, we'll launch a counterattack on the Black Sheep tribe, capture the Black Sheep, and bring back all the tribespeople who have been driven away. Su Yuan first painted a rosy picture for the group. Of course, this was not an unattainable dream they only needed to develop for a while longer to launch a counterattack against the Black Sheep tribe. We can train at least 10 archers, and then 20 warriors to charge forward. Of course, we'll need to make a lot of preparations if we want to capture them alive. Unfortunately, the tribe now only has 50 people. After removing those who are younger and not good at fighting, there are only about 20 left. Alright, you guys go get something to eat first. Fox 9, I'm leaving them to you. Watching the departing group, Su Yuan sighed helplessly, we're still short-handed. Red Fox approached Su Yuan with a smile and said, they are all good children. Pan Yu's talent will soon make her an awakened warrior. Although Beiyu is very timid and cries every day, she has learned a lot from her mother. Yuzuki is often sleepy due to her physical condition, but her ability to hide is even better than Nikoya's. Red Fox was somewhat emotional. After being attacked by the Black Sheep tribe for so long, she had come to understand many things, but of course, there were also many more things she couldn't understand. What exactly is the shaman of the Maguang tribe planning to do, and why do the personalities of each shaman who goes there suddenly change? Okay, I understand. Go eat something, everyone's waiting. Su Yuan understood what Chi Hu meant. If Pan Yu could join the Star Tribe, it would mean having another awakened warrior waiting to be awakened. If we successfully awaken by then, we will have a much better chance of counterattacking the Black Sheep tribe. Sister, it smells so good. It's even better than jerky. Yu Yue was unusually awake. By the campfire, the warmth of the flames made her less sleepy. She held a piece of roasted fish in both hands. Betrayal Moon and Sorrowful Moon were also happily munching on fish, though they were a little embarrassed, especially Betrayal Moon, who had just helped the Black Sheep attack the Red Fox tribe. Now they're eating and drinking in someone else's camp. But the rumbling in her stomach was protesting her last bit of stubbornness. The dried meat she had taken with her was all gone, and the 3 sisters had been finding wild fruits along the way to fill their stomachs during this time. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Su Yuan sat down next to the group. The 3 of them seemed to be starving, and the aroma of the grilled fish made them speechless. He also casually picked up a piece of grilled fish and dug out a sweet potato that was roasting by the fire. After finishing the potatoes last time, Su Yuan couldn't resist eating fish, meat, and wild fruits every day, so he brought out another batch of sweet potatoes. These things are quite convenient, you just need to throw them into the fire and roast them for a while. The sweet and sticky taste made the little beast girls in the tribe love it, and they would stare at the pile of sweet potatoes placed in the cave every day at mealtime. Don't just eat fish, try this roasted sweet potato. Su Yuan casually tore off a small piece of steaming sweet potato and handed it to Pan Yu. The wonderful aroma made her head pop out of the fish meat. What's this? Sweet potato, what, did you think I was going to hurt you? I didn't. Pan Yu's face flushed slightly. If she had only been physically subdued by Su Yuan before, then the conversation just now had made her feel somewhat subdued by Su Yuan from the bottom of her heart. Ouch. It's so hot. You really meant to hurt me. Idiot, who told you to bite it? Spit it out right now, or you'll burn your lips. Why should I? I won't. The sweet and soft taste made Pan Yu's ears perk up with excitement, and she immediately swallowed the sweet potato she was biting into. Her originally shy and slightly flushed face was now completely red from the heat. After swallowing the sweet potato in her mouth, she took another bite of the sweet potato in Su Yuan's hand. You idiot! You bit my hand. Chapter 50: The mysteriously disappearing food. At night, only a few campfires were still lit in the camp. Nowadays, snow houses no longer require everyone to sleep together in cramped conditions, but most beast girls still prefer to squeeze into a snow house in groups of 2 or 3. This will make it warmer when you sleep at night. Su Yuan returned to his cabin, and the first cabin built in the camp became his residence. A thick animal hide quilt was placed on a small wooden bed, and right next to it in the center was a small wooden box that he had just made in the last 2 days. Although it didn't look very nice, it was still a work of Su Yuan's painstaking effort. In the corner of the cabin, some tools and unfinished items were casually placed. These fruits could be used to make a bar? Su Yuan poured the miscanthus fruit he had picked during the day into a wooden box. The box was filled with other wild fruits he had found as well. After systematic identification, they were all ordinary fruits that were non-toxic and had no special effects. After arranging a large pile of fruit, Su Yuan lay down on the bed. Now that the tribe's food and lodging had been taken care of, he shouldn't need to do much more work in the coming days. Let's get the wooden barrel out tomorrow. I don't know if those oil fruits will be able to seal it completely. Squeak, creak. Just as he was lying in bed pondering tomorrow's actions, the door of the cabin opened with a creak, and in the dim firelight of the camp, he could see the pretty face of the person entering the doorway. Cat Knight? You can't sleep again, can you? Su Yuan wasn't surprised to see her sneak into his room. This girl was one of the most active at night among the beast girls in the camp. She couldn't get up in the morning and couldn't sleep at night. She's a total night owl. Okay, Su Yuan, let's go take a shower. Cough, cough, cough. It's so late, it's too dangerous to go out now. Su Yuan was surprised that she still remembered what they had talked about during the day. Mao Yi, who usually had a short attention span, had actually been thinking about this all day. Oh. But I really want to go, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Mao Yi jumped onto Su Yuan's bed with a face full of resentment. Her twisting body almost caused her to fall to the ground. You should know that this small wooden house is not big. Su Yuan's wooden bed is even smaller than the bed in his dormitory when he was in school. Keep your voice down, don't wake everyone up. Su Yuan quickly held Mao Yi down. The tribe now has night watchmen every night. If they heard the noise and thought he was in danger, they might break down the door and rush in. The scene was unimaginable. Listen to me, you don't actually need to shower, but you can't make any noise and disturb everyone, understand? Really? Yes, I promise I won't wake everyone up at night. That night, the White Rabbit and several well-behaved little animal girls were keeping watch by the campfire. They curiously watched the small tools in the White Rabbit's hands. White Rabbit, this needle is so convenient for sewing animal hides, much better than fish bones. Yes, and this too. The White Rabbit carefully taught the little beast girls who came with long, never imagining that one day she would be able to teach others the knowledge her mother had taught her. Alright, watch carefully. Su Yuan asked us to help make some quiver. It's just 2 pieces of animal hide sewn together. Be careful not to sew the opening too big. Ha! What's that sound? As she was talking, her rabbit ears heard some strange sounds, including the creaking of wood and the faint meowing of a cat. Ouch! That hurts. Just as she was looking around in confusion, the little beast girl next to her accidentally pricked her finger, and bright red blood immediately seeped out, which made the White Rabbit panic. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Su Yuan told me that if your finger bleeds, you can put it in your mouth for a while and it will stop bleeding. The White Rabbit carefully bit the little beast girl's bleeding finger, and soon only a small red dot remained. Amazing! It's really not bleeding anymore. Seeing everyone staring at her with wide eyes, the White Rabbit couldn't help but laugh. Alright, watch me demonstrate for you. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Long and her group went fishing at the frozen lake. Recently, the fish had become smarter, and it would take them much longer to catch the same number of fish as before. Bang bang bang! Which? Something terrible has happened. The dried fish in the camp have disappeared. There was a knock on the door in the early morning. Su Yuan subconsciously pulled the blanket tighter around himself. Mao Yi was still fast asleep, and the fatigue on his face was very obvious. Wait for me to come out and take a look. Even things can go missing in the camp. The tribe has a large amount of food, which is stored separately in caves, and most of it is placed directly in individual snow huts. Meow, is it morning already? It's okay, you can go to sleep. You can get up and eat when you're hungry later. Su Yuan rubbed Mao Ye's little head. Today was another refreshing day. The great Lord Su was about to get up and solve the case. After quickly getting dressed, the red fox in the camp had already woken up and was taking stock of the tribe's food in the cave. How much food is missing? Could it be that wild animals came at night? The loss of food wasn't a big deal after all, he had tens of thousands of points, enough to feed a tribe of 50. But he had to deal with the theft. There were about 4 or 5 frozen dried fish, and the footprints looked like they were left by a person. People? Look at these footprints. They look like they came last night. And White Rabbit heard strange noises while keeping watch last night. Su Yuan was somewhat puzzled. None of the beast girls in the tribe were starving. Now that the tribe was small, he advocated food sharing, hoping to unite the entire tribe into one family. Therefore, it's impossible for a hungry beast girl to come and steal things in the middle of the night. White Rabbit said that we had just fallen asleep when we heard cats meowing in the camp. She was afraid that the cat people had come to our tribe to steal things. Cough cough cough, we can't be sure yet. Maybe Mao Ye and the others were talking in their sleep last night. The meowing sound from that spot definitely wasn't from a thief. Su Yuan immediately interrupted Chihu, and then thought of a way to catch the thief. Red Fox, tell everyone not to worry these next 2 days. Then you and I will set a trap here and tell everyone that no one except you can come in. Trap? Red Fox was a little confused. Her original plan was to follow the remaining footprints in the snow to find the thieves, but it seemed that Su Yuan had a better idea. So she gave up on the idea after a whole night. It was becoming difficult to find the footprints left by the thieves. Okay, I'll teach you and Fox 9 how to do it later. Don't tell anyone about this yet. We'll talk about it after we catch the person. Chapter 51, Traps and Wooden Fences. The matter of the missing food was temporarily glossed over by the Red Fox. A short while later, she brought Fox 9 to the cave. At this time, Su Yuan had some more branches and ropes in his hands. Su Yuan, are you going to make that thing called a trap? Fox 9's eyes lit up. She felt she could learn a lot from Su Yuan. She had been studying wooden barrels a while ago, and now her sister was talking about traps. Yes, a trap is to set up a location in advance and wait for the enemy to fall into it. It's like digging a big pit in the snow, then covering it with a layer of animal hide, and then covering the hide with a layer of snow. Guess what would happen if the enemy came? Without hesitation, Fox 9 exclaimed, I know we're going to fall. However, she soon became conflicted again, staring at the hard stone floor of the cave. But the caves are all made of stone, so we can't dig a big pit. That was just one of the traps before. I'll make a trap later that doesn't require digging a hole. The simple trap was not difficult to set. After observing the structure of the cave for a while, Su Yuan immediately thought of a trap specifically designed to catch thieves who wanted to steal things. The traps I'm teaching you this time can also be used to catch small animals in the wild. When Long and the others go fishing, you can take some people to set up some traps near the camp to catch wild animals. First, there's that thin, long branch. I don't know what kind it is, but it's quite resilient. If you tie a rope to its head and press it down, it's easy to be hoisted up before anyone has a chance to react. The other end of the rope was on the other side of the cave. In order to catch the thief, Su Yuan had specially exchanged for a thin thread in the system shop, which was so close to the wall that it was impossible to find. Finally, with the stick at the cave entrance, cover it with some snow, tie the line in a knot like this and place it on top. If anyone touches the stick, the line will immediately retract and grab that person's leg. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Su Yuan's eyes darted around, and he smiled as he looked at the still somewhat dazed Fox 9 beside him. Little Fox 9, want to give it a try? Huh? Is that okay? Fox 9 was indeed somewhat tempted, because she listened to Su Yuan's explanation, but she still didn't quite understand how this thing captured people. Su Yuan, looking smug, pushed Hu Jiu in front of him and said, it's alright, this trap can be reused after it's triggered. Give it a try. Red Fox was also curious and stood aside, carefully observing Fox 9. Oh well. Fox 9 arrived at the location of the trap with a puzzled look on her face. The wooden stick reached her calf level, and she would definitely hit the stick if she didn't deliberately lift her foot. Click. Just as she carefully knocked the stick away, the small piece of wood stuck in the cave wall lost its support and immediately retracted, pulling the line binding Fox 9 upwards. Ah! Before she could recover, Hujio was instantly hung upside down. If Su Yuan hadn't reacted quickly, she probably would have bumped into the rock wall. Are you all right? Su Yuan quickly untied the thin thread around her ankle and lifted Hujio down. The little fox was a bit dizzy from the pull earlier, but she had just recovered. No. It's all right now, I think I understand. The thin thread contracted too quickly. Even if she knew it, she would have had a hard time reacting and was left hanging upside down on the Shandong Island. It seems to be working well. Sigh, if we had set up this kind of trap at the entrance to the camp's boulder before, we wouldn't have been ambushed at night. Red Fox sighed helplessly. This kind of trap had too many limitations and was difficult to use on ordinary snowfields, but it was very effective in the tribe she had been with before. Fox 9 was still observing Su Yuan's restoration of the trap when she heard her sister's sigh. She immediately perked up her little ears, and her fluffy tail swept back and forth in the cave. Su Yuan, what if there are no caves for support on both sides in the wild? In the wild? It's too easy to be spotted in the wild. But if you want to catch some wild animals, you can just stick 2 sticks on either side and scatter some food near the sticks to wait for the prey to trigger the trap. This kind of trap is only effective against some wild animals. If it encounters a smart or large magical beast, the wooden stick will probably break before it can even pull the beast. Wow, Su Yuan is amazing. He knows everything. I'll go try it right away. Before Su Yuan could call her back, the little fox immediately ran out of the cave and got busy with her friends. Why is this girl so impatient? By the way, Red Fox, let's build some fences around the tribe, otherwise we won't even know if someone enters the camp. Su Yuan had been so busy with food and shelter that he forgot about this matter. A tribe doesn't even have a proper boundary. If there were a fence, things wouldn't be stolen in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. Fence? Seeing the Red Fox's puzzled expression, Su Yuan was also a little curious. Could it be that there were no fences for marking territory in this primitive society? It's about using some wood to surround the camp, leaving only one entrance and exit, so that if someone enters the tribe, they can be detected. Haven't you done this before? Before, we always looked for a cave or tree hollow. Our previous campsite was inside an empty boulder. Wood is needed to start a fire, and tribes without shamans won't waste too much time cutting down trees. Red Fox gave Su Yuan a general explanation, and Su Yuan understood that building a fence in this snowy weather was indeed unnecessary, since everyone either lived together in a cave or found a tree hole to hide in. The wood, painstakingly split with stone and bone axes, is used to build a fence, but it is still vulnerable to blizzards. If you're unlucky, it might be swept away by the wind within a few days of being built. We still have to build it, not only to prevent other people from coming to the camp, but also to help lost beast girls find their way back. More importantly, this thing keeps everyone together, providing a sense of security, as even if a wild animal were to rush in, it would make a loud noise beforehand. It's alright, there are plenty of trees nearby. If all else fails, we can go up the mountain and cut some down. Okay, then I'll go tell everyone. After thinking for a while, Red Fox agreed to Su Yuan's fence plan. Although she didn't know what it was for, there were too many things about Su Yuan that she didn't know. As long as it doesn't harm the tribe, she will unconditionally support Su Yuan, the person who brings life and hope to the tribe. No need, I'll go tell Lion and Fox. They don't understand how to build a fence yet. By the way, after you're done, cover the trap with some snow. It might be a bit of a hassle for you to do this in the middle of the night. If you hear any noise over here, come and check it out. Red Fox watched Su Yuan run towards the training ground, a smile that remained on her face. She hadn't smiled since the attack, or even since she took on the role of witch. The daily food at the camp, the living conditions of the tribe, and the treatment of those returning from hunting, all these things fell on her shoulders after her mother disappeared from the tribe. For the sake of the tribe's survival, she had to suppress her longing for her mother and her desire to find her deep in her heart. Mother, the tribe can now be handed over to Su Yuan. Once he leads us to rescue our people, I will set off to find you. Wait for me. Chapter 52, The Beginning of a Tribal Camp. Is this alright, Su Yuan? Fox Spirit sharpened both ends of a tree root, dug through the snow on the ground, and plunged it into the frozen soil. Even though Fox Spirit looked a bit thin, he was quite strong. The log was quickly driven into the ground, and unless there was a particularly severe blizzard, it would be unlikely to be pulled out. Not bad, this is it. Bang! Just as Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, a loud crash came from the side, and some dirt splattered all over Su Yuan. Cough cough cough, tui tui tui, what happened? Su Yuan, I'm done too. Lion followed suit and nailed the tree trunk to the ground. Almost half of the 2 or 3 meter long trunk was driven into the frozen soil. Sure enough, Lion's competitive spirit was reignited. Although his aloof face remained expressionless, his eyes were filled with pride as he watched Foxy only manage to pinpoint a small detail. Lion, actually you don't need to nail it so deep. As long as the height is uniform, it'll be fine. If it's too low, the enemy can easily climb over it. Ha! The beast girls who were practicing archery at the camp all joined the task of driving wooden stakes. Su Yuan's planned area was not too large, only including the snow house where the beast girls lived, and a few toilets in the corner. The main problem was that there wasn't much wood in the camp, and some needed to be left for firewood, so they only managed to enclose a semicircle around the cave. The surrounding beast girls were all drawn over, and as they watched the vast expanse of white snow gradually being replaced by rows of brown wood, the unease they felt from the previous attack dissipated somewhat. Lord Su Yuan, shouldn't we fill this in? Su Yuan left the last spot near the mountain wall alone. It was about 3 or 4 meters wide and looked very conspicuous. No need, we still need to keep some wood in the camp to start a fire. I can go and cut some back right away. Seeing how enthusiastic Husi and the others were, Su Yuan quietly pulled her and Shi's heads over, and the 3 of them formed a small circle before he whispered something. We haven't caught the thief who disappeared from the tribe yet, so we'll leave this place empty for him. We'll seal it off once we catch him. By the way, don't tell everyone yet. Although the thief isn't from our tribe, he knows where we keep our food, so he must be keeping an eye on things nearby. If we let it slip, we won't be able to catch the food thief. Husi immediately became serious, frowned, and said earnestly, I understand. I'll keep an eye on things tonight, and if anyone comes, I'll grab her immediately. Yes, I'll hold her too. Lion looked very serious. Judging from her expression, if she caught the thief, she'd probably have to take a knife first. No need. I've set up the cave. As long as you hear shouts coming from inside, it means the thief has been caught. Don't worry. Remember to tell Long and the others when you go out later, so they can find the campsite. Su Yuan worried that Long, who was in the land of death, had never seen this thing before, and that she would be finished if she kicked down the wooden fence. After explaining the situation, Su Yuan led everyone back to the camp. The beast girls gathered around him, their big, adorable eyes gazing at him curiously. What is this? Why do you stick the wood into the ground? The chattering voices didn't annoy Su Yuan after all. Every glance revealed beautiful faces, their curious expressions adding to their charm. From now on, everyone will no longer have to worry about enemy invasions. This is the camp fence, and the spikes on it can hurt people, so everyone will have to go through that gate to leave. Upon hearing that it was for everyone's safety, the beast girls all smiled and praised Su Yuan so much that he almost blushed. If he hadn't been held tightly by everyone, he would have almost floated to the sky. After finishing with the fence work, it was almost afternoon. Su Yuan returned to his little wooden house. Mao Yi was already awake and was lazily stretching on the bed. Her snow-white skin was exposed as the animal skin quilt slipped down, and the cold air coming from outside the door made her shiver, so she immediately crawled back into the quilt. How are you? Are you all right? He stayed up most of last night. If Su Yuan hadn't exchanged for another blue spirit drink to enhance his life force, he would probably still be sound asleep. It feels so good, Su Yuan. How about tonight? Stop. You need to take care of Mao by tonight. She's not feeling well, and it's too cold for her to sleep alone in the snow house. Su Yuan casually made up an excuse. It was still during the cooldown period, and he was a wise leader determined to lead the Star Tribe to reclaim their original camp. Even if they had defeated all the major tribes of the desolate snowfield and united all the tribal forces of the snowfield, how could they waste their minds on such pleasures? We need to wait at least a day. But, all right then. Come again tomorrow. Watching Mao Ye put on her animal skin clothes and leave her little wooden house, Su Yuan also lay back on the bed with some emotion. The blankets had a strange smell, but in this freezing weather, it was impossible to wash and change them often. Fortunately, most of the scents are the faint fragrance of Mao Ye, somewhat like cotton after being dried in the sun, which can relieve fatigue. Finally, we can brew wine, but how are wooden barrels made again? Previously, I had only casually told Fox 9 that wood could not only be used to make houses, but also to make wooden barrels like pottery jars. But now that it's his turn, he's stumped by the method of making the wooden barrel. Even without systematic knowledge, he can build a wooden house based on his knowledge from his previous life. Although there is a risk of the house collapsing, it is still better than not even knowing how to start a wooden bucket. Doraemon, do you have a recipe for making wooden barrels in the shop? The Evolution of the Bucket Book, 100 points. A collection of artistic appreciation of wooden carved barrels, 100 points. Wooden toilets make life better, 150 points. 10 types of wooden barrel making memories, 300 points. The System's shopping mall seemed to want to showcase the wide variety of its goods, listing any item with the words wood or barrel. Is the search system malfunctioning? I was referring to the crafting method. Never mind, I'll exchange it for the memory of crafting the wooden barrel. After receiving the memories of barrel making, Su Yuan's smile immediately disappeared. Making an ordinary barrel was very simple. It can be done by simply connecting a few pieces of wood using mortise and tenon joints. However, if one wants to make a sealed wooden barrel that can be used for brewing wine, the process is much more complicated. It's not as simple as just taking a barrel and applying a layer of oil to it as he thought. The tools he now keeps in that simple wooden box are simply not enough to make a sealed wooden barrel. This is a headache. Maybe we should look for a plant similar to bamboo in this world? Bamboo is naturally hollow, so you only need to drill a hole in it and then plug it. The only problem is that bamboo has a very small capacity. Su Yuan quickly dismissed this idea. What he needed was to improve the level of civilization of the Star Tribe. If they had to resort to crude methods to solve every problem, it would be disastrous. The development of that tribal civilization will likely only go further astray. So as long as there's any hope of making it, we should give it a try. After all, the chances of finding bamboo in this icy, snowy landscape are even slimmer. Well. Chapter 53 Trap Hunting Squad. The making of the wooden barrels had to be put on hold for the time being. Before nightfall, Long and the others dragged fish of all sizes back to the camp. Lord Su Yuan, it's been hard to catch fish in the frozen lake lately. This is all we've caught today. Long looked somewhat guilty. The team had only brought back about 20 fish, and they weren't very big. It's alright, I guessed this a long time ago. Catching more than 20 fish these days is already a good catch, considering the limited capacity of the frozen lake and the fact that the fish are now aware of danger. Starting tomorrow, the number of people going fishing at the frozen lake will be reduced by half. You should go with Husi to practice archery first. There's still some food left, so don't worry about it for now. Staying in this icy wasteland is not a long-term solution. More people need to learn archery. Long is stronger than Husi, although she is still no match for Sure in terms of strength. Well, okay then. Long was a little worried about the food, but since Su Yuan had said so, she had no choice but to follow his instructions. Even after dinner, the Star Tribe remained busy at night, having already processed the ice spike spiders they had hunted earlier. Blue limbs were piled up in the corner of the wooden stake, and Zizi and a few friends were playing with the corpses of ice spike spiders. Ha, Red Fruit Warrior, I will not show mercy. What I must protect are my comrades behind me. Zizi held a small section of an ice spike spider leg in her hand, staring seriously at a cute little beast girl with folded ears opposite her. Squeak, squeak, this thing is too dangerous, shall we stop playing with it? The little folded-eared beast girl looked at the corpses of the ice spike spiders with some fear, while a blue shell shield was stuffed into her hand by Zizi. Red Fruit Warrior, please address me as Squeak Warrior. A great warrior is not afraid of the corpses of these small animals. Su Yuan came up behind Gigi, watched her speak these words seriously, and carefully removed the spider leg from her hand. Squeaky Warrior, this thing can hurt your buddies. Which? Su Yuan. The surrounding little beast girls all gathered around. These little guys were quite young and small as well. The biggest one, Zizi, didn't even reach Su Yuan's chest. Where are White Rabbit and the others? Sister White Rabbit and the others took the giant spider's meat with them. The ice spike spider meat was actually extracted by White Rabbit and the others. Su Yuan remembered that the ice spike spider didn't have much meat. Husi and the others had only brought it back to make weapons. Su Yuan could also use the corpses of these ice spike spiders to exchange for points. Otherwise, the amount of meat wouldn't even be enough for a meal for the tribe, and dragging it back would be a complete waste of time. Su Yuan, let go of Squeaky Warrior. My tummy's getting cold from the wind. At this moment, Gigi, who was being held, shivered. When Su Yuan hugged her, her animal skin clothes were lifted up a bit, exposing her fair little belly to the cold wind. Oh, Sorry, sorry. Su Yuan quickly put the person down, and after landing with a creak, he straightened his clothes. When Su Yuan came over, she didn't continue playing the role-playing game she had been playing before. Instead, she hugged Su Yuan with a pleading expression on her face. Su Yuan, can you treat us to something delicious? Meat soup? Didn't you just have fish soup? Aren't you full yet? Now that the tribe has pottery making skills, boiling water and making soup are very convenient. In addition to dry grilled fish for dinner, the Beast Girls will also make some fish soup to drink. It wasn't meat broth. Nicoya said you gave her some pressed biscuits before. She said they were delicious. Pressed biscuits? If I'm not mistaken, Gigi was probably referring to compressed biscuits. It was the first meal she had when she met Maoye and the others, and I was surprised that she still remembered it. Squeak, what's a pressed cookie? Which, can we eat this too? The other little beast girls beside him also set their sights on Su Yuan, like a group of cats waiting to be fed. Want to eat? Sure, but you need to complete a task for me. A few packs of compressed biscuits aren't worth many points, but Su Yuan needs to find something for the little beast girls to do. Otherwise, if they keep playing with the legs of these ice spike spiders all day, they might accidentally hurt someone. Squeaky warriors guarantee mission completion. The folded-eared beast girl, Honghua, blushed and imitated Gigi's mannerisms, raising her head and saying to Su Yuan, Hong. Honghua also guarantees to complete the mission. What could be done to tire out these little beast girls without being too dangerous? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan decided to hand over the trap task he had given to Hu Jiu to these little beast girls. After all, it was just a matter of setting up the traps and then waiting for the prey to take the bait. I'll teach you a method to catch prey, and tomorrow you can have Sister Lion take you out to hunt. Oh, and take those fat wolves out for some exercise too. We forgot about those tamed fat wolves during the last hunt. Now, with food and lodging provided at the camp, they've almost degenerated into silly huskies, spending their days eating and sleeping. No longer do we live a life of irregular eating habits, nor do we have to search far and wide for a warm place. Compared to the past, this quality of life is simply amazing. Hunting. Can I go hunting too? Zizi's eyes lit up as soon as she heard about hunting. As expected of Long's daughter, the Totoro Zizi, who was able to run all by herself to the place where Su Yuan and the others were to steal food, has boundless energy. This isn't a hunting trip, come here. Su Yuan found an open space, squatted down, cleared away the snow above, and then used the shell of the ice spike spider to dig a small hole in the ground. Compared to fishing line traps made of tree branches, this is much simpler and easier to teach these little beast girls, since not every beast girl is as clever as Fox 9. Tomorrow, find some places outside, dig some pits, cover them with a layer of animal hide, then cover them with a layer of snow, and then put some food on top. Su Yuan made a simple pit trap, no more than 10 centimeters in size, which looked quite ordinary after being covered with snow. When animals come to eat the food, they will fall down, and then you can catch them. This thing is much simpler than a rope snare, and the little beast girls immediately understood. Now they had even more energy, and led by Zizi, they really planned to rush out of the camp in the middle of the night. Stop, stop. It's too dangerous outside at night. You can go out tomorrow morning. Oh, and this is your advance payment. Su Yuan immediately used 10 points to exchange for a red date-flavored compressed biscuit and handed it to Gigi. No, the Squeak Warriors haven't completed the witch's mission yet, so they can't collect their rewards. That's not convincing at all. The little Totoro's sense of smell is too sensitive. The aroma of the red date biscuits has already reached Zizi's nostrils, and now his saliva is almost dripping onto Su Yuan's hand. Chapter 54 The Divine Shaman grants the power of awakening. Alright, this is in advance. You'll get a cookie as a reward if you catch a prey. Then, Squeaky Warrior will accept this mission. Zizi immediately took the cookie, divided the palm-sized cookie into several pieces, and gave them to the other friends. It has to be said that even a little kid like Zizi is surprisingly strong in this world. She can break such a thick cookie into pieces with just a little effort. If we were to put him back in his previous life, Su Yuan would have a hard time even breaking an apple. Even if he got angry, he could only get angry for a moment before obediently using a knife to cut it open. So delicious. The sweet taste made the little beast girls wag their tails excitedly. This sweetness was not as sweet as some of the fruits they had eaten before, but it slowly softened in their mouths with the help of saliva. The even sweeter aroma filled my mouth. Alright, you guys get some rest. I need to finish my task tomorrow. Good. Good night, witch. After finally dealing with the little guys, the white rabbit and the others who came out of the cave arrived at the ice spike spider corpse. Su Yuan. White rabbit, do you still need these things? If it's useless, Su Yuan plans to use it as the item for today's 10th transaction. The corpse parts were disassembled quite a bit, enough to last a week. Sigh, it could have been used, but Sister Lei Yin was captured by the Black Sheep tribe, and no one knows how to deal with these things. Thunder Flame? Sister Lei Yin used to be in charge of making weapons for the tribe. She made most of the stone axes and bone knives for Sister Shur and the others. But that day, she stood in the back to protect everyone. When the topic of the Black Sheep tribe came up, White Rabbit looked a little disappointed. Su Yuan quickly rubbed her drooping rabbit ears, and the ticklish sensation immediately brought White Rabbit back to her senses. Alright, as long as the person is still alive, we can go back to the snowy wilderness to rescue them later. Yes, I believe in Su Yuan. Since these spider parts were useless, Su Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and quickly traded several large-looking pieces of the corpse to the system. Can this thing be made into a weapon without relying on a system? Looking at the ice spike spider leg in his hand, Su Yuan could only think of attaching it to a wooden stick to make a spear. However, this is clearly very different from the weapons that can be redeemed in the system store. The spears in the system store look much cooler than this wooden stick with a spider leg stuck in it. System, do you have any recipes or blueprints for making these magical materials? Please unlock the Tier 2 shop. Got it. It seems the second tier shop not only has modern firearms, but it might even have magical weapons. With my dual mastery of magic and physics, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for me to take down a mere rumored sorcerer? But how advanced is the tribal civilization in this level 2 mall? The iron smelting era? Or will the tribe be developed into a small town? Surely they won't make me develop to the steam age? Exchanging a steam engine from the system shop is not a problem, but how can we expect these primitive tribe beast girls to go from a primitive society to a steam-powered industrial society in just a few years? Even if the father of the steam engine, came, it wouldn't work. Now, even a wooden barrel is facing various challenges, let alone a steam engine. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Once we unify the tribes of the desolate snowfield, my entire force will be clad in iron armor and wielding swords, with hundreds of archers launching fire arrows to sweep the land. Do you think you can defeat us then? The night was unusually quiet. Without Maoya by my side, it was a bit cold to sleep alone. However, a great leader cannot waste his mind on such things. What? Afraid of kidney deficiency? That's definitely not the case. The next morning, the noisy little beast girls had already approached Lion. Upon hearing that it was Su Yuan's mission, Lion also put down the bow and arrow aimed at the snowman. Let's go, but you can't wander off once we're outside. Yes, no worries, Sister Lion. We're going to complete Master Witch's mission, not to play around. We definitely won't run around. Red Fruit Warrior, I'm leaving everyone in your command. I need to keep a close watch on the surrounding dangers. The little girl's face was flushed under the red-fleshed hat. She glanced at the aloof-looking Lion, but still answered loudly, yes, mission accomplished. As Lion gazed at the group of adorable little ones, he didn't even realize that a slight smile was slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. By the way, Su Yuanwu said those fat wolves should also be taken out for hunting. Ha! Several white wolves seemed to sense the attention they were being directed at. They licked their messy fur and opened their eyes, their gazes now appearing much more innocent than before. It's time to make some changes. Lion walked over and kicked the guys. Apart from Su Yuan, the snow wolves were most afraid of Lion in the camp. In an instant, the snow wolves all stood up. Let's go hunting. Although reluctant, Lion's gaze made the snow wolves shake their messy fur and hurriedly follow. After she left with the group of little beast girls, the empty spot was filled by Long, and the fishing team was led by Xiaoman and Deman today. Unless they encounter an awakened warrior, Xiaoman and Deman, a bear girl and a white bear, are not many people who can stand against them. This is how you use a bow and arrow, lay your body flat. The tribe's morning was full of vitality. Sunlight shone on the camp, and even the sleepiest cat, Night, woke up and was eating grilled fish with a few little beast girls by the campfire. The cat beside me, whose complexion had recovered well, was grilling fish. Is Su Yuanwu really different from us? Yes, I confirmed it myself. This must be a unique ability of the shaman. My mother said that the shaman can use special abilities to grant ordinary people the power to evolve into awakened warriors. The surrounding beast girls cast envious glances and awakened warrior, whose power and prestige in the tribe are second only to the shaman. Cat Knight, I envy you so much. It seems you've received the blessing of the witch and will soon become an awakened warrior, right? I also want the witch to bestow it upon me, but I'm afraid I'm not qualified. Panyu, sitting not far away on the other side, snorted, looking indifferent, but the fish in her hand was squeezed into a ball. What's so great about that? I'm about to become an awakened warrior too. Muttering to herself, her gaze kept drifting to the small wooden house not far away. Although Su Yuan was awake, he was still inside. Banyue, it'll get cold if you don't eat soon, and we still have archery practice later. Baiyue took a delicious bite of the fish. These days had been wonderful. Not only was there meat to eat, but she could also sleep in a warm snow house. No longer suffering from hunger and cold, something that never happened in the Black Sheep tribe before. Even in the desolate snowfields, there are times when it is impossible to catch prey. At those times, people can only endure hunger or find some wild fruits and grasses to fill their stomachs. Some familiar wild fruits are fine, but if they are unfamiliar ones, you might be lucky and not have any major problems, but if you're unlucky, your stomach will hurt like it's being cut with a knife after eating them. I know what I'm doing. Glancing at Baiyue and Yuyue happily eating grilled fish beside her, Panyu made up her mind and stuffed a ball of fish meat into her mouth. The scene of the Black Sheep tribe being driven away not long ago flashed before his eyes, and at that time he could only stand quietly behind the chief. Even if it's just tickling my feet, I'll get Su Yuan to grant me the power to awaken, so I can save Black Sheep and everyone else. Chapter 55 The Great Pit Digging Operation. Heave ho, red fruit warriors, give it your all. We'll be finishing the first trap soon. In the middle of a snowy plain, Gigi and her group were diligently digging holes in the snow, and she was wielding the large iron shovel that Su Yuan had exchanged for Shirshir with great skill. But, Squeak, isn't this pit way too big? Hongwa watched as Gigi dug a hole nearly a meter deep. If she dug any deeper, it would cover their heads. Lord Su Yuan wants prey. Of course we can't just catch any small animal, it has to be a big prey like that green-haired pig from before. Lion sat on a rock nearby, holding the leash of several fat wolves, constantly on guard. With this group of little ones, she dared not be too careless. Hearing Gigi's words, she couldn't hold back her emotions either. The green-haired pig she had encountered before was one that even her mother, Long, had found difficult to defeat in a short time. It should be noted that such a beast, which is about 2 meters long, is considered a medium-sized beast. A tribe without awakened warriors would typically need to send at least 3 or 4 experienced warriors. I never expected that this little guy's target today would be something so big. Sister Lion, could you please help us carry this up later? I'm planning to dig a little deeper. Squeak poked its little head out of the pit. Because it had dug so deep, its face and hair were covered with bits of dirt. But what if a large prey falls in? How would you deal with it? Zizi originally intended to have Shirshir help her kill it, but as a warrior, how could she trouble others? This was a task assigned to her by Su Yuan. After pondering for a long time, even the other little friends beside him stopped and looked curiously at Zizi, who was frowning and staring blankly. Squeak, why don't we catch some snow rabbits? We can also catch some snow deer and snow sheep in this burrow. Hongwa tugged at Gigi's sleeve, and Gigi, who was deep in thought, immediately had an idea, her eyes shining with wisdom. I've got it. Yesterday, Lord Su Yuan made some sharp pieces of wood and stuck them in the camp. If I fill the holes with sharp pieces of wood as well, any prey that falls in will be impaled. Then the Squeak warrior will only need to wait for it to bleed dry before it can be easily caught. This idea is indeed quite good. Lion was somewhat surprised. After thinking about it for a while, she found that the idea was actually effective. It was not only effective against prey, but if set up properly, some people would also get injured if they stepped on it. I never expected that little Squeaky would be so clever, actually coming up with this great way to deal with large prey just by looking at the wooden fence that Su Yuan built. Okay, then you guys hurry up and dig. I'll take you to the nearby area for archery and hunting later. Lion was also somewhat interested in Zizi and the others' traps, but once they were out, they naturally wanted to practice their archery skills, hoping to gain even more rewards. This will definitely help reduce Su Yuan's food consumption. Shoot the arrow. Good. The beast girls in the tribe all knew about the bows and arrows, and Zizi and the others were very clear about it. They would watch Huzi and the others practice at the training ground outside the camp every day. However, the bow and arrow were too difficult for them to use. Their short hands couldn't even fully draw the string. Of course, it's not impossible to draw a bow and arrow by using your feet to support it, like Neza did, but whether you can hit the target is another matter entirely. Several little animal girls excitedly dug the first trap, covered it with a layer of animal hides that had been prepared beforehand, and nailed the four corners with wooden sticks to prevent the trap from collapsing due to snow or small animals. The food used to lure them in was a piece of grilled fish about the size of an arm. They dug 3 such pits nearby, marking each one with a stone to prevent themselves from accidentally falling in and getting hurt on their way back. Let's go. The snow-covered plains are vast and the white expanse makes it easy to get lost, so Lion didn't dare take the little ones too far. After turning around, Gigi and the others followed Shirshir into a snowy forest, the same direction they had taken during their last hunting trip. You can see the majestic mountain nearby. Once you find the snow-covered forest, you can find the campsite by going through the snow-covered mountain. Red fruit warriors, grass warriors. This is your reward. You did a fantastic job on the mission just now. Zizi pulled out a few bright red fruits from her pocket. In this snowy forest, you could still find some fruits to fill your stomach on a few trees. Is this edible? Squeak nodded very firmly, then took one for herself and took a bite. Don't worry, my nose tells me this is edible. Ugh. It's so sour. Just as she was about to spit it out, the lion in front of her immediately became serious, squatted down and covered Gigi's mouth, and swallowed the fruit that was not yet spit out. The sour juice of the fruit returned to her mouth, and Zizi's face turned green. However, seeing Shirshir staring seriously ahead, she could only endure the discomfort and quickly squat down. Keep quiet and come closer to me. Lion originally preferred to hunt alone, but now it is necessary to train some new warriors for the tribe. If Zizi and the others can become warriors, they can also help in returning to take revenge. Okay, we definitely won't say anything. Squeak casually tossed aside the half-eaten fruit and stealthily followed Lion forward, getting closer and closer so they could see the creature on the other side more clearly. Its white fur fluttered in the cold wind, and its robust body appeared to be about 2 meters tall. A pair of gleaming white horns on its head made it look rather intimidating. At this moment, the creature was munching on its prey on the ground, and the red blood was very noticeable in the snow. Snow crystal cow. Lion quickly lowered his head and also pressed down the curious little ones. The snow wolves beside him had not lost their wildness. When they caught sight of the big guy, they also lowered their bodies, bared their teeth, and tucked their tails between their legs warily. This guy is called Snow Crystal Bull. It has very thick skin and flesh, and it is very sensitive. It will notice any noise it makes. Sister Lion, should we go? I'll lead everyone to the other side to ambush them. Lion quickly shook his head. No, this guy's white crystal horn is extremely dangerous. Many large tribe shamans use its white crystal horn to make their shaman staffs and tribal weapons. If you get hit by this guy's white crystal and horn, the spikes on the horn will pierce through the enemy's body. Then, should we go back and inform everyone? Squeak was a little anxious. Such a big piece of meat could feed the tribe for a long time, and if she cooperated with Sister Lion to catch such a big prey, Su Yuan would definitely reward her. Don't rush, let's dig a big pit here first. Food is very scarce in the icy snowfield, and this guy will definitely rush up without hesitation when he sees us. Alright. Squeaky Warrior guarantees to complete the mission. Digging holes? I've already dug 3 holes myself, that's my specialty. The little ones immediately sprang into action. There was still a small piece of animal hide left in their backpacks, which should be enough to cover a hole more than a meter wide. Although he couldn't let the snow crystal cow fall, as long as he could trap it, Lion could handle the guy on his own. Chapter 56 Barrel Making. Before long, the pit trap project was completed. Gigi and the others were arranged to hide in the trees, leaving only Shirshir and a few snow wolves in the snow forest. Although the snow wolves were terrified of the snow crystal cow, the lion beside them was even more frightening, so they could only stand by with their tails between their legs. The snow crystal cow in the distance had already eaten the carcass on the ground, but it was still not satisfied. It licked a few mouthfuls of blood that had seeped into the snow before raising its head. Beneath thick white bangs, a pair of eyes surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the snowy forest. Moo! Although it had heard the sound and reacted, a huge impact nearly knocked it over, with half a wooden arrow stuck in its side muscle. Bright red blood seeped out, and Snow Crystal Cow's eyes turned crimson, immediately locking onto Lion standing in the distance. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Lion fired another arrow, which pierced Snow Crystal Bull's body before it could react. Moo! Despite the pain, Snow Crystal Bull charged toward Lion. Lion, having calculated the location of the trap, pulled out the horse-slaying sword that Su Yuan had repaired earlier from its back. Superior. The distance between the man and the ox grew closer and closer, until they were only 10 meters apart. At that moment, Shirshir charged towards it, while several snow wolves flanked it from the sides. The Snow Crystal Bull was completely oblivious to the traps on the ground, its eyes glaring angrily at the figure in front of it. Sudden. As the thin layer of snow beneath its feet disappeared, it tilted forward and fell, its pair of white crystalline horns crashing into the edge of the crater. Click. Above, Lion's eyes were fierce as he stood on the back of Snow Crystal Ox, his horse-slaying saber thrusting fiercely towards its neck. Each strike slashed a bloody gash into the Snow Crystal Bull. With its forelegs dangling in the air and the lion's body pressing down on it from above, the Snow Crystal Bull couldn't get up no matter how hard it tried. On both sides, the snow wolves were tearing at the Snow Crystal cow's body, giving it no chance to get up. The blood flowed more and more, and the wound grew larger and larger. Gradually, the Snow Crystal Ox lost its movement and quietly collapsed in the pit. We won! We won! Squeak and the others quickly jumped down and ran to Lion's side. Although they didn't kill it, they still deserved some credit. Okay, let me move it out. Lioness was in a good mood after hunting such a large prey. Back in the snowy wilderness, she would have had to work with several warriors from the Red Fox tribe to hunt down the Snow Crystal Bull. Sister Lion can ask Su Yuanwu for a pack of compressed biscuits too. No, with prey this big, we should be able to take several pieces. Lion was a little surprised. She had thought that Su Yuan had asked her to teach the little ones how to hunt, but it turned out that he wanted them to exchange their prey for biscuits. But recalling the taste of those compressed biscuits, she couldn't help but lick her lips. She hadn't eaten them in so long and was starting to miss them. However, I still don't understand why Su Yuan would entrust such an important task as hunting to these little guys. Of course, we need to give them something to do. You have no idea what they were doing yesterday, playing with the corpses of these ice spike spiders. If they accidentally hurt someone, it would be all over. At noon, Long also heard that Su Yuan had assigned the hunting mission to her daughter and several other little beast girls. After receiving Su Yuan's explanation, Long gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Gigi is still too naughty, Su Yuanwu. Don't worry, I'll deal with her when she gets back. No need. I sent Lion to take them along, which will also teach them how to hunt. And who knows, they might be able to catch some good prey. Long shook her head in disbelief. Didn't she know her own daughter well? Gigi is still too young, but it's good that she can learn some hunting skills by following Shirshir. By the way, do you have a mission for me? Yes, I need to make a wooden barrel. Can you help me with the work? Su Yuan ultimately decided to develop the craftsmanship of this item ahead of schedule, and then replace most of the pottery in the tribe with wooden barrels. If we want to return to the snowy wilderness, carrying these wooden buckets and basins is more convenient than carrying pottery. More importantly, if he could make it, he could also unlock the next new branch of crafts for the Star Tribe brewing. Although the tribe's pottery jars can now be used to brew wine, the pottery making process is too primitive. Even when boiling soup, it has a faint earthy smell, so the wine brewed probably won't taste very good. If you're unsure how the system calculates civilization advancement, just think of it as civilization points in a game, where each craft is worth 1 point. Once you've accumulated enough points, you might naturally unlock the next level of the shop. Long, go and carry a few trees to the middle of the camp. They don't need to be too big. Su Yuan gathered the idle beast girls in the camp, and they all gathered around the campfire to wait for Su Yuan's orders. Even the white rabbits stood aside and waited. Everyone, you've all experienced the iron barrels by the frozen lake, right? How do you explain the concept of the iron bucket to other beast girls who don't know it? It's simple, because they've all used it, and Su Yuan didn't restrict its use. It feels so good to take a hot shower. Which, are you going to wash with us? Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan looked at the pretty little fox girl, and he couldn't very well say it, but her tiny body filled him with a sense of guilt just thinking about her. Alright, today I'll teach you how to make barrels out of wood. Once you've learned how, you can make your own barrels. Making an iron bucket like the one for bathing is out of the question. He hasn't even found iron ore yet, and he has to exchange all the necessary tools from the system shop. Great! Can we take a shower at the camp now? It always takes so long to shower. I wish I could soak in hot water every day. Fox 9's eyes were also full of light. She had built some strange wooden barrels based on the mortise and tenon structure that Su Yuan had built before. They were fine for holding some meat. However, once it was filled with liquid, it easily seeped out through the gaps, and soon it was all spilled on the ground. The only solution she could think of now was to put a large leaf or a tightly packed animal hide in the middle of the barrel so that the water wouldn't leak out. After waiting for a while, Long carried a tree on each shoulder and came to Su Yuan's side. "Thanks a lot." Su Yuan took out an axe and chopped the tree into pieces of the same length, then slowly trimmed them into small planks. Actually, this step could be saved by using a planer, but if you're going to use a planer, why bother making the wooden barrels? Wouldn't it be better to just buy a diesel-powered production line and solve the barrel problem directly? You should also carve the wood into small planks like these. Remember that they must be the same size, and one side should have some curvature. Yes. With the help of a group of beast girls, the plank step was completed very quickly. A few axes and bone knives were enough to trim the required planks to the desired length. The failed products on the ground were naturally thrown into the fire, making the already dim fire burn even brighter. Since there was no plank, each piece of wood was about the width of a thumb in order to carve the curves out of the planks, but fortunately they could be aligned. Next step, everyone, chisel a small hole in the side of these pieces of wood. Without iron rings or other tools to hold the wooden planks in place, Su Yuan could only use the ancient technique of mortise and tenon joints, chiseling small holes in the planks on both sides and then securing them with a small wooden stick. The initial steps went smoothly. With everyone's help, even if a few planks failed, they were quickly shaved out to make replacements. Chapter 57. We've caught a big one. Sister Lion, do you think our trap might catch something? With the snow crystal ox, Lioness no longer planned to hunt. After all, if Squeaky and the others actually caught prey, she might not be able to bring back so much prey. It's already quite impressive that the little guys can drag one prey back in pairs. Don't worry, it's hard to find food in the snowfield. If you find fish and just leave it on the snow, large carnivorous beasts will definitely come over. Instead of discouraging the little beast girls, Lion patiently comforted them, though she herself wasn't sure if she could catch any prey. After all, the chances of seeing even a wild beast in this godforsaken place are extremely slim. The Star Tribe went out hunting twice, and the first time they saw the rebellious moon being chased after in just half a day. Aside from the ice spike spiders, the biggest find was the 2 bird eggs that Fox C had retrieved. As for the second time, she was lucky enough to hunt a snow crystal bull. This beast was a ferocious creature that was difficult to hunt in the snowy plains. If she hadn't fallen into a trap, there would probably have been a fierce battle. Well, if we catch something too big, we'll have the snow wolves help pull it back. With Lion's encouragement, the little Totoro Squeaky was already fantasizing about what kind of huge prey its trap had caught. The group returned to the location where they had set up the traps. The nearest one, with the grilled fish on top, was half buried in snow, while the other one was so heavy that it collapsed under the weight of the snow. Ha! We didn't catch anything. Was our trap too obvious? Squeak and the others were a little disappointed. Their little ears, which had been looking forward to it, drooped down, and they stared dejectedly at the empty pit. It's alright, not every hunt is fruitful. If it really doesn't work out, we can try again tomorrow. Besides, there are still. Lion originally intended to comfort the little ones, since even she couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate in hunting, let alone these little beast girls who had never hunted before. But when she was halfway through her sentence, she was shocked to find a huge figure lying in the pit at the last trap, struggling. Quick! It must have just fallen in. You guys guard the snow crystal cow. Lion put down the snow crystal ox carcass and quickly ran towards the last trap, with Squeak and the others following behind, their spirits lifted. The snow wolves behind licked their lips greedily. The snow crystal cow was very tempting, but when they thought about losing a piece of meat, they would probably have to give it to the wolves themselves, so they decided to ignore it and lay down to the side. Damn it, what is this thing? Inside the pit trap, a humanoid monster was half buried, its legs and body pierced below, causing it to contort in pain. Each time it tried to struggle up, the intense pain rendered it powerless and caused it to sink back into the pit, where the tempting fish meat remained stuck. This is a green-haired pig. Squeak was shocked and raised the shovel in her hand, ready to strike. She had witnessed her mother's fierce battle. Don't be nervous, this guy isn't a green-haired pig. Lion stood in front of several little beast girls whose faces were somewhat frightened, holding the blade of his horse-slaying sword to the neck of the monster whose pig head had turned around. It does look somewhat like the mossy bristled pig we encountered before, except that this guy is human-shaped, without short limbs, and you can see his upper limbs stuck in the hole under his pig head. His clothes were very simple, with a piece of green pigskin visible on his shoulders. People of the beastmen race? What bad luck, did you do this? The orcs call these beast girls, whose human form differs from their own, the beast race, meaning heretical beast race, and they are very unpopular with the orcs. Pigmen, where did you come from? There's no way there could be a lone orc in this freezing cold, especially not a pigman like this who dares to go out with nothing but a simple stone hammer. He, I advise you to rescue me. Our tribe is nearby. If I roar, they will come and kill you beasts. But if you could just yell and the other pigs would come, why didn't you call them to come and save you in the first place? Squeaky poked its little head out from behind Lion, looking at it with a puzzled expression. You cunning beasts, I'm going to capture you and take you back as slaves. Suddenly, the sword flashed in Lion's hand, and a line of blood appeared on the pigman's neck. The pigman, who had been shouting, stared wide-eyed in fear. What is this? What is it? Never before had he seen such a sharp knife. The pigman lost his previous arrogance, and his pig face turned somewhat pale. Don't do anything. You must have gotten lost in the icy wilderness. I can arrange for you to rest in our tribe before sending you away from the icy wilderness. Do you take me for an idiot? Orcs aren't as easy to talk to as you make them out to be. Lion's expression turned cold, and the blade pressed against the pigman's neck once more, blood slowly dripping down the blade. Tell me, where is your tribe? How many people are there? Do you have any berserkers or shamans? I said, our tribe is in a cave over there. It's just a small tribe with more than 30 people, one beastman, and no shaman. The pig man was pointing to the other side of the mountain where the star tribe was located. If Su Yuan crossed the frozen lake and walked a little further, he should be able to find it. Lion's expression turned serious. If the star tribe were to be attacked, with more than 30 pigmen, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Although orcs do not have shamans or awakened warriors, they do have berserker orcs whose strength is no less than that of awakened warriors, as well as orc shamans similar to shamans. Can you get me out of here? I'm willing to show you the way. We really have to rescue this pig man. After all, it's such an important matter that Su Yuan has to make the decision. Sure handed the large stone hammer on the ground to the pig man. Thank you, but don't worry, wait for me. Lion didn't give it a chance to talk nonsense. With a swift movement, it lifted the entire pig man up. Only after clearly seeing the bloody holes in its buttocks did Lion realize how badly the guy was in pain. Squeak, that's amazing. Hongwa and the others looked at Gigi with admiration, never expecting that sticking spikes into the pit would be so effective. Of course, but does this count as prey? I still want the cookies Su Yuan will reward me with. Squeak was a little confused. Hoo. Now that you've rescued me, I'll thank you properly. The pig man did not loosen his grip on the stone hammer, his tusks were exposed at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were full of ferocity as he stared at the lion holding the other end of the stone hammer. Die. Just as it was about to snatch the stone hammer, it found that the weapon was unmoved in the lion's hand, and its ferocious eyes instantly became much clearer. You're an awakened warrior. Chapter 58. Where did this pig's head come from? Long, just close them all together with force, but be careful not to crush them. The production of the wooden barrel went relatively smoothly. After the barrel body was in place, all that was needed was to carve out a groove and insert a round wooden board coated with oil fruit into the inside of all the wooden boards. The bottom of the bucket was finished. Fortunately, the beast girls were all very strong, and Long only needed to use a little force to completely close the wooden bucket with some gaps. Without handles, the simple, lidless wooden barrel is now complete. All that's needed is to secure it with hoops and heat it over a fire to finish. Without an iron hoop, Su Yuan had to carve one out of wood. Fortunately, the wood was quite resilient, and Long Cheng successfully shaped it into a ring the size of a wooden bucket. Won't it burn if you just leave it on the fire like this? Everyone watched with some concern as Su Yuan placed the wooden barrel over the fire to heat it. This was a piece that had taken a whole day to create, and everyone had some worries in their eyes. Don't worry, just roast it over a fire for a bit and it won't burn. While it's roasting, you can brush some oil on it to seal it completely so the water won't leak out. Before long, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Su Yuan placed the dark wooden bucket on the ground. The tribe stored some water in earthenware jars. Su Yuan arranged for a beast girl to fetch water, and in a short while, 2 jars of water were brought over. Splash! The 2 jars of water only filled 1/3 of the wooden bucket. Since the bucket had no handles, Su Yuan had to lift it up. The bottom was sealed very well, and there was no sign of any water seeping out. It's a success. Everyone cheered happily. The fact that wood could hold water was not unusual for the Beast Girls. After all, people had previously hollowed out wood to store water, but each time they could only hold a very small amount of water, and it was also very troublesome to carry around. More often than not, the Beast Girls prefer to empty the internal organs of wild animals and then use their well-sealed shells to store water, or simply not store water at all. If you're thirsty, grab a handful of snow from the ground, put it in your mouth, and after a few bites, you'll naturally stop being thirsty. Alright, whoever makes the first leak-proof wooden bucket, I'll grant her a small request. Su Yuan placed the wooden barrel on the ground. If he wanted these Beast Girls to learn how to make wooden barrels, he needed to provide some motivation to stimulate them. Yay! I'm going to be the first one to finish. I'm the first one. I want the shaman to reward me with a weapon, and then I can go hunting with everyone else. The Beast Girls didn't mince words and directly expressed their thoughts. Some of the more impatient Beast Girls even ran towards the area where the wood was stored. Su Yuan, we're back. Alright, you guys keep looking at it, I'm going to go outside and take a look. Just as they were celebrating, a creaking sound came from outside the door. Su Yuan put down the wooden bucket in his hand and rushed outside. In the corner, Pan Yu's eyes gradually hardened. Perhaps this was her chance, a chance to receive power from Su Yuan. You mean, this guy is the prey you caught? Where did this pig-headed man come from? Su Yuan looked at the listless pig-headed man being dragged back by several snow wolves with some shock. This Western fantasy world actually has such beastmen with animal heads and human bodies. Fortunately, there are cute and beautiful creatures like Beast Girls, otherwise, if he had to face pig faces every day, he would probably wake up in the middle of the night in fright. I guess, he should be considered one of them? He fell into the trap we set before he was caught. Su Yuan pinched Gigi's worried little face, then quickly said, "Don't worry, you guys will definitely get a share of the credit. How about 2 compressed biscuits each?" After capturing such a huge pigman, Su Yuan felt like he was exploiting child laborers, as the 4 of them only received 80 points worth of compressed biscuits. 1 piece is enough. Squeak Warrior won't be greedy. We'll ask for 2 more when we catch real prey. Orcs are hardly prey. Because both orcs and the divinely gifted can eat the flesh of wild animals, and orcs can also eat the flesh of other orc races, but orcs cannot eat the flesh of the divinely gifted, and the divinely gifted cannot eat the flesh of orcs. There was a case where someone went insane for a month after eating orc flesh. Had he not been saved by a shaman with healing magic, he probably would have died from eating orc flesh. Okay, here's your reward. Su Yuan exchanged for 4 compressed biscuits of different flavors. The 4 little ones each took one, their faces beaming with joy. Thank you, Witch. Thank you, Su Yuan. I'll go in now. The group of people ran towards the tribe with compressed biscuits in their arms. Squeak happily held up the biscuit in front of Long, showing off her spoils of the day. This cookie seemed less like a delicious meal and more like a badge of honor for catching their prey. You want one too? Su Yuan turned his head and found that Shirshir was also staring at him, and asked uncertainly. Is that okay? Why not? Here you go. Su Yuan handed a compressed biscuit to Lion, and couldn't help but laugh as he watched Lion's golden ears twitching. Oh, by the way, I just asked it a few questions. Lion suddenly remembered the pigman tribe. This matter was very important, lest those pigmen invade one day. After all, more than half of the Star Tribe were ordinary beast girls with relatively weak strength. As Lioness recounted what had happened, the pigman who had been scolded by her woke up and saw a face staring at him as soon as he opened his eyes. Oh, you're awake. Damn beastmen, if I die, you, including the tribes behind you, will not survive. Su Yuan looked at the snarling pig-headed man, with several snow wolves baring their teeth at him beside him. If he behaved well, he might get a bowl of beef soup tonight. If I kill you here, your people probably won't even know. The pig man was somewhat flustered, but he still forced himself to remain calm and said, This place isn't far from my tribe. As long as I roar before I die, they will hear me and come over. Oh, what if I stab your throat with a knife, and you can't scream? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled very kindly, but these words made the pig man tremble with fear. Looking at the sharp dagger being extended towards him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This guy is even more difficult to deal with than that awakened warrior from the alien race before, and that guy is right next to this person. Could this one be? A shaman of the beastmen? I'll give you a chance. Tell me how many warriors your tribe has, how many sows and piglets you have, your daily hunting hours, and your daily watch hours. How can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's bed? Since Su Yuan could not guarantee that the other side would coexist peacefully, then we have to act in advance. Only by eliminating the other side can we sleep soundly. Otherwise, we'll be doomed if we get ambushed by the pigmen while taking a bath by the frozen lake. Chapter 59: The Origin of Beast Girls? You can't treat me like this. I've already told you everything. The captured pigman was eventually tied to a large tree in the archery training ground by Su Yuan. Leaving him outside in this freezing winter weather would surely lead to his freezing to death. Don't worry, just keep living. I'll decide whether to let you go after I'm sure you're not lying to me. Su Yuan certainly didn't completely believe what the pigman said. People always call stupid people pigs, but this pig wasn't stupid, especially this mutated pigman. I'm not lying to you. You beast, no, you shaman of the God-given race, you'll freeze to death if you leave me here. Su Yuan ignored its shouts and yells behind him. Would its fur freeze to death? Besides, even if it froze to death, he could still check the value of this pigman's points. Su Yuan, should I go and check out the situation? Those pigmen were more difficult to deal with than Su Yuan had imagined, because only 1/5 of the pigmen in the entire tribe were not capable of fighting. Basically, all grown-up pigmen, regardless of gender, possessed formidable fighting power. Lion, do you think they'll attack us if they know we're here? Meeting. Lion's face was serious as he looked at the pigmen outside the wooden pen and slowly said, "These beastmen and our God-given race have always been at odds, or rather, they are extremely hostile to us." Could it be that the timeline of this plot is actually following the route of a traditional Western fantasy world? Are the so-called God-given race merely hybrids born from the union of beastmen and humans? They are despised and scorned by both beastmen and humans. But that doesn't make sense either. Where do ordinary humans come from in this world? Besides, the God-given race was born from eating fruit, so they're not hybrids. Lion, have you ever seen a human like me who doesn't have any animal characteristics? Su Yuan still wanted to confirm whether there were humans in this strange, primitive world. I've never seen one. All the divinely gifted races have some orc features, but you have none at all. You don't have ears on your head, and you don't have a tail. And the pupils are black, something I've never seen before. There really are no humans in this world, or maybe not. Lioness is just an ordinary lioness from the Red Fox tribe in this desolate snowfield, and she has never seen the world on the other side of the Wangshui Mountains. Alright then, why do those orcs hate you so much? Actually, I don't know either. According to the stories of our ancestors, we came from the sky and should have disappeared from this world like rain and snow. But the gods who brought us into this world did not want us to simply disappear, so they merged us into the earth and transformed us into wondrous fruits. Those wild beasts that eat the fruit will have their bodies inherited by us, and then they will grow into this shape. Speaking of which, Lord Su Yuan, you are a bit like a god in a story. Me? A god? Su Yuan found it somewhat laughable. What kind of celestial being had almost frozen to death in this icy wasteland? Alright, if I were a god, I'd treat you to barbecue every day. Now, continue. A faint smile appeared on Lion's lips as the two approached the campfire. The beast girl, who was preparing the food, handed them a piece of grilled fish and a bowl of fish soup. You can have the grilled fish, just give me a sweet potato. Okay. Thank you, Woo. The little beast girl excitedly ran towards the campfire where a pile of sweet potatoes were roasting. Lion sat down with the food and continued the story, saying, "It's because we came from the sky and took over the bodies of these beasts that the orcs, who are also evolved from beasts, hate us so much. They see us as beasts that steal their bodies, and every time a divinely bestowed human is born, it means that a beast has lost the opportunity to evolve into a beast man. Every additional witch born means one less shaman for the orcs. Most importantly, we evolved from beasts and we have to eat those beasts, so when we encounter beastmen, wars usually break out, and it's usually a fight to the death." Su Yuan took the sweet potato and, listening to Lion's story, asked with some confusion, "Don't they eat wild animals themselves? What do they eat then?" "They eat, but they don't eat their own kind of wild animals, though in extreme cases they will." "Sigh, I thought it was something noble, but in the end it's just about eating." The orcs' hatred for these beast girls was nothing more than the legend, but of course, these were secondary. The most important reason was that the appearance of the God-given race had taken away the territory and food that originally belonged to the orcs. Judging from that crude-looking stone hammer, these orcs were far behind the divinely gifted race in terms of development. A wooden stick bound with animal hide strips became a weapon. Su Yuan was worried that if he used too much force, the stone would fly away. Although the god-given race's social development was also quite average, the bone knives and stone axes showed that they had mastered the craft of weapon crafting. Those orcs probably can't defeat the god-given race, right? Before Lion could answer, Red Fox came over with a bowl of fish soup. She seemed to be in a good mood today, with a smile on her face. At first, the orcs were strong and big, and we could never defeat them. Many people died then. Later, a shaman taught us how to sharpen stones. Then we started to fight back, and now we can only say that we have fought to a draw with those orcs. Neither side can gain an advantage over the other, so they don't dare to be as arrogant as before, capturing people of the god-given race as slaves. I've heard about that pig man. Su Yuan, do you have any mission? The red fox was still holding a small piece of compressed biscuit in its hand. It seemed that the little beast girls had shared their spoils with everyone in the tribe. Me? This battle is inevitable. My plan is to investigate the situation before they know us. If it's as that pigman said, then we'll launch an attack when they're resting at night. Red Fox pondered for a moment, then nodded in understanding. That's what I think too. Pigmen have appeared in the desolate snowfield before. These guys look very honest, but they are very cunning. That pigman may have lied before, or even given us false information to trick us. No, it should be telling the truth this time, because I hung it outside on a tree. Su Yuan was very confident because regardless of whether the pigman was lying or not, he had no intention of letting the guy go. However, on the surface, he maintained a lenient attitude as long as the guy confessed. If it were truly lying, anyone with a brain would have told the truth when it left the training ground. That must be true. The pigmen are quite afraid of dying. Then, Lord Su Yuan, what should we do next? After wolfing down her fish soup, Lion kept her eyes fixed on Su Yuan, waiting for instructions. Chapter 60: A sour fruit to refresh yourself. Tomorrow I'll take a few people to investigate whether that pigman tribe is as the pigmen outside described. No. This is too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Red Fox and Lion hurriedly rejected Su Yuan's idea, as they felt it was beneath the tribal shaman to personally handle such a matter. However, Su Yuan also had his own ideas. Only he could clearly understand the situation on the other side and use the system shop to deal with unexpected problems. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's not like I'm going to start a war. I'm just going to investigate the situation on the other side temporarily, and I'm not going alone. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Shirshir immediately hugged Su Yuan's arm. The contrast between his aloof face and his pitiful appearance was so striking that even Su Yuan couldn't resist. All right, you're included. I'll bring Long with me tomorrow, and the tribe will be left in the care of Red Fox and Fox Thoughts. Red Fox frowned and began to consider. If 2 awakened warriors went with them, it wouldn't be so dangerous. Even if they were discovered, they could retreat back. Alright then, don't worry about the tribe. With this wooden fence, nothing will happen for the time being. Although it was just an ordinary wooden fence, it stood upright in the ground, row upon row, unless the same awakened warriors arrived. Otherwise, an ordinary person might not be able to break through in a short time. That amount of time would be enough for Husi to stand on the wooden house in the camp and shoot those people into a sieve. Okay, it's decided then. By the way, tell everyone not to go swimming in the frozen lake for the next few days, and fishermen should also stop for a day or two. The enemy will definitely notice if they lose a pigman. Su Yuan doesn't have any modern weapons that can completely overturn the battlefield right now, so we still need to be careful. If he could actually exchange for a Gatling gun, he would lead his men tonight and mow down those pigmen. Don't worry, I've already told everyone. As night fell, 2 more people joined the night watch, and the campfire in the camp dimmed a bit under their cover. Su Yuan lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep, pondering the situation for tomorrow. This was no game. One wrong step could easily lead to disaster. As a modern person standing at a different perspective than these primitive people, coupled with that incredible shopping mall system, victory was not an unexpected event. But he wouldn't allow himself to fail, to let these beast girls who followed him become slaves of other tribes, or even lose their lives. Su Yuan, I'm here. Just as he was staring at the wooden ceiling, a figure jumped in through the window covered with animal hide. Hearing the expectant voice, Su Yuan knew who it was. After a day of cooling off, I didn't expect that Nicoya would be thinking about me all the time. She jumped in through the window as soon as I lay down. Cat Knight, get some rest tonight. We're going to investigate the pigmen tribe tomorrow. Investigating the pigmen tribe tomorrow? I want to go too. Okay, but you need to get a good rest tonight, otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow. It doesn't make a big difference whether there's one more or one less cat night. As long as the tribe has Fox Thought and Red Fox, that's enough. Cat Knight's combat power isn't even as strong as little barbarians. Can I sleep here with you? It's very warm. Sure, but you can't do whatever you want, damn it. Before he could explain, another body appeared in the bed. The coldness of Mao Ye's body made Su Yuan shudder. How could this guy move so fast? Don't move, or I'll throw you out. Okay, don't worry, I definitely won't move. Don't put your leg over here. It was a very difficult night. If he hadn't had to leave early the next morning, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. In the end, he also fell asleep to the sound of Mao Ye's soft breathing. At dawn, as daylight lingered over the icy snowfields, the campfire in the camp was still burning, with only two beast girls keeping watch listlessly tending to it. A soft knocking sound came from outside Su Yuan's small wooden house. Already preoccupied with something on his mind, he, a light sleeper, immediately opened his eyes. Who? Su Yuan, we can set off now. It was Long's voice outside. He had told Long about the matter last night. The big Totoro wasn't as sleepy as the little Totoro and would wake up before dawn to go hunting. Okay, go and call Lion, Panyu, and Shanghui. The number of people to be surveyed should be carefully selected rather than large. The two awakened warriors, Lion and Long, and the three beast girls who are very likely to awaken, a total of 6 people are more than enough. Even if they are discovered by the other side, they can retreat. Okay, we'll wait for you at the camp entrance. After Long left, Su Yuan patted the bottom of the cat in his arms. This guy's sleep was different from that of the big Totoro. He only slowly woke up when Su Yuan lifted him up. Here, have a sweet fruit that Zizi brought back to clear your head. Su Yuan fed the fruit that Gigi had brought earlier to Mao Ye's mouth, and Mao Ye, still a little dazed, subconsciously took a bite. Ouch! It's so sour. The sour fruit pulp instantly sobered her up. Her eyes were so sore she could barely open them. Are you awake now? We're about to set off. Su Yuan also took a bite of the sour fruit. The tooth-sore juice invigorated him, and the last bit of drowsiness he had was dispelled. The two quickly put on their animal skin coats and walked to the entrance of the camp. Everyone else was already fully prepared, except for Panyu, whose sleepy eyes showed some dissatisfaction. Still half asleep? Come and have some fruit. Su Yuan stuffed the fruit, which had been bitten twice, into Panyu's mouth. The third person to shiver from the sourness appeared, and Panyu quickly removed Su Yuan's hand. Cough cough cough, what's this sour stuff? Now she was completely awake, staring at Su Yuan with a face full of anger and asking, why did you call me so late at night? Didn't they tell you? Su Yuan glanced at the people beside him. Mao Ye had been with him last night, Long had mentioned it before bed, and sure didn't like nagging. It seems like no one is really telling her anything. Ahem, Panyu, you're now considered one of my Starry Sky tribe members, right? Although Panyu was very unhappy, she still nodded and said, of course, but I will still go back when Lord Black Sheep wakes up. That's good. We can talk about going back later. There's a special mission for today, which I assigned to you because of your strength. Do you want to accept it? Upon hearing that he was called upon because of his great strength, Panyu couldn't help but show his arrogant expression, saying with a smirk, tell me, I'll definitely be able to complete it. You think I don't know your personality? Su Yuan had a firm grip on this rebellious brat. A few compliments were all it took to tame her stubborn temper. There's a pigman camp right next to us, too close to us. A fight is bound to break out sooner or later, so we're going to investigate that tribe tonight. Isn't Panyu afraid of being discovered by those stupid pigmen? If you're worried about being discovered, I'll call myself Yu. She's pretty good at hiding. Chapter 61 Pigman Tribe. Who said I can't do it? Yuzuki fell asleep halfway there. You guys don't need to go, I can handle it by myself. Panyu was instantly provoked and, without saying a word, decided to walk out of the camp. Fortunately, Su Yuan pulled him away quickly enough, otherwise this idiot would have been lost in the wilderness without even knowing where the pigman tribe was. Alright, just kidding. Now, you guys change your clothes first. Su Yuan exchanged for several pure white, warm animal skin coats. Compared to the different colored clothes everyone else was wearing, white was less likely to be spotted in the snow. What beautiful clothes! Cat Knight happily accepted the white coat that almost completely enveloped her. It was not only warm but also softer than her animal skin clothes. Clothes made simply from the skin of wild animals were not as soft as one might imagine at first, they were even as stiff as cardboard. Therefore, Nicoya and the others rarely changed their clothes, otherwise they would feel very uncomfortable against their skin for a period of time after changing into new clothes. They're so comfortable to wear. Alright, from now on, follow my orders and don't try to act on your own. Su Yuan glanced at Pan Yu, who snorted under his gaze, but still pouted and nodded in dissatisfaction. Alright, let's set off. You guys guard the camp and notify Red Fox immediately if you encounter any danger. The little beast girls on night watch behind him stood there respectfully with their hands placed on their chests. Su Yuan led Shirshir and the others out of the camp's wooden gate. At this hour, the captured pig man was still fast asleep, shivering every now and then. It seemed that sleeping on this snowy night was quite cold. Meat. I'm going to eat you all. In my dream, I saw some kind of delicious food, and the mouth with two fangs sticking out made strange smacking sounds. I didn't expect him to be so physically fit. The bleeding from his legs and buttocks has stopped, and he can even sleep in this freezing weather. Su Yuan scooped up a clump of snow from the ground and threw it into the pigman's animal skin pants. The icy sensation instantly sobered it up. Oh, ah. If you call me that again, I'll cut your tongue out. The drowsy scene before the pig man's eyes gradually cleared, and Su Yuan's terrifying face came into view. It quickly shut its mouth and only spoke softly after the icy sensation subsided. Master Wu of the God-given clan, what business do you have with me? Are you planning to release me? Let you go? I plan to go to the pigman tribe when it gets light. If there's even the slightest discrepancy between what I told you, I'll cut your flesh into pieces and roast it over the fire. The bound pig man immediately panicked, swallowed a few times, and stammered, You don't need to worry, I'm definitely not lying to you. I hope so. Su Yuan ignored it and left the training area with Mao Yi and the others. The pigman tied to the tree breathed a sigh of relief and struggled to shake off the clump of snow from his clothes. I hope the shaman will notice this. As long as I capture that black-haired beast man, I can be rescued. Damn it, just you wait. I'm going to cut off pieces of your flesh, roast them over a fire, and then let you eat them. Only the pigman's muttered complaints remained in the snow. His once timid little eyes were now filled with hatred, and his desperate twisting body still could not break free of the ropes binding him. Damn it, this rope is so stiff. It didn't take long for Su Yuan to return to the frozen lake. The cabin was still there, and the beast girls who had been bathing there these past few days were well protected. If we don't get rid of those guys, even taking a bath will be a dangerous thing. According to the pigman tribe is located on the other side of the frozen lake area, where there is a cave surrounded by a vast expanse of white without a single tree. The group arrived at a snow slope, or a dark cave entrance could be vaguely seen below under the starlight. The snow around the cave entrance had been cleared away, and only small black clumps could be seen outside the cave entrance in the thin white snow. Because of the distance, it was not easy to see what they were. Can you clearly see what those things are? The beast girls lying beside him strained to open their eyes, but after a while they shook their heads in reluctance. Only Nicoya could make out a few outlines. It's dark, and it looks like there's something covering it? What's covering it? Su Yuan sensed something was amiss. The bound pig-headed man hadn't mentioned any small black groups outside the cave entrance. I'll go check ahead, I'm sure I'll be able to see clearly. Pan Yu was somewhat unconvinced. Mao Yi saw the situation clearly and was about to get up when Su Yuan quickly grabbed her tail. Ah! The tingling sensation and pulling pain from her tail made her lie back down, her face flushed as she looked at Su Yuan, who was still holding her tail. I told you to listen to my orders, so lie still. If the pig-headed man is lying even when facing death, then there is definitely a danger here that could trap them and prevent them from returning, or rather, lead them back tied up by the pig man. I understand. Pan Yu dared not move, bit her lip and could only lie still to continue staring at the few black lumps in the distance. System, how much does the telescope cost? Telescope, 500 points. Advanced telescope, 1,500 points. Astronomical telescope, 15,000 points. 5-figure telescopes have appeared. Although Su Yuan is indeed able to buy an astronomical telescope now, he doesn't need that level of telescope for this distance. Exchange for a telescope. The system's telescope was quite heavy, unlike the cheap 9 yuan and 9 yuan telescope he had bought out of curiosity. Su Yuan, did you pray to the gods? Cat Knight noticed that Su Yuan had a dark object in his hand and couldn't help but ask about it out of curiosity. Yes, this thing allows us to see the situation on the other side clearly. Su Yuan aimed his binoculars at the group of small black clusters opposite him, and the previously blurry clusters immediately became very clear. Yes, there were about a dozen large black clumps. The starlight wasn't enough to keep up, and the pigman tribe didn't have any campfires, so all we could see was something covered in black, just like what Cat Knight had described. I should have bought a night vision device. This thing is useless to him except for magnifying the scene. He still can't see the situation on the other side clearly. Wait a minute, cats must have pretty good night vision, and besides cats, there are also foxes, wolves, lions, and a big Totoro around me. Surely there's one that can see clearly? Chapter 62 Shaman? As it turns out, apart from him, the other beast girls could clearly see what those big black balls on the other side were. 11 mossy bristled pigs. It seems that the 2 green-haired pigs we encountered last time were not a chance meeting in the wild, but rather escaped from this place. Su Yuan recalled the 2 mossy bristled pigs that had charged at the small tree hole where Long lived when they encountered her before. How could such social animals be found alone in the snow? What should we do now? Long frowned, looking somewhat troubled. The mossy bristled boars were not beasts that could be easily dealt with before meeting Su Yuan. She could only barely handle 1 or 2. With the addition of the pigman warriors and so many mossy boars from the pigman tribe, it will be quite difficult for the star tribe to defeat them. Su Yuan ignored Mao Yi, who was engrossed in playing with the binoculars, and quietly lay on the snow, lost in thought about something else. By the way, would orcs be willing to establish a tribe in the icy wilderness? Normally not. The icy snowfields are too cold. Most beastmen and divinely gifted people prefer to stay in the desolate snowfields or the tree-covered plains below the Wangshui Mountains. Lion also felt something was off, and after explaining, he himself felt a little confused. How did these pig men manage to establish a tribe in this godforsaken place? Could it be that they were also hunted down here like us? Whether it is or not, we can just ask when we get back. As for these guys, I have a way to deal with them too. Su Yuan abandoned his original plan to lead the Starry Sky tribe in a night raid. With these mossy boars guarding the outside, he feared they would be discovered before he could even kill a few. As dawn broke and the starlight faded, a ray of warm sunlight slowly illuminated the earth from the other side of the distant snow-capped mountains. Su Yuan! Su Yuan! Someone's coming out. Just then, Mao Yi suddenly tugged at Su Yuan's clothes, and through the binoculars she saw a figure emerge from the cave. What kind of person? Su Yuan pressed everyone's heads down, his white animal skin hats covering their multicolored hair, making them difficult to spot even in the sunlight. What a strange guy, wearing a weird bone on his head and holding a bone club in his hand. Let me see it. Su Yuan took the binoculars and looked towards the cave. As dawn broke, he could clearly see the situation on the other side of the cave. The creature that came out was different from the pig man who had been tied up before. It was wearing heavy animal skin clothing. It was wearing a white animal bone on its head, and its face was not clearly visible under the binoculars. The bone club in its hand was about 1 meter long. Compared to the strange creature's physique, this bone club was more like a peculiar bone staff. Combined with its strange features, Su Yuan's face immediately darkened. You dare to lie to me? Looks like you're really not afraid of death. After the orc shaman emerged, he looked around and then raised his bone staff high, causing the mossy boars around him to slowly awaken. They talked about something until a burly boar with dark, moss-like bristles stepped forward and slowly shook its head. Only then did the boar-man shaman put down its bone staff. They withdrew. I feel something's not right. Su Yuan sensed something was wrong when he saw this scene. He pulled the others down the snow slope. It had been a day and a night, and the tribe was missing a pigman. The shaman would definitely know. Furthermore, since he didn't understand the pigman shaman's tricks, it would be better for him to go back first. As for other information, he has a good friend who is fast asleep who can explain it to him. Smack! Su Yuan returned to the training ground in the early morning. The fishing trip had to be suspended for a while, and Long and the others had not yet left the camp. The snow crystal cow that Lion hunted yesterday, plus the fish we had stockpiled, should be enough to feed everyone for a while. If that doesn't work, there are also sweet potatoes that Su Yuan exchanged for. At this moment, the sleeping pigman was awakened by Su Yuan's whip. This thorny whip was specially prepared by him for this thick-skinned pigman captive. You, why are you back? What, you think I'm not coming back? Or do you think I should die in that place, or be captured by the pigman tribe? Su Yuan's smile widened, and seeing the pigman's shocked expression, he became even more certain of his previous thoughts. No, I just thought you would lead the tribe to attack the pigmen today and wouldn't care about me. The pigman immediately recovered from his shock and then revealed a smile, completely ignoring the bloodstains on his chest where the fur and skin had been beaten. Won't they take care of you? Of course they will. Outside the training ground, a group of beast girls were all lying there watching. Su Yuan was only accompanied by Long, Shishir, and Hui, while Pan Yu was fighting with Mao Yi for the binoculars. Actually, you don't need to worry about me, just release me. I will definitely tell everyone to stay away from this place when I get back. The pig man's smile didn't stop. If Su Yuan could still come back, it would mean that they hadn't gone to investigate the pigman tribe. Tell me, what's the deal with the pigman shaman? Oh, and the 11 green-haired pigs at the cave entrance. You. How did you know? Su Yuan ignored the guy's incredulous gaze and turned to look at Long and the other two. Start a fire. Our pigman friend hasn't eaten for 2 days. I'm going to cut off pieces of his meat to feed him. Only in this way can we demonstrate the friendliness and enthusiasm of our star tribe. Su Yuan was just trying to scare the pigman, but Kalong and the others took it seriously and quickly took a campfire from the camp and lit it on the training ground. The warmth of the flames did not make the pigman feel anything. On the contrary, under the firelight, it felt its blood freeze. No. I'll tell you, I promise I won't lie to you anymore. This time, the pigman completely broke down, struggling with the ropes as he tried to explain, especially when he saw the unusually sharp knife in Su Yuan's hand as he walked over. Name? White teeth. Year, cough, how many people are there in the pigman tribe exactly? The pigman Whitefang still looked somewhat terrified. The knife roamed over the back of its bare hand, and the green fur on its body fell off with a gentle scrape. I'm not lying to you, but there is another shaman in the tribe. Of course, there are also 11 mossy bristled pigs. Baya swallowed hard, worried that Su Yuan might get impatient, and quickly continued to explain. Chapter 63: Digging a Trap Site. We were living in a forest in the snowy wilderness when the guy with the bone mask captured our leader and demanded that we bring him to the icy wilderness. That guy was a shaman who knew all sorts of terrifying tricks. We were afraid of being killed by him, so we brought our mossy bristled pig with us and followed him to the cave in the icy wilderness. I really don't know that shaman. It does nothing all day except stay in the cave. If we weren't afraid of being killed by it, we would have run away long ago. Baya seemed worried that Su Yuan wouldn't believe him, so he tearfully explained, looking as if he wanted to kneel down and slap himself a few times to prove his innocence. Not bad. Tell me what would have happened if I had gone to the pigman tribe to investigate yesterday? What? These people didn't go to the pigman tribe? Whitefang was stunned, somewhat unable to react. But how could he know about the 11 moss-bristled boars and the shaman without going to the pigman tribe? If you can't remember, I can help you think of one. Su Yuan's knife cut a small gash in Baya's flesh, and Baya, who was still pondering the problem, immediately woke up from the pain and hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Yesterday I just wanted you to be captured so that the pigmen tribe could come and exchange me for you. Yesterday, if you had approached the pigman tribe yesterday, those resting mossy bristled pigs would have woken up, and then the shaman would have woken up too. Baya trembled as he watched Su Yuan throw that piece of flesh into the campfire, while a bloody gash the size of an egg on his arm continued to bleed. This beastman shaman was definitely not a kind soul. He was far more ferocious and cunning than the kind and foolish beasts he had encountered in the desolate snowfields. Do you want to eat your own flesh? No. Can I say I don't want to? Whitefang didn't know whether it should say no or not. Looking at Su Yuan's still smiling face, it wasn't sure if it wanted to or not. Of course, but don't let me hear your lies again. Tell me what that shaman's abilities are? That shaman could control wild beasts. We tried to catch him, but the mossy boars around us were attacking us like madmen. Moreover, the beasts it controlled were not afraid of pain at all. Many people in our tribe died trying to deal with it. Holy crap, a berserker summoner. I never expected to encounter this noble class here. Aside from not being able to summon monsters, the berserk skill is all too familiar. Great Master Wu, I guarantee that not a single word I have said is false. Whitefang was genuinely frightened this time and revealed the shaman's abilities without any concealment, especially since the piece of pork was still sizzling and dripping with oil. A burnt aroma wafted from the campfire, stimulating its nose. Very good. Look how big your belly is. You should be fine if you go hungry for a day or two, right? White Tooth was about to curse. The last time it ate was the morning before Lion caught it. Counting the time, it hadn't eaten a single bite of food or drunk a single drop of water for 3 days. Lord Wu, I use this flesh to keep warm, but I'm still a little hungry. I'm willing to tell you some important information in exchange for some food. Without waiting for Su Yuan's reply, Baya quickly said, the pigman tribe goes back every night, and if there are any problems, they will return to the tribe within 3 days at most. If I don't go back, they will definitely find out and send people to search for me. White Fang's words were not wrong, and Su Yuan could roughly guess that it was. He even suspected that the strange shaman's conversation with the mossy boar this morning was about this guy. Since Lord Wu is worried about me going back, then we should prepare as soon as possible, otherwise, once they investigate. Not bad, it seems you're willing to tell the truth now. Lion, get it a piece of fish brain to nourish it. It has to suffer a bit before it'll tell the truth. Despite feeling incredibly frustrated, White Tooth could only stand there grinning foolishly. That's because I didn't feel your power before. I will definitely explain everything clearly from now on. The tribe had plenty of food, and fish heads were usually given to Daman and a few snow wolves to gnaw on. However, Baya, who had been hungry for 2 or 3 days, didn't care about the fish head, which had only a few pieces of meat. She held the fish head tightly in her mouth, as if afraid that if it fell to the ground, Su Yuan would take it and feed it to the dogs. Alright, take your time eating. I'll let you know if anything comes up. Back at the tribe, Long, who was standing nearby, asked Su Yuan with some concern, Lord Su Yuan, are we really going to release this guy? Su Yuan has not yet made a move against that pig man. Long is worried that Su Yuan will be soft-hearted and release the person after extracting all the information. Release them? How could we? They're very useful. We'll let them eat their fill before they gather. Su Yuan never intended to let this guy go in the first place. Once he arrived in this wild and primitive tribal society, all the kindness and benevolence he had in his previous life had long been thrown away. Breakfast was eaten exceptionally quickly this morning. Just as Su Yuan was breaking off a sweet potato in his hand, everyone had already gathered around him, with about 50 people surrounding him in circles. Some of the smaller beast girls in the innermost circle sat close to Su Yuan, while the beast girls behind him surrounded him, instantly blocking out the bright light source around them. Is everyone here? Yes, Lord Su Yuan, everyone is here. Red Fox was also in the innermost circle, sitting opposite Su Yuan and watching him quietly. Su Yuan tossed the unfinished sweet potato in his hand to the little beast girl next to him, cleared his throat, and said with a stern expression, you all know about what happened yesterday when we weren't allowed to bathe by the frozen lake, right? The beast girls around him nodded, but none of them complained. They hadn't gone since Su Yuan said they couldn't go. We discovered a pigman camp on the other side of the frozen lake. There were at least 11 green-haired pigs, a dozen pigman warriors, and even a shaman. Pigmen? There are orcs here too. Oh my god, thank goodness we found those big guys. Mom said they like to skin us and make clothes out of our fur. Little pair, you're too short to make clothes, are you? The beast girls around them were all talking at once, and the fear of beastmen had become a story for adults to tell children. Alright, everyone, follow me to set up some traps on the way to the frozen lake. Fox and the archers will hide in the back, and Lion and the warriors will hide on both sides and wait for them to charge. Su Yuan, are we not going to launch an attack? Long was somewhat puzzled. Could the trap that Su Yuan had taught Gigi and the others was really that powerful? Could it even take down those 2-meter-tall pigmen? This time, I'll wait for them to attack. Chapter 64 Full Preparations. The camp's fighting force was insufficient. Lion and Long led a warrior team consisting of 8 people, including Pan Yu, Mao Yi, Hui, De Xiaoman, a bear, and 5 wolves. Then there's Fox Thoughts. Red Fox led 15 people to form an archer squad, although some of the beast girls weren't particularly strong in combat. But in this primitive world where even a tiny, slender Totoro like Squeak possesses incredible strength, these beast girls, as long as they are strong and have good aim, are more than capable of serving as archers from afar. There was also a final group of trap teams, led by Fox 9 and a few other little beast girls, consisting of about 20 people, who were setting up various traps at the locations planned by Su Yuan. White Rabbit and the last few people were guarding the camp, which was only a few hundred meters away from the battlefield that Su Yuan had planned. Their only responsibility was to keep watch for thieves to steal food. dig a 2-meter deep pit here. You're too short, so just pick out some sharp fish bones there. I will grow taller. Squeaky looked a little aggrieved, pouting as she held a small bone shovel that Fox 9 had made for her. Her original motivation had been dampened. Su Yuan realized that his words had upset Gigi, so he quickly squatted down and rubbed her head, patiently comforting her. I'm sorry, Gigi will grow up, but choosing bone spurs is also an important task. The idea of inserting spikes into the pit was Squeak's idea. Only Squeak could have done it. After we defeat those pigmen, I will reward you with food that tastes even better than compressed biscuits. Really? Zizi's eyes widened instantly, and her little round ears twitched. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Go and lead Red Fruit and the others to complete the mission, Squeak Warrior. Mission accomplished. Watching Gigi run off happily, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the pit he was going to dig would be at least 2 or 3 meters deep. If Zaya Budian and her friends were to dig at this distance, they probably wouldn't even be able to throw away the soil they dug up, and they might end up burying themselves in the process. These few potholes alone won't do, let me think. Su Yuan didn't go to work, but sat alone on a rock watching the beast girls working in front of him. These pits alone could indeed kill some of the pigmen. But he also had to ensure the safety of the beast girls in his tribe. Having lived with them for a month, he had become familiar with each and every one of them. He could not accept dying on the battlefield because of his own command. By the way, what if those pigmen can also throw stone spears? Su Yuan looked at Husi and remembered that when there were no bows and arrows, she used to throw her spear to kill the enemy with one blow. If those pigmen could also throw spears, then Lioness and the others who were close to the battle wouldn't be a problem, but the archers in the rear were just a bunch of ordinary beast girls who weren't good at fighting. No, we have to add this. Squeak, you two pick out the spikes and come over here. I have a very important task for you. Here it comes. Upon hearing that there was an important task, Zizi deftly put away the sharp fish bones and the shaved wooden splinters with both hands and rushed over in a hurry. Lord Su Yuan, what important mission do you have? Later, dig a long, 1-meter deep pit in front of Sister Fox and the others, then pile the excavated soil in front of them. Su Yuan told Gigi about his worries. Although the little one was small, it didn't mean she didn't understand anything. She immediately understood what Su Yuan meant. So when those pigmen throw their stone spears, everyone just needs to hide inside the cave and you'll be safe, understand? Su Yuan's final solution was to dig a trench. It was faster to hide in the trench than to have each archer carry a shield. Otherwise, by the time they switch from bows and arrows to shields, their spears will be right in their faces. Don't worry, I understand. Leave it to me. Unexpectedly, with a shortage of manpower, he ended up entrusting these tasks to the little guy he initially thought was the most unreliable. Watching Zizi's departing figure, Su Yuan recalled the little guy who had popped out from behind him at the beginning, biting his spoon, his face burning red but refusing to let go. Shaman, White Fang hasn't he returned yet? In the pigman camp, a robust pigman with tusks protruding almost to the top of his head spoke respectfully to the orc who had previously worn a bone mask. Contrary to what White Fang had said about coercion, there was no discontent in the entire tribe. On the contrary, all the pigmen looked at the shaman with reverence. It's been a day and a night, it's time to come back. The skeletal shaman's voice was hoarse, and his eyes, protruding from the bones, stared indifferently at the falling snowflakes outside. Should I send someone to look for them? We need to know if they're alive or dead, after all, you. He. Fong, if you want to save your son, you don't need to use my name as an excuse. The bone shaman glanced at the pigman beside him, his eyes calm, before turning back to look at the mossy bristled pigs outside the cave. The dark green mossy bristled pig that had been there earlier entered the cave, grunted a few times in front of it, and then returned to the snow. But, White Fang, if he was killed by someone your tribe sent before, wouldn't we have been able to prepare in advance? Prepare? How are you going to prepare? The frozen snowfields are cold enough. Do you plan to escape to that land of death? I won't freeze to death, but you're doomed. After the bone shaman finished speaking, he slowly stood up. His tone was no longer as cold as before. He looked at Fong and said, "Don't worry, those people didn't come. The big guys outside just told me that some small animals came to our camp last night." Small animals? You don't see many small animals around here. The skeletal shaman chuckled hoarsely, seemingly mocking the Fang's foolishness. Of course there were no small animals, just a few small rats from the alien beast race. I suppose your son was captured by them. The alien beast race. A murderous glint appeared in the Fang's eyes. Back in the desolate snowfield, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of a beast tribe, and even the tribe's original shaman had been killed by that beast leader. It will never forget the name of that strange beast. Xin Ku. A strange beast with immense strength and sorcery. Fortunately, her tribe was destroyed, otherwise I would have had to flee to the icy plains before I could wait for the bone shaman. Then let me send someone to find out their location. Idiot. Stop right there. Before Fong could take more than a few steps, the bone shaman called out to it, his voice tinged with anger. If they can find our camp, won't they wait until you and your men leave before launching an attack on the tribe? When there's no food and no cave, are you planning to starve to death outside or run back to the snowy wilderness to die? What do you think we should do about that bone shaman? After being reprimanded repeatedly, Fong was somewhat displeased, but out of fear of the other party's shaman identity and strange magic, it could only stand there holding its weapon. Take everyone with you, these big guys will find the little mice for us. The bone shaman stared at the mossy bristled boar outside the cave, its tone unusually cold. If those beastmen were also coveting the treasure in its hands, it wouldn't be so ruthless. Chapter 65 Chili Pepper Tear Gas. Cat Knight, don't worry about things here for now. I'm giving you a more important task. The construction of the battle line was still in full swing. Su Yuan looked at the battle line, which was almost completed, and pulled Mao Yi, who was still busy, over. Go check out the Pigman tribe later. If they haven't made any moves yet, keep an eye on them. If they've already started looking for people, come back and tell me immediately. I feel reassured letting Mao Yi handle this task. Although she is not an awakened warrior and is not as powerful as Shirshir and the others, she is quick-witted. Even the giant python that was once face-to-face with her couldn't catch her. Okay, I understand. But what if they're not in the camp? Come back immediately if you're not here, but you must remember that your safety is the most important thing. If you are discovered, run back immediately. Su Yuan was still a little worried. After all, there was a shaman on the other side who knew magic, so he spent some more points to exchange for a few items in the system shop. These are pepper tear gas canisters. If you spot them, pull this off and throw it at them, then immediately run towards us. The level 1 system store doesn't have smoke grenades or flashbangs, but thankfully it does have some sprays and throwables made with capsaicin. The price is still not cheap, but it's still within his acceptable range. Don't worry, I can run really fast. Mao Yi looked proud, but she still obediently accepted the tear gas canister Su Yuan gave her and ran towards the Pigman tribe. We still need to take some precautions. If those green-haired pigs really go berserk, they could cause quite a bit of trouble. Su Yuan silently opened the system store and, after thinking for a long time, searched for a keyword. Fireworks, 1,500 points. Thunder King Firecrackers, 2,000 points. A deafeningly loud, super powerful firecracker, 3,000 points. Damn system, it's ridiculously expensive. The snowstorm was heavier than usual today, with snowflakes slapping against everyone's faces. Moss-maned boars led the way, while the bone shaman sat atop the dark green boar at the very front. Whoosh whoosh, humph humph humph. The skeletal shaman suddenly opened his closed eyes and, upon hearing the green-haired pig squeal, immediately looked toward the icy lake not far to the side. The frozen lake was clearly open, and next to it was a strange snowdrift, with brownwood visible from one corner. Looks like we have a new neighbor. Looking at the ice cave, the skeletal shaman smiled. Since it wasn't there for the treasure in its hands, there was nothing to worry about. The bone shaman, shall I go take a look there? Fong, standing nearby, looked at the strange little snowdrift and asked with some unease. No need, there's no one there. Those little mice already knew about us a long time ago. Let's hurry over there. Hurry, hurry. There's a tribe of beastmen on the other side. Let's kill all those beasts, carry their food back to camp, and celebrate in the cave tonight. Tusk's words excited the pigs behind him, who began to howl. The enthusiastic atmosphere caused Cat Knight, who had just arrived from afar, to immediately hide in a tree. Oh no, they're on their way. Mao Ye's expression was very serious. Her hands, adorned with steel claws, gripped the tear gas canisters Su Yuan had given her. She silently leaped down from the tree. Hoof. Just then, the dark-haired boar not far away let out an angry roar, and the bone shaman sitting above instantly noticed the figure behind the tree. Grab her. As expected, you're a brat from the alien beast race. Where have you taken my son? Despite its body being covered in fat, the tusk was surprisingly fast, easily swatting away the snow blocking its path, while the mossy bristled boar beside it charged forward at full speed. Your son? You should be able to see his body by now, he he he. Cat Knight was not afraid at all. She made a face and immediately ran towards the battle line set up by Su Yuan. The taunts along the way made Fang's anger reach its peak. Beast God, bestow your blessing. The bone shaman raised its bone staff, muttering some unfamiliar words, and the surrounding pigmen and green-haired pigs were enveloped in a green aura. Not good. Cat Knight's tail bristled instantly. Forget about the mockery now, she turned and sped up her escape. The fat pig behind her, blessed by the fortune, was just as fast as her. Got you, you little monster brat. Fang leaped up behind Nicoya, its 4 fingers reaching out to grab Nicoya's head. However, in the instant that Mao Ye turned around, the sharp steel claws cut several bloody gashes on its palm, and bright red blood dripped onto the snow. You're so annoying. I don't want to waste what Su Yuan gave me. Cat Knight was a little reluctant to part with the pretty little round ball, but looking at the approaching pigmen and the tusks in front of her, she couldn't care less. He tore off the lock with his fingers and threw the tear gas canister to Fang. You beast race are really pathetic, resorting to such useless tricks when you have no power. Fang suddenly felt something was wrong. The small round stone in his hand was warm. Bang! The violent explosion turned the capsaicin it contained into a cloud of smoke. The pungent fumes were inhaled into the nostrils, and the surrounding pigs coughed violently. Even the usually calm and aloof bone shaman coughed violently while sitting on the bumpy green pig. The pungent capsaicin not only entered his nose, but also made his eyes burn red. That cunning beast, I'll kill her. Before long, the capsaicin smoke was blown away by the cold wind, leaving the tusks and eyes red from the spiciness, and the huge pig nose dripping with snot. The other pig men around were also in bad shape. Chase after them. That guy is probably dragging us along. Their people are about to escape. The bone shaman seemed to have guessed Cat Knight's intentions and shouted at the pig people around him, saying that those people might have already left with their belongings by now. No one can know I'm here. That little monster must be killed. And her entire tribe must be slaughtered. No need for you to tell me, I know it myself. The pigmen around them took out their weapons, some of which were the bones of wild beasts they had devoured, and others were rough wooden sticks. The weapon in Fang's hand was quite exquisite, a stone hammer somewhat similar to White Fang's, except that one end was sharpened with a razor-sharp edge. Chapter 66. Take off the mask. Oh no! Oh no! They're on their way. The construction of the battle line is almost complete, and Su Yuan is now waiting for Long and the others to bring Baya over. He couldn't underestimate the intelligence of those orcs just because this was a primitive tribe. To be on the safe side, he had to find a way to enrage them to the point of losing their minds. Just then, Mao Ye did indeed arrive first. She was out of breath when she bumped into Su Yuan's arms, so Su Yuan quickly exchanged a bottle of juice for her and fed it to her. It's so sweet, what's this delicious drink? No, Su Yuan, those pigmen are charging over, they've already reached the frozen lake. Mao Ye licked the liquid from the corner of her mouth. The sweet taste almost made her forget the important matter. They actually came looking for us? Long. Tie that pigman to the log and stick it behind the trap. Su Yuan used his knife to cut off a piece of the animal hide that Baya was wearing. The greasy stuff made him feel nauseous. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, you can't defeat my father and the shaman if they come. You might as well let me go, and I'll plead for you. Baya had just arrived when he heard what Mao Ye said. Now, he was no longer timid and afraid of death as before, but instead looked at Su Yuan with a smug expression. There's no need to plead for me. You have more important tasks to do. Just stay here and wait patiently. Su Yuan bound the disgusting piece of cloth around Baya's mouth, so tightly that it twisted Baya's snout, leaving it only able to grunt and moan. Seeing the scattered snow in front of it, and one spot where the snow had just been completely covered, wasn't this exactly the same as the pit it had fallen into when it fell into the trap? Aside from the fish meat that isn't tempting, wait, could it be that I am that fish meat? White Fan glanced down at the position where he was being supported. It understood instantly and began to struggle fiercely, howling and groaning. The surrounding beast girls had already taken cover at Su Yuan's command. Zizi and the others returned to the outside of the camp. Once these little beast girls had finished digging the tunnel, their mission was complete. Besides White Fang, there were only Su Yuan, Red Fox, and Cat Knight in the snow. Su Yuan, why don't you stay hidden? I'll take charge here. Red Fox was worried about Su Yuan's safety, clutching several dominoes tightly in her hand. It's okay. Sure and the others are hiding in front. It's quite safe here in the back. Besides, I still need to do the last step. Su Yuan has been exchanging for blue spirit drinks these days. Although the increase each time is not large, it has accumulated to improve his strength quite a bit. Then try to stay behind me later, so I can block any weapons those pigmen throw. Stop it? Su Yuan then remembered that Red Fox was also a sorceress who knew magic. He had rarely seen Red Fox use magic these days and had almost forgotten about it. By the way, Red Fox, I still don't know what kind of witchcraft you know. I can use fire, stone, healing, gale, and rain, but I lost the 2 spell cards, gale and rain, so I can only use 3 spells at the moment. Are there no elemental limitations among the mages in this world? A Red Fox knows spells of 5 elements. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed in shock. Could it be that in the primitive era of fantasy worlds, it was common to know several types of magic? And that the single type of magic in the Middle Ages was actually already in the end times of magic? No. It's okay, I'll get you a magic wand next time. In the distance, a clamor arose, and the snow fog rising from the snowfield made the view ahead somewhat murky. One after another, huge figures rushed out from the wind and snow. This time, observing up close, Su Yuan finally felt the oppressive aura of the pigmen. Compared to White Fang, the oppressive aura emanating from the large tusked pigman in front of him was suffocating. Hey, you little beast cub, why aren't you running away anymore? White Fang. When the fangs charged, its eyes hadn't fully recovered and were still crimson. It could vaguely see its son, who was tied to the frame. Wah? Humph humph humph. Baya was whimpering, trying to tell her father about the trap, but Su Yuan was holding her too tightly, and only indistinct whimpers could be heard. Are you the shaman from the pigman tribe? Su Yuan ignored the fangs. Compared to that guy, the shaman wearing the bone mask was the most important character. 1, 2, 3, are there only 3 of you here? Humph humph humph. The green-haired pig beneath him immediately grunted a few times, and the bone shaman revealed a disdainful smile, looking at the snow-covered ground not far ahead and laughing. So there were so many people hiding here all along. I was wondering why you dared to stand here alone. So you were lying in ambush. Su Yuan's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected that the green-haired pig to have such a good sense of smell, able to detect the scent of people from such a distance. More importantly, this guy can actually talk to pigs, and it's an encrypted call, so he can't understand what they're saying at all. Lion, everyone back. The group hiding in the snow removed their disguises and returned to Su Yuan's side. The snow wolves were somewhat afraid of the pigmen opposite them, while the man patted his chest and roared at them. You bunch of losers, if you don't kill a single one of them by now, you're not eating dinner tonight. Su Yuan slapped the dog on the head in exasperation. These guys were becoming more and more intelligent under his guidance, and their cowardly behavior was simply lifelike. Oh whoa! Upon hearing that they couldn't eat, the snow wolves immediately perked up, baring their teeth as they stared at the smaller pig men opposite them. He, you must be the leader on the other side. Actually, we have a lot to talk about. For example, we're both people hiding in the icy wilderness. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? The skeletal shaman's hoarse voice carried a hint of sincerity and helplessness, which stunned the fang creature beside him. No? Weren't we here to start a war? My son is still tied up there. Oh? What's there to talk about? You're wearing a mask, so I can't feel your sincerity. That's because I have ugly scars. The icy snowfields are not a place for tribes to stay. There is no food, no place to live, and the cold and whiteness envelop this place. The bone shaman pushed up its mask, seemingly reluctant to let others see its appearance. If we weren't being chased here, who would want to come to this place? Right? We could have a good chat about our experiences. Take off your mask and let me see. Beastman, I told you this mask is to cover the scars on my face. Think about how I can go days without hunting and face hunger, and the wrath of the gods that may suddenly strike in the icy wilderness. Then take off your mask first. You beastmen aren't so resilient to the cold. Some of your people must have already died, right? We can discuss giving you some of the caves. Take off your mask and let me see it first. I'll pick your XXX. Chapter 67 Traps. They're all traps. Since you're unwilling, then there's nothing more to discuss. This kind of deceptive trick might work on those naive beast girls, but Su Yuan has seen all sorts of tricks. Is this low-level trick as sophisticated as the copywriting tricks of Crazy Thursday? There's really nothing to talk about. This is one of your people, right? I'll use its blood to commemorate this battle. Su Yuan drew a sharp dagger and stabbed it into the thigh of the white-toothed creature on the shelf beside him. The intense pain caused it to bite down on the animal hide in its mouth and scream in agony. At this point, they no longer cared about reminding their father to be careful of the traps they were struggling desperately. Charge! All of you, charge! Grab them and rescue my son! The tusk raised the large stone hammer in its hand, and the mossy-bristled pigs and other pigmen around it roared fiercely and charged forward. Su Yuan, what should we do? Lioness and the others' hiding place has been discovered. They don't know what to do, so they all stand around Su Yuan and wait for instructions. Once they rush over, the traps won't be able to hold so many people, and some will definitely slip through. It's up to you to handle that. Banyue, if you keep playing with that knife, I'm taking it back. Su Yuan was calmly explaining the strategy, but Panya next to him was happily playing with the sharp short knife in her hand. The blade was only about the length of a forearm, slender and sharp, gleaming in the warm winter sun. The melee squad members all upgraded their weapons. Faced with this sudden battle, Su Yuan could no longer worry about saving points or the slow development of autonomous technology. Let's deal with these pigmen first. All these iron weapons only add up to 5 or 6,000 points, and Su Yuan's points have now dropped back to just over 10,000. You said you don't want to play, then I won't play. Su Yuan ignored the guy and turned his gaze to the pigmen opposite him, who were now charging over. Ah! After running only a few steps, the first trap caused Fong to fall right into it, but Su Yuan hadn't anticipated that this guy was nearly 3 meters tall. The pit only covered its lower body, leaving its chest and head exposed. The mossy-bristled boar behind it charged forward, stepping on its head. Stop! Stop! The bone shaman also discovered these pits, and one by one the pigmen fell in. Even some of the green-haired pigs couldn't stop themselves, and those behind crashed into those in front, stomping on them one by one. Archers! Foxthoughts, leading a group of beast girls, stood up from the trenches. Even though her hands were trembling, she still drew the bowstrings taut. Without Su Yuan's command, Shirshir also drew the ironwood bow to its full extent, and the sonic boom-producing arrow instantly pierced the head of a pigman stuck in the cave entrance. Arrows shot from Lion's hand, whether iron or wooden, are basically ruined. What is this thing again? The bone shaman was somewhat panicked. A dozen or so pigmen and mossy-bristled pigs had already fallen into the trap. Fortunately, the pigmen were able to stand up despite the pain. However, the mossy-bristled pigs that fell headfirst into the pit either had bone spikes pierce their skulls through their eyes or got stuck at the entrance and couldn't get out. The number of people around it was decreasing rapidly, and its expression grew increasingly grave. It quickly raised its bone staff high in its hand. Beast God, unleash your wrath and let the world feel your fury. The crimson mist flowed from the bone staff to the pigmen, causing their muscles to bulge and the mossy-maned pigs to pant heavily. Berserk! Red Fox looked at the skeletal shaman with some trepidation. No one in the desolate snowfield knew the berserk spell. She had only seen it once before in the snow-gazing mountains. Show me what you've got, those little tricks won't save you. The bone staff in the skeletal shaman's hand still emanated a bloody aura, and the pigmen around him who had been howling in pain stopped howling. Alright, I'll show you my witchcraft. Su Yuan took out a roll of bright red items from the system shop, lit it with a lighter, and quickly threw it towards the location of the bone shaman. Stop them! Having learned his lesson from the last time, the bone shaman wouldn't fall for it again. He didn't dare stop wielding his bone staff, and had a pigman block his way. Crackling and popping. The loud explosion of the firecrackers startled the mossy boars, and the bone shaman, who was casting the berserk spell, stumbled and almost fell. Let's deal with those who haven't fallen into the pit yet. Lion put down her bow and arrow. The horse-slaying sword suited her better. The other warriors beside her followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the mossy-bristled boar had not yet recovered from the disturbance caused by the firecrackers. Cover your ears, everyone! The tusk crawled out of the pit, blood still flowing from the bloody holes in its feet, and used its stone hammer to send a mossy-bristled boar that was frantically charging at it flying. At this moment, its body swelled up again, and its fat turned into bulging muscles with prominent veins. The faint blood aura around it was much stronger than that released by the bone shaman before. Die! It grabbed Gray, who was attacking the pigmen, and smashed it down with its stone hammer. Clang! Gray's expression remained unchanged as he plunged his longsword into the eye socket of the pigman in front of him without hesitation. Long rushed over instantly and blocked Fawn's attack. Over the years, Long and Hui had cooperated countless times. Such precise opportunities are rare. Gray drew his longsword from the pigman's corpse and immediately turned to slash at the tusked feet. On Long's forehead, the runes that belonged to an awakened warrior were shining. Fong immediately realized the other party's identity, but the pain in its feet prevented it from thinking about such things. The firecrackers stopped, the panicked mossy boar was calmed down, and the bone shaman was also somewhat alarmed by the runes shining on the forehead of the woman holding the horse-slaying knife in front of him. Damn it, it's a tribe with 2 awakened warriors. I really don't know what happened during these years of hiding in the icy snowfields. Even a tribe with 2 awakened warriors of at least intermediate level was driven to the icy snowfields. Stop it. I need time to cast Berserk. The mossy boar beneath him charged forward, its thick tusks clashing against Lion's horse-slaying saber. The normally hard tusks were actually cut with small gashes after colliding with the saber. I never expected you to have 2 awakened warriors. But you released such a wide-range spell earlier, you should be out of magic power now. What? Witchcraft? Su Yuan looked at the lighter in his hand with some doubt. Did he need witch power to throw a firecracker? Flame. Just as the bone shaman was smugly preparing to unleash the berserk spell, the dominoes in the red fox's hand emitted an orange light, and a flame shot towards it. It immediately stopped laughing. Looking at the pigman warriors around it whose eyes had turned blood red, it gritted its teeth, put its arm in front of it, and took the hit of the fireball. Thump! Chapter 68. They're not even going to act anymore. The crisp sound of the bone staff shattering rang out, and the bone shaman stared in disbelief at the fragments of the bone staff lying on the ground. It's broken? In the distance, Su Yuan slowly lowered the composite bow in his hand. Knowing the terrifying power of the berserk spell, how could he allow the bone shaman to unleash it? He's not stupid. After searching for an angle for a long time, he finally came up with a plan to deceive the heavens and the sea, using the red fox's huge fireball to block the arrows he shot. If I hadn't had some questions for this skeletal shaman, I probably would have shattered its head with that arrow. The pigmen, empowered by the berserk spell, could hold their own against the lions, but now that they had stopped, the various piercing and arrow wounds on their bodies were causing them to scream in agony. Big barbarian, charge! Smash them! Roar! Xiaoman rides on Daman's head, carrying a hammer covered in iron spikes. When Daman tackles the mossy boar, it will face Xiaoman's hammer attack. The remaining forces were quickly wiped out, and those stuck in the pits were unable to get up. The entire white snowfield was stained red with blood. The bone shaman sat blankly on the ground, his eyes still fixed on the bone staff he never parted from. Amidst the bones, a dark crystal was covered in cracks. The sunlight shining on it was blocked by a figure. So, take off your mask and let me see? No beast girls died in this battle, but some were injured. Some were hit in the buttocks by stray arrows, while others were knocked away by mossy boars. As it turned out, Su Yuan's preparations were too cautious. The trenches were never used, and the chaotic pig herd, frightened by the firecrackers, was unable to throw weapons. Moreover, there are very few throwable weapons, and throwing a weapon when facing an enemy right in front of you is a mistake. In the camp, Su Yuan led the group to distinguish between the pigmen and the carcasses of the green-haired pigs. The green-haired pigs could be used as food for the camp, so even if they didn't hunt for a month, they wouldn't have to worry about food. As for the pigman's corpse, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Su Yuan could use it to exchange for points, since he hadn't traded any of his 10 chances for today. I told you, once I catch you, I'll rip your hood off the whole place. On a wooden frame in the camp, the bone shaman was tightly bound. The white fang had bled to death, and the rope that had bound it had been replaced on the bone shaman. Su Yuan pulled off the beast bone mask. The face beneath the mask was somewhat withered, revealing a dark gray-skinned, sparsely haired, and very old-looking fellow. Tell me, who are you? Where did you come from? And what is that crystal? Ever since that crystal shattered, this guy has been in a daze. It's obvious that the thing must have been incredibly valuable. It's shattered. You actually shattered the spirit of the earth. That was a treasure I stole with great difficulty. The spirit of the earth? Holy crap, why didn't you say so sooner? We might have been able to make a deal. The name itself sounded extraordinary, so Su Yuan hurriedly ran to the pile of things that were being cleaned up on the battlefield. Among them were the pigmen's crude weapons and some salvaged traps. According to Red Fox, These things can still be used next time. White Rabbit, do you see that strange rock that's split in two? Is this what you mean? I felt it was warm inside, and I was just about to show it to you. The White Rabbit opened its palm, and inside it was the dark stone that had been split in two. At this moment, it could feel something flowing away from the stone. He immediately took it, and sure enough, he heard a familiar voice. Rare item detected, Earth Spirit Crystal. Tradable for 5,000 points, or 500 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. 500, 500, hurry up and show me what good stuff has been updated. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Complete Guide to Earth Spirit Basic Magic, 15,000 points. Note, 10 basic Earth Elemental spells are included. You will need to learn them on your own. Holy crap, they're not even going to act anymore, it's an Earth Magic book. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed at the newly appeared brown book, which was inscribed with some strange symbols, but he could understand them. Earth Spirit Magic, Basic Apprentice Edition. Unfortunately, this point system is proving difficult for him. If he spends 15,000 points, how will he make a living? Forget it, I'll redeem it when I have more points later. Besides, I have to learn this myself. What if I have terrible magical talent? After completing the transaction of the broken crystal, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the pile of corpses and items. This time, under the command of the Bone Shaman, the pigmen launched a full-scale attack with their entire families, giving Su Yuan no chance to sneak attack their home base. So, they brought everything they could with them. He naturally looked down on those broken stone weapons. Besides that, there was only some food and dried meat. There was very little that primitive people could get their hands on. Just as he was idly flipping through the objects, the system's beautiful voice rang out again, this time targeting a broken piece of bone. Isn't this the bone staff that the shaman was holding before? White Rabbit and the others actually brought this thing back as well. Although the crystal on the bone was gone, it was still as long as an arm, with very sharp cracks, and the whole bone radiated a white jade-like luster. Rare item detected, Wind Chaser Wolf Leg Bone. Tradable for 2,000 points, or 200 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. This item was cheaper than the crystal, but Su Yuan still accepted them all as special small commodities from the system. Wind Chaser Boots, 2,000 points. Wind Chaser Bone Arrow, 50 points. A pair of white fur boots that looked very comfortable, and a white arrow with a pointed arrowhead. This arrow was worth more than twice as many points as a poison arrow. Although the items were just average, Su Yuan wasn't picky. After closing the system shop, he continued searching through them, touching every single item that looked inconspicuous. Otherwise, it might end up like this Wind Chaser Wolf Bone, which looks ordinary but turns out to be a rare item. If I hadn't picked it up out of curiosity, it probably would have been taken by the White Rabbit and thrown somewhere else after a while. Su Yuan touched all the items on the ground. It seemed that the Wind Chaser Wolf Bone was a lucky event, as none of the other items made a clear notification sound. Well, it's already good enough to get 2 special items. Let's finish today's transactions first. Su Yuan dropped the wooden stick in his hand and went to the pile of pigman corpses next to him, which had been piled up into a small mountain. Because they were still bleeding, the pile of corpses was placed in an open area next to the wooden stakes, where the snow in the sky would keep them from decomposing too quickly. Otherwise, if the smell gets to the camp, it will definitely be unpleasant. Chapter 69 Yellow Sand Plain. System, can we discuss something? Let's stop dealing with these guys piecemeal. I'm too lazy to leave them here to annoy people. At worst, we can lower the transaction points and just buy them all at once. Is it true that recycling the entire item only earns 60% of the points for recycling all items? Okay. There are more than 30 pig man corpses here. Even if he trades 10 a day, it would take him 4 days to process them all. If the bodies were to be sold separately, it would probably take half a month or even a month to process them all, not to mention whether the bodies could even be stored for that long. Even back then, seeing mountains of pig man corpses every day would be terrifying, especially with all the little beast girls in the tribe. So it would be better to reduce the number of points for trading. Ordinary pigman corpse, 2,010 points. Should we trade? A deal. The mountain of pig man corpses was traded by Su Yuan to the system. The price of each one varied, with warriors earning more points and ordinary pig men earning less. Just as his palm touched a huge white fawn, the system's clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears again. Rare item detected, mutant pigman tusk. Tradable for 4,000 points, or 400 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. It's only 1,000 points less than the Earth Spirit Crystal that the Bone Shaman treasures, so it seems that the corpse of this awakened pigman warrior is quite valuable. 400 points, then open the special items page. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Piggy Milk Tea, 1,500 points. Note, increases body size and strength by 30% within 1 hour after consumption, lasting for 30 minutes. Up to 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. So it's a strength potion. Wait, it increases size too? Su Yuan glanced at it curiously for a few moments, confirming that the increased size had caused the brain to wander a bit. If Lion drank this potion, that guy must be at least 2.6 meters tall. That's 8. Lord Su Yuan, we're back. Just then, Lion returned to the camp with several beast girls. Su Yuan had previously sent them to investigate the situation at the Pigman tribe's camp. Now the group was empty-handed. It seemed that the pig men had brought everything with them. The caves where those guys lived only contained some animal bones and stones, and we searched around but didn't find anything else. It's alright, you guys go and help White Rabbit and the others dispose of the bodies. It's normal that there's nothing there. Although we don't know when these guys arrived in the icy wilderness, they are, after all, orcs who fled from outside. After using up his last transaction of the day, Su Yuan returned to the pillar where the skeletal shaman was bound. The guy looked dejected, seemingly still thinking about the Earth Spirit Crystal. Alright, didn't you want to talk before? We can have a proper chat now. Where did you come from, and what exactly is this Earth Spirit? Despite Su Yuan's question, the Bone Shaman remained unmoved, staring blankly down below. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson to get you down? Su Yuan grabbed the few remaining hairs on the guy's head, and after a painful scream, those few white hairs blended into the white snow. Anyway, the things are broken and I've already thrown them away. You don't want to suffer when you're about to die, do you? Damn orcs, you were the ones who drove me away in the first place, and now you've destroyed my treasure. I wish I could skin you alive. Su Yuan remained expressionless, staring at its head as he said, if you don't want to have a proper chat, I can peel your skin off first. But it's not that simple method. I'll cut your skin open first, then throw you into that frozen lake over there, and the fish will come and slowly gnaw on your body. Of course, don't worry. When you're about to die, I'll cast a healing spell on you, and wait for those fish to slowly eat away your flesh and blood. The Bone Shaman stared at Su Yuan with both eyes. It hadn't expected this guy to be even more cruel than the shaman in its former tribe. In fact, compared to him, the iron-blooded shaman could be considered kind and merciful. I said, my name is White Bone, I come from the Poison Scorpion tribe of the Yellow Sand Plain, and that Earth Spirit is the treasure of the Poison Scorpion tribe. Yellow Sand Plains? How far is that sandy plain from here? I don't know either, but it took me almost 2 years to get here. Before that, I was being hunted down. 2 years, it seems this sandy plain is quite far from here. Su Yuan had originally planned to inquire about the Earth Spirit Crystal. This glass bead-sized piece, even though it was damaged, was worth 5,000 points. He couldn't imagine how valuable a complete one would be. Where are those people who've been chasing you? They've been after you for 2 years. They wouldn't let you live here, would they? They dare not come over. The Scorpion Shaman sent warriors from the Snake People and Lizard People. Those guys are particularly afraid of the cold, so they have been staying in the Wangshui Mountains. I went to take a sneak peek once before. They have now established a tribe guarding the road leading into the mountains, so I can only stay hidden here. So everything is clear now. This guy stole a tribal treasure and was chased to this place. As for those pigmen, they were probably just some laborers captured along the way. The reason for this is probably that someone will help it hunt for food and take care of it while it lives in this place. Su Yuan suddenly had a suspicion. Could the strange guy who hunted the beast which be related to these guys from the Yellow Sand Plain? Can you let me go? Without the Earth Spirit, they won't be able to find me. I'll leave the icy snowfield immediately and I promise I won't tell anyone about you. Perhaps it was because Su Yuan plucked a few hairs earlier that it regained its senses. Now, facing death, the Bone Shaman still wanted to pray for a chance to live. Let you go? Su Yuan looked it up and down, found a good angle, and stabbed it into its body. Before it could even speak, ink-black blood flowed from its mouth. Perhaps it didn't expect Su Yuan to act so decisively, without even giving it a chance to plead for mercy. Even the pigmen who follow you are liars. Do you think I would believe what you say? As the skeletal shaman's body slowly tilted to the side, Su Yuan pulled out the dagger he had inserted. The last trading opportunity he had saved up earlier was meant to be used now. The moment his palm touched the bone shaman, the system's crisp voice predictably appeared in his ears. Rare item detected, mutated desert goblin skull. Tradable for 4,000 points, or 400 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Chapter 70, Are they rewarding the pet here? Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Goblin stone necklace, 4,000 points. Note, wearing this item will keep you alert and slightly increase your magic power. The special item traded using the desert goblin's corpse was the most surprising item Su Yuan had received besides the magic book, especially the one that kept him conscious. If it works on the witches who were captured and taken to the Wangshui Mountains, it might be able to completely save them and thus uncover information about the Wangshui Mountains. After the battle, the excitement in the tribe reached its peak, and at night, a particularly large bonfire was lit in the center of the star camp. The bright flames illuminated everyone's faces as they sat happily in a circle, each holding a small bowl. The delicious meat soup brought a happy smile to the faces of every beast girl. Daman and the snow wolves also enjoyed a sumptuous meal, especially Daman, who was gnawing on a large pork bone with great enthusiasm. As expected, murder and arson bring wealth. After just one battle, not only was the tribe's food replenished, but my system shop also received a significant replenishment of special items. Besides fish, the only other food available at the camp was sweet potatoes and potatoes that Su Yuan had exchanged from the system shop. Although the fish was fresh and delicious, it couldn't compare to the flavor of pork and beef. Etc. Su Yuan suddenly remembered the snow crystal bull that Lion had hunted before. It seemed that he had forgotten about the bull because of the pigman tribe. It's obvious that its size is comparable to the ice spike spider we encountered before, and that snow crystal bull is very likely to produce new special products as well. White rabbit, what about the snow crystal bull that Sister Lion hunted before? After much thought, Su Yuan decided to find the item first, and perhaps tomorrow he could try to unlock new special items with the snow crystal ox. That cow? I put it in the igloo after I finished dealing with it. Oh, they put out the snow house, I understand. I'll try it when I get up tomorrow. The atmosphere in the camp became increasingly lively. Several cheerful and enthusiastic beast girls pulled Su Yuan over, and everyone was dancing and gesturing wildly. Witch, this is our victory celebration dance, why don't you join us? There were quite a few beast girls dancing around the campfire, including Nikoya. She had a white cat named Shiro beside her, and they were all in high spirits, though their faces were a little pale. Long and Shirshir didn't participate, but they still clapped excitedly on the side, while Gigi joined in and started swaying around aimlessly. The dances of primitive tribes are very simple, they just sway around the campfire, moving their arms and legs without any rhythm. However, seeing those little tails of different lengths waving around, Su Yuan happily joined in. The campfire illuminated everyone's shadows and their joyful smiles. Lord Su Yuan, thank you for saving me earlier. In the crowd, Maobai came to Su Yuan's side, tiptoed slightly, and kissed Su Yuan's lips. The delicate touch made Su Yuan pause slightly. Wait, don't beast girls seem to have this way of expressing gratitude? Cat White, who taught you this? Cat White looked somewhat surprised, then said with a hint of doubt, Cat Knight told me this. She said you told her that kissing was a way for your tribe to express gratitude. He's saying this himself? When? Oh right, the bullet from that night actually traveled for several days before hitting him now. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He had only whispered some words to coax Mao Yi at night, but he didn't expect this guy to actually take it seriously. The problem is, this guy really can't keep a secret. Su Yuan. Tonight. Wa'ada. In the crowd, Mao Yi jumped over again, but before she could finish speaking, Su Yuan covered her mouth and carried her away from the dancing crowd, leaving only a bewildered Mao Bai behind. Tonight? Cat White looked at Su Yuan as he left, scratching his head in confusion. The celebratory dances continued until midnight. After eating and drinking their fill, the beast girls leaned against each other in twos and threes, and Su Yuan also held the somewhat sleepy Cat Knight in his arms. We're back to over 20,000 points, and we'll be making over 30,000 more tomorrow. Should we reward these beast girls? Looking at the group of beast girls around him, Su Yuan didn't know what to reward them with. Should he reward them with compressed biscuits again? He had promised Zizi that he would give her something even better than compressed biscuits after the war ended. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Just as he was pondering, Gigi popped its head out from the side, its eyes darting around and its face full of smiles. Hee, Su Yuan Wu. Alright, I know we're still missing your reward, Squeak Warrior. Go and call everyone over. Tonight I'll pray to the gods for everyone's reward. Okay, I'll go right away. Upon hearing about the reward, Gigi immediately ran over and greeted everyone around the campfire. Maui also woke up somewhat upon hearing the sounds. System, do you have any foods that these beast girls like to eat? Please make a list for me. Cat food large bag, 100 points. Dog food value pack, 80 points. Animal milk tablets surprise pack, 150 points. Holy crap, I'm rewarding the beast girl, not the pet. The list on the tablet is all animal food, including freeze-dried food that small animals like, as well as some nutritional milk tablets and some canned pet food. You'd think he was browsing a pet food store. But my system is just a rigid program system that doesn't make any jokes. Could it be that raising beast girls is really like raising pets? Su Yuan, everyone has gathered. Just as he was pondering, Zizi had already gathered everyone together, and the beast girls, who were originally a little tired, all surrounded him. What's the reward? Is it delicious? But I'm already a little full. I want another animal skin blanket. Panyu always steals my blanket when we sleep at night. Bayu immediately shut her mouth after speaking, because at this moment, Panyu was glaring at her with angry eyes, and her white little tiger teeth were exposed. Wah! I still want to eat it. Quilt? Su Yuan suddenly realized that although the snow houses in the tribe were enough, everyone would sleep together in 2s and 3s at night, which was not only warm but also saved on animal skin blankets. After all, the tribe didn't have many animal hides, and animal hide blankets were even rarer. What was kept in the camp were mostly very tough animal hides that hadn't been processed yet. Since we're already receiving rewards anyway, why not exchange them for some blankets to help us get through this time in the icy wilderness? System, check the price of the quilt. Quilt, 500 points. Down comforter, 300 points. Wool blanket, 280 points. Memory foam comforter, 1,200 points. Chapter 71 Cat food is indeed for feeding cat girls. Pure wool and pure down comforters, which were previously quite expensive in the world, are now much cheaper. On the contrary, those technological products, such as memory foam quilts, bamboo fiber quilts, and even electric quilts, are very expensive, but nowadays we don't need these things. Today, thanks to everyone's bravery and teamwork, we defeated the powerful pigman tribe. Without everyone's cooperation, we would not have been able to defeat them. So I prayed to the gods for blankets to keep everyone warm in winter, 1 blanket per snow hut later. Su Yuan redeemed the cheapest wool blanket. Although it wasn't as comfortable as down or cotton, its excellent warmth retention was perfect for the cold, snowy plains. Great! Now I can cover myself with a blanket, and Panyu won't steal my blanket anymore. Halfway through her joy, Bayue was immediately grabbed by the rabbit's ears by Panyu, who couldn't stand it any longer. Her excited face soon turned into a mournful one. However, everyone in the tribe, who had been feeling sleepy, quickly woke up, even though it wasn't as cold sleeping in the snow huts. But in this cold weather, who wouldn't want to sleep warmer? Everyone line up, the oldest sister in each snow house will come to receive her reward. Su Yuan spread his arms, and in an instant, the white wool quilt fell in front of him. The beast girls lined up in a very orderly fashion, with the red fox at the head. She was somewhat surprised to see the wool blanket in Su Yuan's hand. Is this a wool blanket? Red Fox, you can tell? Red Fox smiled and explained to Su Yuan, back in the snowy wilderness, many tribes would cut off the pelts of the snow sheep they hunted and make them into blankets and clothes. It's just that snow sheep are rarely seen in the snowfields, so this stuff is quite expensive, and I've never seen a wool blanket like this before, I just smelled it. The wool blanket that Su Yuan exchanged was quite well made. The white fabric was filled with soft wool, and you could feel its weight when you held it in your hands. It was much warmer and more comfortable than the tribe's original animal skin blankets, and when gently placed near the nose, it did not have the fishy smell of animals. Alright, here you go. Thank you for your efforts, Su Yuan. Su Yuan placed the wool blanket in the red fox's hands. The soft touch warmed the red fox's heart. It gently came to Su Yuan and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Did Nicoya teach you this too? How many people did Nicoya tell what she said when she was dancing before? Looking at Su Yuan, who seemed puzzled, Red Fox asked in surprise, "This is what Cat White told me. He said that your tribe expresses gratitude with kisses." Am I mistaken? Should I have said something wrong or right? If I was wrong, wouldn't everything I told Maya before be nonsense? But if I wasn't wrong, I'm not a Westerner, so where would I get the kissing etiquette? No, that's right. I'm just a little curious how you found out so quickly. Finally, looking at the red fox's fair and beautiful face, Su Yuan lied and said, Western etiquette is also etiquette. Isn't the Earth just a giant village? Everyone has put a lot of effort into everything for you. After the red fox left, the beast girls lined up one after another. It seemed that Su Yuan's words had spread throughout the entire tribe. Every beast girl hugged the soft wool blanket and excitedly kissed it. I don't know how many wool blankets I've given away, but I still vividly remember the number of kisses. After receiving different beast girls more than 10 times in a row, my mouth was almost numb. You want some too? As the kissing progressed, just as Su Yuan was feeling somewhat lightheaded, a huge figure appeared in front of him, its outstretched claws startling him. Roar! Demand nodded, stood up, and patted its belly. The fur from its previous injury hadn't grown back yet, making it look pitiful. All right, take it. Su Yuan handed a wool blanket to Demand, and when it tried to imitate him and walk towards him, he kicked it away. Take your things and go back quickly. This guy's high IQ isn't a good thing either. He likes to learn everything. If he licks you, you'll be skinned alive. 15 quilts, a total of 4,200 points. 4,000 points is neither a lot nor a little, at least it brings Su Yuan's points, which started in the 20s, back to the 10s. He only has a little over 10,000 points now. If it weren't for the fact that he could earn 30,000 points tomorrow, he wouldn't dare to spend them like this. However, seeing the beast girls smiling while hugging their wool blankets, Su Yuan felt it was all worth it, and a sense of pride welled up inside him, prompting him to pull Nicoya over. Don't blurt things out next time, okay? What things you've all said to everyone? Cat Knight looked somewhat confused in its sleepy eyes. Su Yuan sighed and then redeemed a bag of cat food from the system shop. The system remained as stingy as ever, refusing to even provide a packaging bag, instead simply using an animal hide to hold the brown kitten food. Sniff, what smells so good? It smells like chicken, fish, and beef. The moment the cat food was redeemed, the cat in my arms, who was clearly sleepy, suddenly widened its eyes and sniffed hard with its little nose. Is the flavor really that rich? Su Yuan picked up a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it. The first taste is of meat, followed by a hint of grain flavor. It's quite chewy and tastes a bit like the beef cubes Su Yuan used to eat. I have to say, it's actually quite delicious. Su Yuan was about to toss another one into his mouth, but the beast girls around him had a very keen sense of smell. Before long, he was surrounded by a crowd of people, all of whom were staring at him expectantly. Su Yuan, is this also a reward for us? Squeaky was practically drooling. If her mother hadn't been holding her tail, she probably would have already jumped into Su Yuan's arms. Shall we all try some? After receiving Su Yuan's permission, everyone grabbed a piece of cat food from the pile of cat food in the animal skin bag and put it in their mouths. The unprecedented aroma made everyone close their eyes in happiness. So delicious. This is even better than compressed biscuits. He chewed it with a crunching sound, his eyes even more excited than when he ate compressed biscuits before, and then grabbed another one and handed it to Long behind him. Mom, try it, it's delicious. Sure enough, this world is a giant pet breeding park. This cat food is not only effective for cat girls, but even the aloof lion girl, Lioness, couldn't resist trying it. The large bag of cat food was quickly devoured. Although everyone had already eaten their fill, they were still not quite done. The little guy, Zizi, was still licking his fingers when Su Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed him. All right, I'll ask the gods for this delicious food again during the next celebration. Eating cat food shouldn't be addictive, or they won't even be able to eat the food the tribe hunts for, and that would be the end of them. Su Yuan didn't want the tribe's beast girls to become dependent on the system's products. After all, with the unlocking of special items, more and more expensive items have appeared, and there will probably be even more expensive items after the second level store is unlocked. Only what you develop yourself truly belongs to you. But how is cat food made again? Chapter 72: A Different Night. At night, after arranging for 3 beast girls to keep watch, everyone comfortably returned to their cozy little snow houses, where the soft wool blankets felt especially comfortable. 2 or 3 beast girls huddled together, and soon they were sweating slightly from the heat, so they had to take off their animal skin clothes to the side. If Su Yuan were still sleeping in the snow house next to everyone else, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist. That night, the demon above his head would probably shoot the angel above him dead. But he couldn't resist tonight either. Tonight is a different kind of night. He didn't know what time it was. Su Yuan held the sleeping cat, Yi, and was still somewhat excited due to the battle during the day and the celebration at night. I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. It tastes good. Maoye was still talking in her sleep, smacking her lips as if she were having some kind of dream. Outside the camp, 3 small figures peeked out from a gap in the wooden fence, then withdrew after seeing that only 3 somewhat tired beast girls remained in the camp. Sister Lansha, are we really still going to steal their food? They were so scary during the day, I don't want to get chopped in half. Following closely behind was a petite girl with short white hair. Unlike the previous beast-eared girls, their ears resembled those of ordinary humans. As her hair sways in the wind, you can vaguely see her chubby little ears growing on both sides. If it weren't for the several ice-blue spider legs stretching out randomly behind him, and the eyes that were even more complex than the Manjikyu Sharingan, he would look exactly like a human in every other respect. Shut up, they're all asleep. Besides, they harvested so much food today, they definitely won't notice anything is missing. The girl in the lead had long, ice-blue hair, and the spider legs on her back were sharper than the other two's. Her cool face was filled with a determined expression. The food we stole before can only last for a while. Don't forget to prepare food for Mother Red Frost, otherwise we won't be able to control that monster. I'm going into the cave later. If I get caught, you all need to go back quickly and then lead everyone away from here. The 2 spider girls behind them hesitated, holding the blue-haired girl's arm and asking reluctantly, but what about Mother Red Frost? Red Frost Mother will hold off that monster until everyone leaves, then at 1T be able to catch you. Lansha was also frightened by the fighting power of this newly emerged tribe. During the day, they heard the sounds of fierce fighting below, so they came out to watch. Unexpectedly, they witnessed this newly emerged tribe unilaterally slaughtering the opposing pigman tribe, a group they dared not venture into. Last time she tried to steal food from that pigman tribe, she was discovered by the guy wearing the bone mask, and she almost didn't make it back. If those pig men could climb mountains, she would probably be buried in some snowdrift by now. Alright, you 2 wait here. I'll throw the stuff over here in a bit, and then you can take it back right away. Sister Lansha, wait a minute. Just as she was about to leave, another spider girl called out to her. Looking at the gap in the wooden fence, she felt something was off. What's wrong, Green Ear? Sister Lansha, why did the shaman of this tribe leave an opening here, but fenced off the rest of the area? This strange gap made her very suspicious. When she looked from the mountain during the day, she could see that the tribe's timber had not been used up, but now there were logs all around, and only this section was exposed. Hey, maybe those guys were too busy dealing with the pigman tribe to deal with this place. Besides, even if it's surrounded by these wooden barriers, I could easily climb up. Sister Lansha, be careful of the ground when you go in. Those guys dug a hole and covered it with snow. For some reason, Green Spike felt a little worried. Lansha waved her hand, not taking what she said seriously. That kind of pit? Even if she stepped into it, she could easily support herself with her spider legs. It was just that the clumsy pigmen couldn't react. Alright, you guys stay hidden and wait for me to throw the stuff over here in a bit. After Lansha finished speaking, she used the blue spider legs on her back to tiptoe into the star camp. The sharp spider legs pierced into the snow without making a sound. After walking a few steps, she arrived at the cave where food was stored. Looking at the dark cave, there was no light at all, but she could vaguely see that it was no different from before. I thought these guys would dig a hole in the cave, but I didn't expect them to be so unprepared in the camp. Did they not notice that we stole the food before? Lansha quietly entered the cave. Her strange pupils allowed her to see some of the cave's interior, where there was more food than before. If only I could take all this food back with me, but they would definitely find out. Click. Just as she was marveling at how much food the tribe had increased in just a few days, a sudden clicking sound made her turn her head immediately. Outside, everything was the same as before. The 3 beast girls on night watch sat by the campfire, looking a little sleepy, and the other houses were also very quiet. Sigh, you're just scaring yourself. Lansha breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking towards the cave, but this time the cracking sound became even louder, and the direction of the sound. Right at her feet. What is this? Ah! When her spider legs knocked over the wooden stick hidden in the snow, the ropes that Su Yuan had set up instantly bound her spider legs, and the wooden stick, now free of its clasps, was immediately lifted up. Lan Sha was caught off guard and pulled into the air. Several of her spider legs were tied behind her back, while the rest couldn't reach the rope. The spinning rope immediately made her dizzy, and her screams frightened the two sisters waiting outside, turning them pale. "Oh no, something's happened to Sister Lan Sha. Hongqi, hurry back and lead the rest of the tribe away. I'm going to rescue Sister Lan Sha." After speaking, Green Spike rushed into the camp, leaving Red Blaze behind, who was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes as he looked back and forth between the camp and the darkness behind. "How do I get to the mountain path this time? Wa'ada. Green Ear, I can't find my way back in the middle of the night. Come back quickly, I'm going to save Sister Lan Sha." The sounds coming from the camp startled Su Yuan, who was just starting to feel a little tired. He quietly put Mao Yi aside and then immediately got up and dressed. When they stepped outside, Long and the others had already arrived at the cave entrance. At this moment, she and Shirshir each held a small figure in their hands. The people in the other snow huts also came out one after another, rubbing their sleepy eyes and looking around at the cave. Chapter 73: The Spider Girl Tribe on the Mountain Top. Su Yuan looked at them silently, thinking, "Don't mess around, I just finished a battle." Because they came out so quickly, the beast girls hadn't even properly put on their animal skin clothes. Su Yuan looked at the girls, who were red from the cold, and quickly made arrangements for them. "You guys go back and change your clothes right away. I'll handle these two guys." The green tassel that Lion was holding was struggling desperately, but unfortunately it was Lion who was holding her. Not to mention holding her, he could tear her apart with his bare hands. "Su Yuan, be very careful, the spider legs on this guy's back are very sharp." "Spider legs?" Su Yuan curiously examined the two captured beast girls. Their animal skins barely covered their thighs, and their fair, tender legs were frozen red. Lion pulled out one of the spider legs that was being held on her back. Although Green Spike was unwilling, she was no match for it. The long, thin, sharp spider leg, like a spear, was pulled out and brought in front of Su Yuan. "This is it. Holy crap, the 8 spider lances with an external soul bone." Su Yuan stared in shock at the green spider leg that Shirshir had pulled out. Could it be that there are soul beasts in this world? However, he quickly realized what was happening and patted his still sleepy head. This girl must be the spider girl of this world, except that her lower body isn't a spider's body, but rather a pair of long, fair legs. Both spider girls, including the one inside the cave, were tightly bound to the wooden stakes erected in the camp, their spider spears tied together on their backs. At this moment, Su Yuan stood curiously in front of the 3 women, occasionally poking at the spider spears on their thighs and backs with his finger. "Hey, have you had enough? If you're going to kill us, then do it now." Unable to bear such an insult, Lan Sha's eyes blazed with anger as she roared at Su Yuan, who was groping them from behind. "Ahem, I thought spider girls had tails too." Su Yuan coughed twice, tied Lan Sha's animal skin skirt, and then walked up to the 3 of them, looking at them strangely. "Why is it another trio? Do you always go on missions in groups of 3 in your world?" "Humph, if I had brought more people, your tribe would have been in danger." Lan Sha glared at Su Yuan with feigned composure, looking exactly like the way she had betrayed you back then, except that she was much more easygoing. "To put it bluntly, they're stupid, while Pan Yu is purely rebellious and needs to be disciplined before she'll listen." Su Yuan didn't make any move despite seeing her disdainful look. Instead, he smiled at her, which made Lan Sha increasingly uneasy. "Look at you, I was just about to let you live, why are you still thinking of stealing? You stole it last time too, didn't you?" "No, okay, we took it." Lan Sha quickly retorted, but her confidence waned, and she looked at Su Yuan nervously, saying, "I took the things by myself, it has nothing to do with the 2 of them. I'm responsible for my own actions. You can kill me if you want, but please let them go." Su Yuan still had a smiling expression, but then he became curious about the pupils of the others and leaned close to Lan Sha's face to carefully observe her pupils. "Holy crap, the Manjikyu Sharingan is even more overpowered than your 8 spider lances. Alright, Sister Lan Sha, this Master Wu knows everything, there's no need to say anymore." Seeing that Su Yuan didn't seem to care about the stolen food, LV Sui helplessly called out to Lan Sha, who was even smarter than she had imagined. "Ha? What did I find out?" Upon hearing Lu Sui's words, Su Yuan turned to look at her, and then, with his usual calm expression, said, "Then tell me, where did you come from?" "I can't say you can kill me." Green Spike shook her head and looked at the other 2. Red Blaze kept his mouth tightly shut, and Blue Sha turned her head away from him. Oh? Aren't you afraid I'll strip you naked, tie you up in the snow, and freeze you to death, or slice you into pieces? Come on, I won't tell you. These people were much more determined than Su Yuan had imagined, but Su Yuan was just trying to scare them. He wasn't that abnormal himself. When they wouldn't listen to reason, Su Yuan changed his tone, his face full of concern as he said to them, "Sai, you must be starving to have come to steal things. Look at these legs, they're all red from the cold and there's not a single animal skin to keep them warm." He placed his hand on her plump, red thigh and squeezed it. The cold, icy plains had made her thigh extremely cold, and it felt like a piece of chilled jelly in his hand. "How long ago did you set off? You're all frozen like this." The warmth from Su Yuan's palm made Hong Qi relax her tightly closed mouth, and after hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "No. Not long after, we came out after dark. I was already frozen like this in the cave." They set off at night and arrived at their location in the cave. Su Yuan deduced their location from Hong Qi's words. "It's impossible for the Pigman tribe. If there were any other tribes in that area, the Bone Shaman would have discovered them long ago, not to mention that this guy is a stupid fellow. It's impossible ahead either. That place is the desolate snowfield that Su Yuan came from, where there isn't even a mountain, let alone a cave. As for the other side, there was a snow-covered forest. We had hunted there before, but we hadn't really looked at that place closely." "You're from the mountains, aren't you?" You. How did you know?" Lansha immediately panicked. If this guy found the cave where they lived, they would all be doomed. No, we came from the cave at the foot of the mountain outside the gap over there." Even the cleverest Green Tassel didn't realize she'd been tricked. The three naive girls looked at Su Yuan and immediately had a guess. The shaman of this tribe must have some divination skills, and must have divined that the location where they lived was on the mountain. A cave. If you don't tell the truth, I'll send someone up the mountain to visit your elders." You can't get up there. The mountain path is blocked by snow. Even we have to rely on our spider legs to slowly walk down. If I send people to block the road down the mountain every day, you'll have to come down to find food, right?" Previously, when Lion and the others couldn't climb this mountain, Su Yuan didn't take it seriously. He never expected that his neighbors, besides the pig people next door, also included the spider girl on the mountain. "What exactly do you want?" "I'll return the food I stole from you." Su Yuan's relentless pressure drove Lan Sha to the brink of collapse. After struggling for a while, she was tied up again by Shir, who had rushed over. Shir's blue eyes were fixed on him. Then, as if deflated, he said in a pleading tone, "Please, spare my people. I will make up for the food I owe you. Everything I said before was a lie." Looking at the snow-capped mountains illuminated by starlight, and the cave where her people had struggled to survive, she couldn't help but shed a tear. "Our tribe. There are only some children left. Could the threat mentioned in chapter 74 be me? We were driven to this place and have been living in caves on this mountain ever since. Although the conditions in the icy and snowy plains were harsh, adults were still able to go out and hunt some animals back then. But a long time ago, a monster came here. It rushed into the cave and started tearing at everyone while we were sleeping. To protect us, the shamans and warriors fought against that creature." "Did you win or lose?" Su Yuan knew he had said the wrong thing when he saw Lan Sha's disappointed expression. "We won. It's alright, at least you're still alive." You won, so why are you acting like this?" "Although we won, Wu and the others were all killed by that guy, and we still can't kill it. Now only Mother Red Frost is still holding on. Then why can't you run away?" Green Spike looked at Su Yuan with a bitter smile and asked, "Where do we run to?" "Mother Red Frost is the last awakened warrior. If she doesn't hold that monster back, we'll all die. But without Mother Red Frost, we wouldn't even be able to get these children out of the icy wilderness." Su Yuan underestimated the strength of the awakened warriors. A team or tribe without a shaman is just a wanderer, like Long and her group before. But if there aren't even awakened warriors, then there's no way to survive. Any monster you encounter on the road will tear you to shreds. Thinking of this, Su Yuan looked at the sleepy-eyed Panyu beside him. This guy was really lucky. If he hadn't met them, he would probably have been packed up by the ice spike spiders and used as food for the winter by now. Snort! Panyu also noticed Su Yuan's gaze, and turned her head away somewhat unhappily, muttering to herself, "I will definitely become an awakened warrior." After listening to the three people's complaints, Su Yuan understood the current situation. There was another tribe on the mountain where his tribe's camp was located, a tribe that had been defeated and had no fighting power left. In addition, there is a monster that even a tribe with a shaman and awakened warriors could not defeat. Pass down the message, we'll gather at noon tomorrow to head up the mountain. Hu Si and Xiao Man can stay at the camp to protect everyone. You. Can you please spare our people? Those children didn't eat much meat, we ate most of it. If you want to arrest someone, just arrest us. Don't worry, I didn't care about that little bit of food at all. But I can't sleep until I deal with such a big threat right next to my camp. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he said to the beast girls guarding the area, light a fire next to them so they don't freeze to death. Also, remember to keep an eye on them. Sister Lansha, the threat he mentioned, could it be us? Hong Chi swallowed hard and asked somewhat uncertainly. None of the three of them quite understood what Su Yuan meant when he left, that all that was left in their tribe were those little creatures that hadn't even shed their shells yet. Let alone fighting the Star tribe, they couldn't even defeat the Pigman tribe, which had already been wiped out. We shouldn't be considered a threat, right? Encountering such a thing late at night, Su Yuan was no longer sleepy when he returned to bed, while Mao Yi next to him was sleeping soundly. That strange fragrance always wafted from under the covers, making it even harder for Su Yuan to fall asleep. Forget it, let's not bother her anymore. We still need to go see what kind of monster it is tomorrow. Su Yuan still harbored some expectations. If he killed that guy, he could probably unlock one or even several more special items. In the latter half of the night, although the people sitting by the campfire felt warmth in their bodies, their hearts were extremely cold. Every time they closed their eyes, they could recall the battle between Su Yuan and the pigmen. The images in their dreams gradually became demonized amidst their worries, and Su Yuan hung those pig men on pillars to dry them into dried pork. Then slice the meat into pieces and grill them over a fire. I wonder if my own spider legs will be torn off and roasted tomorrow, and what about those little sisters who haven't molted yet? Will they be strung up and roasted over a fire? The next morning arrived quickly. After a night of fun, everyone was fast asleep except for a few energetic beast girls who had already woken up. The three people on the shelf eventually fell asleep in the middle of the night, but their expressions still showed some worry, and Lansha's drooling lips were still pleading. Su Yuan slowly woke up when the sun was halfway up the sky. Cat Knight went to bed early yesterday, and since Lansha didn't wake up when she was stealing things, she woke up very early this morning and is now off playing somewhere. Su Yuan Wu, everyone has assembled. When Su Yuan came out dressed, the group, who had just finished fighting outside the camp the day before, were ready for battle again. The beast girl who was injured in the previous battle with the pigmen did not participate in the battle and was assigned by Su Yuan to stay in the camp and guard the camp with Hu Si. He also summoned Red Fox to the camp. The tribe always needed someone to give orders, and since Su Yuan wasn't there, she was the only one left. Everyone performed well in yesterday's battle, and we successfully defeated the powerful pigman tribe. However, I heard some news last night. On the mountain in our tribe, there is a tribe that is binding a terrifying monster. Although it is currently bound, it will eventually escape. Our tribe is right below it. If that guy escapes, that tribe will be the first to fall, and we will probably be the second. Even though they had just gone through a fierce battle, the beast girls in the tribe were full of fighting spirit. As soon as they heard that there was another battle, they all gripped their weapons tightly. So we need to take the initiative and eliminate that guy completely, for the sake of everyone in the tribe, and so that we can go back and rescue our companions who were captured earlier. That monster must die. Listening to Su Yuan's words, the worried expressions on Lansha and the others who were tied to the pillar changed. Sister Lansha, are they trying to help us kill that giant monster? Lansha shook her head helplessly and said, it's no use. Even the witches couldn't kill that monster back then. Although their weapons were very sharp, they couldn't pierce the monster's body. Oh? The monster you caught was that powerful? Su Yuan then brought the beast girls over and loosened the ropes binding the three of them. Finding a cave in such a large mountain would probably take a long time without their guidance. Seeing that Su Yuan had indeed untied them, Lansha felt no longer worried. Yes, that guy's skin is very tough. Our spider legs can't pierce it at all. It's like a hard rock stuck in it. Having been tied up for so long, shouldn't they have starved to death long ago? Su Yuan suddenly remembered this question. Just yesterday, Lansha and the others said that they had caught that guy a long time ago. They couldn't possibly be kind enough to feed it, could they? We also thought it would starve to death, But even after so much time has passed, Mother Red Frost can still feel its vitality. Chapter 75. Why did I spend over 2,000 points? If possible, could you take my people away from this place? As long as we and Mother Red Frost hold it off, it won't be able to catch up. Leaving? I've gone to so much trouble to build so many snow huts and cabins here, along with the wooden fences and the lakeside bathhouse. This place is a good place to fish and take a bath. After escaping, I need to find a sheltered mountain foot, reorganize the Beast Girls to build a snow house, and most importantly, I need to collect supplies again. It would be easier to just kill that guy. Let's go up and take a look first. You saw it yesterday. Our tribe has no shortage of food, so we won't ask you for compensation for the stolen food. Well, alright then, come with us. Green Spike and Red Blaze also obeyed Lan Sha's orders, and after they were untied, they stretched out their bodies that had been bound all night. Put these on, or you'll really get frostbite. Su Yuan had the beast women from the tribe bring over some animal skin clothes. These spider women were in even worse condition than when Su Yuan had taken Cat Knight and the others. Thank you. The three women felt a little embarrassed, even though they had stolen the other party's food, and instead of pursuing the matter, the other party gave them animal skin clothes to wear. A dozen or so people headed towards the mountain. Some people stayed in the camp, only a small number of archers were taken away, and then there was that guy, Panyu, who insisted on going along as well. So the dozen or so people got ready and headed up the mountain. Just as Long and the others had said when they went up the mountain, the snow-covered mountain path was indeed very difficult to traverse. Only these three spider girls were able to use the spider spears behind them to stabilize their bodies and easily climb up. How about we carry you upstairs? Lan Sha noticed the difficulties the group behind her were facing, and stopped to ask him hesitantly. No need, it's just a small path. There were more than a dozen people in the group, and they didn't know how long the mountain path was. If these three spider girls had to carry them up one by one, it would probably have taken until the next day. System: filter items for climbing snow-capped mountains. Hiking poles, 20 points. Hiking boots with anti-slip properties, 120 points. Climbing crampons, 120 points. In the end, Su Yuan spent more than 2,000 points to redeem a set of non-slip shoes and trekking poles for everyone. Compared to animal skin boots, these black non-slip boots made movement much easier. Su Yuan, who had earned over 30,000 points as soon as he woke up today, wasn't so distressed and immediately redeemed a large number of hiking poles and non-slip boots. The group of beast girls looked puzzled as they held the black hiking boots in their hands, but they could clearly understand the strangely shaped wooden sticks in their hands. Su Yuan, are these shoes? They look strange. Maoyu was quick-witted. She shook the boot and immediately noticed something, but she couldn't quite make out the boot shaft that went past her ankle and the densely packed shoelaces. Everyone come closer, I'll show you how to wear this. Wearing this will prevent you from falling when you go up the mountain later. Su Yuan pulled Panyu, who was sitting next to him, to sit down, and then took off her animal skin boots. Recalling the time Su Yuan tickled her feet, Panyu instinctively pulled her foot back in response to the stress, but Su Yuan quickly caught it. Don't move, I won't scratch you this time. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. He had no idea what this girl was thinking. I didn't shrink back, and I'm not ticklish at all. Panyu blushed slightly, turned her head away and ignored Su Yuan, but still stretched her leg out in front of her. After loosening your shoelaces, put your feet in, and then tie a knot like this. Although the process was very simple for Su Yuan, the beast girl who was seeing such complicated boots for the first time was still a little confused. Seeing the beast girls clumsily trying to put on their feet, Su Yuan could only sigh and then personally help them. However, for some reason, he didn't feel troubled at all as he held those crystal clear and cute little feet. There's even a sense of anticipation every time a new beast girl is introduced. Am I really a pervert? No. What pervert? This is a leader who goes to great lengths to solve the difficulties of his people. Seeing the beast girl's little feet shivering from the cold, he quickly pulled his wandering thoughts back to reality. The anti-slip boots issued by these systems are all the same size. Some of the beast girls with small feet look like children wearing adult shoes, but they are still able to continue moving up the mountain with difficulty. After a slight delay, the group resumed their journey, using their trekking poles for support as they walked hand in hand in a line upwards. How much further? Didn't you come down very quickly? After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sun was high in the sky, and Su Yuan felt a slight sweat breaking out inside his clothes. Didn't Hongqi just say they set off after dark? If they keep going like this, they won't reach their tribe before dark, right? The path down the mountain was easy, we just hoisted down the cliff face. They were hoisted down? Su Yuan was a little confused by what was being said. At this moment, Hong Chi came up to him with a smug look and lifted his animal skin clothes up to reveal his fair belly. That's how they were hung down. After saying that, a white spider silk shot out from the navel of the crimson figure and instantly grabbed a tree trunk not far away. Then, holding onto the white spider silk, the figure nimbly climbed up. This scene left Su Yuan stunned, and for a moment he forgot to continue moving forward. Having lost most of the characteristics of a spider, he had not gotten used to the fact that the three girls were spiders until he saw Hong Chi spraying spider silk. Damn, they're spider girls. Even the defeated man could shoot spider silk after being bitten by a mutated spider, so they definitely can too. So why did I spend over 2,000 points? To become a pervert? Why didn't you tell me before that you could spray spider silk? Lansha, standing next to her, scratched her head, looking somewhat confused, and asked, Huh? You don't know? Should I say I don't know or I do know? Isn't that how it's recorded in Journey to the West? Spider demons without spider bodies spray spider silk from their navels. It's alright, let's keep going. Oh, just hang in there a little longer, the path will be flat once you get to the top. Lansha thought Su Yuan wouldn't be able to hold on, so she quickly explained. The road up the mountain was always difficult, but just as Lansha had said, the surrounding mountain paths gradually became flat after walking for a while. A few trees still stood scattered around, their large branches peeking out from under the snow-covered ground, like drops of ink spilled onto a white scroll. This place is perfect for skiing. The expansive view made Su Yuan, who was originally a bit tired, feel more comfortable. He could also ski on this flat snow slope when he had nothing to do. In his previous life in the south, he had never even seen snow, let alone skied. If he didn't have important business to attend to now, he would have already exchanged for skis. Skiing? Su Yuan, you can ski too? Nikoya, standing nearby, also perked up her ears excitedly, her eyes filled with hope. We used to ski a lot when we were at the camp, but the red fox which always wound tea let us do it. Skiing appeared in this world so early? Su Yuan rubbed Maoya's ears and asked curiously, why wouldn't Red Fox allow you to ski? She said it was too dangerous. Everyone would be covered in snow as they skied, so how could it be dangerous? Yeah, wrap yourself up, wait a minute. You want to get wrapped up in snow while skiing? Chapter 76 Cave Stone Salamander. Sister, I'm so hungry. Why haven't Sister Lansha and the others come back yet? Why don't we go out and help them find some food? No, if little spider runs out, it won't be able to find its way back. Besides, it's very cold outside. You should listen to Sister Lansha and stay in the cave. Inside a cave in the mountains, 8 spider girls, who had not yet molted and were taller than Lansha and the others, lay helplessly. The cave entrance was sealed with spider silk, and the entire cave was covered with white spider silk. Deep inside the cave, a spider girl who had already molted and was somewhat tall looked rather thin. Beneath her, a 4-meter-long gray monster was squinting, but upon closer inspection, one could see that its eyes were always slightly open, its crimson pupils fixedly staring at the spider girl above. Chief Crimson Frost, have something to eat. This giant monster has fainted from hunger and will probably starve to death soon. A spider girl approached the large spider girl with long red hair, holding in her hand the grilled fish meat that Lansha and the others had stolen from Su Yuan's camp. You guys eat, I'm not hungry yet. This guy isn't dead, he's just pretending to be asleep. Hong Xuan's eyes were filled with deep weariness. Several more strands of spider silk shot out from her exposed abdomen, tightly binding the monster. Her slender, withered hands pulled hard on the spider silk. Roar! Sure enough, after its scheme was discovered, the gray monster stopped pretending to be asleep and struggled desperately once again, shaking some rock fragments off the surrounding rock walls. You killed my people and even dared to try to exterminate them all. Today, I will die with you and I will never let you leave alive. The monster's roars frightened the spider girls outside, who covered their ears. Only a few of the older ones comforted their younger sisters. I'm back. Just then, Lansha's voice rang out from outside the cave entrance, and a blue spider spear pierced the spider silk that was tightly sealing the entrance. Outside the cave entrance, Su Yuan led the others to follow closely behind the 3 of them. The uniquely shaped white spider silk door made him marvel at the powerful abilities of these spider girls. The spider web at the cave entrance was quickly torn apart, and a few rays of sunlight shone into the dark cave, allowing Su Yuan to see the spider girls rushing over excitedly. Are these the spider girls who haven't shed their skin yet? Su Yuan wasn't particularly afraid of spiders. He followed Lan Sha and the others into the cave. The spider girls, who hadn't shed their shells, had somewhat childlike faces and enormous spider bodies beneath them. The spider's body and the human body merge right at the lower abdomen, and these little spider girls are simply wearing a layer of animal skin covering their upper bodies. Her lower abdomen was wrapped in white spider silk, and her two fair arms were exposed. Her upper body was no different from Lancha's. Who are these people? A little spider girl walked over curiously, but she was still a little afraid of Su Yuan, and actually hid behind Lan Sha because of his tall figure. It's alright, these are. Lan Sha found it hard to say. Could she say that these were the people whose food she had stolen, and now they were causing trouble? We are friends that Lan Sha just met. We heard that you were in some danger, so we came to help. Seeing that Lan Sha couldn't speak, Su Yuan took the initiative to step forward and greet the many spider girls. And we heard that you were short of food, so we brought some food with us. Lion, Long, please share the food with everyone. Yes. The beast girls behind him took out the roasted meat that Su Yuan had asked them to bring. Although it was a bit frozen solid in the snow, it still made the spider girls happy. They no longer felt any resistance to the strangers entering the cave, and even ignored Su Yuan's curious touching of their spider legs. This is probably the first time I've ever seen a legendary monster girl. By the way, how does someone with this kind of body go to the toilet? After fiddling around for a while, Su Yuan stopped being curious. He hadn't forgotten the important things he needed to do with the Spider Girl tribe, so he followed Lan Sha and the others to the depths of the cave. The cave was devoid of sunlight, but something embedded in the surrounding rock walls emitted a faint white light that illuminated the dark cave. A gray head emerged from the enormous white cocoon in mid-air, still struggling. The spider silk sprayed from the red frost above repaired the torn parts of its head. Lan Sha, you're back. Hearing the commotion behind her, Hong Shuang turned around and saw that the people behind Lan Sha also looked puzzled. These are. Friend. The previous explanation was repeated, but Red Frost was clearly much smarter than the little spider girl outside, and understood the situation after observing for a few moments. I'm so sorry that Lan Sha and the others stole your food. They are all good kids. They wouldn't have done this if they weren't starving. It's nothing, just some food. We didn't come here for the food today. Su Yuan focused his gaze on the gray monster directly in front of him and quickly identified the monster using the identification function. Cave Stone Salamander, an adult, low-tier level 3 magical beast that lives in caves. Its body is extremely tough and it can go about 2 years without eating. It inflicts damage on enemies using its teeth and hard tail. No wonder this guy hasn't starved to death yet. Judging from this, he could go hungry for a while longer without any problem. Lion, can you shoot an arrow through its body? The lion beside Su Yuan did not answer Su Yuan's question. Instead, it immediately took off the ironwood bow it was carrying and was about to take out a bone arrow when Su Yuan exchanged it for an iron arrow for it. Try this. Lion took the iron arrow, and the rune on its forehead lit up, causing Red Frost above to exclaim in surprise, "Awaken warrior!" The bowstring was drawn taut, and with a sonic boom, the iron arrow shot towards the head of the demon salamander. At such close range, it's impossible for it to miss. Roar! The salamander struggled in pain, a drop of red blood slowly flowing down its forehead. Su Yuan moved closer to observe the salamander's condition. The iron arrowhead pierced the man's forehead, but only about half a finger's length into it. The wood in the middle of the arrow was shattered into pieces. This guy's defense is terrifying? Are these people really that powerful? Su Yuan stared in shock at the wound on the demon salamander, while Hong Shuang stared in shock at the lion whose forehead runes were slowly dissipating. Even though their tribe's awakened warriors fought desperately, they couldn't inflict many wounds on this monster, while these people only shot something at it from a distance. A bloody gash was instantly pierced into the monster's forehead. Hiss! Roar! The salamander seemed to possess some intelligence. Its crimson eyes were fixed on Lion, its sharp teeth clenched tightly, as if it wished it could rush up and bite these people to death immediately. Sensing the movement of the demonic salamander below, Red Frost reinforced the spider silk around her, leaving only a small opening to expose its head. Chapter 77: A Venomous and Fiery Scheme. Stop, Lion, this guy's defense is too high. After bows and arrows proved ineffective against this creature, Su Yuan had Shirshir try using a horse-slaying saber. After trying for a long time, Lion's newly repaired horse-slaying sword was all chipped, but when it was used on that guy, it only left some bloodstains less than half a centimeter deep. And the wound healed in no time. Now, the axolotl, howling in pain, stared at the people in front of it with eyes full of resentment, its sharp teeth trying to bite Su Yuan and the others to death several times. Lion put down the saber in his hand and retreated behind Su Yuan. There were some beads of sweat on his forehead, and the halo of the runes was somewhat dim. I told you, even our spider spears can't pierce this guy's skin, but it's already quite impressive that you managed to make it bleed. Lan Sha and the others, who had initially looked expectant, were now somewhat disappointed. If they couldn't deal with this guy, they would be trapped in this place. The best course of action would be to seek the protection of the Star Tribe, but that would mean that Red Frost's mother would surely die in this cave, and they would have to get away from this place. Chief, our tribe has become what it is today because of this monster. We are well aware of its strength, and no matter what we do, we cannot pierce its body. Your tribe has awakened warriors. If possible, could you allow the last children of our tribe to leave this place? As long as we block this entrance, they won't be able to come out. Hong Shuang wasn't too disappointed, perhaps she had already guessed this outcome, but what surprised her was that there was an awakened warrior among the people who came. If they let the last remaining children in their tribe join them, perhaps there would be a way for them to survive. Who said you can only kill it by piercing its body? Su Yuan wasn't too worried. Instead, he looked at the salamander hanging in mid-air and jokingly placed his hiking stick in front of it. Here, didn't you want to bite? Here, take a stick to bite on. Ahoo! The axolotl angrily lunged at the stick, poking its nostrils, but before it could bite, Su Yuan pulled it back, the impact of their teeth colliding making it feel numb. No, you're really going to bite? That's 20 points. Su Yuan looked at its energetic appearance. This guy had been quiet before because it was conserving its energy, since it hadn't eaten anything for so long. Now, after a while, its fatigue is clearly visible in the salamander's expression. System, filter the poison series. Rabies King, 10 points. Blood Sealing Throat, 80 points. Crane's Crest Red, 100 points. Arsenic, 280 points. Apart from the first inappropriate item, the other poisons were all ancient medicines that could be named. Moreover, the system still didn't allow him to exploit any loopholes. All the poisons had ancient names or nicknames, making it impossible to know their chemical composition. First, a bottle of arsenic, then, a bottle of antihistamine. Arsenic and arsenic trioxide are actually quite similar, except that one is processed while the other is a natural mineral. After the exchange was completed, a bag of red powder and a bag of milky white liquid appeared in his hand. When he saw that these two things were just wrapped in simple bags, he was so shocked that he almost dropped his hand. Come on, here, I'll give you another one. Su Yuan told the others to step back, then stepped forward and poked the salamander's nostrils with his trekking pole again. The enraged salamander swung its body and bit at him. Su Yuan! Watch out! The close proximity startled the lions behind him, but fortunately, Su Yuan's reaction was no longer the same as when he first transmigrated. After drinking quite a bit of blue spirit beverage, he could clearly see the gaping maw of the salamander, its sharp teeth, and its barbed tongue ready to wrap around him. Taking advantage of the moment the salamander opened its mouth wide, Su Yuan threw both packets of poison he had hidden into it, then forcefully jabbed its trekking stick into its nostrils and pushed it back in. The demonic salamander roared angrily after its failure once again, completely unaware that the two palm-sized packets of poison had fallen into the gluttonous beast's gaping maw. Su Yuan, what did you just throw in there? Cat Knight noticed Su Yuan's actions and stared curiously at the demon salamander opposite him, which was currently struggling angrily to move its body. Nothing much, just some good stuff. Nice one? Mao Yi didn't quite understand why Su Yuan would give such a good thing to this monster, but she still stood behind him and watched quietly, believing him. After roaring for a few moments, the salamander stopped moving immediately, its body began to tremble involuntarily, and its crimson eyes looked extremely painful. It seems the medicine is working. Su Yuan wasn't sure if these poisons could kill the guy, but even a little bit of effect would be fine. Even if he just passed out, he could still take care of him. Soon, blood flowed from the salamander's mouth, its sharp teeth were covered in blood, and its spirit became increasingly weak. Before long, it lay motionless with its neck tilted to the side. Ha! He's really dead? Su Yuan was somewhat surprised by the drug's effectiveness. This guy was so big, how could he die so quickly? My lord, be careful, this guy is playing dead. My spider silk tells me that his body is still moving. Hong Shuang tightened the spider silk in her hands, as if she were a master of traditional Chinese medicine who could diagnose a salamander's pulse through a thread, able to sense even the slightest heartbeat through the spider silk. After hearing Hongshuang's words, the creature opened its eyes again. Although it was not dead, the poison had still caused it considerable damage, and it began to vomit. Blood mixed with chunks of flesh was vomited out, and the stench made Su Yuan quickly take a few steps back. If the outside doesn't work, and the inside doesn't work either, it seems we have no choice but to use fire. The salamander wouldn't fall for the poison trick again, so Su Yuan immediately retreated to the side of the others. Before he could finish speaking, Lan Sha hurriedly shook her head and said, "We can't use fire. If the spider's silk breaks, this guy will escape." "Who told you I was going to burn it?" "Everyone gather together, we'll go out and find some leaves and branches, and bring them all into the cave, the more the better." "Little spiders, do you want to come along?" Su Yuan led a group of beast girls to leave the cave, but halfway there he thought of Lan Sha and the others. After all, they were busy in someone else's cave, so he extended an invitation to them. "Yes, we'll help too." Lan Sha ultimately decided to trust Su Yuan. After all, she had suffered a loss the first time she encountered that big monster, and her current state made Hongshuang's mother feel much more at ease. The group quickly followed Su Yuan's footsteps, and when they reached the outside of the cave, they sealed the entrance with spider silk again. "Do these people have any other methods?" The shaman. "Is there really any hope for our tribe?" Chapter 78 Hot Springs Between Snow-Capped Mountains. The branches on this snow-capped mountain are not as easy to collect as those in the snow forest below, especially since Su Yuan needs a large quantity. For safety reasons, the group had to split into two teams. One team, led by Lion, was responsible for cutting down trees, while the other team, led by Dragon, carried the felled trees back to the cave of the Spider Girl tribe. Splash, splash. What was that sound? Su Yuan, who had just finished cutting down a tree, heard a strange sound coming from nearby. Mao Yi, who was beside him, twitched her ears and immediately pointed to the top of the cliff next to them. "The sound is coming from up above. Let's go take a look." There was no snow covering the rock face, and the sound seemed to be coming from the water. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan decided to lead everyone forward to take a look. After climbing this slope, the view in front of you widens considerably, revealing a long valley with towering snow-capped peaks on both sides. A stream flows from afar, with small pebbles piled up in it, snow melts, and lush green grass grows among it. If you look closely, you can even see wisps of white smoke. "Is this a hot spring?" Su Yuan stepped forward and touched the flowing stream with his hand. It was cool and refreshing, but not bone-chillingly cold, indicating that there really was a hot spring at the source. "The water here is so clear." Mao Yi and the others were also very surprised. When they picked up some water to drink, Su Yuan quickly grabbed their ears. "Ouch! Ouch! Su Yuan, what are you doing? You can't just drink water from the wild, there might be something unclean in it." Normally, the camp uses melted snow water for drinking, and Su Yuan only feels safe after it has been sterilized by high temperature. However, this natural wild hot spring water carries certain risks. "Something unclean? Fine then." Although she stared at the clear stream water in her hands for a long time but couldn't see anything unclean, since it was Su Yuan who said it, she had no choice but to pour out the water she was holding and stand up again. The other beast girls around him also gave up the idea of drinking the stream water and gathered around Su Yuan to wait. "Let's go take a look ahead. By the way, have you ever seen a stream that's steaming like this before?" Everyone shook their heads, but Panyu proudly raised her head and said, "Of course, I've seen it before when the black sheep which took us to other tribes." "Oh? The tribe you're talking about is in the snowy wilderness?" "Not too far, on a high mountain near the desolate snowfield. That's when the black sheep which led us to trade their blazing warm stones." "Incandescent stone? This is probably a rare item too." Su Yuan looked at Panyu with some interest and asked, "So, which direction is that tribe you mentioned located in? Is it far from here?" "Oh, there it is. A few years ago, the black sheep which said that they had incurred the wrath of the fire god for stealing the divine water from the heavens, and they were all burned to death by heavenly fire." Burned to death? Su Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Could this guy be talking about a hot spring in a volcano? Wait, could this hot spring also be from a volcano? He quickly looked around, and thankfully everything was covered in snow, and he couldn't see the bowl-shaped mountain peak. "You need the blazing stones too? If you help us save the black sheep witch, she has some in her house. Don't worry, I'll send some people to investigate the snowy wilderness after a while." Upon hearing that they were returning to the desolate snowfield, Panyu quickly grabbed Su Yuan's hand and pleaded, "Can I go back?" "Don't worry, I didn't run away. Beiyu and Yu will stay here. Worried about arousing Su Yuan's suspicion, she hurriedly explained, believing that as long as she left her closest friends, Beiyu and the others, here, Su Yuan would be at ease. For a moment, they forgot that she was the one who almost killed their two best friends when they encountered the ice spike spider. Alright, I'll send you. As they walked and talked, they arrived at the steaming stream. This time, they could feel the warmth when they put their hands in, and everyone followed Su Yuan's example and comfortably put their hands in as well. It's so warm. It's so warm, it's a pity I can't drink it, I'm a little thirsty. You absolutely must not drink it. The shaman said this water is unclean and will give you diarrhea. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Su Yuan's expression became excited. All he had to do was dig a pit here to create a natural hot spring. Then we'll put a wooden bench at the bottom of the pit, so you can sit there and soak in the warm water all day. Life will become much better. Moreover, they can teach these little beast girls how to grow vegetables. Su Yuan looked at the green grass growing in the cracks of the rocks, wondering if the environment here was suitable for growing vegetables, with flowing streams and in this icy and snowy place. You don't even need to water or treat the pests, you just need to plant the seeds here. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Su Yuan temporarily put aside those plans and ideas in his mind. His most important task now was to get rid of that demonic salamander. Anyway, the hot spring water isn't going anywhere, but if that demonic salamander isn't dealt with soon, it really might escape. Let's keep cutting down trees. Once we've dealt with that big monster, we'll dig a hole here and then we can take a bath here. Take a bath? Yeah. We don't need to boil water to take a bath here. But I still want to shower by the lake as before. It's so warm inside the little house. Great. Can we bathe together? After memorizing the location, the group continued cutting down trees. With the cooperation of more than a dozen people, they soon piled up a large heap of tree trunks and messy branches and leaves outside the cave. Lansha wiped the sweat from her forehead. Fortunately, Su Yuan had asked the beast girls to share some food with them earlier, otherwise they would have been starving and dizzy from all that exercise. Have the other spider girls, all of you other clansmen step back. I'm going to discuss something with Red Frost. External attacks were ineffective, and internal attacks were also ineffective, so Su Yuan had no choice but to resort to a smoke attack. The cave entrance was sealed off, so it would not only suffocate the creatures but also suffocate them. Su Yuan rushed over to Hong Shuang's body. The demonic salamander had recovered somewhat, though it looked a little haggard, but its condition was much better than before. Red Frost, how long can this monster be trapped if you leave? The red frost above lowered its head, remained silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "It won't last long, about the time it takes to eat a simple meal." The meal was simple, lasting less than 10 minutes, and Su Yuan fell silent at this point. What if we could get it back to how it was before? Su Yuan asked softly from beneath Hong Shuang, his head resting on the plump part of Hong Shuang's hide. The magical salamander was a creature with some intelligence, so he placed his head on the fleshy part of Hong Shuang's hide. The complete darkness prevented him from seeing Hong Shuang's face, and her voice sounded somewhat muffled. Chapter 79. Oh dear, I would never lie. Like before? That should be enough for us to leave the mountain. Hong Shuang thought for a moment and explained, but then she quickly added, "This guy is very smart. He won't fall for those things you threw away before. Do whatever you want to do. As long as you rescue the children of my tribe, I will be happy to see this monster die." Smart? That's not necessarily true. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, and with a smile on his face, he walked up to the salamander again and poked the guy's nose with his hiking stick. Ugh, ugh. A deep voice came from the salamander's mouth. The creature stared at Su Yuan with hatred, but its eyes would occasionally dart towards Su Yuan's other hand. That hand was behind his back, just like before. As soon as he opened his mouth, the man would immediately throw something in. After staring at Su Yuan for a while, the salamander simply ignored him and closed its eyes. You see, it won't fall for the same trick again. Hong Shuang sighed helplessly, and tightened the spider silk binding the demon salamander even more. Cat at night, rebelling against the moon, setting up firewood. Su Yuan's smile didn't disappear. He returned to the cave entrance, where the wood had already been lit. He picked up a piece of meat and roasted it over the fire for a while. The aroma of meat wafted over, and not only the spider girls, but also Red Frost and the demon salamander behind them opened their eyes. This person is actually a fire-wielding sorcerer? Hong Shuang looked at Su Yuan with some surprise. She didn't expect him to know fire magic. There aren't many people in the snowfield who know fire magic. The salamander stared longingly at the piece of roasted pork, especially after Su Yuan brought it over. Hey big guy, wanna eat? How about we make a deal? I'll come and feed you every day in exchange for letting these spider girls go. The demonic salamander looked at the beast meat in Su Yuan's hands, its eyes searching his body. Even though it was certain that Su Yuan was holding the beast meat in both hands, it still harbored doubts. Oh, don't worry, I never lie. Want to try some? Su Yuan looked relaxed as he tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. This expression made the demon salamander feel hungry, even though its body still had enough energy to sustain its life. But the hunger wouldn't go away. The aroma of meat tempted it, and after watching Su Yuan eat a piece, it finally couldn't help but open its mouth and nod. Alright, let's continue. Su Yuan threw the meat over without hesitation, which made Feng Hongshuang anxious, but she couldn't stop Su Yuan's actions. This time the dosage has been tripled, let's see if you still can't fall down. The salamander swallowed the pork in no time, perhaps because it was too hungry, and didn't notice the poison mixed in with the meat. Only when it felt a familiar sensation in its body did the salamander widen its eyes and look at Su Yuan in fear, spitting out blood from its mouth once again. Red Frost, seal its mouth shut with spider silk. Seeing its stomach churning, Su Yuan hurriedly roared at Hong Shuang above. Hong Shuang, who was still anxious, paused for a moment and also noticed that something was wrong with the demon salamander. The spider silk gushed from its abdomen, sealing the salamander's mouth. It struggled desperately, and the red frost entwined itself around it, instantly staining the spider silk at the corners of the salamander's mouth blood red. I told you, how smart can a beast be? Su Yuan looked at the venomous eyes staring at him, and his expression became increasingly smug. Not only had the dosage been doubled, but some other ingredients had also been added. A feeling of dizziness washed over it, and at the same time, its stomach churned violently. The demonic salamander hung helplessly in mid-air on its spider silk, but it seemed that the dosage still hadn't solved the problem. Everyone, get out of the cave! Su Yuan shouted into the distance. Hong Shuang gritted her teeth, and a rune of a different color than Shur and the others appeared on her forehead. Crimson spider webs shot out from her lower abdomen. The demonic salamander, which was originally powerless to struggle, was bound even tighter, and only then did Red Frost finally reach the ground. Ah! Perhaps because she hadn't walked for a long time, Hong Shuang's legs went weak the moment she stepped down and she almost fell. Fortunately, Su Yuan was there and quickly caught her. Are all spider girls this cold? Before he could even savor the wonderful feel of the person, Su Yuan quickly picked them up and ran out of the cave, leaving behind piles of trees and leaves throughout the cave. The flames slowly began to burn, and the trees covered in snow-melt emitted wisps of blue smoke. One type of black tree was particularly terrifying, its black smoke spreading like demonic energy. Holy crap, quickly seal the entrance. Although I don't know what kind of tree the black smoke came from, it looked so hot that if you inhaled it, you would immediately fly into the sky. Spider silk sealed the cave entrance. Fearing that the creature would burst out, Su Yuan even asked Shur to bring a boulder to block the entrance. Only wisps of mixed smoke seeped out from the spider silk. Roar! Cough cough cough. Inside the cave, pitiful cries and coughs filled the air, sending chills down the spines of the beast girls present as they stared in fear at the black smoke billowing from the cave entrance. The fire gradually intensified, and the spider silk at the cave entrance could not withstand the heat and was burned through. Inside the cave, the flames also burned through the spider silk on the axolotl's body, and its eyes, which were so red from the smoke, searched for an exit in the smoke. Having been inactive for several years and having been poisoned twice before, the salamander shakily crawled forward, passing through the flames, its skin only slightly charred. After groping around for a while, it finally touched the boulder at the cave entrance. It angrily slapped its tail and coughed out black mist. Hold on, don't let it out. Lion and Long's forehead runes suddenly appeared, and Hong Shuang, who was being held in Su Yuan's arms, also stepped forward. The red spider silk tightly stuck the stone and the rock walls of the cave entrance on both sides. The slapping sound frightened the spider girls around them, who covered their ears in fear. Meanwhile, Cat Knight and the other beast girls, under Su Yuan's command, picked up bows and arrows and stood guard around the area. The smoke at the cave entrance could find no outlet, and gradually it grew thicker and thicker. The smoke rising from the cracks in the rocks became increasingly black, and the rhythm of the salamander's flapping slowed down. The sun hung high in the western sky, and the light of dusk illuminated the snow-covered plains. For quite some time, there was no movement inside the cave, except for the black smoke that continued to billow out from the cracks. Even Su Yuan, who was only able to smell a little of it, was choked by the smoke. However, to prevent the cunning salamander from feigning death, the stone remained unmoved. After another half hour, the amount of smoke inside the cave had decreased considerably. He should be dead by now, right? Su Yuan told everyone to retreat to a distance and hide, leaving only Long, Shishir, and Hong Shuang, the three awakened warriors, to stand in front and push aside the stone at the cave entrance. The stone at the other end was blackened by smoke, and there were some marks on it where the dying salamander had smashed it. The smell emanating from the cave entrance made everyone cover their noses, and they only dared to enter the cave after the cold wind outside had carried away some of the smoke. The surroundings were filled with blackened charcoal, and a charred creature lay on the ground at the cave entrance, spewing black smoke from its mouth and nose. His previously gray skin had turned pitch black, and his bloodshot red eyes were fixed on the location of the cave. No way, he's still alive? Su Yuan hid behind Shishir and poked the guy's head with his hiking stick, easily poking a hole in his dark skin. Is it cooked? Only after confirming the death of the demon salamander did the group dare to return to the cave. Hong Shuang and the others gazed at the monster that had troubled them for so long, their eyes red with tears. Which, finally, you've gotten your revenge. Chapter 80 War and Peace, Our Shared Experience. This guy came from somewhere else. This mountain is not small. We used to hunt in that snow forest. They will only go down to the foot of the mountain to hunt when there are fewer prey in the mountains. In the evening, the group returned to the Star Tribe. The demonic salamander was also carried down. Because it contained various kinds of deadly poisons that Su Yuan had fed it, the White Rabbit and the others were not allowed to touch it. Hong Shuang led her people to the Star Tribe. At this time, many beast girls were curiously looking at these spider girls who had not yet shed their skins. Seeing this, the little ones who had just arrived had rosy cheeks and were a little embarrassed. Are there prey on that mountain? Yes, wild animals come to drink from that warm stream from time to time, so we usually hunt in that area. At this moment, Ma Yu was excitedly telling her companions about what had happened that day, while only Chihu, Si, Long, and Shishir were chatting with Su Yuan. There are wild animals in that area, so it seems we can't let these little beast girls go there to soak in the hot springs. Su Yuan became wary. The beasts in this world were not just the ordinary jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards of his previous life. Guang Deman's strength alone could easily kill a brown bear of the same size. If I go to a hot spring by myself, I'll probably have to invite Lion and the others along, otherwise I'll end up making soup for wild animals. What are your plans for the future? Su Yuan looked at Hong Shuang. Now, she was the only awakened warrior in their tribe, which meant that she was the current leader of the Spider Girl tribe. I originally planned to take them away from the snowfield after I was finally freed one day, but after you rescued me, I planned to lead them to continue living in the cave. But now I have a request, may we join your tribe? Hong Shuang looked at the camp. Although it was small, it was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, including novel houses and mountains of food. Most importantly, she didn't expect that besides Long and Shishir, there was also an awakened warrior and another powerful shaman in the camp. Of course you can, but have you thought it through? Everyone who comes to this icy wasteland has a reason. I don't know your reason, but we were chased here. But one day, we will come back and fight our way back. Joining us does not mean peace and stability. Su Yuan looked into Hong Shuang's eyes and calmly explained that although he had considered having these spider girls join the tribe, the Star Tribe needed more warriors right now. Instead of a group of weaklings who just wait to hide under protection and dare not pick up a weapon. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Hong Shuang finally showed a relieved smile. She nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course I understand. Once we join your tribe, we become your people. Whether it's war or peace, it's something we need to experience together. Alright, welcome to the Star Tribe." Su Yuan extended his hand. Hong Shuang was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant, but with Su Yuan's guidance, she quickly understood and extended her hand with a smile. A smile appeared on Red Fox's face as he stood to the side. The tribe had gained another awakened warrior, bringing the total to 4. This was something the Red Fox tribe had never achieved before. There's also Maoye, Panyue, and Hui, who's always been with Long, as well as Lansha, who just joined. It seems like they're about to awaken successfully too, perhaps they're just waiting for the right opportunity to awaken. There are no snow houses big enough today. Hong Shuang, after everyone has eaten, take the children back to the cave to rest for the night. We will enter the camp tomorrow after the new houses are built. And Lansha and the other two little ones have already molted, so don't go back. They'll come with me tomorrow to complete a mission. Su Yuan had calculated the location when he went up the mountain this morning. He figured that he could easily reach the mountainside by building a ladder over the steep cliff above the cave where his camp was set up. No wonder Lansha and her little spider girls knew so much about their camp. They probably had a pretty good idea of what was going on from the mountainside. Okay, I'll go tell them later. The tribe's 2 consecutive days of victories brought the atmosphere to a climax. Cat Knight, who had moved a wooden stake over, stood on it high and vividly and exaggeratedly recounted the day's events. Panyu, looking indignant, tugged at her tail, wanting to stand up and speak as well. Around the campfire, the 3 Lansha sisters and the spider girls who hadn't shed their shells gathered together to eat roasted meat, while the enthusiastic and cheerful beast girls from the Star Tribe surrounded them, curiously watching the huge spider shells beneath them. If there were alcohol, these little guys would probably turn the camp upside down. Su Yuan stood aside, gazing at the camp in deep thought. Now that the war was over, the tribe should resume its development. They had finally managed to make the wooden barrels, but they hadn't even used them yet. The bonfire party that night didn't last long. Taking advantage of the starlight illuminating the snow, Red Frost led the spider girls back up the mountain. The next day, Su Yuan was unusually spared from being bothered by Mao Yi, and after a good night's sleep, he left the small house. The charred salamander was still in the corner of the camp. After his notification, no beast girls touched it, and it was now covered with a layer of white snow. Another rare item. Hopefully it will be as useful as that snow crystal ox. Su Yuan looked at the new items unlocked in the system shop. These were special items he had unlocked this morning by trading the snow crystal bullhorn that Lion had hunted. Snow crystal milk foam black tea, 1000 points. Note, drinking this product can relieve physical fatigue and may help heal some injuries. This drink, which restores physical strength and heals injuries, is most importantly his favorite black tea. Apart from the high point requirement, it has no drawbacks. In addition, another rare item that puzzled Su Yuan also came from the snow crystal ox. Jingdao beef tendon noodles, 100 points. Note, super chewy snow crystal beef tendon special noodles. Eating all of them will grant you the super chewy status, which will not consume any stamina for 10 minutes. It is already cooked and cannot be stewed for more than half an hour, as this will affect the status effect. The properties of this item were somewhat incomprehensible to Su Yuan. After all, an ingredient that could be obtained without consuming stamina only cost 100 points, and there was no limit to the quantity. This is not the usual practice of the system. At this moment, Su Yuan arrived in front of the demon salamander with some anticipation. This creature was about 1.5 meters tall and more than 3 meters long. Its short limbs were frozen stiff, and its overall shape looked somewhat like a large, charred lizard. Even now that it's completely dead, people are still intimidated by its enormous and ferocious aura when they get close to this demonic salamander. System, get up and get to work. List out all the rare items for me. As Su Yuan placed his hand on the body of the demonic salamander, the system's crisp sound rang out. Rare items detected: salamander hide, salamander crystal. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. There are only 2 rare items. One is the tough skin of the cavestone salamander, and the other should be the magical beast core commonly found in the Western fantasy world of the novel. Su Yuan took a quick look using the appraisal function. The demon salamander skin had no other use besides making leather armor, but now that it was burned to this state, there was little hope of making leather armor from it. Magic salamander crystals can be used to enchant certain armor and shields. Damn it, I haven't even figured out how to use a staff yet, and now there's weapon enchanting? Unlock all these new special items for me. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Chapter 81: Building the Spiderweb Ladder. Demon Salamander Leather Armor, 3000 points. Note, can resist damage from sharp weapons and reduce damage from blunt weapons, but cannot provide immunity to elemental damage. Axolotl Crystal Protective Patch, 600 points. Note, single-use item. When applied to an item, it grants immunity to one attack below 300% of the user's own damage capacity. 8 items can be redeemed daily. As Su Yuan expected, the extreme defensive power of the demonic salamander unlocked 2 new defensive items for him, but he didn't know how to use the protective sticker. A wooden shield can withstand more than 300% of the force of a slap from a barbarian. If you were to stick it to a wooden shield, it would be smashed to pieces with a single slap. Wait, can this salamander leather armor be applied? Su Yuan suddenly looked at the gray vest with a puzzled expression. If he put the protective sticker on the leather armor, wouldn't that provide extra protection? Ah, this is great stuff. The stuff this demon salamander gave me is really good, even better than that snow crystal black tea that restores stamina. Besides the two rare items, the other tribes also put prices on them one by one. The skin of the demon salamander had been burned black and was no longer needed by the tribes. So this morning, Su Yuan sold them all to the system at a low price. After all, the pig man corpses over there hadn't been dealt with yet, and if it dragged on any longer, it might attract the attention of other wild beasts and people. Early morning. The beast girls climbed out of the snow house one after another. The corpses of the mossy boars from before had not yet been dealt with, and Lansha and the other two spider girls were also actively helping out. It seems everyone is quite diligent. Su Yuan was somewhat gratified. The tribe was still relatively small, and everyone carried out their tasks according to the assignments he had given them. The beast girls who couldn't fight were responsible for handling corpses and sewing animal skin clothes. Those beast girls with combat abilities are responsible for training and hunting every day, and they are also responsible for the firewood. This method works fine for a tribe of about 50 people, but once the tribe's population increases, some people will inevitably become lazy. Animal girls are also human, experiencing human joys and sorrows, as well as human diligence and laziness. Once we return to the snowy plains and take over all the other tribes, we should develop a monetary economy. But this will have to be done slowly, and we must take care of everyone. Su Yuan began to plan for the future. Once the tribe's population exceeded 700 or 800, management would no longer be as simple as just shouting in the camp. By then, it might not even be called a tribe anymore. The sun hadn't been up for long when Red Frost led a group of little spider girls to the camp. The morning wind was a bit cold, and the spider girls were shivering from the cold. Let's warm up by the fire for a while. Later, Fox 9 will teach you how to build a snow house, or you can build a wooden house if you want. Su Yuan explained to Hong Shuang that there were only 3 or 4 wooden houses around the camp, and most of them were snow houses. It's not that there's a shortage of wood, but most of the beast girls prefer snow houses. According to one of the beast girls he asked, those small houses give them a sense of security every time they go inside. Especially that small opening once it's covered, it feels like you're completely isolated in a safe and warm world. Okay, I'll ask everyone later. The camp was busy again today. The spider girls changed into new animal skin clothes, and the camp had plenty of animal skins to cover their lower bodies, which was quite warm. Several spider girls followed Fox 9 to learn how to build snow houses. Su Yuan specifically instructed that there was no need to build an entrance for the spider girls' snow houses. Simply make an opening in one corner of Yuan's room, close the door, and let them seal it up with spider silk themselves. After giving his instructions, he led Lansha, the other two, and Shirshir to the snow mountain. We saw you fighting those pigmen right here. On a steep platform halfway up the snow-capped mountain, Lansha pointed down, looking out from where he had fought the pigman tribe. Behind us is the construction site of the Star Tribe. Jumping down this somewhat steep rock face would take several hours faster than walking down the mountain path. Of course, jumping down is unrealistic, and Su Yuan has no intention of dying for the time being, and he won't in the future either. Lansha, how many people can your spider silk hold without breaking? And will it be affected in snowy weather? Originally, he wanted to build a ladder for the tribe to reach the mountain, as such a ladder would be much more convenient than the winding mountain path. So Su Yuan's idea was to spend some points to buy some thick ropes and nails from the system shop, find a cliff here, hammer the nails in, and then go down to make a rope ladder. But now that we've encountered these spider girls, we should make better use of them, such as building a rope ladder with their silk. How many people? I haven't tried, but the 3 of us pulling together have never broken. As for snowy weather, it doesn't seem to have any impact. Lansha was a little unsure, so she lifted up the new animal skin coat that Su Yuan had given her, revealing her fair navel. A white spider silk instantly shot onto the rock wall. She tried pulling several times, but even with her hands turning white from the effort, she couldn't break the thick spider silk. That's enough. You guys can help me weave some things later. Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided to use some wooden planks to replace some of the spider silk, otherwise, even if the 3 spider girls were stunned by his breath at such a height, they wouldn't be able to make the ladder. While there was still time, he immediately led everyone to a nearby tree, cut it down, and split it into planks. All you need to do is drill a hole on each side of the wooden board, then thread spider silk through it and string the pieces together at half-meter intervals to complete the process. The spider silk was secured above by attaching it to a 5-meter high boulder, making it impossible for it to break unless a giant barbarian climbed up. The ladder was built section by section, and with the help of the 3 spider girls and lions felling of trees, a large pile had been made by noon. My lord, I'm so tired, I have no strength left in my stomach. Hong-Chi lay weakly on the ground, rubbing her deflated belly with her small hands, looking utterly exhausted. Su Yuan retrieved the spider silk ladder that had been thrown down. The thing was indeed quite resilient, but after observing it for a moment, it seemed to be lacking something. It's almost done. Once it's finished, I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. A big meal. I can still handle it. Before Lansha and the others could speak, Hong-Chi quickly got up and skillfully drilled holes in the wooden boards and then put them onto the spider silk. His diligent appearance made Lansha and Lu Sui blush with embarrassment. They had just eaten barbecue at noon, but Hong-Chi was already hungry again before evening. As evening approached, the spiderweb ladder was finally completed. As the ladder was lowered to the mountainside beside the camp, everyone in the camp gathered around. Chapter 82 Explosive and Springy Beef Noodles. After the setup was complete, the group climbed down the ladder. Even with Su Yuan below them, Lan Sha and the other 2 spider girls were so frightened that their legs went weak. Hong-Chi, don't you guys always climb up slopes? Hurry up and come down. After climbing for a while, Su Yuan looked up at the group of people above. Although Lion was also a little scared, it stayed close to Su Yuan. Only the last red flame was still hesitating on the edge of the cliff, its little head peeking out each time before quickly retreating back inside. We were on a slope, and we've never been to such a high place before. Then you'd better hurry up, we'll be going downstairs to prepare dinner soon, and then we won't be able to take care of you. Su Yuan revealed an evil smile and nimbly climbed down. The cliff made of spider silk ladders was not as terrifying as Hong-Chi had described. If you lose your grip, you'll at most roll down the cliff, and you'll definitely get injured, but the force in the middle will prevent you from falling to your death. Of course, if someone deliberately jumps off from there, they will definitely die. Flying a little further away might allow them to crash into Su Yuan's wooden house and scare him. Wa'ada. Wait for me. Finally, tempted by the food, Hong-Chi shakily climbed down. When it landed, the surrounding beast girls gathered around, looking at the strange creature. After Su Yuan landed, Shirshir, feeling slightly weak in the knees, jumped down from the spider web ladder. Su Yuan looked at the beast girls around him, patted the snow off his body, and explained the function of the spider silk ladder to them. This ladder will allow us to quickly climb up the mountain and hunt from there. My arms are too weak, catch me. When it was finally time for the red flames, she glanced down, her hand went limp, and she fell downwards. Su Yuan was startled when he heard her scream. But when he looked up, all he saw was darkness, and he was knocked to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Hey, it doesn't hurt at all. Which? Are you all right? Lord Su Yuan. Seeing the panicked crowd around her, Hong-Chi quickly looked down and saw a figure sitting under her bottom. Ah! Chief! 10 minutes later, Su Yuan wiped the blood from his nose, while Hong-Chi, looking guilty, was pulled to kneel on the ground by Hong Shuang. Alright, this has nothing to do with Hong-Chi, let her get up. As her mother, I bear responsibility for Hong-Chi's blatant offense to you, Hong Shuang said earnestly. Alright, this time I wasn't prepared properly. Fox 9, next time someone has to climb down the ladder from the mountain, find some animal hides to put underneath them. Su Yuan still pulled Hong-Chi up. The fall hadn't hurt him much. He estimated that Hong-Chi had only fallen from a distance of 3 or 4 meters. As for nosebleeds, there's something that the animal skin skirt can't completely prevent. Of course, Su Yuan was referring to the strange smell of the animal skin and the fact that the fur under the skin pricked his face a little. Since the leader tells you to get up, then get up. Hong Shuang's expression softened, and she glared at Hong-Chi, who was rubbing his stomach. Oh. Hong-Chi quickly jumped up, glanced at Hong Shuang beside her, and then whispered in Su Yuan's ear, Chief, is the feast we talked about before still valid? What would you like to eat? Barbecue? Hong-Chi hesitated. The tribe had a good variety of meat, and the pork she had eaten for the past 2 meals had kept her full every day. Okay, but could you grill it for me? This morning, Gigi and the others said that the meat you grill is tastier. Where did this rumor come from? Su Yuan glanced at Gigi, who was munching on a sweet potato by the campfire not far away. Her clean face was now covered with sweet potato chunks, making her look like a little kitten. Long sat behind her with a face full of affection, occasionally wiping the sweet potato smeared off her face. Totoro also loves sweets. Speaking of which, it seems that the sweet potatoes in the tribe have been almost completely consumed by Zizi and the others lately. Sudden. Watching Zizi munching on a sweet potato, Su Yuan had an idea. It would be a perfect opportunity to test something that had piqued his curiosity before. Since you've completed my task, I'll reward you with a special feast. Eating this feast will make you incredibly powerful. Special? Then I'll take this one. Su Yuan smiled and spent 100 points to exchange for a white noodle coiled in a circle in the system shop. The noodle was as thick as an index finger and looked very chewy. He put it in the earthenware pot and boiled it for about 10 minutes before taking it out. In the ceramic bowl, a piece of roasted pork was wrapped around the end of the noodle, and the aroma attracted the attention of Lansha and the others who were standing nearby. Look at this, doesn't it look like your spider silk? One end is wrapped with a delicious piece of food. You bite this end, just like using the spider silk to catch your prey, and then slowly tighten the silk to eat the prey in one bite. Su Yuan placed the other end of the noodles in front of Hong Qi, who was initially stunned, but was instantly filled with fighting spirit and took a bite. Ah! I'm going to eat my prey. This kind of game is too childish for elementary school students, but it's just right for a spider girl who looks 18 or 19 years old. And these noodles aren't ordinary noodles either. They're the beef tendon noodles from the snow crystal cow that Lion slaughtered before. He'd always wondered why they only cost 100 points. Now there is a perfect candidate for testing. Hongqi enthusiastically put one end of the noodle into his mouth and slowly sucked it in like a spider spinning its web. After about 2 sucks, he began to chew. The beef tendon noodles were simply cooked in the earthenware pot of stewing broth for a short time without any added seasonings, yet the flavor was still incredibly tempting. The surrounding beast girls all gathered around, but since this was a reward from Su Yuan to Hong Qi, they just swallowed hard and watched Hong Qi taste it. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Hong Shuang looked at him with some impatience and said angrily, Hong Qi, don't keep chewing your food in your mouth all the time. But Mother Red Frost, I can't chew it. Hong Qi's cheeks were aching, but the beef tendon noodles in her mouth were still very chewy and bouncy. She had only chewed a small piece in the short time. Can't chew it? Didn't you molt? Hong Shuang looked at her with some doubt. Spider girls are only particularly weak during molting. But I just can't chew it. Her words were mumbled incoherently, and tears were welling up in her eyes as she frantically began to pull at herself. No matter how hard she tried, the noodles remained incredibly chewy, leaving Su Yuan, who was watching from the side, speechless. Damn this system. No wonder this thing costs 100 points. The circle it just coiled up was at least 3 meters long. By the time you finish chewing it, you'll practically ascend to heaven. Seeing Hong Qi's tears streaming down her face, Su Yuan gently rubbed her cheeks and comforted her. Alright, that's enough for now. Let everyone have a taste of the rest. Since chewing was impossible, Su Yuan used a dagger to cut off the section hanging outside her mouth, leaving the rest inside for her to deal with herself. My lord, may we give it a try? Lansha was a little curious. She sniffed the beef tendon noodles, which resembled her own spider silk, and wanted to try them too. You want to try? Sure. Chapter 83 Witnessing the scenery beyond the mountains together. An hour later, a dozen or so beast girls sat around the campfire, puffing out their cheeks. Their faces were flushed with exhaustion, and tears welled in their eyes. You can't swallow it without chewing it properly, or you'll choke and suffocate. Su Yuan cut off a small piece and started chewing on it. This stuff was even chewier than beef jerky, and he felt it could last a lifetime if given to a baby to chew on. Lion, if you can't chew it, don't insist. The last section was handled by Shirshir, who was still chewing with great effort, and it seemed that the beef tendon noodles were quite to her liking. Her stubbornness made her nod after hearing Su Yuan's words, but she turned back to continue fighting with the food in her hand. Sai, you guys finish eating early and go back to sleep. I'm going to sleep first. Su Yuan forced down the thumb-sized piece of beef tendon noodle, patted the snow off his body, and returned to the wooden house. The weather is getting colder, should we install a fireplace in the house? But won't this all-wood house catch fire? He had no knowledge of fireplaces made of stone bricks. The last time he saw one was in a movie where Santa Claus rode a reindeer down the chimney into the fireplace. Moreover, this room was about the same size as the toilet in my previous life, with a wooden bed taking up half the space, and only a small box and some of my tools and clothes could be placed on the side. Forget it, let's think about it when we get back to the snowy wilderness. Su Yuan lay on the bed and began to plan. He knew he had to go back to the desolate snowfield, so the wooden house he built here didn't need too many facilities. Once the desolate snowfield is stabilized, we will deal with the shaman of the Wangshui Mountains, and then break through the seals that the Whitebone shaman mentioned to prevent us from leaving the Wangshui Mountains. After unifying the snowfield region, there's a chance to go to the other side and see if there are any winged beast girls on the grassland. Are there legendary giants among those steep mountains? Are there mermaids in the sea? Are there elves in the forest? Are there dragon maidens on the island? For a moment, his thoughts drifted to the fantasy of conquering this magical land and making his star tribe bigger and stronger. Wait a minute, I'm a peace-loving, civilized person. How can I always be thinking about conquering cities and seizing territory? The two little figures above his head reappeared, and the white angel Xiao Suyuan looked at the black demon Xiao Suyuan opposite him with pity. Before he could say anything, a group of beast girls of all shapes and sizes hugged the demon Xiao Suyuan, and in an instant, the white angel was killed in one move. What do you mean by conquering cities and seizing land? I am bringing the spark of civilization to primitive society, so that the whole continent can feel civilization and no longer suffer from hunger or cold. This is called sowing the seeds of civilization. The demon on his forehead took the golden ring from the angel's head and put it on his own. Holy light emanated from his body, and then he leaped into the arms of the beast girls. Sigh, I'm still too great. The tribe's development was proceeding in an orderly manner. The three spider girls who had shed their skins joined the warriors' ranks. Although the remaining spider girls were large in size, their combat strength was not very strong. In particular, they hadn't experienced much combat, so they could only work with White Rabbit and the others to process animal hides and meat in the camp. The pottery and woodenware in the camp were enough for everyone's use, and there was no need to add any more for the time being. Fox 9 just stayed by Su Yuan's side every day, watching him curiously. Su Yuan, will this really turn into that kind of wine? Fox 9 watched curiously as Su Yuan sealed the two wooden barrels with stoppers. One barrel contained naturally fermented brewing, while the other barrel contained yeast that Su Yuan had purchased with some points. In this freezing weather, he didn't know if there was any yeast on the picked fruit, so to prevent failure, he had to prepare an extra bucket as a reference. We'll know whether it works or not in a month. Later, put these two wooden buckets inside the cave and cover them with some animal hides. Okay, I understand. Although Fox 9 didn't understand what kind of wine Su Yuan was talking about, she still worked very diligently, and the two wooden barrels were piled up at the deepest part of the cave. Su Yuan stretched as he walked to the camp. After so many busy days, it was time for him to rest. He found Lion, who was training Hong Chi and the others outside the camp. Her archery skills were now much better than before, second only to Fox C, who could already shoot birds with a bow on land. Lion, if you're free, come up the mountain with me. Upon hearing this, Lion put down her bow and arrow and rushed to Su Yuan's side, staring intently at him as if waiting for orders. Take your shovel, and oh right, take your weapon too. Although we haven't found many wild animals at the mountain hot springs before, it's always good to be on guard, and Lion alone is enough for that. The two climbed the spider web ladder with great ease and quickly arrived at the cave where Hong Shuang and the others had lived before, following the mountain path. The effects of the previous damage were still present. Su Yuan had his men move the charcoal away, leaving only some charred marks visible in the cave. Actually, this cave is quite large, enough for all of us to live in. Lion clenched his fists, a look of difficulty in his eyes, before finally stammering, I still want to go back to the desolate snowfield. However, after we save everyone, I will come back here with you. Su Yuan smiled with some surprise, gently stroking Shurshu's hair. She must not have taken a bath in a long time due to her busy schedule these past few days, and even the fur on her ears was a bit messy. Who said I plan to stay here for the rest of my life? That. Lion was a little confused, staring at Su Yuan with its two big eyes in bewilderment. I just lament that if we had discovered this cave earlier, we might have been able to move in right away. It's a pity that there's already too much stuff in the camp. I haven't forgotten about saving the Red Fox tribe. Now that Hong Shuang and the others have joined us, we can go back and investigate. We'll take some time in a few days to go back to the snow wasteland and check on the situation. Before Lion could even get excited, Su Yuan continued speaking. You are the first people I met when I came into this world, and we are partners who have gone through thick and thin together, so I have unwavering faith in you, and you must also have faith in me. From now on, we will definitely defeat the black sheep and that sorcerer. By the way, have you ever seen the world on the other side of the mountain? On the other side of the mountain? Lion looked in one direction, where the sky was blocked by high mountains, and in the distance stretched a huge mountain range, which was the Wangshui mountain range that separated the two worlds. No, I grew up in the snowy wilderness, but the old witch told me that my mother went to the other side of the mountain. I think she must have seen it. Don't worry, we will definitely see it. From now on, you will be the great general of the Star Empire, and we will explore that new world together. It was rare for someone in their 20s to be so childish. Su Yuan raised his hand and held the mountain range in a gesture of grasping, his eyes full of confidence. Although she didn't know what an empire was or what a great general was, Lion could understand the stars and the word I. Yes, we will definitely see it. Chapter 84 Grooming the Big Cat. This is it. Su Yuan and Shi walked up the mountain together for a while. The source of the hot spring was a crevice in the rock, and the water there was so hot that it was almost burning to the touch. Only here will you avoid encountering those wild beasts that come to drink. Lion, you can't drink this water. Su Yuan was still figuring out how to build a hot spring nearby when he turned around and found that Shi had already buried her little head in the water outlet, with hot steam hitting her cheeks. So he grabbed the sticking up tail and pulled the person over. Ah! After realizing what had happened, Lion immediately turned around and covered its tail, then shook its head with a red face and said, I didn't drink it, it was just that the mist felt warm. There will be something warmer later. Come and help me dig a big pit here, up to my thigh in height, and make it into this shape. Su Yuan gestured a square with his hand. After sizing up the area for a while, he finally decided to dig a pit not far below the edge of the outlet, and then open a gap at the water flow point to divert the water. Moreover, because it's downhill, he can open another opening at the bottom to drain the water, thus maintaining a continuous supply of hot water. It's a pity there aren't any hot pits where you can just soak in without any preparation, and you don't have to worry about hot water as it keeps the temperature consistently high. Su Yuan used his dagger to mark out the area of rubble and mud, leaving the rest to Shi. To complete his task, Shi even used his awakened power. The sudden burst of runic light on her forehead allowed her to dig a huge pit with a single shovel strike, and then quickly excavated the square hole. Su Yuan, I've finished. While Su Yuan was still bent over studying the water diversion line, Shi was already there with a shovel, ready to go. Take a break, or find me a flat rock, just up to my calves. The process of drawing water went very smoothly. The steaming water immediately poured into the large pit that Lion had dug, and soon the water filled the pit. The previously prepared outlet flushed away the muddy water, and after half an hour, the natural, unadorned hot spring outlet was completed. Using the same method, a hot spring outlet was also created at the other end, so that in the future, as long as soldiers lead the way, everyone can come here to soak in the natural hot spring. It's much more convenient to boil water for bathing than before at the frozen lake, but the concealment isn't very good, and soldiers have to be on guard around the area when you come here. How about we build some more cabins near these hot springs sometime? After thinking about it, Su Yuan dismissed the idea. There was no need to go to great lengths to build 2 more wooden houses on the mountain, and he would have to consider the angle at which to build them on the slope. If they were to encounter a wild animal attack, those guys in this world, even if they built a wooden house, would smash it to pieces in a few slaps. Let's leave it at that for now. By the time the 2 hot spring pools were completed, the sun was high in the sky, and the surrounding cold wind and steaming mist were mixed together, with the bright sunlight shining on us. Su Yuan didn't shy away from Shi. After taking off all his clothes, he entered the hot spring, where the rock perfectly served as his cushion. Awesome, lying down here feels like I've gained 10 years of life. The water temperature wasn't low, but it felt just right for Su Yuan in such cold weather. The flowing hot water felt like it was massaging his body. The warm mist made him feel drowsy, but then he remembered that there was a lion standing next to him. Lion, do you want to go to the hot spring? You haven't taken a shower lately, have you? Your hair is almost tangled. You can wash it while you're in the hot spring. Lion touched his head. A few strands of golden fur were tangled together, stained with some blood from when he killed the pigman. These past few days I've been busy following Su Yuan around, completely forgetting about taking a bath by the frozen lake. More importantly, she wasn't used to going to the bath with other people. The last time she took a bath, it was Red Fox who dragged her there, and she hadn't washed her body since. Then I'll take a shower too. Aha! Su Yuan leaned comfortably against the edge, squinting his eyes. After hearing Shi's words, he slowly nodded, then realized something and immediately opened his eyes wide. At the edge of the hot spring pool, Shi changed out of his animal skin clothes, his golden tail fur fluttering in the wind, and then he continued to raise his head. Su Yuan clicked his tongue in shock. The scale was indeed incomparable to that of Mao Ye. Just as he was lost in thought, some water in the hot spring pool suddenly flowed out, and Su Yuan felt a pair of thighs immediately pressed against his side. He instantly perked up, swallowed hard, and looked at Lion, who was peeking out from the side, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to soak over there?" "Can't it be here?" "Then I'll be right there." "Damn it, what am I doing?" What's worse than being a beast is being worse than a beast. Su Yuan immediately pulled Shirshir down when he saw her disappointed look. Cough cough cough, I was just afraid that my willpower wouldn't be able to resist, but it's okay, come here and I'll wash your hair. Su Yuan suppressed his impulse for the time being, watching as Shirshir buried her head in his arms and gently rubbed her messy hair with his fingers. Because it was sticky with blood, he unconsciously used a little more force. No matter how much he washed it, not a single strand of his golden hair fell out, leaving Su Yuan speechless with amazement at its amazing quality. Su Yuan, who seemed calm, had been betrayed by his body's reaction. Shirshir looked curiously at the surface of the hot spring, but with Su Yuan holding her head, she could only suppress her doubts. System, redeem a pack of shampoo for me. After rubbing for a long time without any effect, Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop and redeemed a pack of shampoo worth 20 points, which was about the size of his palm. Lie still and close your eyes. These words sounded rather perverted in this situation, and upon hearing them, Lion immediately leaned against Su Yuan and closed her eyes tightly. She heard Su Yuan scratching his head, and something wrapped around it, along with a fragrant scent that reached her nose. With the help of shampoo, these messy hairs were able to be cleaned up, and the hot spring water flowing down from above quickly rinsed them away. How about it? Touch your hair. Isn't it especially smooth? Su Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he were giving his big cat a bath, looking at the soft, golden hair that lay smoothly on the lion's forehead. It feels very comfortable and smells nice. Thank you, Su Yuan. Lion came up and kissed him on the cheek, just like at the previous celebration party. The sense of accomplishment he was feeling while giving the big cat a bath was instantly shattered. I just exercised last night. If I'm obsessed with exercising all day long, my body won't be able to handle it. Wait, I've already increased my life force, why would I worry about not being able to handle it? At worst, I'll just exchange for a few more bottles of blue spirit drinks later. Freed from the little angel's restraint, Su Yuan whispered something in Shirshir's ear. Seeing the somewhat confused look in its eyes, he had no choice but to begin instructing it himself. Chapter 85, The Hot Spring Pool Project, is now open. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the mountain valley, Su Yuan leisurely lay in the hot spring, squinting his eyes and enjoying the tranquility of the mountain stream. After half a day, I felt like I was about to become a giant from the heat. A beautiful woman was nestled beside me, her face still flushed and her eyes slightly glazed. Lord Su Yuan, I want to ask you a question. Lion seemed to have mustered up her courage, raising her head to look at Su Yuan and asking nervously. Sai, I've already told you all to stop calling me sir and just call me whatever you want. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Su Yuan gently rubbed Shirshir's hair. The previous intense activity had caused the hot spring water to wet her hair again, and water droplets were still dripping from the ends. Lion nodded, then stammered, You shouldn't be a member of the God-given race, right? Yes, I'm not, but how did you know? Su Yuan answered her without hesitation. After all, it was a fact, and he had no need to hide it, since everyone would find out eventually. The God-given race can only conceive by consuming the God-given fruit, but my mother told me that only the beastmen race can reproduce. When I was little, I saw it when I was fighting the orc tribe with my mother. It was just like that. Oh no, there wasn't this problem before. It's not because these beast girls don't understand how to reproduce through the God-given fruit, it's just that Nikoya's knowledge is too limited. Now I've met someone who's quite knowledgeable. Are you an orc? Lion's eyes held a mixture of caution and worry. The discord between the orcs and the divine race was not a recent development, but rather a long-standing one. Do I look like an orc to you? You all have traces of orcs on you. Did you just notice them on me? If you calculate it that way, I should be considered the first pure human in this Western fantasy primitive world. Lion looked her up and down with a puzzled expression. Her black hair had no wild animal features, and her ears were only slightly red, similar to theirs, but she didn't have the spider spears that spiders are known for. Its pupils are also black, and its hands and feet are no different from those of the divinely gifted race. It has little to no thick fur, and it doesn't even have a tail on its rear end, except What you just did. Su Yuan's face stiffened, and he quickly covered Shurshu's mouth. If she said it, they would be in big trouble. Do you remember me telling you that I came from a very far away place? Yes, you said it was a very, very big tribe in the east, Lion said with some recollection. Su Yuan nodded with emotion and said, yes, it is very, very big, and very, very far away, so far away that it is not even in the east of this world. To be precise, I actually came from beyond the heavens. Your gods brought you into this world, and I was also brought into this world by other gods. Although Su Yuan also used theorism to explain the reason, Lion still looked confused, its uneasy tail swaying back and forth in the water. These things were too complicated for her. Su Yuan sighed and hugged her tightly, saying, it's okay if you don't understand. Just believe me, I will always be with you. Let's go back to the snowy wilderness together, go to the snow-viewing mountains together, and even go to the other side of the mountains together. After a moment of silence, Lion gave a soft and rested its head on Su Yuan's shoulder without saying a word. In fact, she had already chosen to believe Su Yuan when he denied that he was a beastman, and everything else was no longer important. Su Yuan, isn't this how beastmen have children? Will I have a child too? This extremely unusual topic stumped Su Yuan, mainly because he didn't know anything about the beast girl's physical structure, or even whether she had reproductive isolation. Well, I don't know either. After all, I'm not an orc. Of course, orcs and I would never have children. As for those orcs, regardless of whether there is quarantine or not, he will defend his integrity to the death. Then I want one too. Before Su Yuan could react, Shurshu pounced on him and pinned him to the edge of the hot spring pool. It seems 2 bottles of blue spirit drink aren't enough. I'll have to exchange for at least 3. Sigh, points are like the stream in this hot spring, they slip away too quickly. In the evening, Lion and Su Yuan returned to the camp. Red Fox thought that the two had gone on some special mission because they had been missing for a day. However, before she could finish being curious, Su Yuan gathered everyone in the center of the camp. Everyone was holding food, their big eyes curiously watching Su Yuan, wondering what important news he had to announce. Ahem, you all probably already know that we found a warm stream in the mountains before, right? Everyone nodded, and a lively little bunny girl raised her hand and shouted, Sister Maye and the others told us before. It seems that Nikoya and Panue told everyone in great detail during their last fight for the right to tell the story. That's good, at least I don't have to explain it again myself. Today, Lion and I turned that place into a hot spring pool, a place to take hot baths. From now on, if you don't want to go to the frozen lake to boil water, you can go to the hot springs on the mountain. The hot water there is always flowing, and it never gets cold. The news excited everyone. Taking a bath in the frozen lake was quite troublesome. Not only did they have to learn how Su Yuan made fire by rubbing sticks together, they also had to boil the water first. This whole process takes at least 2 or 3 hours, which is why many people go to the ice lake to bathe every day, but only a few actually manage to bathe. However, you still can't go alone, and you must go with 2 warriors, as there are still wild beasts in that area. And you can't drink that water, it might give you a stomachache. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, everyone happily agreed, chatting excitedly with the beast girls around them about the good news. Yes, I understand. I want to go with Mommy. We can just take Xiaoman and Damon with us. Amidst the murmurs, Su Yuan overheard something extraordinary. He grabbed the fur-eared beast woman by the ear, lifted her up, and spoke earnestly. "The man can't go, this rope can't support him." Just kidding, forget about rope support or not, with that size, one shove and the hot spring pool would be several sizes bigger. Oh, alright then, can the witch come with us? Su Yuan glanced at the body of the folded-eared beast girl. TSK, she's even smaller than Mao Yi. She's not even up to his waist. Humans cannot, or at least should not. No, let's wait until you're a bit older. Chapter 86. Has this person caught the crab general? The opening of the hot springs caused all the beast girls to rush to the mountain to soak in the hot springs. Even Nikoya couldn't resist and dragged Su Yuan to soak in them once. It was this incident that made Lion understand what was going on with the strange cat meows that had been heard in the tribe before. Although Su Yuan was a little embarrassed, he put the embarrassment behind him after trying a new experience he had never had before, and enjoyed the endless pleasure in the crowded hot spring pool. For several days in a row, he almost succumbed to despair. Fortunately, the blue spirit drink worth 2,000 points made him realize the truth. If he continued like this, he would really squander all his points. This is an important resource for developing the tribe. Su Yuan saw that his points, which had finally reached the new milestone of 100,000, had dropped back to 80,000, so he gave up his bad habit of soaking in hot springs every day. Cough cough cough, Lion, come fishing with me for a while. Su Yuan saw Shirshir carrying a wooden basin out of the snow house early in the morning and quickly went over to call out to him. The wooden basin contained not only an animal skin towel, but also some fresh fruit picked in the wild a few days ago. After all, soaking in a hot spring can make you thirsty, so you can eat a couple of pieces of fruit to quench your thirst after you're done. Of course, most importantly, the sight of these fruits floating on the water adds a touch of fun. Fishing? Aren't you going to soak in the hot springs? Lion put down the wooden tub and came to Su Yuan's side with some doubt. Soaking in the hot spring every day is not good for your health, and there are so many people in the tribe, so we should let everyone enjoy the comfort of the hot spring. Without saying a word, Su Yuan grabbed his fishing rod, pulled Shirshir along, and prepared to head towards the frozen lake. As they left the tribe, they spotted Hujio sticking out his butt and doing something in the snow. It would be good to call Fox 9 along, otherwise he would have run off to take a bath in the cabin before he even had a chance to fish at the frozen lake. Fox 9, let's go fishing together. Su Yuan swiftly grabbed the fox's high-waisted tail, startling Fox 9 so much that she fell to the ground in the snow. Su Yuan, you scared me. The trap I just designed almost worked. Fox 9 pouted angrily, her nose and head covered in snow, but her cute appearance made Su Yuan unable to sense her anger. With a smile on his face, he patted the snow off Hujio and looked down at what Hujio called a trap. What is this? When asked about the thing on the ground, Fox 9 looked very proud and showed the wooden object to Su Yuan. This is a trap I designed myself, which combines the bow and arrows you made with the previous cave trap. Look, I plan to use a bow and arrow to draw a full length of arrow here, then lock it in place. When someone steps into the trap, the hook will release and the arrow will pierce the ankle of the person who stepped into the trap. Fox 9 demonstrated it to Su Yuan, and the more Su Yuan looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this just a trap version of a crossbow? This little fox's head is truly full of wisdom. With her fiddling around like this, she might actually come up with some new tricks. We'll tinker with this thing later. Come fishing with me, and I'll teach you some new fishing techniques. A new method? Here it comes. Fox 9 glanced at the trap device in his hand, found a corner of the camp, buried it in the snow, and then caught up with Su Yuan. Few people come to the frozen lake these days, but the little wooden house that used to be there still stands cleanly by the lake. Some of the little beast girls still like to take baths in this enclosed little wooden house, so the snow that had been piled out before has been swept away. When I arrived at the lake early in the morning, there was no one there, and the opening in the middle of the frozen lake was somewhat frozen. Su Yuan forcefully smashed the frozen ice and tried casting a pole into the icy lake. Didn't they say there was a new method? Fox 9 had already learned the fishing method with a rod and a hook. Looking at Su Yuan, who was sitting calmly on the frozen lake waiting for the fish to bite, he couldn't help but ask. Hey, let's fish for a while first, and then we'll try a different method after I catch a couple of fish. Now that we've come all this way to the frozen lake, how can we not cast our lines? Su Yuan had barely sat down when the float bobbed. It seems that not fishing for a while has made them lower their guard again. Su Yuan quickly stood up and forcefully lifted the fishing rod. After drinking countless bottles of blue spirit beverage, his strength was much greater than when he first came fishing. This instantly lifted the prey caught on the fishing hook. Careful! The moment he landed, the 1-meter-tall creature launched an attack on Su Yuan. Beside him, Lion's saber lashed out like a spear, stabbing the creature that was almost touching Su Yuan back. The long sword carried the monster's body far away and plunged directly into another layer of ice. Su Yuan only saw it clearly after it was pinned to that spot. Holy crap, there are crabs this big in this lake? Su Yuan patted his chest with a slight tremor of fear. In the distance, a large crab had its chest pierced by a blade, and its pair of pincers, capable of crushing his head, were still moving. Isn't this a lake nestled against a mountain? Where did such a huge crab come from? He couldn't understand the strangeness of this world, but he did understand the deliciousness of this giant crab. Pale blue blood flowed down the hilt of the knife from the puncture wound. It didn't struggle for long before turning into a dead crab. This meat must be very tender and juicy, perfect for grilling. Lion, Fox 9, set up the fire. Once the creature had turned into a dead crab, Su Yuan brought the 2 beast girls to him. He tapped the large pincers, and the dull sound brought a look of joy to his face. The group hadn't eaten much in the morning before arriving, and this large crab was enough for the 3 of them to have a hearty meal. 10 minutes later, the large crab was placed on the fire by the lake, and crab soup was simmering in 3 earthenware pots next to it. Let it bake first, I'll teach you how to do it. Su Yuan led the two to the mouth of the frozen lake. The crabs there had hard shells and would probably need to be roasted for a while. Actually, we didn't have enough conditions to do this before, but now that Lan Sha and the others have come to the tribe, the problem is not so big. While speaking in a language the two couldn't understand, Su Yuan simultaneously redeemed a large black net from the system shop. Fox 9 stared at this novel contraption for a long time. It resembled the spider webs that Lan Sha and the others usually used, but the holes on it were denser and smaller. Grab these 4 corners, then put some food on them, and the fish will take the bait in no time. Su Yuan had cast a fishing rod a few times in his previous life, but fishing was a first for him. He had only seen it in online videos before. They placed some pieces of pork on the net, and the 3 of them watched as the black net fell into the icy lake. Will this really catch any fish? Fox 9 scratched his ear. He explained that he had been able to catch fish before because the hook caught the fish and the float alerted him in time. These days, there's no fishhook, not even a notification. You don't even know if you've caught anything. By the time you pull up the net, the fish will probably be full and have escaped. Chapter 87 Mermaids? An ice lake connecting to the ocean. Of course. I don't know either, but the lake isn't very big, we're bound to catch 1 or 2. Whether he catches fish or not doesn't matter, since the tribe has plenty of food, and he has accumulated enough points to feed the tribe for several years. The main thing is to have something to do today, otherwise I'll have to go exercise again if I have nothing to do. After turning the fishing net for a while, Su Yuan, who had been doing nothing, suddenly felt a pulling force coming from below. There really is a big one. Lion, quickly help pull it up, don't let it get away. Lion took the fishing net and immediately tightened it, seemingly worried that the fish would escape. She even used her awakened power, and the fish caught in the net in the lake was pulled up by her without any hesitation. In the sky, the lake water and a bunch of dark shadows flew up, arced overhead, and crashed heavily onto the ice. Wa'ada! But then a sobbing sound came from inside. In the fishing net, besides some small and large fish, there was also a girl with beautiful blue hair. However, the girl looked rather disheveled, with a small fish in her mouth, a piece of pork that Su Yuan had previously thrown into the net in her hand, and a clump of messy water plants on her head. Tui, cough cough cough, ouch, my butt. You guys, really? Hayao spat out the fish in her mouth, her expression furious as she prepared to berate these land creatures, but a gleaming weapon was instantly placed against her neck. Wow, that's really amazing, good morning. Damn it, I just wanted to find some food, how did I get caught by these land creatures? My mother said these guys are not to be trifled with. You're a mermaid? Mermaids don't have butts. Upon seeing the new object, Su Yuan immediately squatted down to examine it with curiosity. The girl's beautiful blue hair was actually gradient. The top part was bluish-green, but it turned turquoise towards the tips. The ears on both sides were perked up. No, they shouldn't be called ears. Those 2 thin, pinkish gills seemed to be frightened by the sight of them. As for her body, unlike the one Su Yuan had seen in his previous life where only 2 seashells covered her private parts, the girl's upper body was wrapped in black seaweed. Only 2 lotus root-like arms were exposed, and the connection between the fishtail and the body was also covered. The fishtail was somewhat similar to her hair, long and beautiful, with scales that shimmered in the sunlight. Mermaids don't have butts. Hayao seemed to want to be angry but dared not. She glanced at Shirshir next to her, who had a cold face, and could only pout and complain online. Ahem, sorry, we didn't mean any harm, we just accidentally caught you while fishing. Su Yuan loosened the net for her, and she looked at the fish scattered on the ice with envy. However, she glanced at Shirshir and withdrew her hand from the fish. Do you live in this frozen lake? After untying the net, Su Yuan and Hayao chatted. Although he was a bit timid, he seemed like a free spirit. At this moment, he was still staring at the fish around him. If I were a bad guy, there would be a roasted mermaid tail on that fire by now. Me? I escaped from the Dream Coral Sea with my mother and the others. The Dream Coral Sea? Another new map, I wonder where it is. Su Yuan had already learned about several locations from these people, the Yellow Sand Plain, the snow-capped mountains, and this Dream Coral Sea. As she pondered, Hayao shivered, the cold wind making her hug her arms tightly. You mermaids are afraid of the cold too? Then how did you get this frozen lake? Seeing her like this, Su Yuan had no choice but to pick her up and carry her to the campfire. The warm firelight finally made Hai-Yao breathe a sigh of relief, and she stretched out her little hands to warm them by the fire. It used to be very warm in the Dream Coral Sea, but it's a bit colder here. However, as long as we swim a little deeper, we won't feel too cold. And this starlight algae coat is also very warm to wear. Hai-Yao tugged at the collar of her seaweed-covered dress, revealing large patches of white against the black seaweed. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed at her. Don't misunderstand, he was looking at the black star algae, just like the name Hai-Yao had given it. This black algae was dotted with white specks. Like stars in the night sky, it is very beautiful when you look closely. May I touch it? Touch it? Hai-Yao was a little confused, but she still generously puffed out her chest and said, go ahead and touch it. Seeing this expression, Su Yuan immediately realized that his words had been ambiguous, but fortunately, these beast girls did not understand the other meanings. Su Yuan pretended to be normal and placed his palm on Hai-Yao's starlight algae clothes. The seaweed clothes were a little cold when he first touched them, but he soon felt a little warm. And then that familiar system notification sounded. Rare item detected, starry seaweed. Tradable for 800 points, or 80 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Only worth 800 points? Su Yuan ignored the system's prompts. If he made the trade now, wouldn't that be like stripping the mermaid naked? By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. My name is Hai-Yao, what's yours? Su Yuan introduced himself and also introduced her to the two beast girls, one big and one small, beside him. He learned that Lion was just aloof and did not have any ill intentions towards her, which made Hai-Yao relax. Hey Hai-Yao, could you lend me a small piece of your clothes? As long as it's not too big, it'll be very cold when we go into the water. Only after obtaining Hai-Yao's permission did Su Yuan use a dagger to cut off a small piece of a special item from her lower abdomen, which was used to unlock the system. However, while cutting, his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the area where the scales met the skin. There wouldn't be anything beneath those scales. What does it taste like? Just as his curiosity was piqued, a strange smell attracted the group. Following the smell, they saw that the crab shell was already charred. Ayoa, the meat's burnt. Lion quickly took the big crab off the fire. The crab meat in the earthenware pot had been stewed until it was soft and tender, and some fish meat was floating in it. The milky white soup smelled very delicious. The crab meat was a bit charred, but thankfully not too much of it was burnt. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Starry bandage, 300 points. Note, bandages that can alleviate and restore damage from freezing effects. The description is very concise, but it is still a pretty good item, especially in this icy and snowy plain. It can not only treat frostbite caused by the weather, but also treat damage caused by some magical beasts that use ice magic. After completing the inspection, Su Yuan closed the system shop and sat down next to everyone. Hai-Yao felt relieved after receiving his permission, and her mouth watered the moment she took the grilled crab meat from Hujiao. Chapter 88 Dreamy Coral Sea. Is this food made with fire on land? It's so delicious. Hai-Yao was happily eating a crab claw, each bite of the snow-white crab meat bringing tears to her eyes. His expressive face left Su Yuan speechless, completely oblivious to the delicious aroma of the crab meat in his hand. Aren't you used to eating raw food in the sea? Hai-Yao, her mouth full of crab meat, explained with her cheeks puffed out, in the sea, let alone eating raw food, we're lucky if we get a full meal. Are the conditions in the ocean really that bad? We caught quite a lot of fish before. Fox 9, who was enjoying a sip of crab and fish soup, asked Hai-Yao with some confusion after hearing her words, don't you mermaids eat fish? It's not that we can't eat it, it's just that we don't like eating fish. We always feel strange after eating it. Besides, many of the fish are small, with little meat and lots of bones. Last time, one got stuck in my throat and almost killed me. As she spoke, she used her hands to pull out the meat from the pincers. Compared to fish, the crab meat had no bones at all, and it was like a soft and delicious piece of tofu. And after eating it, I didn't feel any strange discomfort. By the way, you're from around here, right? Have you ever heard of Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Frosty Sea Heart Crystal? Su Yuan looked at the other two, Lion and Fox 9, who both shook their heads. Su Yuan could only shake his head as well. After all, he had only been in this world for a short time and hadn't even gotten to know all the places yet. Sigh, if we can't find this thing, we'll have to stay here and starve. I really want to go back to the Coral Sea. Could you tell me more about this Frost Sea Heart Crystal, and why you came here from the Dream Coral Sea? With the help of the delicious crabs, Haiyao no longer had any suspicion of the others, and while eating, she told them her story in detail. I originally lived in the sea spirit tribe of the Dream Coral Sea. My mother was the tribe's shaman. But a few months ago, someone in the tribe betrayed my mother, and that traitor defected to the Fire Scale tribe. My mother said that the shaman of the Fire Scale tribe obtained a strange treasure and became extremely powerful. We couldn't defeat him, so we had to flee the Dream Coral Sea. It turns out to be another beast girl who was chased to this place, except that the Dream Coral Sea didn't have that mysterious sorceress from the Snowdrift Mountains. They were forced to leave their homeland simply because of inter-tribal raids. In a world where hundreds or thousands of tribes are constantly at war, isn't this a great betrayal and blasphemy against the god who brought the beast girl's race to this continent? It seems that the unification of the tribes in this world is imminent. Su Yuan became even more convinced of his previous belief. What kind of order is this, with all this fighting and killing? Can't we all celebrate the new year together by making dumplings? So why were you chased to this place? If you went any further in, you would freeze to death. Isn't it just about finding that Frost Sea Heart crystal? A shaman from another tribe who was close to my mother divined that the thing is in this place. Only it can allow us to return to the Dream Coral Sea and reclaim our homeland. A delicious crab breakfast brought the group together completely, and Haiyao regained her cheerful and carefree personality, even developing an interest in fishing by the frozen lake. After finishing her meal, she was sitting on the edge of the gap in the frozen lake, swinging a pole, while Su Yuan and Shur and the others were supporting her from behind. Since the fishtail offered no support, the only way for her to sit down was to place the entire fishtail in the icy lake. I'm sorry, once I successfully awaken, my fishtail will be able to transform into yours. Seeing the group hugging her, Haiyao felt a little embarrassed, but she was very interested in fishing at the moment, and soon her attention turned to the fishing float. Will you evolve into human legs after you awaken? Sure, you can become a witch or an awakened warrior. My mother can go to the mainland to trade with others at any time, and some awakened warriors in the tribe can too. Su Yuan was no longer interested in fishing. With such a big fish in his arms, he had no time to care about the smaller fish in the lake. He curiously stroked the beautiful fishtail with both hands. The scales on it were particularly neat, and each one shone brightly in the sunlight. You can feel the firmness of the fish flesh when you gently pinch it, unlike in the movies and TV shows you watched in your previous life, where you can still see the outline of two legs when the fish sits up. The tail fins floating beneath the water's surface, those two pieces as pink and tender as the fins on the ears, appear transparent in the sunlight. So this is what a mermaid is. I just wonder if this form is suitable for... They've taken the bait. They've taken the bait. Su Yuan, what should I do? Just as he looked up at the fish's tail again, trying to find the part under the starry seaweed, Haiyao in his arms cried out excitedly, her hands gripping the fishing rod tightly. Just grab this spot and pull the line in hard, or pull it up with force. Su Yuan held her hands and taught her how to reel in the line. The little mermaid's arms looked thin, but she was quite strong. After a few struggles with her prey under the icy lake, she finally caught it. Soon, a large blue fish lay diagonally on the ice, its eyes glaring angrily at Haiyao, who was cheering not far away. We are all fish, why are we so eager to fight each other? Whether it was due to the presence of mermaids or not, Haiyao was much faster at taking the bait than Su Yuan and the others. By evening, the ice surface was already piled high with fish. Thank you, but it's getting late and I have to go back. You can keep these fish. These are your spoils, aren't you going to take them home? Haiyao jumped back into the frozen lake, shook her head, and said, we don't like to eat these, and we caught them with your fishing rod, so please accept them. Can I trade you a few fishing rods like these? I plan to bring my mother and the others to come and find you in a while. Fishing rods aren't particularly difficult to make, but for primitive tribes, it was a very difficult thing, mainly because of the line. The rod and hook can be replaced with other things, but apart from the fishing line that Su Yuan bought, the Star Tribe uses animal hide strips cut and made by white rabbits. Of course, now that Hong Shuang and the others have joined, their spider silk has replaced the need for online access in some places. Sure, but how would I know you're here? Our tribe is quite a distance from here. Haiyao thought for a moment, then tugged at the starlight algae on her collar, so that Su Yuan could see her silhouette perfectly from above. Yes, it's not as big as lions. This is true not only for Haiyao, but lion's position in the entire Star Tribe is also unshakable. Red Frost might be a formidable enemy. Use this. If we come, this conch shell will carry my voice, and then you can come to this place. Haiyao took out a mini conch shell, about the size of a thumb, from her clothes and handed it to Su Yuan. She could still feel its warmth when she handed it to him. Alright, I'll head back now. Could I try that meat next time? She pointed to the piece of pork in the net. She had been tempted by it before, but Su Yuan had fished it out. Even now, after a hearty crab feast, I still crave that piece of pork jerky. Okay, I'll definitely cook you a big meal next time. Chapter 89 Preparations for the plan to go to the snowfield. A week passed by so simply. Since the last time I met Haiyao, the conch shell hasn't made a sound. I wonder how far away that creature swam from. Or perhaps they encountered some danger on the way. I should have given her some weapons for protection back then. The tribe's development continued smoothly, and Su Yuan hadn't been busy with anything else lately, making final preparations for going to the desolate snowfield to gather information. First of all, he had to go. Now that the tribe's food and housing problems had been solved, he didn't need to worry about them anymore, so he had to go with them to the desolate snowfield. The first reason is that it's no longer possible to collect rare items in the tribe. Since the last time they dealt with the demon salamander trapped in the cave, they haven't obtained any new ones. Leaving the tribe and heading to the desolate snowfield will surely bring considerable rewards along the way. Secondly, he needs to command the beast girls to act, and sending these simple beast girls to gather intelligence would probably not yield much useful information. Moreover, it's easy to get caught by the other side if you're not careful. It's better to go and see for yourself in case of danger. You can even exchange items from the systems shop for emergency treatment. The selection of personnel for this reconnaissance mission, as well as the accompanying equipment and supplies, has been largely resolved within the past week. In the mountain stream, Su Yuan was soaking comfortably in the hot spring pool. Beside him, Shirshir looked a little tired, leaning against his shoulder with its eyes half closed. We'll be heading to the snowy wilderness in a couple of days, but I hope you can stay at the camp. Su Yuan smoothed Lion's long golden hair, which was a little longer than when they first met. It floated on the water like a piece of golden seaweed, and soon he grabbed it. No, I want to go too. For the first time, Shirshir refuted Su Yuan's order, her weary eyes looking at Su Yuan with unwavering determination. Listen to me first. This time we're going deep into the Black Sheep tribe. They know you, so it'll be easy for us to be exposed. I plan to bring Long and Hongshuang with me. This time, we might be able to find a way to rescue some of the Red Fox tribe members. But. Lion bit her lip tightly. She knew Su Yuan was right, but she felt very sad. Alright, you're not without a mission too. You and Husi not only need to protect the tribe's safety, but also contact Haiyao's tribe. Su Yuan never expected that such a cold and domineering older sister would now appear in front of him like a pitiful little girl, and his body, which had just finished, was starting to feel unresponsive again. You don't want the tribe to be in danger, do you? Haiyao and the others have a shaman, and who knows how many awakened warriors they have. Although Haiyao seems to get along very well with us, her mother and other mermaids may not be so friendly. I can only trust you. Su Yuan's words left Lion silent for a long time before she finally nodded with difficulty. Oh woo. You guys, stop playing in the water. Don't forget the mission we brought you here. The heartwarming scene between the two was interrupted by 5 snow wolves playing in the stream not far away, the water too hot for them. But the guys below were just right, their fur was soaked, and they were having a great time playing in the flowing stream. Upon hearing Su Yuan's call, they immediately shook off the water and trotted over to him. They clearly distinguish who's in charge. If Su Yuan isn't satisfied, they'll just be roast meat on the grill another day. Awu. Go and search the area for any traces of wild animals. If you encounter any, do not engage them on your own. Come back and report to me. A few days ago, the beast girls of the Star Tribe discovered some wild beasts in this place, but fortunately they were not particularly ferocious. The fiercest of them was a black bear with no special abilities. It just so happened that it encountered Long taking Gigi to a hot spring that day. The pair of sharp blades given to him by Su Yuan cleanly and swiftly severed the black bear's paws as it lunged forward. In addition to pork, beef, and fish, the tribe now has another type of meat, bear meat. This gave Demand quite a fright. Every day when he saw Longshire, the one who used to carry the bear down the mountain path, he would get a jolt of fear. Now that Su Yuan plans to leave with a group of people, he must ensure the safety of the star camp here, so he specially brought these snow wolves to investigate the situation. Wah! Upon receiving the order, the 5 snow wolves split into 2 groups and ran towards the mountains on either side. Although the food in the camp had improved, their speed was still quite fast. It disappeared from sight in just a few seconds. Not far away, several more figures appeared from the foot of the mountain. Su Yuan patted Shurshu's head and hurriedly said, "Let's get up quickly, otherwise they'll drag me to continue soaking when they come." Soaking in hot springs is one thing, but the real issue is that he couldn't resist so many cute and sexy beast girls running over to him with such joyful expressions, wanting to get close to him. "Wow, Wu, you're here to soak in the hot springs today too." After the two of them finished getting ready, a group of people from a distance arrived at the hot spring. Su Yuan looked at the three of them and curiously patted Yoyue's head. "Is Yuzuki not sleepy today?" The three women who came to soak in the hot spring were Panyu and her companions. Yu was in good spirits today and no longer had the weariness she usually had. When this was mentioned, Beiyu's expression became excited as she said, "After Yu soaked in the hot spring once, she wasn't sleepy anymore, so every few days, Panyu and I would bring her here to soak." Snort. Beside her, Panyu looked at Beiyu with displeasure as she interrupted her, then put her hands on her hips and turned her head away. "It actually has this effect? Could it really be a koala? The ears look quite like one, no wonder it's so sleepy." Su Yuan looked at Yue, who was pressed against him. Her two fluffy little ears were round and her big eyes were full of confusion. Her little arms were tightly wrapped around his waist. A little wolf, a little rabbit, and a little koala. These three moons are quite different. If they were wild animals, the two moons would have been eaten by the betray moon. No wonder both Beiyue and Yue are so afraid of Panyu. Awu. At this moment, the snow wolves exploring outside also made a commotion. The two snow wolves on the left were filled with fear and limped towards Su Yuan. "You guys go ahead and enjoy your drinks, I'll go check on things." Su Yuan picked up Yue, who was clinging to him, and handed her back to Panyu, preparing to take Shurshur to see what had happened over there. "I want to go too." Without the slightest hesitation, Panyu tossed Yu to Beiyu, tossing her back and forth until she was dizzy. "Well, you guys be careful, I won't go." Beiyu timidly shrank her ears, then took off Yoyue's clothes and placed them by the hot spring pool, while cautiously watching her surroundings. Chapter 90 Warcraft Frost Wolf. "What's wrong?" Su Yuan approached the two snow wolves, and upon seeing him, they burst into tears, their mouths filled with sobs. "Stop howling, let me see how you are, then take me there." If they kept howling, they would attract the enemy's attention. Su Yuan slapped them on the head, then picked up the wounds to examine them. So cold. The injuries were on the snow wolf's rump and hind legs. They weren't bites, but frostbite. The rump was covered in frost, and it felt like a block of ice to the touch. System: exchange for starburst bandages. These snow wolves have been successfully tamed in the Star Tribe. They can no longer be called snow wolves, they're more like snow dogs. They've provided them with a lot of help when hunting. They couldn't just die like that, so Su Yuan carried them both to the spot where the water was boiling. Yuzuki was already soaking in the hot spring, her small figure standing out in the clear water, her proportions looking about the same as Nikoya's. "Beijue, don't squat there. It's nothing serious." He had heard from Panyu that these women were all quite strong, especially Yu, who was always dozing off, and who had almost successfully awakened as an awakened warrior. The awakening failed because the person fell asleep during the awakening process. He patted Beiyue's head, then carried the two snow wolves to the boiling hot spring outlet above and pressed their buttocks down into it. Awu. The sensation of being caught between ice and fire made them howl again, and the three snow wolves on the other side also ran back. After he wrapped the bandages around the two guys' butts, he patted their heads and said, "Take us to see what happened. By the way, are you three all right over there?" The other three snow wolves shook their heads. They had only returned after hearing their companions howl. The 3 men and 3 wolves followed the 2 wolves that were wobbling along the mountainside. After walking for a short while, the scenery around them changed. The boulders in the surrounding mountains turned into a slender bamboo forest, with each bamboo stalk about as thick as Su Yuan's arm. Besides being covered in snow, the bamboo poles were also covered with transparent ice crystals. Could it be some kind of special item? Su Yuan touched the ice crystal bamboo with his hand, but unfortunately no system notification sound came out, so he ignored them. The group followed the snow wolves down a slope. After walking for a while, the 2 snow wolves in front of them turned back in a cowardly manner. Before them, a crack in the mountain wall appeared, smaller than the small cave where Su Yuan and his companions stored their food. From within the dark crevice, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, and then an ice spike flew towards them. "Su Yuan, watch out." Lion used the blade to knock the ice spike away and stood in front of the 2, looking at the mountain crevice opposite. Howl. From the crevice, a white figure nearly 2 meters tall slowly emerged, and the figure was somewhat similar to the snow wolves beside Su Yuan. However, the snow wolf was only a little over a meter tall, much shorter than this guy, and compared to their messy fur, the wolf opposite had fine fur, silvery white with a hint of blue. Most importantly, these idiots don't know the ice spike spell either. Frosty Moon Wolf, Tier 3 high-level magical beast with powerful frost abilities. It is agile and its claws can not only inflict frost damage on enemies, but it can also condense ice spike magic in its mouth. It has just suffered serious injuries and has given birth to cubs, so it is currently weak. Tier 3, Advanced. Su Yuan looked at the frost wolf opposite him with some alarm. This was the highest level magical beast he had ever seen since he came to this world. The magical salamander they had spent most of the day dealing with was only a low-level 3rd-tier beast. If that creature hadn't been trapped in the cave and starved for so many years beforehand, and then Su Yuan hadn't poisoned it and used smoke and fire to strike its vital points, it would have been a different story. Even if Lion and Long were to join the group, they might not be a match for them. The frosty wolf stood at the cave entrance without attacking him, its bloodshot eyes watching the group warily, its bared fangs threatening them to leave. She just gave birth and was seriously injured, so maybe we can win her over. Su Yuan's eyes flickered, and he called out to Shirshir beside him, Shirshir, you. Wow. Before he could finish speaking, Panyu stepped forward forcefully, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he looked at the frost wolf opposite him. Stop right there. Su Yuan quickly grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Panyu turned her head, and her angry face immediately fell when she saw Su Yuan. Let me give it a try. We're going back soon. I'm not useless. I want to become stronger so I can save the Black Sheep Witch. What good are your bare hands? Here, take these. Su Yuan redeemed an exquisite steel knife from the system shop. He had noticed during the battle with the Pigman tribe that Panyu liked to use this kind of knife, which was about the length of his forearm. The blade is long and slender, and it always manages to inflict considerable damage on enemies during her agile combat. Be careful, come back if you can't win. I will definitely defeat it. Panyu pursed her lips, gripped the knife Su Yuan handed her tightly, and charged towards the frost wolf of the moon. Can she beat her, Lion? Lion stared at the rebellious moon wolf fighting the frost wolf, then shook his head and said, We can't beat it. Although the giant wolf is injured, its strength is still not weak. Unless the moon rebels awaken. Awakening? By the way, how do you guys go through the awakening process? Su Yuan had always been curious about how these awakened warriors were awakened. Was it a divine gift like in Western fantasy worlds, or through some kind of meditation technique? Lion pointed to the opposing moon, who were fighting, and explained, there are usually 3 ways. One is to have a shaman who knows the divine guidance technique help awaken it, but the success rate is very small, and it will fail if there is any mistake. There are also some special foods, but these foods are very scarce, and eating some that you don't recognize can be fatal. Su Yuan remembered that the blue-striped snake fruit they found on the head of a giant python was one type, but it was most likely to die, and only a small chance of successfully awakening. It was very similar to the T-virus in Resident Evil, which he knew if it failed, one could only turn into a zombie. The last point is combat. You can also break through and awaken in combat. I successfully awakened while fighting a 10-meter-long giant snake all by myself. 10 meters? That's a python. Even without awakening, it can defeat a 10-meter-long python on its own. If Lion were to participate in Ultraman now, it should have no problem tearing monsters apart with its bare hands. Su Yuan put his arm around Shirshir's waist and sighed helplessly. It seemed that victory was not yet achieved, and he still needed to work harder. Is there anything more effective than Blue Spirit Drink? It's not necessary to increase the life force of the whole body, it's enough to increase one aspect of ability. I need help urgently. Chapter 91, Using the Cubs to Command the Frostwolf. As it turned out, Lion's intuition was very accurate. After a few rounds of fighting between the wolf girl and the demon wolf, Betrayal Moon was corroded by the cold mist surrounding the frost wolf. As the cold caused his body to gradually lose sensation, even his once agile movements gradually slowed down. Fortunately, Lion rushed up and pulled her back, otherwise, the frost wolf could have killed her with a single swipe of its claw. Cough cough cough, I want to try again. Panyu gritted her teeth and pounded hard on some frost-covered parts of her body, trying to accelerate blood circulation. These things can't be rushed. I wanted to comfort her, but when she stared at me with those stubborn eyes, I could only keep my words to myself. Sigh, really, I'll have to make you change your stubborn nature sooner or later. If you want to try again, drink this. Su Yuan rubbed Pan Yu's arm, which was frozen like an ice cube, and then fed her a bottle of medicine in a bamboo tube. The sweet taste made her smack her lips unconsciously. Go for it, you've been enhanced. This sweet-smelling potion is the Snow Serpent Spirit Liquid, which costs 1,000 points per bottle. Although it doesn't have the permanent body-strengthening effect of the Blue Spirit drink, it does increase strength and the probability of awakening in the short term. This potion is more suitable for use by the rebels at this time. As Pan Yu charged out once more, she felt a warm current smoothing through her stiff limbs, and a powerful force emanating from her heart spread throughout her body. Seeing this, Lion retreated again. The frost wolf was not in good condition. The wound on its abdomen had started to bleed, and its steps were unsteady. This time, Pan Yu gained the upper hand, his blade slicing through the frost wolf like a gale, leaving several wounds on its body. The frost and mist continued to harm her. Pan Yu gritted her teeth and moved faster and faster, and the battle between the two intensified. Finally, bang! A figure was sent flying back. Su Yuan rushed up and caught the person. Pan Yu's face was pale, and her body emitted a faint light. A faint rune was faintly visible on his forehead. The betrayer moon has begun to awaken. A look of shock appeared on Lion's usually cold face. At the same time, she looked across at the opposite side. The frost wolf of the moon was not dead, but the massive bleeding from its body had left it powerless. It lay on the ground whimpering. Lion, what can we do to help her? There's nothing we can do now. We can only rely on her. If she succeeds, she'll wake up immediately. If she fails, it doesn't matter. She awakens through battle, so even if she fails, the chances of her succeeding next time are higher. If there was nothing he could do, Su Yuan could only hold her gently, trying not to disturb her. The light around him grew stronger, and the runes on Pan Yu's forehead became clearer. These runes were different from those on Shur and the others. Several ripples intersected and looked quite messy. 10 minutes passed, and the runes on Pan Yu's forehead, which had been closed, shone with extreme light, and her crimson eyes opened instantly. Black Sheep Mommy. No! Don't abandon me! Click! A crisp cracking sound came from Pan Yu's forehead. The runes that had been formed collapsed instantly. The usually stubborn Pan Yu cried like a baby, burying her head in Su Yuan's arms and hugging him tightly. All right, it's okay. We failed this time, but we'll have another chance next time. Pan Yu didn't speak, but Su Yuan felt his clothes getting wet quickly, so he had no choice but to stand up while holding her. Let her cry for a while, let's go check on that frost wolf. Su Yuan carried Pan Yu to the frost wolf, whose eyes were still full of ferocity as it stared at the snow wolves behind Su Yuan. However, when he looked at Su Yuan and the lion beside him, his eyes were full of pleading, his huge body blocking the entrance to the cave. What exactly did you two do to deserve being beaten up? Su Yuan glanced at the frost wolf on the ground, then at the few silly dogs beside him. The two injured dogs looked at Su Yuan with intelligent eyes. Then, to his astonishment, she ran over and snuggled up to the frosty wolf of the moon, licking it. Sure enough, the frost wolf lying on the ground immediately looked disgusted and wanted to swat the two of them to death with its paw, but it didn't have the strength at this moment. Su Yuan's mind flashed back to his masterpiece from his past life, the Minotaur and the widow who had just given birth. Damn it, he was still that shameless villain. So he kicked the two guys away, one after the other. Two useless sycophants, get out of here. No wonder your asses were frozen solid. After clearing the two silly dogs away, Su Yuan came to the frost wolf. Its eyes were no longer crimson, but instead a blue like glass. Looking at Su Yuan, she was filled with pleading and fear. She wanted to move her body, but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. I know you can understand what I am saying. If you submit to me, I can save you and guarantee that you and your child will live. If you refuse, I will kill you and then take your child away to raise. Choose one. If you submit to me, drink this one. Su Yuan placed the snow crystal milk foam he had redeemed in front of the frost wolf. The milk foam in the wooden bowl looked very appealing, and a gentle sniff revealed the sweet aroma of milk. Let's go in and take a look. You guys stay outside and keep watch. If you dare to touch it, I'll roast you all. After placing the items in front of the frost wolf, Su Yuan led Pan Yu and Shur into the narrow mountain crevice. The air was extremely cold, and they reached the end after only a few steps. Oh whoa! Deep inside the crevice, 3 pink wolf cubs were howling. Their fur was very sparse, and one of them even staggered over when it saw Su Yuan. However, the uneven bumps caused it to fall down, and its comical appearance made Su Yuan smile. Take them out. Lion nodded and lifted the 3 little frostwolves that were lying under the rock wall inside the cave out, as if catching prey. This rough and savage manner frightened Su Yuan, who quickly took them from him. All right, I'll do it. You go and see if that frostwolf outside has submitted. If it hasn't, then just give it a quick death. The damage to the frostwolf's abdomen meant it couldn't heal itself if it hadn't drunk the snow crystal milk foam he gave it. Its corpse would probably be cold by now. It would be better to end one's life sooner and unlock some special items for oneself, which would be making the most of one's resources. Su Yuan wrapped the 3 little frostwolves in animal skin, and their 3 tiny heads peeked out, curiously observing the bright environment of the snow bamboo forest. Oh whoa! When it emerged from the mountain crevice, the moonlit frostwolf that had been lying down was now able to stand up, while the 5 clumsy dogs around it stared at it with trembling limbs. However, he was also loyal. Even though he was so scared that his legs were trembling, he did not run away. Instead, he stayed at his post and kept an eye on the frost wolf. Hearing the sound of Su Yuan and the others emerging from the mountain crevice, the frost wolf of the moon walked over unsteadily, licked Su Yuan's palm, and then lay down. Those blue eyes gazed lovingly at the 3 little frost wolves that had poked their heads out. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's lips. The tribe had gained another powerful fighting force, and judging from the way it looked at its child, there wouldn't be any problems returning. After all, he could use his cubs to control the frostwolf. Let's go, I'll take you back to the tribe first. Chapter 92. You think you can awaken like this? Okay, you'll be fine after a couple of days of rest. At the star camp, the beast girls gathered around the campfire. In the center, Red Fox used healing magic to treat and heal the wounds of Frost Wolf. 3 wolf cubs were happily nursing, while 5 silly wolves watched longingly from a distance, their necks bound by spider silk, leaving them only able to stare and howl helplessly. Is Panyu all right now? Yes, she was a little injured in the battle earlier, and then she was a bit upset because she failed to awaken. She's asleep now. The red fox's eyes held a complex expression, which ultimately turned into a sigh. Although I don't know what happened, the changes in the black sheep had a huge impact on her, and perhaps that's the key to her failed awakening. Black sheep? When she awakened, I think I heard her calling out black sheep. Mommy? Su Yuan recalled that sorrowful cry from before. It seems that even in this other world of swords and magic, there are inner demons to overcome. The frost wolf had finished nursing its cubs, and the 3 wolf pups were happily rolling around by the campfire. Su Yuan quickly picked them up and placed them in the small wooden box that Fox 9 had made. There were some animal hides inside, and after putting the 3 little frost wolves inside, they fell asleep covered in the hides shortly afterward. Have something to eat. From now on, I'll call you Big Frost. Su Yuan didn't have any naming skills, so he used the size of the frost wolf and the system's name to give it the same name as Demand. The frosty wolf of the moon did not refuse and wolfed down the roasted meat. It was unclear how long it had been hungry, as it even chewed the bones into pieces and swallowed them. The flames illuminated its silvery white fur, and only now, as Su Yuan got closer, could he see clearly that the previous bluish hue was the color of the roots of its fur. After eating 4 pieces of roasted meat, De Shuang slowly walked over and lay down next to Su Yuan's legs, squinting her eyes. De Shuang, did you escape from somewhere else? Not if you did, shake your head if you didn't. De Shuang opened her eyes and nodded quickly. Upon learning that it had escaped from elsewhere, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. That was good, otherwise, the appearance of an unknown creature nearby that could injure a high-level 3rd-tier magical beast would have been a relief. Then he wouldn't dare lead his men out of the icy snowfield to the desolate snowfield to gather information. Was this injury sustained in the same spot as before? De Shuang nodded again. Su Yuan asked a few questions and learned some information by nodding and shaking his head. Rinzuki Frostwolf was previously in a sizable wolf pack, and her husband was the Wolf King. However, she was seriously injured during a hunt and then killed by another frost wolf in the pack, so Great Frost had no choice but to flee with her unborn cubs. They fled all the way to the bamboo forest, where their 3 children were about to be born. So they hid in the crevice and gave birth to the children. Unexpectedly, at this weakest moment, 2 low-ranking ordinary snow wolves were licking him, which allowed him to drive them away. What happened next was something Su Yuan learned after his arrival. The previous battle with the Moon Rebel caused its scabbed wounds to reopen, and coupled with the fact that it had not hunted any food to replenish its nutrition for several days, the child was born just in time. That's why he was defeated by the rebellious Moon. It seems that the magical beasts in this world not only possess animalistic instincts, but they also know how to exterminate their prey. Fortunately, they didn't chase us here. This is something we have to be wary of. Now that we've brought the Great Frost back, we certainly won't drive them out again. If they really push us too far, we'll arm the tribe to the teeth. Let's see if your wolf fangs are harder or my composite steel is harder. Don't worry, let it rest here for now. The new Wolf King has to deal with the wolf pack and the food problem, so he won't have time to look for the old Wolf King's child in the short term. Red Fox walked over and ruffled Frost's hair, a smile on his face as he comforted him. The affairs of the beast hordes are far more complicated than those of our divinely gifted race. They don't make fires or store food, and once they set up a location, they rarely move around, especially in this icy and snowy place. If they're not careful, they can get lost and perish. Su Yuan thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. If he hadn't been able to build a snow hut in this godforsaken place, he probably would have been frozen into an ice sculpture during the blizzard. If they weren't being hunted, the red foxes wouldn't have wanted to leave their home. In primitive society, beasts and humans were the same, except that humans learned to use tools. Are you going to the desolate snowfield? Yes, once Great Frost has recovered, I plan to take it with me. I'll leave the tribe's affairs to you then. Then you must be very careful. That's settled then, get some rest early tonight. After explaining everything, the two chatted for a while longer. Su Yuan then patted the snow off his bottom and headed towards his cabin. There was a red fox stationed at the camp, and as long as there were no unexpected events, she could handle everything in the tribe, so Su Yuan could rest assured. There was a hint of loss and fear in Red Fox's eyes. It was because of her that half of Red Fox's tribe was captured by Black Sheep's tribe in a surprise attack. However, watching Su Yuan's departing figure, she still silently agreed. Don't worry, I won't let anyone get into danger again. At night, De Shuang and De Man covered themselves with a fur blanket and fell asleep in a corner of the camp, leaving Xiao Shuanglong in the care of Bai Tu and the others. In the dead of night, Su Yuan was awakened by the creaking of a wooden door. He knew without a doubt who had come. His drowsiness vanished, and a sense of excitement stirred within him. After pulling back a corner of the bedding, he deftly pulled the person inside. The animal skin clothing seemed a bit more complicated than before. Su Yuan, which? Wait, that voice, is it a betrayal of the moon? Su Yuan pulled the blanket up, and beside him, Pan Yu's expression was still somewhat sad. The way she was holding him made Su Yuan struggle to cover himself with the blanket again. Why are you here? Haven't you recovered from what happened during the day? At this moment, Su Yuan didn't dare to think too much. Pan Yu was heartbroken right now, and he wasn't so inhuman as to ignore her feelings. Pan Yu wiped away her tears, raised her little head. Her clean hair was already stuck to her face. It looked like she had been crying for a long time. Her eyes were red and she looked very weak, which was very different from her usual self. Can you grant me the power to awaken? I don't want to go back like this again, unable to do anything. Su Yuan was both amused and exasperated. If he knew any divine guidance techniques, he would have used them on everyone in the tribe. Sai, I can't help you. This can't be rushed. I'll give you another bottle of that potion later. Maybe you'll awaken successfully next time. Pan Yu bit her lip and stared at Su Yuan, saying, You're lying to me. I saw it. That Ma Yi used to come to your room every night, and she's become really powerful lately. Su Yuan's face twitched slightly. Why did this guy like to peep at other people sleeping in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? The cabin wasn't very well sealed, and he even cut a small window in one side to let in some light. Could it be that this guy was watching a live broadcast through the window late at night? Well, no, never mind. You have to promise me that you won't be sad even if you fail to awaken, and you have to stay in the camp this time when we go to the snowy wilderness. Given the current situation of Betrayal Moon, it's no longer suitable for him to return to the desolate snowfield. The task of guiding the way can only be temporarily entrusted to Sorrowful Moon, even though that guy isn't very reliable either. I promise you. If I fail this time, I'll stay in the camp and wait for you. I'll listen to you from now on and never cause trouble again. Pan Yu's hesitant gaze hardened in a few seconds. After making her vow, she lunged at Su Yuan. Chapter 93, Did the Awakening Actually Succeed? Late at night, in a small wooden house of the Star Tribe, a fiery red light suddenly appeared, appearing and disappearing quickly. Hongqi, who was keeping watch by the campfire at the camp, immediately raised his head, looked around but didn't find anything, and then his sleepy little head slumped down again. A glistening liquid was slowly trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Inside the cabin, Su Yuan was tightly covered by the blanket, his face full of shock. He incredulously lifted a corner of the blanket. A crimson light shone from under the covers. At this moment, Pan Yu had turned into a little red figure, her eyes tightly closed as she clung to Su Yuan. Damn, this kind of thing can actually awaken? Could it be that, in a sense, this can also be considered a battle? In any case, this matter must not be disturbed by the rest of the tribe. After all, the matter is only half done and the task is not yet completed. This time, the light was even more dazzling than before, and it had a clear red hue. The runes that had been faintly visible before were now clearly visible on the forehead of the rebellious moon. Could this time they really awaken successfully? Su Yuan was a little nervous, and this time he didn't dare to disturb Pan Yu at all. He lay quietly on the bed and observed the changes in Pan Yu's body. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the red light around Pan Yu disappeared instantly, and everything returned to normal. Did it fail again? Just as he frowned, the red runes on Pan Yu's forehead appeared, and under the starlight, her white hair turned crimson. His body seemed to inflate, growing from about 1.56 meters to nearly 2 meters. Not only did it grow taller, but its overall physique also increased, and the scale of that growth was even more astonishing than that of a lion. Su Yuan, I did it! Pan Yu opened her eyes, her crimson eyes seemingly burning with flames. She sat up, supporting herself on Su Yuan's chest with both hands. Her once white nails had turned black, shimmering under the starlight outside the window like sparkling obsidian. Ahem, Pan Yu, why don't you get up first? Pan Yu's eyes were filled with excitement and wildness. Her delicate face pressed close to Su Yuan's eyes, her crimson pupils revealing an intense sense of intimacy. No. I need more power. The next morning, Su Yuan walked out of the wooden house, rubbing his back. Pan Yu was sleeping on his back. The strength of the great rebel moon is simply terrifying. When they arrived at the camp, some of the beast girls were already up, grilling food in 2s and 3s, as it would soon be time for their training. Su Yuan, what happened to Pan Yu? When Shirshir and the others saw Su Yuan, they quickly ran over and carried him down. Last night, the moon rebels successfully awakened. Awakening successful. This news made Nikoya's tail stand on end. Shocked, she came to Pan Yu's side and started pinching and squeezing her body. Damn it, this guy actually awakened before me. I'm going to find a monster to fight later. Su Yuan looked at the restless Mao Yi and stuffed a piece of roasted meat into her mouth, which calmed the tribe down considerably. Hey, Lion, Long, have you ever heard of a situation where hair changes color and the body gets bigger when someone awakens? Hair color change? Getting bigger? Both of them looked puzzled and shook their heads. Are there any awakened warriors whose abilities allow their bodies to grow? The two shook their heads again, and the red fox, who was carrying a bowl of meat soup in the distance, came forward to explain to him. In ancient times, several prophets among our divinely gifted race received divinely bestowed knowledge about awakened warriors. After awakening, awakened warriors are divided into 3 levels. Our predecessors divided them into low level, medium level, and high level based on what they had learned. Low-level awakened warriors are simply faster and stronger. The intermediate level already allows them to unleash powerful strength. Lion and Long are intermediate awakened warriors. The last high-level awakened warriors can use witchcraft like sorcerers, but their witchcraft is basically attached to the surface of their bodies to fight. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. This method was somewhat similar to the Western fantasy world he had read in his previous life. It was obvious that there were more stages after the advanced awakened warrior. I just don't know why they chose this name. Is it really because of some divinely bestowed knowledge? He told Red Fox about his question, but Red Fox shook his head and said, I don't know what's above advanced awakened warriors. My mother told me all this. Back then, the Red Fox tribe only had intermediate awakened warriors. I've only ever seen high-level awakened warriors in the Wangshui Mountains. Su Yuan frowned slightly at the thought that there were actually high-level awakened warriors in the Wangshui Mountains, but quickly relaxed his brow. He wasn't about to go to the Wangshui Mountains to his death so easily. After they develop for a while, it's uncertain who will emerge victorious. Just as everyone was discussing, Pan Yu, who was lying on the animal skin mat, slowly woke up, her eyes still filled with confusion about the current situation. You're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Under the expectant yet nervous gazes of everyone, Pan Yu slapped away Mao Yi's mischievous hand and obediently began to carefully examine her own body. No, I'm just a little hungry. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. Maoya, somewhat unwilling, approached Panyue and asked, "How did you suddenly awaken successfully last night?" "Last night? Last night I." Su Yuan rushed over from the side to cover Panyu's mouth. If word got out, everyone in the tribe would come looking for him to awaken. He'd surely die inside the wooden hut. However, Panyu changed her tone and looked at Mao Yi with disdain, mocking, "Why should I tell you? This is outrageous. I've decided to give up hunting and fight you right here." Panyu glanced at her smugly, then slowly said, "I don't fight those who haven't successfully awakened, otherwise they'll say I'm bullying them. Su Yuan, can you let her fight me? I want to awaken my powers too." Mao Yi was so angry that she went to Su Yuan for help. The two of them were causing a huge commotion, which gave him a real headache. "Let Nikoya give it a try. It'll be a good opportunity to see how strong the Moon Rebel is." At this moment, Red Fox made a suggestion, and Su Yuan thought about it and nodded. He was also quite interested in seeing how Betrayal Moon became Great Betrayal Moon. "Break the moon, be careful when you make a move." "No need, I will definitely defeat her." Mao Yi took out a bone knife, while Panyu on the other side didn't take any weapon. The two of them arrived outside the camp, followed by Su Yuan and the others. "Go ahead and do it, I'll let you have your way." Cat Knight was so angry that her teeth itched. Her figure disappeared from the spot with great agility. The next moment, Panyu casually raised her hand and blocked Cat Knight's wrist that was about to strike. Before she could even grip it tightly, Maoya's figure disappeared again. During this time, her strength had visibly improved. Compared to the helplessness of being relentlessly chased by a giant python when they first met, they can now move with the speed of a blur. Could that thing really increase strength? Let me think about it. Could it be the blue spirit drink? That stuff can be transferred out through power transfer? Chapter 94. Let's go. After a few rounds of fighting, Panyu also became serious. Red runes appeared on her forehead, and her beautiful white hair turned crimson once again. Her petite figure grew to be as tall as Lion and the others, and her sexy black nails became extremely sharp, piercing through the bone knife in Cat Knight's hand in an instant. He, you can't beat me. And this tuft of tail hair is my spoils of war. Tear. Just then, a crisp tearing sound came from the clothes. Panyu stood there, holding a tuft of hair in her hand, stunned. Her clothes had been torn by her enlarged body during the previous intense exercise. Wow. You wait, I'll definitely awaken successfully too. Cat Knight covered its tail and ran angrily to Su Yuan, hugging him and crying. Not far away, Panyu turned back into its small form, but the animal skin on its body had fallen to the ground. The cold wind made her shiver, and she quickly picked up the torn animal skin clothes and put them on, but they couldn't cover her petite body at all. Su Yuan patted his head, speechless as he watched the scene unfold. Looks like I need to buy a durable outfit for Panyu from the system shop. The White Rabbit's craftsmanship isn't yet capable of creating a highly elastic garment, like the one that grows 40 or 50 centimeters every time Panyu uses her awakened power. Especially since the original B level has increased linearly to the D+ level, this kind of animal skin clothing definitely cannot withstand it. Alright, everyone, let's go back first. Let's finalize the personnel for the survey team going to the snowy wasteland today. Su Yuan smoothed down Maoya's hair, which had been a little messy during the fight, and then gave Panyu a set of elastic, close-fitting clothes and a fur coat to cover her up. The conversation about returning to the desolate snowfields perked everyone up, and the group gathered together after breakfast. Aside from the people who had escaped from the Red Fox tribe, Long and the others also had a general understanding of the Red Fox tribe, but they needed to explain it to Hong Shuang and the others again. "Chief, no matter how dangerous it is, we will stand with the tribe through thick and thin." Red Frost's expression was very serious as she firmly expressed her stance. "Well, it's inconvenient for Lioness and Fox to go back this time, so we need you, Hong Shuang, Long, Hui, and Lansha to come along too." Su Yuan considered the various possible scenarios in his mind, emphasizing that the key to sending people to the desolate snowfield was quality, not quantity. Although Lansha and Hui are not yet awakened warriors, their combat strength in the tribe is not bad, and they can be dispatched to complete tasks in special circumstances. So this time, there are 6 of us, me, Long, Hui, Hongshuang, Lansha, and Panua. I want to go too, Su Yuan. Nikoya poked her little head out from his arms and said pitifully, still feeling frustrated from being defeated by Panyu, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. You can't do it. The Black Sheep tribe knows you, so you'd better stay in the camp and protect everyone. Mao Yi looked exactly as dejected as Sure had before, but for the same reason. So, after Su Yuan comforted her repeatedly, Mao Yi finally agreed to stay in the camp to protect everyone. The conch shell that Hai Yao gave him was also handed over to Mao Ye by Su Yuan. After the conch shell rang, she and Sure were responsible for communicating and trading with Hai Yao. Of course, the main focus of the transaction was on Red Fox. Otherwise, given Cat Knight's naive nature, she would have been easily fooled and would have had to say thank you. Alright, now that we've made up our minds, let's get ready in the next couple of days, and then we'll set off. Yes. After resting for another 4 days, De Shuang's injuries had almost healed thanks to the combined treatment from Su Yuan's milk tea and the Red Fox. His imposing appearance was hard to reconcile with the image of the fleeing wolf that had previously emerged from a mountain crevice. If it weren't for the fact that she still had her child, Su Yuan really wouldn't have dared to leave this guy in the camp like that. Those tricks for restraining snow wolves were useless against it. Unless you spend a lot of points to exchange for ropes made with modern technology to tie it up in the camp. But what's the point? It would be better to just kill him to unlock special items. Su Yuan wanted them to increase the tribe's strength. The 5th day was also the day he planned to go to the desolate snowfield. The weather was worse than usual this morning. The sky was covered by thick clouds and fog, and a biting wind blew from time to time across the gloomy, snow-covered plains. Su Yuan rubbed his aching back, not wanting to disturb Mao Yi, who was sleeping soundly with her blanket, and picked up the 2 sleds he had exchanged earlier from the corner of the wooden house. When he arrived at the center of the campsite after getting dressed, everyone was ready, and the hiking backpack that had been given to White Rabbit was taken out. The black backpack was bulging, with a black iron rod and his compound bow attached to the side buckle. When the White Rabbit saw Su Yuan come out, it hopped over happily and handed him the backpack. Su Yuan, I put the dried meat and the first aid kit you gave me in here. Oh, and there's also a small ceramic pot I made, so we can make soup on the road. And also, here's your fishing rod and bow and arrow. You can fish if you can't find any prey. Looking at the well-behaved little rabbit girl, Su Yuan touched her long ears. The ticklish feeling made the White Rabbit pull her little head back, but after a few moments, she immediately snuggled back. The first aid kit will remain in the tribe. If you get injured, please ask White Rabbit for treatment. If it's really not working, then you can bother Red Fox. Yes, I won't bother the Red Fox which too much. After Su Yuan took the first aid kit out of his backpack, there was a lot of empty space in the bag, but he didn't have anything he needed. The items you need can be redeemed from the system shop later. Su Yuan, let's go. Since her awakening, Pan Yu's mood has improved a lot in the past few days. She ran over as soon as she saw Su Yuan, and the others behind her were also ready. Let me carry it. Gray took the backpack and carried it on his back. The others also traveled light, each carrying only their own weapons. The direction is over there. If we hurry, we should be able to get there in 7 or 8 days. Seeing Pan Yu's anxious expression, Su Yuan once again skillfully grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Don't rush, it's too much of a waste of time to walk there. Ha! But we can't fly either? Su Yuan took out the sled plank he had taken earlier. This thing only needed a little modification to be used as a sled. As for trading for a real sled, the price immediately made Su Yuan abandon his idea of buying several sleds. The power issue was also easy to resolve. Since he had already thought of sleds, he naturally wouldn't forget about sled dogs. He looked at the 5 snow wolves that were still sleeping not far away. 1 head for each person, just right. They exchanged for a few more sleds, drilled 2 holes in one end, and then all they had to do was have Red Frost use spider silk to secure them to the snow wolves, and the job would be done. For safety, you can also tie a sled handle to the 2 holes in the sled board with spider silk, so you won't fall off even if you go fast. I can't imagine how fun it would be to sled in this vast snowfield. Beside the tree, the 5 snow wolves, who had been forcibly turned on, were still a little dazed, but when they saw Su Yuan's face, they immediately stood up straight and stood in a row waiting for orders. Chapter 95 seems to be lost. Su Yuan arranged for the group to sit on the sled, with their luggage also strapped to it. Is this really okay? Holding the spider silk tightly with both hands, Pan Yu looked at the strangely shaped board under her buttocks with some confusion. You'll find out soon enough whether it works or not. Your task now is to sit still, hold on tight to the handrails, and don't fall off. Su Yuan didn't participate in the sledding event. He calmly climbed onto the back of De Shuang and sat down. If those clumsy dogs weren't so small, he wouldn't have bothered wasting his points to buy those boards. Let's go, is that the way? He shifted his position and looked down at the moon rebel on the sled below. Yes, just keep going straight, and you'll see an endless glacier. Then, go through a vast white snow forest, and you'll arrive. The memories of the rebellious moon are never wrong. Panya said with certainty, because this was the way she had come here before, except that she had accidentally turned into the lair of the ice spike spiders. Then, she stubbornly provoked those ice spike spiders, and was finally discovered by Su Yuan and his group who were hunting during their escape. Big Frost set off. Let those silly wolves follow you, so they don't get lost. A whoa! A wolf howl startled the snow wolves beside him, and as they watched the departing frost wolves pull their sleds to follow. Is this thing really going to work? Don't let it get worse later. Before Panyu could finish wondering, a powerful pull propelled the sled so fast that the rocks at the camp entrance caused the entire sled to lift into the air, almost throwing her off. Ah! Slow down, my head is spinning. Fortunately, she wasn't the only one who hadn't reacted. On the other side, behind the snow wolf that was running wildly with its head down, Lansha was also gripping the handrail tightly. His seated body had now slumped down, his entire body pressed against the sled board, swaying with the rhythm of the rushing wind. In the camp, Red Fox walked out from the wooden gate and watched the figures of the departing group gradually disappear into the snowfield, feeling a little uneasy. Please come back safely, I'll be waiting for you. How much longer do we have to wait? Wait to go back to camp? 1 day later. Su Yuan grabbed Pan Yu's ear and glared at her angrily. The group had been traveling all day, and as they walked, they felt that something was increasingly wrong. Pan Yu's tone gradually changed from "it's this direction" to "it seems to be this direction, probably around here." Now it's become, "wait a minute, there should be a small hill here, there should be a forest here, there's definitely a path here. I clearly remember it like this, but I was chased by those ice spike spiders before, so my direction was a little off." Pan Yu pouted, with an expression that said, "It's not my fault, it's the world's fault," which gave Su Yuan a headache. He released his grip on her ear and looked around helplessly. They had traveled all day and had now reached the foot of a snow slope. Not far away was an unfrozen river, its waters reflecting the somber sky and looking lifeless. Sigh, never mind, it's getting dark. Let's set up a snow hut here and rest. Panyu, come with me to check the directions. Because of the thick snow and fog in the sky all day, he couldn't use the sun to determine direction, so he had to spend 300 points to exchange for a compass. I was wrong. Scratch me if you want, I won't fight back. The two sat down on a rock by the river. Panyu, who had been so stubborn, softened and took off her boots. That fair and delicate little foot was placed directly in front of Su Yuan's legs. Wah, ha 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 ha. Su Yuan, of course, did not let her off the hook. He grabbed the sole of her foot and tickled it a few times, his attention shifting from the direction to the white toenails on her toes. He remembered that a few nights ago, when she successfully awakened and transformed into the Great Rebel Moon, her fingernails turned black, and when she fought Nicoya, the smooth crescent shape became extremely sharp. Now these white nails look crystal clear and feel like a piece of warm jade. He really doesn't understand this guy's transformation mechanism. Okay, put your shoes on, don't catch a cold in this weather. After tickling her a few times, seeing that Panyu was laughing through her tears, Su Yuan put her boots on and then took out the compass. Try to recall, what time was it when you left the tribe? Panyu wiped away her tears and recalled for a while before saying with certainty, it was in the morning. The sun was still quite strong. Bayu was planning to go back and get some food before leaving. But I just pulled him away. Why is there a hint of pride in that tone? Su Yuan's face twitched, and he quickly followed up with, in which direction was the sun at that time? They're right behind us. So the Black Sheep tribe is located directly facing the sun. Su Yuan drew the current location on the ground with his finger, and compared it with the compass in his hand. According to the compass, the direction in which the sun rose in the camp was also east. So, all we need to do is head east, go around the high mountain of the Star Tribe, and we can return to the snowfield and find the Black Sheep tribe. He glanced at the eastward direction pointed by the compass, which was roughly the same direction that Panyu was guiding them on their journey. It's just a right angle difference. If we continue like this, we won't reach the land of death, but we also won't reach the snowfield. As for where we'll end up, then we can only leave it to fate. Alright, I'll lead the way now. When we get back to the Black Sheep tribe, you mustn't act rashly. I need to observe the situation of the Black Sheep first. If the shaman of Wangshui Mountain discovers anything, we won't be able to escape back. Su Yuan had to be wary of this in the fantasy world of swords and magic. There are always some perverts who use crystal balls to monitor others. Or it could be some guy with a magic mirror asking all sorts of questions, so this operation must be carried out with extreme caution. Pan Yu nodded firmly, patted her chest, and assured him, "Don't worry, I will never rebel again. I will do whatever you say." "All right then." Just then, a dark shadow appeared on the still, unfrozen river behind them, its outline barely visible against the somber sky. Sitting on the rock, Pan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. A dangerous aura made her hair stand on end, and a red rune appeared on her forehead. "Careful!" Without the slightest hesitation, after transforming into the great rebel moon, she rolled to the side with Su Yuan in her arms. At that moment, a huge black figure crashed down on them from the bottom of the unfrozen river. Boom! Pan Yu, carrying Su Yuan, fell to the side of the snow. Where the large rock had been, a giant fish monster had bitten it into pieces. Having failed in its first attack, it stared at Su Yuan and his companion in the distance with its eerie eyes, then reluctantly thrashed its body and jumped back into the river. Chapter 96. Are you trying to bully me? Su Yuan, are you alright? Upon hearing the noise, Long and the others put down the snow bricks they were holding and ran towards the river. The huge black figure on the river disappeared, and the unfrozen river returned to calm once again, with only the broken boulder on the riverbank telling the story of the previous danger. "It's alright, thankfully Pan Yu reacted quickly enough." The two got up from the ground, covered in snowflakes and looking quite disheveled. De Panua did not remove the runes, and his crimson eyes were glaring angrily at the river. "Damn it, I'm going to teach it a lesson." As she spoke, she grabbed the short knife from her waist and prepared to rush into the river. Her impetuous nature startled Su Yuan so much that he didn't even bother to brush the snow off his body and grabbed her by the tail. This move had an immediate effect. Pan Yu immediately calmed down and obediently stood next to Su Yuan, though her expression was still full of anger. "Don't rush, if you jump in like that, you'll either drown or freeze to death." "But, are we just going to let it leave so arrogantly?" Pan Yu was very unwilling, and tightly gripped the short knife in her hand. "Should we try to fish it up?" Su Yuan carefully observed this unfrozen river. The river water had formed a large pool at the foot of the hillside, which unfortunately prevented the digging of an irrigation canal. Otherwise, he would have to drain the river dry and let that strange fish know what the dangers of the world are. "Okay, you can take this. If you get pulled into the river later, drink this immediately." Just in case, Su Yuan redeemed a few bottles of Snow Demon brand tea from the system shop. If he were pulled into the unfrozen river, his body would freeze stiff in no time. In addition, he reluctantly spent his points to buy cod-flavored instant powder to mix with the Snow Demon brand ginger tea. The three combined potions cost him more than 6,000 points. The group took a bamboo tube from Su Yuan, and Long immediately returned to the camp to retrieve the rebar fishing rod that had been prepared earlier. This was just the first step. Su Yuan guessed that the creature was probably a magical beast with intelligence, so he also needed to prepare a second step. "System, give me a short gun made of pure iron, about a meter long is enough, and preferably one end has a barb that is difficult to remove." These custom-made weapons aren't cheap. This iron spear, as thick as a rolling pin, cost him 800 points. But he'd already spent over 6,000, so another 800 wouldn't make a difference. "You've dared to bully me. I was planning to just pick a random tree to fall for today's trading opportunities, but it looks like I'll have to make an example of you. Banue, you and Lansha build a snowman by the river, dress it in animal skin, and then stick it in the ground with the pointed end sticking out. That guy likes to ambush people, and underwater visibility isn't that clear, so the second option is to wait for it to attack first." "Yes." After the snowman was built, Long, who was on the other side of the unfrozen river, cast her fishing hook into the river and squatted on the hillside far away. Su Yuan and the others hid behind the rocks to the side. Gurgle. A few bubbles rose to the surface of the unfrozen river. Long stared solemnly at the fishing float on the water, the runes on her forehead faintly visible. Finally, the monster underwater couldn't resist any longer, and the fishing float was instantly dragged into the river. "Get up here." Long instantly unleashed her awakened power, pulling her fishing rod high into the air, lifting the creature in the river into the air as well. "They've taken the bait?" Pan Yu's face lit up with joy, and after transforming, she immediately rushed forward with the short sword in her hand. But when they got closer, they were stunned, because the fish hooked on the hook was not the giant monster from before. After falling to the ground, it could only frantically pound the ground. Coax. The moment the giant fish was caught, a tremendous sound erupted from the river, and the monster fish leaped out of the water once more. This time, Su Yuan finally saw through this guy's identity. Shadow Shark, a juvenile Tier 3 low-level magical beast that lives in icy regions. It is an extremely cunning ambush hunter that moves very quietly. When the time is right, it uses its ice teeth to inflict fatal damage on its prey. Its powerful bite force can crush most creatures of the same tier. It's another low-level Tier 3 magical beast. The previous Cavestone Salamander was also a low-level Tier 3 magical beast, but this one was a Tier 3 magical beast in its infancy, and according to the description, it is a magical beast with high physical attack. After leaping up, the ice-tooth shark accurately bit down on the snowman that Su Yuan had built earlier, and its crystal-like sharp teeth instantly crushed the snowman. When it realized it had been tricked, a flower of blood suddenly appeared on its palate, followed by a gush of bright red blood from its mouth as the iron spear jammed its mouth full of sharp teeth. "I'll take care of it." Panyu immediately ran over and jumped onto the ice-tooth shark before it could escape back into the river, swiftly stabbing its eye with a short knife. The intense pain caused the ice-tooth shark to struggle to its feet. Panyu did not let go, but instead gripped the short knife embedded in its eyeball and stirred it around. "Stop that guy. Don't let it get back." The others surrounded him and attacked, but this guy, as if he didn't care about his life, twisted his body to lift the iron spear stuck in the ground, and then twisted his body again to jump into the river. Betray the moon. This time, the rebellious moon did not give it a chance to escape. After drinking the ginger tea that Su Yuan gave it, it hung on the body of the ice-toothed shark and fell into the river. "Lansha, you two stay here to protect Su Yuan, we're going to help." Long and Hongshuan also drank ginger tea and jumped into the river. Their bright red blood turned the unfrozen river a deep red after the ice-toothed sharks leaped into it. The low-level third-tier magical beast, whose greatest reliance, the Icefang, is now stuck in the iron spear and unable to move, is now being wielded by 3 awakened warriors who are armed with sharp iron weapons and are unaffected by the cold winter and underwater breathing. Su Yuan's tense mood relaxed a bit. Since the ice-tooth shark's mouth couldn't close, it could only hide in the river to avoid being hunted down. Wait, a shark? Where would a shark come from in this mountain river? Oh no, Frost, you go help too. If you can't catch them, pull them all up. Su Yuan suddenly realized something and shouted to the frost wolf beside him, his expression changing drastically. This unfrozen river is very likely similar to the frozen lake of the Star Tribe before, with a channel connecting it to the sea below, and this shark probably entered this lake through that channel. Otherwise, with such a small, unfrozen river, it would only take a month or two for this ice-toothed shark to starve to death. After Su Yuan fed it ginger tea, De Shuang also jumped into the river. Although the water was not its main territory, it still used its dog paddling very nimbly to move downstream. Somewhere in Hanoi, Panyu was unaffected by the river, panting heavily as he gripped the dagger stuck in a fish's eye. With her other hand, she lifted up the animal skin skirt, revealing a finely crafted steel knife strapped to the outside of her thigh. This was a gift from Su Yuan during their last battle with the Great Frost. After that incident, she always carried it with her, wrapped in animal hide. Click! The blade pierced the ice-tooth shark's body, penetrating about a third of the way before becoming difficult to penetrate further. After pulling it out, the blade of rebels immediately thrust it in again. Blood blossomed in her hands as the ice-tooth shark frantically crashed into the river's rocky walls. The iron spear embedded in its mouth sank deeper and deeper with each twitch, the pain making it unable to exert any force with each bite. Above, Long and the other two swam over as well. Meanwhile, in the sea not far away, the ripples from this location attracted an even larger, darker shadow. Chapter 97, After beating the young one, the old one came. In the unfrozen river, the 3 of them tightly surrounded the ice-tooth shark. Although Red Frost and the others were much weaker in the water, the ice-tooth shark was now only struggling for its life in their hands. In the end, Red Frost seized the opportunity to stick to the tail of the ice-tooth shark, pierced a hole in it with the blade in her hand, and then tightly bound it with the red spider silk from its belly. Now the ice-toothed shark didn't even have a chance to swim or struggle, it could only be quietly dragged towards the surface of the river by the 3 people. Gah! Boom! A strange cry rang out from the mouth of the ice-toothed shark, and from a dark tunnel at the bottom of the river, a huge figure was desperately rushing towards the river. The enormous body became stuck in the dark tunnel. Each impact caused the tunnel to widen, scattering debris everywhere. The group of Panyu above also noticed something was wrong. The dark shadow burst through the narrow tunnel, and the ice-tooth shark above the unfrozen river screamed desperately. Several beast girls' expressions changed drastically as a powerful aura was approaching from below. Let go, run. Finally, Long released the ice-toothed shark she was holding, intending to pull Pan Yu and Hong Shuang back to land. The flowing river water around them began to frost over, and as the dark shadows rushed up from below, the frost above also reached the side of Pan Yu and the others. The icy mist surrounding it was released into the river, and icy spikes from its mouth shot into the riverbed like arrows. The ice spike struck the shadowy figure, but Frost didn't continue its attack. Instead, it used the spider silk binding the ice-toothed shark to drag the group of people and the fish back towards the surface of the river. Below, screams accompanied by the sound of ice breaking made the entire river tremble, and the ice formed by the condensation of cold mist was instantly bitten through. As the distance between the two sides drew closer, Hong Shuang seized the opportunity, turned around, and spat out a red spider silk that stuck to the front of the dark figure. Puff! At the critical moment, the group finally broke through the water. De Shuang immediately froze the water's surface and, while biting a spider silk, threw them onto the shore. The ice did not stop it at all. After throwing out a few people, it turned around and shot several ice spikes at the leaping figure. Clang, clang, clang. The ice spikes did not cause any damage to the monster, but they still knocked its figure back to the riverbank. After Su Yuan saw the group come out, he quickly dragged them up the hillside with Lan Sha, Hui, and the others, along with several snow wolves. The half-dead ice-toothed shark had little strength left. Its sharp iron spears were welded shut in its mouth, and its body was covered in cuts from blades. The two shark fins were also cut down to just a few pieces of flesh hanging there. At this moment, it landed on the snow slope and still tried to struggle, twitching its body in an attempt to return to the river. Big Frost, come back! Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after everyone retreated back to the hillside. Pan Yu and the others looked like drowned rats, but fortunately they were not injured and just seemed to be a little exhausted. As long as the clothes are dried within 3 hours of the ginger tea's effect, there shouldn't be any major problems. You guys take a break and keep an eye on this shark. Su Yuan watched as De Shuang returned, shaking off the river water. He patted its head and praised it. Well done. I'll give you a treat of third-tier magical beast shark meat later. Even third-tier magical beasts need to eat, and upon hearing this, De Shuang happily licked Su Yuan's cheek. In the distance, the nearly 6-meter-long great white shark was staring angrily at Su Yuan, while trying to thrash its body and rush ashore. Once on land, natural factors prevented it from running over and killing Su Yuan, even though it was a 4th-tier magical beast. Each time it leaps up the slope, Su Yuan leads the group back more than 10 meters. Once it leaps onto the vast snowfield, it's uncertain who will be the prey. Shadow Shark, a peak-level adult Tier 4 magical beast that lives in frigid regions. It is an extremely cunning ambush hunter with a keen sense of smell. It moves silently and can sense its prey by resonating with the water currents. It is a terrifying predator in the sea. Holy crap, a peak 4th-tier adult magical beast. Su Yuan broke out in a cold sweat from fright, but seeing it lying on its side on the ground, his tense heart relaxed. No matter what level of magical beast you are, if you can't walk after going ashore, you can only watch helplessly as he hides back in the snowfield. Hey old shark, your son attacked me first without any reason. Is it okay for me to retaliate? I'm definitely not going to release the fish today. You should go back and find a new wife to have another child. Maybe if we take action tonight, your son can be reincarnated as your son. Halfway up the slope, the ice-toothed shark grew even angrier at Su Yuan's taunts. It slapped the clods of earth with its tail and hurled them at him, but was struck down by Frost's ice spikes halfway down. Look at you, you're still angry. If you wait too long, your son will be reborn into someone else's family and you won't even have a son anymore. Su Yuan looked at its hateful expression, as if it wouldn't stop until it bit him to death. So he immediately went back up the slope to get his compound bow, and spent 300 points to buy a Thunder King firecracker. This tiny grenade cost 300, and the Thunder King, whose arm was as thick as a baby's forearm, looked like a hand grenade with a wooden handle. Lan Sha, help me tie a knot. After Su Yuan tied the Thunder King to the bow and arrow, he took 2 steps toward the ice-toothed shark, which immediately opened its mouth as if to bite him to death. You won't leave unless I do something really tough. His appearance made him ignite the Thunder King without hesitation, and then swiftly shoot it towards the ice-toothed shark's eye. The arrow was bitten in the jaws of the ice-toothed shark before it could react. Coax! A muffled explosion rang out, and the ice-toothed shark hurriedly opened its massive jaws. Black smoke billowed out. It was unharmed, but the smell of gunpowder was extremely unpleasant, and the inside of its mouth was coated with a charred black substance. After exhaling the smoke from its mouth, the ice-toothed shark glared fiercely at Su Yuan, as if trying to etch his image into its mind. Once again, Su Yuan drew his bow to its fullest extent before patting himself back into the river. The fish head stared at the bow for a long time before finally leaving the river after seeing its child die. Finally, he's gone. If this guy could move on land, he wouldn't be able to escape. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had only encountered some relatively weak magical beasts before, but after seeing the peak 4th tier ice-toothed shark, he realized how terrifying this world truly was. The arrow hit it like it was playing, and it swallowed such a large firecracker without any damage to its mouth. It only vomited it out later because of the smell of sulfur dioxide and other chemicals. I wonder when the level 2 shop will unlock. Maybe I should find a chance to get the iron smelting done in the tribe? No iron ore has been found in this world, and Su Yuan only has a superficial understanding of iron smelting. Apart from knowing about high-temperature iron smelting, he has never even seen what the iron ore in this other world looks like. After driving away the adult ice-toothed shark, he returned to the temporary camp. The dying ice-toothed shark lay on the ground in despair, having given up struggling, its body bound by layers of spider silk. Weren't you so tough just now? You even dared to bite me? Now you can't even stand up straight? Unfortunately, the ice-toothed shark was no longer moving. With its last breath, it glanced at Su Yuan with its remaining eye before swallowing. Chapter 98. I become that peeping Tom with the crystal ball? In the temporary camp, the simple animal skin tents set up by Su Yuan shielded the area from the cold wind. Pan Yu, Long, and Hong Shuang were squatting by the campfire, roasting animal meat. His clothes were being dried by the fire, and Su Yuan, naturally, didn't want to make a fool of himself by exchanging them for a few more pieces of clothing. Fortunately, the effects of the ginger tea hadn't worn off yet, and the group took the roasted meat out of the campfire. Su Yuan, how does this meat taste? Su Yuan accepted a piece of sizzling, oily shark meat from Pan Yu, but he had heard that the shark meat had a fishy smell due to the presence of urea. I wonder if the magical sharks from this other world will taste like this too. Taking the grilled shark meat, Su Yuan took a bite. Compared to the fish he had caught in the frozen lake before, this meat was firmer and had a somewhat rough texture. Moreover, he only realized the faint fishy smell after chewing a few bites. The meat didn't taste very good. Su Yuan took a bite and then gave it back to Pan Yu. You guys eat it. This meat doesn't taste very good. If you don't like it, just give it to De Shuang and the others. I'll go check on them and on today's prey. Su Yuan casually touched Pan Yu's little ears, then walked towards the car like ice-toothed shark. Is it not tasty? Pan Yu took a bite of the meat that Su Yuan had returned. After chewing it a few times, she could indeed taste a faint flavor, but it was much better than the raw beast meat she had eaten before. Long and Hongshuang also ate with great gusto. The meat of the ice-toothed shark suited their tastes even better, and every time they tore into it, they could feel a surge of energy coursing through their bodies. Unfortunately, Su Yuan, who hadn't awakened, and Hui and Lan Sha, who were standing nearby, couldn't sense it. Su Yuan arrived at the location of the ice-toothed shark corpse. Without the help of White Rabbit and the others, the dissection of the corpse was done very casually. The fish head was chopped off, the skin was peeled off, and several pieces of firm fish meat were cut off. The rest was left on the snow. System: exchange the 10 most valuable items of this fish for points, keep half of the fish meat, and prioritize unlocking special items if available. As soon as Su Yuan's hand touched the ice-toothed shark, the crisp system notification sound rang out. Ice-tooth alien shark liver, 2,000 points. Rare items detected: ice crystal shark tooth, shadow shark eye, ice-tooth shark fin. Is that thing also a rare item? Su Yuan looked at the shark fin that hadn't been cut off yet. It was such a big piece of shark fin. In his previous life, he had never tasted shark fin. He had even planned to get some to try. Wait a minute, can't I unlock special items by cutting it in half myself? Su Yuan immediately climbed up and cut off 2/3 of the arm-length shark fin, leaving only a small section for the system. Of course, the points he earned were reduced by 2/3, but he didn't care about the few points needed to unlock special items. Alright, let's begin the transaction. New special items have been unlocked. Please check the special items page. After the transaction, only the upper body of the ice-toothed shark remained, and one of its eyes on its head had also disappeared. It seems the system picked the best eye. Fortunately, the ice-toothed shark's tooth system wasn't so ruthless as to reclaim all of them. It only took one tooth as a trade item to unlock special goods. Su Yuan had also inquired with the system about the remaining crystal-like ice teeth. The largest one was priced at 1,000 points, which was more expensive than the core of a snow demon. These rows of teeth are enough for him to trade with the system for several days. Alright, you can divide this meat among yourselves, de Shuang. These are your little brothers, and from now on, the distribution of food will be entirely your responsibility. Su Yuan handed over the remaining fish body and head to the 5 snow wolves, who were excitedly preparing to run up, but after hearing this, they shrank back and looked at de Shuang beside them. The pitiful, tail-wagging look was a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor in the snowy forest. Awu. De Shuang glanced at them a few times, then proudly raised her head. However, she didn't make things difficult for them. After giving a call, several snow wolves followed her wagging their tails. For animals, the smell of fish or mutton is not a particular problem. After eating the 3rd-tier magical beast shark meat, the 5 snow wolves seem to have taken stimulants. The body hair is constantly growing and falling out, and the body has also grown slightly. At this moment, Su Yuan had already arrived at the campfire carrying the bloody shark fin. Wear your clothes once they're dry, so you don't catch a cold. Su Yuan touched the animal skin clothing of the people by the campfire. It was almost healed by now, and their ginger tea time was almost over. Although the spectacular scene was over, there were even more spectacular events to come that night. He needed to conserve his energy to defeat the great rebel moon. Also, you can try this, it doesn't have the weird taste of shark meat. Su Yuan handed the meat to Hong Shuang, who was the camp's all-around spider girl. She could not only roast meat and cook soup, but also weave clothes and build snow houses in no time. Su Yuan didn't contribute much to building this makeshift snow house, it was mostly built by Hong Shuang and Lan Sha. System, open the special store. After sitting down, Su Yuan looked at the clingy Pan Yu and hugged her in his arms. His chin rubbed against her fluffy little ears, which felt very comfortable. He could smell a warm scent with his breath. Shark Tooth Blade, 4,000 points. Note, this is a special dagger made from the teeth of the shadow ice-tooth shark. The blade can easily penetrate various enemy defenses and inflicts freezing damage. Shark Eye Sensory Crystal, 10,000 points. Note, a magical crystal ball made from the eye of a shadow falcon can be placed above a radius of up to 500 meters to sense all movement within that area. Spicy Shark Burger, 1,800 points. Note, this spicy and delicious burger with a frozen ocean flavor greatly increases agility for 1 hour after consumption, allowing for a brief levitation state. This time the quality was exceptionally high. That small dagger was even more expensive than the largest ice spike hammer in the ice spike weapon system. There's also that crystal ball worth 10,000. This is the second item he's redeemed for that amount to 5 figures. The previous one was a basic magic book that he hadn't even redeemed yet. This Shark Eye crystal is quite a good deal, covering an area of 500 meters. 500 meters may not seem like much, but if you use a reference point, there is a medium-sized factory area within a 500-meter radius, which includes the factory buildings, warehouses, and offices. If I could exchange for these, I wouldn't even need to peek at the little beast girls. Cough cough cough, wait a minute. Su Yuan snapped out of his reverie and stared intently at the small print in parentheses in the crystal's notes. He froze on the spot. The specific scope depends on individual mental strength. Chapter 99. Which came first, the river or the forest? If Su Yuan hadn't noticed that line of small print in time, he almost would have gritted his teeth and placed the order. After all, at this crucial juncture when he was preparing to gather intelligence on the Black Sheep tribe, a surveillance camera that could cover a radius of 500 meters was extremely useful, allowing him to gather information even from a distance. System, with my current mental strength, how far can I sense using the Shark Eye Sensing Crystal? Currently, my maximum mental perception range is 50 meters. Puff. That's a tenfold difference. But a 50-meter perception range is still quite useful. It's just a pity I don't have a crystal ball with a maximum perception range of 50 meters and 1,000 points. Never mind, I'll exchange it when I need it later. Su Yuan closed the system shop. The 3 newly unlocked items were all very useful, but the prices were a bit too high. Only the last hamburger was somewhat understandable. Above the snow-covered slope at night, bright firelight illuminated the faces of Su Yuan and his companions. Hong Shuang distributed the stewed shark fin soup to the group, and the shark fin, which was as long as her forearm, had been cut into thumb-sized pieces of meat. The savory and thick broth was dotted with a few pieces of shark fin meat. The aroma whetted Su Yuan's appetite, but he seemed to have forgotten to take his homemade chopsticks with him. Just as he was pondering how to savor the delicious shark fin, a small hand held out a piece of meat to Su Yuan. Ouch, you ruthless iron hand. Betrayer Moon, aren't you afraid of getting burned? Is it hot? Would you like me to blow on it for you? Su Yuan looked at her nonchalant appearance. Among the other beast girls around, apart from Lan Sha, who had made a pair of gloves out of spider silk after being burned, and Hui, who was carefully blowing on the meat, the three of them, including Pan Yu, were putting the meat directly into their mouths with their hands. Whoosh! Pan Yu thought Su Yuan was really afraid of being burned, so she blew on the meat before handing it to him. Her fair fingers were covered in broth, looking even more tempting than shark fins. Ah! Su Yuan, why are you biting my hand and won't let go? The soup on my hands smells so good, I can't waste it. After a simple shark feast, everyone returned to the snow huts to rest. Due to the unexpected situation this afternoon, only 2 snow huts were set up. Under Su Yuan's arrangement, Lan Sha, him, and Pan Yu were in one room, while Hui, Long, and Hong Shuang were in another room. As for the Frost and the others, they were guarding the camp. Covered with animal skins, they were warm enough by the campfire. The snow wolves, tired from traveling all day, closed their eyes. Inside the snow hut at night, Pan Yu did not feel tired from the day's battle. On the contrary, she looked at Su Yuan with great energy. The two embraced, facing each other. Lan Sha was fast asleep beside them, smacking her lips in her sleep as she savored the delicious shark soup from before. Su Yuan, I want to gain power again. Keep your voice down, don't wake Lan Sha. Su Yuan tightened the animal skin blanket around himself. The conditions now were nothing like when he first built the snow house, when he not only had a layer under him but also a layer on top of him. It has an excellent warmth retention rating. The two groped around for a long time, but because they couldn't see any light in the dark, he was exhausted and sweating profusely without making any progress. Alright, Pan Yu, you go down a bit first. By the way, whatever you do, don't use your awakened power to transform. The transformed Great Rebel Moon Tiger Fang is sharper than a blade. It could probably easily tear apart even the tight, rough flesh of the Shadow Ice Tooth Shark. The new experience that night left Su Yuan feeling physically and mentally exhausted. He didn't wake up until the next morning, by which time several pieces of animal meat had already been roasted over the campfire in the camp. Nothing else happened last night, right? Su Yuan scooped a bowl of water from the unfrozen river into a wooden bowl, then sat in the camp brushing his teeth. After brushing, he didn't forget to pull over Pan Yu, who was preparing to eat. Brush your teeth before eating. Brush teeth? Pan Yu was a little confused. The beast girls didn't usually brush their teeth. Su Yuan observed that their teeth were fine and still very clean and healthy, so he didn't bother with them. But this morning's moon is different. I have to clean my mouth thoroughly. Pan Yu, who had been pulled over, obediently sat in front of Su Yuan and looked at him. Then she noticed that Su Yuan had poured some snow-white salt onto his fingers. Before she could react, she shoved the salt into her mouth, the pungent salt grains spreading across her white teeth as she rubbed them between her fingers. Ugh! Wow! Ah! It's so salty! Pan Yu's face was rubbed into all sorts of shapes, and the salt grains melted into an overly salty brine as the saliva dissolved. Take a sip of water, then spit it out. No! That's such a waste. Salt is very important. They usually supplement their diet by drinking raw animal blood or by being lucky enough to find some fruits containing salt. Currently, Su Yuan has been purchasing salt from the system shop to supply the Star Tribe. Although the water in the glacial lake is connected to the glacial sea, its salinity is not high enough, and sometimes even a whole jar of water cannot be distilled to extract any salt. So when Pan Yu was fed a mouthful of river water, she immediately swallowed it. The extremely salty water made her face scrunch up, but more importantly, her furry ears suffered again. Su Yuan saw that she had already swallowed it, but it was no use. He wasn't sure if the river water was clean or not, which was why he had Pan Yu spit it out. I never expected to drink it like that. I'm sorry. It hurts so much. My ear is going to fall off. Wah-ah! After a quick shark meat breakfast, Su Yuan took out a guide and aimed it at the east. This meant he would have to go around the small hill and head in the other direction. The sleds were still pulled by the same few snow wolves, but Su Yuan had become the leader. If they continued to follow the direction of Pan Yu, they would probably get completely lost in this vast snowfield. After traveling for 2 more days, the white surroundings made Su Yuan's eyes hurt, so he spent some points to buy a pair of protective glasses from the system shop. The beast girls who have lived in the snowfields for years are completely useless, and Pan Yu's narrow, vertical pupils have been looking at the snowfields for more than 10 years without any problems. Surprisingly, the most useless one was this outsider. On the third day, Su Yuan finally saw the forest that Pan Yu had mentioned. That's right, he didn't see the glacier, but instead saw the forest blocking his way. The mountains and forests stand tall in front of us, their dense trees bringing life to the mountain range, where birds and animals can be seen from time to time. Looking at the approaching Pan Yu, Su Yuan said helplessly, "Pan Yu, are you sure the glacier came first, and then the mountains and forests?" "That's right. When I came here, I saw that glacier first, and then I saw this forest. I remember it very clearly. Back then, Beiwei and I even caught fish in the lake in the mountains. I can't be wrong." Su Yuan patted his forehead, thinking that Pan Yu had said it backwards, but it turned out that she had said it in the order she saw it when she arrived. "That's good, at least we're on the right track." Su Yuan looked at the low forest ahead. The past few days of travel had left them somewhat short of food. If we don't plan to buy from the system store, we'll have to go into these mountains to replenish our supplies. It'll be a good opportunity to explore and maybe even unlock some new special items. Chapter 100: The Beast-Eared Girl Who Fainted in the Forest. Be careful, there are probably many wild animals in these mountains and forests. The mountain forest wasn't very high. The plank behind the snow wolf was temporarily removed and carried on its body. The group of people and wolves quickly climbed up the mountain. Su Yuan looked at the leaves that still showed their green color under the white snow. To be precise, this area had already left the icy snowfield. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, he discovered lush green plants emerging from the snow, some of which he had seen in his previous life, but many more he had never even heard of. However, as long as they weren't poisonous, Su Yuan would pick some and put them in his backpack. After eating meat for so long, he was eager to try the taste of vegetables. These vegetables from another world can't even be redeemed in the system's shop. When we eat later, we can throw these fresh, otherworldly vegetables in and cook them together. The appraisal function with 5,000 points is really worth it, otherwise I wouldn't dare to pick these things. Su Yuan rubbed his hands together and pulled out the sprouting green bamboo shoot from the ground. According to the identification system, this snow-frozen bamboo shoot was non-toxic and particularly delicious. "Su Yuan, there seems to be a figure over there. There are people here? Be careful, they might be spies sent by Black Sheep and her group." Those who could run towards the icy snowfields were either part of the group being hunted or part of the group being hunted. Su Yuan was unaware of the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe. If they defeated another tribe, they might turn their attention to the Red Fox tribe. Hong Shuang nimbly hung from the tree trunk, looked into the distance, then came down, shook her head, and said, "Chief, that person is lying unconscious on the ground. He shouldn't be the enemy you mentioned. Fainting here? You'd freeze to death. Let's go check on you first." Su Yuan put the frozen bamboo shoots into the hiking backpack that Long was carrying. The group quickly arrived at the figure they had spotted earlier. At that moment, several birds were about to peck at her body. "Call out." An arrow pierced the body of one of the birds, and the rest scattered in fright, leaving only the people lying on the ground. Su Yuan walked over and turned the person over. Her long silver hair was tied into a thick braid that reached her buttocks, and there was a pair of small, round animal ears on both sides of the girl's head. The back of her ears was covered with a layer of silver down, and there were scattered black spots on the area between her ears. Most importantly, there was a small notch in her left ear. A white jade-like animal tooth was tied to its ear with a thin rope made of twisted plants, giving it a savage look. This beast girl was dressed even more savagely. A torn piece of animal skin barely covered her chest, and her fair navel was covered in a layer of frost. The tattered animal skin trousers on his lower body only covered a small section of his two fleshy legs, about 1/10 of his thighs, and the animal skin boots on his feet were also torn. Several plump toes were sticking out. Most importantly, her exposed skin was covered with wounds, most of which had already healed somewhat. Could he be dead? Lansha poked her chubby cheeks, and a stream of green juice flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Wow, he's vomiting green blood. This guy died a horrible death." Su Yuan frowned and pressed his palm against the full chest of the unconscious beast girl. Her heart was still beating, but the rhythm was a little slow. "Wait, what is this?" He looked into the girl's mouth, pried it open, and found it stuffed with some dark green plants. Sleeping snow moss, a poisonous plant that causes weakness in the legs and dizziness after consumption. Excessive consumption can lead to fainting and death. It can be processed into a sleeping potion using special techniques. This dosage is more than just too much. He's almost choked to death. Didn't this idiot know to taste a little bit before eating to check for poison? Su Yuan didn't intend to let this white-furred beast girl, who should be a snow leopard, die like that, so he used his hands to pull out the sleeping snow moss. Not only was his mouth stuffed full, but his throat and even stomach were probably filled with a lot of snow moss. However, to his utter surprise, the system voice sounded again when his fingers touched the green chewing material. Detected. Skip this and unlock the new item. After Su Yuan made his choice, the green chewing substance in the beast girl's mouth immediately disappeared, leaving the others, including Panyu, stunned. My lord god, do you still enjoy chewed food? Sleep aid tablets seaweed flavor, 200 points. Note, these sleep aid tablets are made from 8 medicinal herbs combined with sleeping snow vegetarian. One tablet can provide 10 hours of restful sleep. Do not overdose. 6 tablets can be redeemed daily. Wow, I didn't expect to get such an unexpected bonus. However, this is just a small, decorative item that I might use when I have trouble sleeping. Gray, give me the water you're carrying. Su Yuan took the water that Hui handed him, then took a sip and poured it into the white-haired beast girl's mouth. The few mouthfuls of cold water made her react a little. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough was heard, and Su Yuan stopped what he was doing. After returning the water to Hui, he deftly lifted the beast girl up. Xinka felt her eyelids were very heavy, and she didn't know what the people in front of her were doing. She wanted to stand up, but she couldn't muster any strength. Suddenly, her mouth was pried open, and just as she was about to say something, a finger was stabbed directly into her throat. Ha! Everything he had eaten earlier was vomited up, the green juice mixed with some sticky stuff all over Su Yuan's hand. Even the prettiest beast girl will smell bad when she vomits, but luckily this guy has probably only been eating grass these days, so it's not that disgusting. After Su Yuan had washed the juice off his hands with water, he fed it to the beast girl who was still gagging. In the end, her eyelids closed, and she fainted on Su Yuan's body before she could finish speaking. Did she die again? Lansha poked her head curiously, but there was no response. Die my foot. Let's find a safe place to rest today. The snow and terrain of the mountains and forests were not suitable for building a snow house, so Su Yuan put the unconscious beast girl on the back of the Great Frost, and then the group hurriedly searched for a place to take shelter nearby. As evening fell and darkness descended, it became clear that there were no caves or other shelters in this rugged terrain, and it was unknown where the beast girl had been resting these past few days. After walking for so long, Su Yuan saw the pile of rubble and immediately called out to the group. Stop looking, there shouldn't be any caves here. Panyu, you guys put these stones together, and Long, go cut down some tree trunks from nearby. Having failed to find a natural shelter, Su Yuan stopped pressuring the matter. He had previously seen a type of house built of stone while watching Wilderness Challenge. This mountain hollow is quite suitable, and there's no need to search for loose stones. After placing the unconscious beast girl and supplies on the ground, Su Yuan began directing everyone, starting by digging out a shape in the depression. After leveling the ground, animal hide mats were laid down, and the large pebbles were stacked on 3 sides of the depression, fitting together with the raised slope. Once Long has cut down the trees, that will be enough to cover the gap. Only a narrow opening, about the width of a person, will be left in front of him, which will be covered with animal hides. Although the small stone house was small, it could easily accommodate several people. The cold wind blowing from the cracks in the surrounding stones was not a big problem, since it wouldn't be too cold for so many people to huddle together. The extra leaves and branches from those trees can serve as firewood for a fire at night, and the surplus can be used as an extra blanket for the frost and the others. By the time the stone house was completed, it was already dark, and the light from the fire outside the stone house gradually ignited the darkness. A bright campfire lit up the dark mountain forest. Chapter 101. Why are there so many idiots? In her sleep, the delicious aroma of meat made Xinka's ears twitch and her mouth water. How long has it been since I smelled the aroma of meat? Since her defeat in the last tribal war, she had been fleeing through the desolate snowfields, believing that the tribes only intended to annex her. But when she was taken to the Wangshui Mountains, she realized that her previous thoughts were too naive. Those guys didn't just want to annex her tribe. Instead, they wanted to rule. No, it could be said that they wanted to completely control them, to control all the tribes in the entire snowfield, and to make everyone their puppets. So she used her awakened power under the cover of night to escape the Wangshui Mountains. She was chased by people from various tribes all the way to this place, and didn't even get a bite of food for several days. When they were extremely thirsty, they would grab a handful of snow from the ground. When they were extremely hungry, they would grab some leaves from the trees to fill their stomachs. I never expected that after eating a few pieces of dark green plant growing in the cracks of the rock wall this morning, I would immediately faint. I think I've fainted. Xinko suddenly recalled her past experiences in a flash. When she remembered that she had fainted, she opened her eyes instantly, runes appeared on her forehead, and her whole body wanted to pounce. Ouch! She fell to the ground before she could even get up. Her hazy vision gradually cleared, and only then did she realize her situation. Her hands and feet were tied behind her back, which was even more desperate than being tied to a pillar with her hands behind her back in the Wangshui Mountains, because she couldn't exert any strength at all because she was bound in an arc shape. He's awake. Su Yanwu. Lansha was eating barbecue when she saw the beast girl lying next to her wake up and immediately called out to Su Yuan, who was studying vegetable soup on the other side. Is he awake? Su Yuan put down the homemade soup spoon in his hand and immediately walked over. Long and the others beside him also put down what they were doing and followed him. He, since you've captured me, I accept my fate. But don't even think about me submitting to you and becoming a puppet. Su Yuan stared blankly at the beast girl struggling desperately. The rune on her forehead lit up briefly before dimming. She hadn't eaten for days and had previously vomited up everything in her stomach. Her body can no longer provide the energy for her to use her awakened power. What nonsense! Tell me who you are, where you're from, and which tribe you belonged to before. Xinko was stunned for a moment, glanced at Su Yuan, and then looked at the people behind her and asked in confusion, "You're not here to capture me?" Wait a minute, let me explain the situation to you first. We are people who have wandered from the icy snowfields, and we just found you unconscious over there. Su Yuan explained the current situation to the white-haired beast girl, but buried some things about the Star Tribe. Upon learning this, Xinko breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said to Su Yuan, "It's good that you're not the one chasing me. Please let me go. My name is Xinko, and I am a sorceress." Xinko, that name sounds familiar, wait. Ah. You are. Wa'ada. Pan Yu recognized the name immediately upon hearing it. She had heard of the name before when she was in the tribe, but had never met the person in person. She was only halfway through her sentence when Su Yuan covered her mouth and dragged her aside. Fortunately, the snow leopard girl was easygoing and didn't care. Instead, she tugged at the spider silk binding her hands and feet and said, "Release me. My tribe has been defeated, and you are wanderers. If you have nowhere to go, you can come with me. I'll go after I've recovered and then I'll go after that guy Mugwang. I'll make sure you become the warrior leaders of my tribe." Su Yuan shook his head at her carefree attitude. This girl, although she possessed both the awakened power of a warrior and the magic power of a mage. But his brain isn't working very well, not even as good as the red fox's. He thinks he can take revenge with just a few of them? How is this any different from a lamb entering a tiger's den? As expected, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have your brains and, well, you can't have your brains and strength either. Su Yuan shifted his gaze from Xinko's erect figure, then squatted down and continued to ask, "Tell me first, who is this Mugwang?" Hearing Xinko's heroic words, which sounded like he was going to his death, could it be that the shaman of the Wangshui Mountains was named Mugwang? The name is quite nice. Mugwang, a powerful tribe, has suddenly appeared in the Wangshui Mountains. You are not very clear about the situation outside the icy snowfield. Now that guy is conquering other tribes everywhere. Every which she defeats becomes her puppet, and then obeys her commands completely, leading the tribe to carry out her orders. Luckily, I was smart enough to tell them that I was just an awakened warrior in the tribe. Sure enough, this was pretty much what I had guessed. The others present didn't seem to have any particular emotions. If Long and the others hadn't been with Su Yuan, they would probably still be struggling to survive in the icy wilderness and wouldn't have known about this news. However, the expression of the rebellious moon beside him was somewhat disappointed. Sure enough, the black sheep had become like this because of that radiant shaman of the snow-viewing mountains. Su Yuan took the initiative to untie the ropes binding Xinko, and then handed her a piece of roasted meat. Let's eat something first. Although this guy is very strong, he's not very bright and isn't very dangerous. Thank you. Xinko was already so hungry that her eyes were dizzy. After taking the food, she wasn't afraid of the heat at all. She chewed a couple of times and swallowed the food. Then, she was seen pounding her chest, her face ashen. Sigh, he really is an idiot. Su Yuan found it hard to believe that such an idiot could lead a tribe. It took several firm pats on Xinko's back to get her to swallow the food she was choking on. It's delicious. You're welcome to join my tribe. Xinka's eyes lit up as she looked at the food by the campfire with excitement. She turned and grabbed Su Yuan's hand, saying something quickly. Idiot. Talk is talk, but don't grab me with those oily claws. Su Yuan tried to break free a few times, but the guy held on tightly and he couldn't get away at all. Let's talk about this later. Su Yuan thought he could just brush off this idiot and deal with the rest after investigating the Black Sheep tribe, but before he could finish speaking, Xinka pinned him to the ground. Their faces were only centimeters apart, and he could feel the other person pressing down on his chest, making him feel suffocated. Su Yuan. Leader. Long and the others rushed up anxiously, but Xinka, having eaten a few pieces of beast meat, had recovered somewhat, and the peculiar runes on her forehead lit up. The lightning flashing around them made Long and the others feel numb instantly, and their legs went weak, causing them to fall to the ground. Even the strongest of them all, Great Frost, lay sprawled not far away, his body enveloped in frost and white mist. Are you really unwilling to join my tribe? So strong. Su Yuan had thought that this snow leopard girl was just a little stronger, but he didn't expect her to be so ridiculously strong. Was the lightning around her an awakened power? Just as he was about to say something, Xinka suddenly changed her tune, hugged Su Yuan tightly, and started crying. Please, please join me. 7 days. I haven't had a proper meal in 7 days. Do you know how much suffering this delicious food makes for me? They must think I'm a cook. Xinka, to tell you the truth, we actually have tribes, but Mugwang has been capturing the shamans of various tribes in the snowfield, so we came out to investigate the situation. Really? You're not lying to me? Although he asked him this question, Su Yuan knew that this idiot already believed what he said, so he nodded without hesitation. Humph, our leader is also a shaman, and an even more powerful divine shaman. That's it. How can there be an idiot among our own people? Su Yuan thought, turning his head to look at Lan Sha, who was struggling to control her body and come forward to save him. Considering her loyalty, Su Yuan decided not to punish her. Are you also a shaman? Chapter 102. Even commanders need to eat, right? In the temporary camp. Xinka took a sip of the delicious vegetable and meat soup, her eyes narrowed with happiness, and then without hesitation, she picked up the whole jar and gulped down a large mouthful. Damn, are you really not afraid of getting burned? Su Yuan blew on the steaming vegetable and beef soup in the bowl. The snow crystal beef had been transformed into very firm beef jerky after his processing. It's quite convenient when you're on the go, but it's a bit tough on your teeth. Now that it's soaked in vegetable soup, the taste and texture have improved a lot. After quickly finishing the soup, Xinka comfortably patted her flat stomach, then leaned over and put her arm around Su Yuan's shoulder. Seriously, why don't you and I create a new tribe together? I'll manage the tribe's wars, and you can manage the tribe's internal affairs. If the two of us join forces, it won't be long before we defeat the Maguang tribe and rescue my former people. Fortunately, Xinka had no ill intentions. After learning that Su Yuan was also a witch, and a divine witch like Mugwang, she immediately released Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan ignored her. With her clueless attitude, if he really let her take charge of the tribe would probably be ruined in no time. Xinka, I'm actually very curious about 2 things. Ask away, ask away. You treated me to such delicious food, so I can tell you anything you want to know. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then said, have you met that girl named Mugwang? Can you tell me what she looks like? That guy was pretty skinny, with pointed, hairless ears on either side, golden hair, and wearing strange clothes. Oh, and he had a pair of transparent, glowing wings on his back. Transparent, glowing wings? Featherless, pointed ears? Based on these characteristics, Su Yuan immediately thought of a creature an elf. However, according to the description of Western fantasy world, shouldn't elves be peaceful and nature-loving creatures? It's true that you can't judge the creatures of this world based on stereotypes from your past life. Who would have thought that such a sensitive snow leopard would be such a fool? Then why do you call her a shaman? Shamans are usually able to communicate with gods, right? Xinka licked the remaining soup from the edge of the pot, nodded, and replied, indeed, I overheard some of it when I was taken there. It is said that Mugwang came to this world from the heavenly realm of gods, and she can make everyone submit to her. As for why the others are called divine witches, I don't know. Maybe it's because she came from heaven? A magical elf who claims to be from the realm of gods sounds like a charlatan. If she says that, doesn't she also come from heaven? The place I came from is even further away. I don't even know how many galaxies I've crossed. Alright, finish your meal and get some rest. Tomorrow you can continue your escape. We're heading to the desolate snowfield. If you come with us, you'll definitely get caught. Su Yuan actually values Xin Ke quite a bit. If she could join his tribe, she would definitely be a powerful fighting force. However, this guy insisted on taking over the tribe and then roared that he would go to war with Mugwang. If he were as steady as Chihu, I might have actually agreed. What a pity. What? You really don't intend to rebuild the tribe with me? Xin Ke put down the jar in her hand, and her words made Long and the others around her stand up and look at her cautiously. No matter what you say, by the way, Cinco, I'm curious how long you've been ruling the tribe? I don't know, it's been a long time, almost several years. Seeing her determined look, Su Yuan had no choice but to harden his heart and say some harsh words. You probably don't manage the tribe, do you? Do you know how to store food for the tribe? Do you know how to build defenses for the tribe? If the tribe is attacked, can you make the right choice, fight or flee? Wow, Kong usually helps me take care of her, but she was also arrested. I was so angry that I led people to rescue her. Xin Ke's mental defenses were broken down by the 3 questions, and tears streamed down her face. Her sobs gave Su Yuan a general idea of what was going on. Previously, the Xinca tribe was always governed by a beast girl named Kong. Due to Xinca's powerful strength, the Black Sheep tribe had a hard time defeating her. So after the Black Sheep tribe tricked Xin Ke into leaving, another tribe launched a surprise attack on the camp and captured Kong and the other orcs. Xin Ke could have escaped with the remaining warriors, but she ultimately led all the warriors straight to the heart of the enemy camp, rushing into the Maguang tribe's camp. Then they were easily captured, and none of the remaining soldiers escaped. They were all taken in. Fortunately, Mugwang didn't recognize her. He thought she was just an awakened warrior because of the runes on her forehead. She escaped in the middle of the night by Xin Ke using witchcraft. Alright, it's all Mugwang's fault. If we blindly rush into Mugwang's tribe again, do you think we can defeat them? Su Yuan helplessly patted Xin Ke's head. This girl was quite tall, and he had to stand up to comfort her. What should I do? They keep trying to capture me, and Kong hasn't come here to help me. Join my tribe, and I will lead you to rescue everyone and defeat Mugwang. You? Xin Ke wiped away her tears, looked Su Yuan up and down, and shook her head decisively. No, how can I submit to others? My mother told me from a young age that I am a super strong person who possesses both awakened power and witchcraft, a born leader. Even a commander needs to eat, right? Join my tribe later, and I'll let you lead a squad of warriors and become a warrior commander, and I'll provide you with 3 meals a day with plenty of meat. They eat meat at every meal. And they can still eat their fill. Xin Ke swallowed hard. Back in the tribe, even she, as a shaman, couldn't guarantee that she would have meat to eat every meal. Kong controls the food supply in the tribe, so most of the time she eats wild fruits, and only occasionally can she have a good meal when she hunts a large wild animal. However, this only applies to a small amount of meat that can barely fill their stomachs. The rest is stored as reserve food for the tribe. My mother told me. You can have hot meat soup with every meal, and there are even more delicious things to eat if you do something good. Su Yuan bought a bag of cat food from the system shop. Snow leopards are just large felines. If Mao Yi and the others like to eat cat food so much, then Xin Ke definitely won't be able to refuse it either. After feeding Xin Ke a piece of cat food, she subconsciously chewed it a few times. The delicious taste made her snow-white tail thump excitedly on the ground. I promise you, the team leader is still a leader, but all of this must be given to me. Xin Ke looked at the remaining cat food in Su Yuan's hand with longing in her eyes, and her stomach, which had been somewhat full, began to protest again. Of course, no, you haven't done anything to help. But since you joined my tribe, I can give you a little something. Su Yuan naturally couldn't just blindly obey Xin Ke. Compared to the rebellious and treacherous nature of Pan Yu, what Xin Ke wanted was to temper her sharpness as a leader. Otherwise, if joining a tribe doesn't mean they'll listen to you, then you shouldn't join a tribe at all. Banyue, Long, Hui, these are yours, as well as Hongshuan, Lansha, and Daswang. Everyone deserves credit for saving Xinca today. To entice the guy, Su Yuan bought some more food from the system shop and distributed it to everyone. Red Frost and Blue Sand both like sweet and sticky things, while Big Frost and the others are even less picky, as long as it's meat. As for Gray, Rebel Moon, and Long, this bag of cat food is more than enough to satisfy their appetites. I promise you, from now on you'll be the leader, Your Excellency. Please let me have a little more. Chapter 103. Look how hungry the child is. Xinko, if you move again, I'll kick you out. At night, everyone huddled together in the small stone house. Long and Hong Xuan, worried about Su Yuan's safety, separated him and Xinko at opposite ends. At this moment, Su Yuan was sleeping in the corner, with Long tightly protecting him on his side, and Pan Yu, who was small, was huddled in the quilt on the other side, with only her little ears showing. Feeling Xinko picking at the pebbles around her, Su Yuan felt like the veins on his temples were about to pop out. I slept a little too much just now, and I can't fall asleep now. If you can't sleep, go outside to keep watch. There's some food by the campfire, so you can grill food and play around when you're free. Fine, I'm going. I'm starving. Xinko immediately sat up, threw off the blanket, and nimbly slipped out. De Shuang, who was resting by the campfire in the camp, opened her eyes, glanced at Xinko, then moved her head away and ignored her. Finally, it's quiet. Su Yuan, I want to. Before Su Yuan could close his eyes, Pan Yu in his arms opened her eyes as well. Don't even think about it, go to sleep, it'll be here in about 2 days. With so many people here, Long and the others aren't as carefree as Lansha, who can lie down and then forget everything. If Long and the others find out about tonight's battle, he'll probably have to be carried out tomorrow morning. Sizzle sizzle. In the campfire, the bird that had previously tried to peck at Xinko's body was now roasting over the fire, its fat sizzling and the aroma of meat wafting into her nostrils. I think we should sprinkle some of this on top, right? Xinko found the bag of salt in Su Yuan's backpack, grabbed some, and followed Hong Xuang's example to spread it evenly on the roasted meat. Instantly, the aroma of meat became even richer, and Xinko's mouth was practically watering. I can't wait any longer, I'll starve if I keep baking. Just as she was about to take a bite of food, a commotion in the distance made her ears perk up immediately, and the food in her hand stopped at her mouth. De Shuang opened her eyes at this moment, shook off the animal skin covering her body, and stared at the dark snow forest with great vigilance. Could it be the pursuers from the Maguang tribe? Xinko quickly put down the food in her hand and immediately crawled back into the stone house to pull Su Yuan, who had just fallen asleep, up. Xinko, if you don't have an explanation, I'll you tonight. Su Yuan, the people who arrested me are here. Su Yuan immediately opened his eyes, and Long and the others beside him also got up one after another. After hearing the news, there was no trace of sleepiness in their eyes. The people from the Maguang tribe have arrived? It should be. I've heard this noise often before. It's probably from the 2 men who were chasing me before. 2 people? How strong are they? Xinko replied without hesitation, just like me, a high-level awakened warrior. Broken. Su Yuan had witnessed the strength of advanced awakened warriors today, which was completely different from Long and the others. It was like comparing whether someone who cultivates battle chi could release their battle chi externally. The lightning surrounding Xinko was already difficult for Long and the others to deal with, and now 2 enemies of this level had arrived. You hide in the stone house, and the rest of us will go out. Follow my instructions. If those 2 enter the stone house, Xinko, you take care of one of them immediately. We'll hold off the last one. You can deal with this one right after you've finished that one. What if they don't come in? Xinko paused for a moment, then thought of a second possibility. If you're not coming in, then stay inside and don't make a sound. Without time to think, Su Yuan led the others out of the stone house. At this moment, the great frost bared its teeth and stared into the depths of the snowstorm, its fur turning an unusual color, looking as if it were facing a formidable enemy. System, give me some sleeping pills, a large dose, the stronger the better, preferably strong enough to knock out an elephant. Wait, give me some sleep snow tablets. That my Angsweitai could even knock Xinko unconscious, so dealing with beast girls of similar strength shouldn't be a problem for her, right? Worried that the dosage might not be enough, Su Yuan exchanged all 6 pills. These green pills were the same size as the ones he had taken in his previous life, about the size of a soybean, and they even smelled like seaweed. Now it's time to think about how to feed these 2 uninvited guests. Su Yuan pondered, holding the pills in his hand. Long and the others beside him had already taken out their weapons and were waiting for the guests in the wind and snow. Sniff, when was this chicken roasted? Suddenly, the aroma of meat attracted Su Yuan. He looked at the birds that Xinko had roasted earlier, which were stuck next to the campfire, their golden skin sizzling and dripping with oil. Got it. Long, you guys put away your weapons, then sit by the campfire and pretend you just finished eating. And to Shuang, you two lie down and don't move. After giving instructions to the others, Su Yuan divided the bird in half and stuffed 3 pills into each half. If this dosage didn't work, then we'll have to resort to the second option. Before long, 2 figures rushed out from the dark night and snow, the firelight illuminating their bodies and faces. The 2 men, one with brown hair and the other with gray hair, one holding a long knife, and the other holding a bow and arrow. The strange clothes still had some snowflakes on them, indicating that they had rushed overnight. Have you seen a divinely gifted person with long silver hair come here? Su Yuan was still staring at their delicate little faces when he saw one of them sniffing. He stood up and said with a smile, I've actually seen the one you're talking about. She ate something here before. Such a trick, which I've never seen before, might be fine for dealing with ordinary people, but the people in this world are all beast girls, and these 2 clearly found this place by their sense of smell. The flavor of the spice is so strong here, it would be a lie to say you've never seen it before. She is indeed here. Do you know where she is now? I don't know. We didn't have much food to begin with, and she took it all. Now we only have this little bit left. Su Yuan picked up the 2 sizzling, oily roasted bird pieces. The aroma was irresistible even to the 2 high-level awakened warriors. He could see the 2 of them swallowing hard. She took most of our food when she left. Can we offer this as payment to ask you to help us get our food back? That is what we've been saving up for so long, and it was taken away before we even got to eat it ourselves. Look how hungry the kids are. Su Yuan handed the roasted bird meat to Long, then pulled Pan Yu over and lifted her animal skin clothes to reveal her small belly. Because the vegetable and meat soup he made in the evening was quite novel, Pan Yu ate a lot of it, and now her little belly has a small curve, making her look very cute. Look at this child has been starving all day and his ribs are sticking out. Su Yuan quickly pressed Pan Yu's belly back down with his hands. There were hardly any ribs to be seen, but during her time in the Star Tribe, she had gained some soft, fleshy flesh. Banyue, tuck in your belly. Chapter 104. Are you tying up a dinosaur? Upon hearing the faint sound beside her ear, Pan Yu immediately received the signal and lay listlessly on Su Yuan's body. Those big eyes were fixed on the roasted meat in Long's hand. Su Yuan, hiccup, I'm so hungry, why don't you let me eat this meat? There was no point in expecting anything from this girl's acting skills. Su Yuan watched as she let out a burp, and could only grin awkwardly as he continued acting. No. This food will only last us 1 night. The food that person stole was enough to feed us for 5 days. 5 days worth of food. The 2 advanced awakened warriors exchanged a glance. Not only had Xin not eaten much, but neither of them had eaten much during the chase. After all, the leader insisted that Xin must be captured. Everyone else could be put aside for the time being, but Xin had to be caught. This put the 2 of them in a difficult position. Xin had been hungry for several days and still hadn't caught anything. If they waited for her to eat and regain her strength, it would be even more difficult to catch her. My 2 brave men, I see you haven't eaten for a long time while chasing that thief. Why don't you eat this before you go catch him? I can see she has a lot of injuries, she probably can't have run very far. Su Yuan handed the roasted meat to the 2 of them. The steaming meat immediately drew their attention, and the aroma of the meat replaced Xin's scent. Yen Duo, why don't we eat something before we chase after him? If that guy is full, we probably won't be a match for him. Well, okay, I just sensed that she's been here for quite a while. It's getting dark now, so she shouldn't have gone very far. Let's finish eating and then continue the chase. Su Yuan immediately revealed a triumphant smile and handed 2 pieces of roasted meat to the 2 of them. That's right, that guy is really strong. When he was stealing our things, we couldn't fight back at all. You guys are so strong, you'll definitely beat her. Come on, have a taste. Eating meat is such a wonderful thing. The 2 took the roasted meat and sniffed it. Xin had rubbed it with a lot of salt beforehand, but apart from the charred aroma of the roasted meat, they couldn't smell anything else. Not to mention that the special products from the system all have strange flavors, and the seaweed flavor added to them is just a minor addition. So the 2 of them immediately wolfed down the roasted meat in their hands, and their little tiger teeth quickly chewed up the bones and swallowed them. Su Yuan was stunned by this. Back in the Star Tribe, only a few little beast girls liked to gnaw on bones. But he wasn't so hungry that he was gnawing his bones to pieces. The 2 finished the whole roasted bird in no time, and the way they licked their fingers showed that they were still not satisfied. They didn't even spit out a single bone from the bird. Holy crap, it's not going to be ineffective, is it? Su Yuan nervously opened the system shop, thinking that if something happened later, he would buy a roll of firecrackers to disrupt the scene. Long and the others also placed their hands on the weapons behind them. Alright, Yen Duo, take another sniff and see what she really is. Just as the beast girl was about to continue her actions, her vision suddenly became dizzy, and her eyelids felt like they were filled with lead. You. Yen Duo's nostrils twitched slightly, sensing something was wrong. Before she could even speak, she pointed at Su Yuan and collapsed to the ground. Quickly, tie these two up. You wait a moment. These two are advanced awakened warriors, and not the weak version of the advanced awakened warrior that Xianko was like before, who looked like a starving ghost. System: select ropes with high strength. Special thick yarn 3 kilograms, 50 points. Steel wires 0.5 tons, 300 points. Kevlar rope 4-ton load capacity, 1,800 points. Dyneema rope 6-ton load capacity, 2,400 points. Steel wire rope 20-ton load capacity, 7,000 points. Holy crap, 20 tons? Are you strapping on a dinosaur? Su Yuan had thought the maximum weight would be around 4 or 5 tons, but he was surprised to find a 20-ton rope. The only problem was the low points. A few more points would have been enough to exchange for a crystal ball. Moreover, the steel cable. Su Yuan didn't think he could use that thing to tie up two girls who were only about 1.7 meters tall. Speaking of which, do advanced awakened warriors in this world have a strength of 20 tons? Su Yuan didn't want to waste too many points to exchange for a rope that he might not even need, but he broke free of the rope in case the two beast girls woke up. So he found Xianko, who was hiding in the stone house, ready to pounce. Xianko, try to see if you can break free from this rope. Su Yuan brought over a Dyneema rope that could withstand 6 tons and tied it to Xianko's body. Xianko, who had eaten her fill, was very confident, looking at the strange white rope on her body with great confidence. This rope is so thin, I could tear it in a few seconds. Tear it, tear it, tear it. Xianko struggled several times, but the ropes binding her remained unmoved. Even when she used all her strength and her face turned red, she still couldn't break free. Looks like I'll have to get serious. After trying for a long time without being able to break free from the rope, Xianko's expression became very serious, the runes on her forehead appeared, and fierce lightning crackled around her. But this thing was also insulated, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free of the Dyneema rope binding her body. It seems that even the strongest awakened warriors can't reach 6 tons, but to be on the safe side, we'll tie them up in a way that makes it difficult for them to exert any force. Su Yuan nodded. The rope with over 2,000 points was quite long, so there was no need to buy another one. 2,000 points were enough to bind 2 advanced awakened warriors. That's still quite a good deal. Alright, stop trying. When the ropes were removed from Xianko's body, her resentment was palpable. Her clenched fists and competitive demeanor made her look like a child. I almost broke it. Let me try again. Okay, you broke it right away. I believe you. Go and rest now. Su Yuan had Long and the others lift up the 2 unconscious beast girls, then tied them up tightly. He gave a perfunctory response after hearing Xianko's complaints. This punch, which felt like hitting cotton, made Xianko so angry that she punched a tree stump next to her, and the casual punch cracked the tree stump. After she calmed down, she came to the group and asked, puzzled, why didn't you just kill them? Kill me and tell me about Mugwang. Ha? You've told me everything I know? Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. Sure enough, his decision not to let her be the leader was absolutely correct. Otherwise, one could imagine how troublesome the tribe would be in the future. I really want to meet that beast girl named Kong. She must be a top-notch talent to have managed to maintain the tribe for so long under Xianko's rule. Soon, the 2 of them were bound hand and foot behind their backs, just like Xianko had been before, except that their bodies were bound even more tightly than Xianko had been. Perfect, but we still need to take some precautions in case these 2 really manage to break free. Su Yuan hung the 2 of them in an open space not far from the campfire, with the rope between them suspending them from a wooden frame, making them look like wind chimes. A gust of cold wind blew, and the 2 of them began to spin in mid-air. Chapter 105. Is the outside world really that wonderful? Slap slap. After tying the 2 people up, Su Yuan clapped his hands and nodded with great satisfaction at his masterpiece. The way he was tied up was so tight that he almost tied their toes one by one. How did these people come to possess bows and arrows? Su Yuan picked up the weapons the two had brought earlier and examined them. The long sword was made of iron and looked somewhat rough, but it was much more advanced than those of primitive tribes. After carefully examining the blade and hilt, I noticed that it looked somewhat like it was forged using a medieval hot forging technique, with some delicate carvings on it. Iron spine battle blade, a high-quality iron blade forged using a quenching and burning process. The engravings on it are infused with magic, making the blade even sharper. Is this still the primitive society? Holy crap! Su Yuan rubbed his eyes, looking at the description of the knife in disbelief. In this world, not only are there people who can forge swords with magic, but they can also carve and enchant them? Could it be that the outside world has already progressed to the Middle Ages? And the snowy plains I've traversed are still an undeveloped wilderness? I'm not sure, I'll think about it some more. He put down the iron knife in his hand and picked up the wooden bow and arrows next to him. Wind Whisper Bow, a longbow made of Wind Whisper wood, enchanted with Wind Whisper. Each time the bow is drawn, it gathers surrounding wind elements, greatly increasing the arrow's flight speed. Wind Whisper Arrow, made of Wind Whisper wood, it can be adjusted by the wind element after being fired, thereby improving the shooter's accuracy. Rare item detected, Wind Whisper wood. Tradable for 1,000 points, or 100 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. As expected, both weapons were enchanted, and now it seems there's some truth to the Beast Girl's belief that the elf was a witch. And there's even better news, this thing actually triggered a system notification, revealing that the seemingly ordinary arrow was actually a rare item. New product. Wind's Whisper Bow, 4,000 points. Wind Whisper Arrow, 100 points. He was so excited, thinking it was some new and interesting gadget, but it turned out to be just the thing in his hand, with a different name. Although this bow and arrow are indeed excellent, not only does it increase the speed of the arrow's flight, but it can also correct the angle of the arrow. But the absence of the thrill of opening blind boxes still left Su Yuan somewhat frustrated. Where did this guy come from? Could there really be tribes in the outside world that have developed blacksmithing and enchanting skills? Su Yuan stared at the two figures hanging above, spinning in the wind, his mind filled with questions. Neither the White Bone Shaman nor Hai Yao, who had come to the icy snowfield, had displayed these things. Even the Bone Shaman didn't know what a bow and arrow were, otherwise he wouldn't have been tricked and killed by Su Yuan in that place. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out. We'll only know the specifics when these two wake up. Su Yuan, let me see this weapon. They were so mean before, they used it to shoot my butt. Last time they almost shot off my tail. Before Su Yuan could react, Xianke snatched the item away and examined the bow and arrow carefully for a long time, still unable to understand how it had managed to hit her buttocks. Alright, you can keep this to play with, give me the bow and arrows. Su Yuan snatched the Wind Whisper bow and tossed the iron knife to her. The iron knife wasn't very valuable. There were plenty of modern items in his system shop that were of much better quality. Even with sharp runes, it's difficult to overcome the gap in skill. But these enchanted bows are different, each one is worth 4,000 points. Hong Shuang, you can use this. Su Yuan knew that Hong Shuang particularly liked using bows and arrows and had a good talent for it. She had only been learning from Wu Si and the others for a few days and had already shown initial results. Thank you, Chief. Hong Shuang looked at the bow and arrow in her hand with some surprise. She knew that many warriors in the tribe had trained for longer than her and were much more accurate. Compared to the others, she was still just a novice archer. However, since it was Su Yuan, she naturally wouldn't refuse, and touched the Wind Whisper bow in her hand with a hint of joy in her eyes. Alright, Xianke, stop touching it. You'll ruin the patina if you keep touching it. Put it down and get some rest. The disturbance caused by these two uninvited guests made everyone lose their sleepiness. When they returned to the stone house, they heard Xianke scratching the stone again. Pungent. I'm hungry. Take it out and grill it yourself, then you can keep watch. In order to get a good night's sleep, Su Yuan redeemed a piece of pork from the system shop and gave it to Xianke. If she kept bothering him like this, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Ah, ha. At dawn, the two beast girls opened their eyes, and before their hazy vision appeared a vast ocean. The azure sea reflected the sky, and chunks of white ice floated on the surface, moving rapidly. Wait, it doesn't seem to be the ice block moving, but it's myself. Wa'ada. Yen Duo tried to call out to her companions, but then she realized that her mouth was gagged with a piece of animal skin and that she was tied up and suspended in mid-air. Big Frost, stop. Hearing the beast girl hanging to one side of the Great Frost whimper, Su Yuan immediately patted its head, and the snow wolves following behind also stopped. What's wrong, Su Yuan? We're almost there. Someone has woken up. Su Yuan looked at the two beast girls who were still a little dazed. These two had slept for 2 whole days after taking the drug. If he could still feel their heartbeats, he would have thought they were dead. Only now did they have to admire the power of the sleeping snow moss. After taking these 3 pills, the two beast girls slept like dead pigs, and they didn't react at all during the bumpy ride. Woke up? Long drew her twin swords from her waist, and the others also picked up their weapons and looked at Yen Duo on De Shuang's side. At this moment, Yen Duo, who was somewhat sober, looked at Su Yuan, who had given her the meat earlier, and Xian Ko, who had walked over from the side, and she understood what was going on. I've actually been tricked by this group of people. Wa'ada. Su Yuan carried the 2 of them down. After traveling for 2 days, they had arrived at the glacier that Pan Yu had mentioned. However, because we had spent a whole day walking and were 90 degrees away from our destination, the angle was slightly off now, and we could still see some marine animals moving about on the broken glacier beside us. Cough cough cough, you guys? After sleeping for 2 days straight, Yen Duo and Yen Hua's throats were practically parched, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Their voices were hoarse and broken when they spoke. Have some water. Just as Yen Hua was about to drink the water Su Yuan fed her, Yen Duo nudged her with her body, glaring angrily at Su Yuan and Xian Ko behind him. You, cough cough cough, you're all in cahoots. Not too stupid. Chapter 106. I'm still just a kid. I'm going to kill you all. Then why don't you give it a try? Not far from the glacier, beside a river that flows into it, Su Yuan leisurely watched the 2 people in front of him struggling. Long was fishing by the river, while Xian Ko was baring her teeth, wanting to fight the 2 of them. Fortunately, Pan Yu held her tightly. Gurgle. The rock flower's skin turned brown, and its fair skin looked as if it were covered with a layer of rock and soil. With each struggle, some brown clods of soil would fall off. But after struggling for a few moments, the hunger in her stomach made her lose all her strength, and the rune on her forehead faded away. Iwahana. Conserve your energy, don't waste it. Yen Duo, who was tied up on the other side, ignored the others. Since Su Yuan hadn't killed them, there must be something she could do for them. For example, trading hostages with the shaman of the Radiant Light. I have a question for you. Why do your Maguang shamans insist on arresting people everywhere? Snort. Neither of them paid any attention to Su Yuan, behaving exactly like the former Pan Yu. Su Yuan couldn't help but glance at Pan Yu behind him. Humph. Why are you looking at me like that? Pan Yu seemed to understand Su Yuan's meaning. Her face flushed slightly. Looking at the 2 stubborn guys, she released Xian Ko and went straight to them. If you've got the guts, then let's fight. Hey, why didn't you stop me? Xian Ko immediately shut down her gun when she saw that Pan Yu had released her. These 2 were Su Yuan's prisoners, and if they really fought, she wouldn't even get to eat later. I hope your feet are as hard as your mouths. Without needing to be taught, Pan Yu walked over, squatted down, and took off their boots. Then, imitating Su Yuan, she breathed on her hands. What are you trying to do? But. Ha 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 ha. Iwahana, who had been trying to muster the strength to break free of the ropes, instantly lost all her energy and began to convulse and roll on the ground. Yen Hua. What are you doing? Yen Duo roared at Pan Yu, who glanced at her and immediately switched her target. Ha 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 ha. How cruel. As Xian Ko watched the 2 advanced awakened warriors rolling on the ground without any resistance, she couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for the white-haired little guy. Let me go. Ha 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 ha. However, Yen Duo and the others were still advanced awakened warriors, far inferior to Pan Yu, who was only a beginner. Even with their hands and feet bound, their rolling figures were as difficult to hold down as pigs during the Lunar New Year. So Su Yuan joined in. Chief, the fish is ready. Half an hour later, both of them were panting heavily. Yen Hua and Yen Duo were both pale and sweating profusely from laughing, but they still refused to say a word about Muguang. Let's eat first. The catch from this spot near the sea is plentiful, including all sorts of strange and unusual fish, as well as other seafood. Su Yuan looked at the lobster, which was as big as a facehugger, and immediately used a knife to pry open the shell and cut off a piece of the snow-white meat inside. This tastes good, much better than shark meat. After taking a bite, Su Yuan immediately set his sights on the scallops in the fire beside him. The bright red scallops were as big as his head. Red thornvine scallop, a tier 1 low-level magical beast that often lies in ambush in the water, waiting for its prey to approach before using the thorny vines inside its shell to trap it. Huh? This guy is actually a warcraft? Su Yuan cautiously poked the tightly closed shell with his dagger. A wisp of heat and white foam seeped out from the crack in the shell. It should be cooked through by now, right? Insert the dagger into it, and with a gentle pry, you can see the cooked scallop meat inside. Unlike the small pieces of meat you've seen in your previous life, the meat in the middle of this thing is very plump and juicy. The meat vines on both sides were already cooked through, and the original meat spikes were also roasted until they were slightly charred. The enticing aroma drew everyone around the campfire, and even Yan Hua and Yan Duo, who were lying on the ground panting, looked over, having not tasted any meat for 2 days. Ha ha ha. It smells so good, Yan Duo. Ignoring Yan Hua, who was practically drooling, Yan Duo stared intently at Su Yuan's back. The behavior of Xin Ku and the others in front of her made her frown. That guy is suspicious, Iwaka. Have you noticed? All of these people are very obedient to his orders. Previously, whether it was Xin Ku or others, they all centered around Su Yuan, and even someone as strong as Xin Ku listened to him. This guy is probably a shaman, or even a shaman more powerful than Cinco. This meat is really delicious. You all share some and have a taste. I'm going to interrogate those two separately. Su Yuan distributed the remaining scallop meat to everyone. This meat was much chewier than fish or crab meat, and with each bite, you could feel the hardship the red thorn scallop endured to train its body. Carrying a small grilled fish the size of a palm, Su Yuan returned to the two of them. I'm a little curious why you're being so cautious with Mugwang. Can't you even share any information with him? Forget about making us betray the shaman of the light. Su Yuan could tell from their expressions that they were much more resolute than the rebels, since the divine shaman Mugwang hadn't abandoned them like the black sheep. Furthermore, as advanced awakened warriors, their hearts are not as fragile as those of unawakened little guys like Panyu. This means we can only investigate Mugwang indirectly. Let's not talk about Mugwang anymore. Can I ask you two a question? Answer me one question and I'll give her a bite of meat. He circled the fish in front of the two of them, and Iwaka couldn't resist taking a bite, but she only managed to bite into air before the grilled fish was taken back. Snort! Have you two always lived in the Maguang tribe? After a moment of silence, Yan Duo slowly spoke. We were taken in by the shaman of the bathing light. Take you in? You two are both high-level awakened warriors, so you weren't starving to death when Mugwang saved you? You're not allowed to talk about the goddess of light like that. Besides, I've already answered one of your questions. Yan Duo blared at Su Yuan hatefully, looking like a fanatical follower of Mugwang. Could it be that even church believers have appeared in this outside world? Here you go, but you can't bite me, or I'll strip you both naked and throw you into the river to fish. Su Yuan cut a piece of fish about the size of a thumb with a knife and fed it to Yan Duo. Humph, coward. Yan Duo picked up the meat and turned to Yan Hua, who was swallowing hard. Yan Hua, eat this to restore your strength. Yando, it's you who's recovered. Wa'ada. Yan Duo didn't have that much patience and directly fed the fish to Yan Hua. Damn it, if you two want to eat fish, you can just answer one more question for me. There's no need to go to such lengths. I'm here watching over you. Su Yuan used his forked fingers to shield his eyes from the loving scene before him. After the two of them swallowed that small piece of fish with difficulty, they still stared at him with cold faces. Humph, I bet you're a sorcerer too. If you don't release us, the divine sorcerer of the bathing light will find you soon and arrest you all. Chapter 107, Will the elves save the world? Don't wait for her to catch me, you'll probably starve to death if you don't eat soon. Then let me ask you another question. As high-level awakened warriors, how did you end up being taken in by others? Yan Duo glanced at the grilled fish in Su Yuan's hand. It tasted even better than the grilled meat they had eaten in the Maguang tribe. Regarding my own issues, it shouldn't be considered a betrayal of the god of light, right? Swallowing hard, Yan Duo remained silent for a moment before explaining, we were just intermediate awakened warriors before. Our tribe encountered the wrath of the gods, and everyone died except for me and Yan Hua. However, we were on the verge of death at that time. Lord Maguang saved us and gave us even greater power. That spirit is so powerful? Besides controlling people, it even has the ability to enhance their strength. Humph, I don't believe there's anyone that powerful in this world. If she were as amazing as you say, wouldn't the entire snowfield be hers? Su Yuan fed her another bite of fish, using a provocation that made Yen Duo immediately bite down hard on the dagger. Lady Maguang is much more powerful than you think. If it weren't for her kind heart, you would have been arrested long ago. But, little girl, stop deceiving yourself. Your Muguang bullies other tribes everywhere, destroying their homes, and even Xianko, that idiot, has been constantly hunted down by you. Could it be that what you mean by being kind-hearted is attacking other tribes and turning those shamans into puppets? Su Yuan's words struck a chord with him, but what he didn't expect was that these two people's beliefs were too firm, the kind of fanaticism that would be found even among religious believers. This is necessary. Lord Maguang did not harm them, but everyone's cooperation is needed. In order to save this world, everyone must come together. Yenduo then dropped another confusing bombshell: save the world. Isn't the world perfectly fine? Is it some kind of dinosaur era, with a meteorite about to destroy the world? Su Yuan immediately dismissed the idea. If it really was a meteorite attack, everyone should stop fighting and find a good spot to bury themselves. Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, it will be unearthed and displayed as an exhibit. Is she really going to save the world by being an elf who has only just entered the blacksmithing stage and knows a little bit about enchanting? Is the cooperation she's talking about turning everyone into puppets? Just because of the promise of saving the world, countless people will lose their homes and freeze to death in the snow? Lord Maguang saved everyone. Those who surrendered did not freeze or starve to death. This was all to save the world and to save more people. The two women's beliefs were completely unbreakable, and Su Yuan gave up on the idea of making them betray Muguang. Perhaps one day, seeing Muguang for himself would make them come to their senses. Fine, whatever. But I'm curious about one thing: how does Muguang control the others? I have no idea. Yen Duo turned her head away while biting into her meat. These little beast girls from primitive tribes were still too naive, even the smallest expressions were written all over their faces. Oh, through a potion or some other item? Yen Duo's expression remained unchanged. She continued to turn her head away, ignoring him. So, it's through coercion and bribery? His expression remained unchanged. Is it through witchcraft? Yen Hua's expression became somewhat unnatural, but she still turned her head away and didn't say anything. Witchcraft, it must be some kind of elven magic. Based on this, I must possess purification magic to dispel it. But right now he only has one basic earth magic book, and he doesn't know if it contains any purification magic. I have to buy that spell book no matter what when I get back. Even if it doesn't have purification magic, increasing my strength will give me some insurance for the battles to come. You did a good job, so I'll give it all to you. After thinking it over, Su Yuan gave the two of them the whole piece of fish, which was only the size of a palm and not enough to fill them up. However, they won't be allowed to starve to death. Hanging them like this, preventing them from breaking free of their restraints, is enough. How is it? When they returned to the group, Xianku immediately came over, put her arm around Su Yuan's shoulder, and asked excitedly, "Have you found out? Should we kill them?" Damn it! Keep these two for now. They were taken in by Muguang. If you're powerful enough, you can recruit them as your subordinates. You're right. If I had two more high-level awakened warriors, my chances of defeating Muguang would be even greater. Xianku nodded in agreement. Okay, good luck, and remember to show your domineering side. Su Yuan watched Xianku run away but ignored her. She figured the two sisters would be in for a rough time with her. Soon, the sound of Yen Hua and Yen Duo's broken laughter came from over there again. Su Yuan, do you have any news about the Black Sheep Witch? At this moment, Pan Yu looked at Su Yuan with a hint of expectation, and obediently leaned her little body over, letting Su Yuan touch her ears. Yes, it is. Black Sheep, like the other shamans, was controlled by Muguang's witchcraft. However, the good news is that Muguang captured the shamans and occupied the various tribes without harming them. Could it be that she's aiming to rule the entire snowfield and establish a super large tribe? Long frowned and said that she had heard the old shaman say that their branch came from a large tribe on the other side of the snow mountain. No, she said it was to save the world. Save the world? Everyone looked surprised. This reason and behavior were completely unrelated. Who would want to save the world by conquering other tribes? As Su Yuan rubbed Pan Yu's ears, he suddenly thought of something, and his movements almost pulled out the white downy hair inside her ears. It hurts. I'm so sorry. Gently rubbing Pan Yu's ear, Su Yuan quickly asked Long, I remember you said your ancestors came from a large tribe, right? Yes, the old shaman said they are from the Xinyuan tribe. They came to the land of death because the shaman asked them to find something bestowed by the gods. Su Yuan seemed to understand a little. The shaman of the Xinyuan tribe sent people to the land of death to search for divine gifts, and this Mugwang was also a shaman. Is it possible that she also came to this snowy plain in search of divine gifts? Su Yuan shared his doubts with everyone. Only Long and Hong Shuang were pondering the question, while Hui was intently watching the roasting meat in the fire. Pan Yu and Lan Sha's minds were completely blank at this moment, staring blankly at the boundless sea in the distance. Could it be that she rules over other tribes in order to compete with the Kambara tribe for the divine gifts? Chapter 108 Get out of here, sleeping is not allowed. That's possible, but it's probably not aimed at you, given the huge difference in strength. It's possible that Mugwang is dealing with people sent by the Xinyuan tribe. Su Yuan felt that Mugwang's eagerness to rule the entire snowfield was most likely because he wanted to compete with other tribes for the divine gifts. This tribe is very powerful, so she needs enough men and enough strength to resist them. This is probably why she was determined to capture Xianku no matter what, because Xianku was a genius who combines the abilities of an awakened warrior and a sorcerer, and can exert a powerful suppressive force on the battlefield. As for the nonsense about saving the world, he's not one of those naive little guys who would believe such unrealistic lies. We have to catch that guy no matter what to find out if he's telling the truth or not. Ha 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 ha. Let me go. Ha ha ha. 2 days later, after passing through the endless white glacier, the group finally saw a piece of land in the distance where green and white intertwined. Compared to the meager greenery of the previous mountain forest, this place is clearly much more colorful. This is the desolate snowfield? Su Yuan patted De Shuang's head, and the group stopped on the grass with some greenery. Looking around, they could see many lush trees growing freely. The surrounding mountains are layered and overlapping, with small hills that can be seen at a glance, and mountain peaks that pierce the clouds when you look up, and flocks of birds soaring in the sky. Not only that, Su Yuan also saw a white-haired rat in the distance that immediately scurried into its hole after seeing him. Creatures were practically everywhere around him. Compared to the desolate snowfield, the icy snowfield seems rather barren. It's much warmer here. That awful place before was so cold my legs were numb. Xianku also jumped out from behind, tugging at the animal skin clothes Su Yuan had given her earlier. Su Yuan had specially added 2 leg warmers to protect her long, fair legs from the cold. If it's too hot, take off your clothes. Oh, okay then. The weather is still too warm. If it weren't for drinking a lot of blue spirit drinks, which slightly improved his physical perception, Su Yuan would have felt that the weather was no different from that of an icy snowfield, both equally cold. Alright, hurry up and put your clothes on. When Su Yuan saw Xianku actually obey his orders and take off her animal skin clothes, he slapped his forehead in anguish. Sure enough, he couldn't communicate with her using subtle language. Because she couldn't understand it at all. Banue, how far is it from here to the Black Sheep tribe? It's not far. After the Black Sheep which occupied the Red Fox's territory, she stayed there. The chief said that the Red Fox's tribe seems to be a bit more convenient in the middle or something. The phrase Banua likely refers to the Red Fox tribe's location in the middle of the desolate snowfield, making it convenient for them to attack other tribes. Alright, Xianku, you stay here and keep an eye on them. Don't leave no matter who you encounter, and don't listen to anything they say. Fine, Hui, you and Lansha stay here and keep an eye on them too. Su Yuan looked at Xianku, who had a blank expression, and patted his forehead again. He was really worried about leaving her to guard these two alone. If Mugwang finds out about my situation, I'm doomed. Right now, I really don't have the strength to fight her. If I'm discovered, I'll probably have no choice but to continue fleeing towards the land of death. What? I want to join you guys in fighting too. Xianku clung tightly to Su Yuan's arm, as if to say, I won't let go until you let me on. Alright, the task of guarding them is very serious. Look, Gray and Blue Sand are ordinary warriors, while these two are advanced awakened warriors. Now that you are the strongest, I feel at ease leaving you here. This is your food here, only those who stay can eat it. To keep Xianku here, Su Yuan put down all the fish and meat he had previously stored, and even exchanged for a bag of cat food and put it on the ground. Alright. I'll stay and keep an eye on them. Xianku's gaze followed the cat food in Su Yuan's hand all the way to Lansha's hand, and then she stared at the little spider girl with dissatisfaction. The food is for you during this period of time, and you can't eat it all in one day. There's a cave over there, so you can wait there for now. There was a cave not far away. It was impossible to build a snow house there. Even if it were possible, Su Yuan would still choose the cave because it would be more secluded than a snow house. The cave was very small. Only after getting close could Su Yuan see that it was only about 2 meters wide and could be seen from the end at a glance. Inside, a big, fat, dark-skinned man was fast asleep with his eyes half closed. Xin, go and wake it up and let it sleep in a different place. This black bear wasn't even as big as demands. Su Yuan only glanced at it and then ignored it. It was just a late-stage first-tier magical beast, at most it had a lot of meat on its body. Upon receiving the order, Xin stepped forward and slapped the black bear twice. The somewhat dazed bear opened its eyes, looking at the human in front of it, still not understanding what was happening. Get out of the way, you're not allowed to sleep here. Roar! The black bear immediately woke up and angrily got up, intending to tear the human who had woken it to pieces. But as soon as it stood up, its entire body floated in mid-air. After a dizzying spin, it crashed into the distance, its massive form immediately creating a crater in the ground. Alright, all done. Black Sheep Tribe, a new gathering point. At that moment, inside a stone cave hidden by animal hides in the giant rock cave, 2 tall women were arguing fiercely. Black Sheep, we can't keep fighting. The tribe needs to rest and recuperate. The frost crystal season is coming soon, and everyone needs to prepare food and warm clothing to get through it. The woman speaking had long, brownish-yellow hair tied into several braids that hung over her shoulders. She was tall and sexy, wearing a white animal skin blouse and a short skirt. His animal hide arm and leg guards were tattered and torn, and his body was covered with wounds of all sizes. He only had a bone battle axe at his waist. Time is running out. We must complete the task of the shaman of the bathing light immediately. Only by unifying the snowfields can we resist the impending disaster. On the opposite side, a woman dressed in animal skins sat on a rug, staring blankly at the witch's staff in her hand. Her clothes were much thicker than the woman opposite her, and her pair of black goat horns and long dark gray hair gave her a mysterious look. Mugwang, what exactly did Mugwang say to you that made you abandon your tribe and do this just to complete her mission? Tiger Hunter approached Black Sheep closely, his wounded hands gripping Black Sheep's face. The face that used to always wear a gentle smile was now as still as stagnant water. Tiger Hunter. I am the shaman of the Black Sheep tribe. As long as I live, and as long as you haven't defected, this tribe must obey my orders. A ferocious look appeared on Black Sheep's calm face, and a strange white light flashed in his pupils. The tribespeople are no longer able to fight. Then let those prisoners fight, and let them plunder other tribes for food. Keep some of the captured people to fight, and give the rest to the Maguang tribe. If you're planning to defect, then I'll take command myself. It'll be the same whether you're here or not. Tiger Hunter clenched her fists, her head bowed, her face filled with sorrow and anger. She couldn't understand what had happened to turn the usually gentle Black Sheep into this state. After a moment of silence, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Yes. Chapter 109, The Third Method. This must be where Red Fox and the others used to live. Not far from the Black Sheep tribe's giant rock dwelling, on a mountain covered with dense bushes, several figures were lying under the trees, observing the situation below. Pan Yu seemed very nervous. This was the place where she had been driven out, and now she was back. She could still clearly remember the way she had left. This rock is truly a wonder. Su Yuan carefully examined the strange structure with binoculars. The boulder did not appear to have appeared naturally, judging from the surrounding protruding hillsides and the large boulders scattered around it. This thing looks more like a meteorite from outer space, which fell here thousands or tens of thousands of years ago and has endured wind, rain, snow, and hail, yet it still exists here. So, it seems that meteorites from outer space are rare items? Su Yuan was somewhat tempted, but there was no need to rush. He could simply pick up any of the loose stones scattered on the ground to determine if it was a rare item. Su Yuan, what's the next step? The 3 beast girls beside Su Yuan looked at him, unsure of what to do next. Don't rush, let me observe carefully. Su Yuan looked through the binoculars toward the interior of the tribe. Because there were quite a few people captured, there were still many beast girls tied to pillars outside the boulder. Fortunately, the camp was still burning, and through the binoculars, one could vaguely see that the bound beast girls looked weak, but thankfully they were alive. It seems that Yen Duo and the others were not lying. Maguang needs a large number of strong people to resist the other large tribes that are competing with her for the divine gift, so it will not cause too much bloodshed. Besides the bound prisoners, there were some beast girls going in and out of the cave in the camp. There were no children playing in the camp, only beast girls with their hands stained red anxiously coming out. After observing for more than 10 minutes, Su Yuan put down the binoculars. There were about 70 or 80 prisoners outside the cave, but he was not sure about the number of enemies. How many people are there in the Black Sheep tribe? How many are warriors? And how many are awakened warriors? Originally, our tribe had more than 100 people. When we came to Red Fox, some of the elderly and children in the tribe were taken to other places. Panyu looked somewhat disappointed, but she suppressed her grief and continued, so when I left, the tribe still had about 50 warriors, 3 intermediate awakened warriors, and the Black Sheep Witch. This number of people isn't particularly difficult to deal with. Su Yuan nodded and began to ponder. Currently, the Star Tribe has about 30 warriors, Long, Shirshir, Huzi, Hongshuang, and Panuet, 5 awakened warriors, and Xin Ku. Based on this combat strength analysis, I could easily defeat Black Sheep. Not to mention the others, Xin Ku alone could suppress those 3 awakened warriors. But the most crucial question is, what about the tribe that cooperated with the Black Sheep tribe? Do you know anything about them? Given the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe, it's impossible for her tribe alone to defeat Xin Ku. Su Yuan's biggest concern is the other tribe. That tribe? I heard from the Tiger Hunter chief that tribe is very powerful. They were the ones who came up with the idea to attack the Shinka tribe before. Moreover, it was they who carried out the operation to prevent the capture of Xin Ku. The Black Sheep tribe was only responsible for attacking Xin Ku's tribe's camp. Panyu said in a low voice, somewhat disappointed, I didn't participate in that battle, so I'm not very clear about their strength. That time, she had argued with the Black Sheep and, in her rebellious nature, had defied the Black Sheep's orders, so she was unaware of the tribe's situation. If they could defeat Xin Ku, it would mean that the tribe possesses advanced awakened warriors, but they would still need to cooperate with the Black Sheep tribe for a raiding tactic. It's likely that the tribe over there only has one high-level awakened warrior, who is no match for Xin Ku in a direct confrontation, which is why they came up with this idea. Alright, there are 2 options now. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan immediately came up with a way to gather information this time. First, Panyu, go and lure out the leader of the Black Sheep tribe. After we subdue her, we'll tell her that the Black Sheep are being controlled by Mugwang. Then, we'll wait for an opportunity to capture the Black Sheep from within and without. As soon as the idea was proposed, Panyu immediately shook her head and said, no, the Tiger Hunter leader has been with the Black Sheep Witch since she was a child. She would never betray us. Secondly, you should go back and gather information, and find out about the other tribe before you are driven out by the Black Sheep. I didn't complete the Black Sheep Witch's mission. A look of fear appeared on Panyu's face as she subconsciously grabbed Su Yuan's arm. But she stopped mid-sentence, gritted her teeth, and looked at her tribesmen not far away. In the end, she nodded and agreed, I'll give it a try. After saying that, she prepared to walk down the hillside. Wait, I have a third method. Su Yuan frowned and pulled her back. It was too risky to let Panyu go back alone. Just as she said, she had not completed the mission. Even if she completes the mission, if Black Sheep discovers that she has successfully awakened, she will probably have a hard time escaping again. A third option? At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, and its cool sunlight shone on the earth without bringing any warmth. I'm so hungry, when can I eat? Wait a little longer, we can eat when the sun goes down. The beast girls of the Black Sheep tribe are in low spirits right now, not only because everyone is injured, but also because of the food shortage. Inside the cave, the animal skin was pulled back, and Tiger Hunter walked out, his face full of anger. Tiger Hunter leader. Tiger Hunter leader. Seeing the pitiful state of his people, Tiger Hunter gritted his teeth and dared not utter a sound, his sharp nails already digging into the flesh of his palms. Lingling, how much food does the tribe have left? A petite girl with a resolute expression stepped out from the crowd, her face showing some distress upon hearing Tiger Hunter's question. Chief, the tribe only has 2 snowthorn boars left. We estimate that we'll run out of food in about 3 more days. 2 days? Tiger Hunter looked around with a headache. A snowthorn boar was at least 2 meters tall, and its flesh was enough to feed a tribe for at least half a month. But now, they not only have to provide food for the prisoners to keep them alive, there is an even more important reason. Give Shuiro and the others half a snowthorn boar first. I'll go out into the wild tonight to see if I can catch any more prey. We absolutely mustn't let Black Sheep Witch know about this. Tiger Hunter whispered in Ling Ling's ear that Shui Rou and the other members of the Black Sheep tribe were originally arranged by Black Sheep to go to the Muguang tribe, but ever since Black Sheep's expression changed drastically, she has been full of vigilance towards that shaman. So, taking advantage of the Black Sheep's inattention, they found a secluded cave for the children and the beast girls who were unable to fight to hide temporarily. For their safety, she had people secretly deliver their food these past few days. Black Sheep could abandon her former tribesmen and let them become prisoners of other tribes, but she couldn't, because she hadn't lost her mind. Chapter 110: The Traveling Merchant from the Forest. Chief, 3 people are coming over with a magical beast. They say they are traveling merchants who have come to trade with us. Catching a few small wild animals like snow rabbits and snow rats in the desolate snowfield is not particularly difficult, but catching food for hundreds of people is not so easy. She is especially busy now. She received a mission while talking to the Black Sheep. After defeating another tribe, she is to take these prisoners to the Muguang tribe. Just as Tiger Hunter was pondering the food problem, a beast girl guarding the camp ran over and hurriedly said something. Traveling merchants? What are those? Tiger Hunter scratched her head, but she understood what a trade meant, and since a magical beast had arrived at the tribe, she immediately ran down to the rocky area at the foot of the hill. Not far away, there was a ground covered with piles of rubble. Su Yuan and his 2 companions were standing there, with De Shuang baring her teeth and staring ahead beside her, while several dirty beast girls around them were pointing their weapons at them. Damn it, system, what do you mean by this? Your system shop level is insufficient. Please upgrade before trading this special item. Good news, the giant rock where Red Fox and her companions previously lived is indeed a rare item. Bad news, its quality is perhaps too high, and the system cannot trade it. What about regular points trading? Please upgrade your system shop. What about the authentication? Please upgrade the system shop and then upgrade the appraisal system level. Damn, you're useless. Get out of here. Su Yuan stuffed a palm-sized stone into his pocket, then stood up and looked at the tall, beautiful woman walking towards him, her body covered in wounds, and her imposing expression. Hello, we are traveling merchants who have come to the snowy plains to conduct a transaction. Tiger Hunter looked at the somewhat strange person in front of her. The 2 awakened warriors beside her were a bit weaker than her, but the difference wasn't too great. The person standing in front of the 2 intermediate awakened warriors was accompanied by a powerful magical wolf. It seemed that only the Black Sheep which could subdue these people. Where did you come from? Beyond the snow-capped mountains lies the green vine forest. Without batting an eye, Su Yuan casually made up a place. The world is so big that even large tribes might not know every place. Not to mention this ordinary little tribe in the snowfield. The other side of the Wangshui Mountains? Wasn't the road we came from already occupied by the orcs? Tiger Hunter looked at Su Yuan with a puzzled expression and a somewhat unfriendly look. This guy knows about the Wangshui Mountains too? Could it be that Muguang told her? Su Yuan smiled calmly. The mountain range is so vast, it's impossible for them to lock down the entire mountain range, right? I've only come to your tribe to make a trade. I wonder if you're willing to trade. Before arriving, Su Yuan had a rough idea of the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe. Simply put, they were militaristic and constantly waging war, which was draining everything they had. Food, medicine, clothing, all sorts of supplies were scarce and troubled them, but the controlled Black Sheep naturally didn't care about these things. What do you need? Our tribe has nothing right now. Tiger Hunter stared at the 3 people in front of him. The awakened warriors on either side of him, who were silent, were wearing special weapons and looked dangerous. The person in the very center was dressed very cleanly, and his expression, beneath his short black hair, was full of friendliness. We have nothing to trade, and the tribe doesn't have many resources left. Tiger Hunter was somewhat disappointed. 3 or 4 consecutive battles had nearly depleted the tribe's food, animal hides, and crafted weapons. The fact that even a chief like her is now wielding an awkwardly shaped short-handled battle axe speaks volumes about the tribe's current situation. Don't worry, our tribe doesn't lack these. It's just that the tribe has had a good harvest of food and other supplies recently, so we plan to offer some for trade. Su Yuan certainly didn't expect their meager food. He was there for intelligence and also to see if there were any rare items to expand his special merchandise inventory. We have 2 items for trade, one is intelligence, and the other is some special items, such as materials for making witch wands, or very special stones, bones of powerful magical beasts, rare plants, and the like. Intelligence? What kind of intelligence do you need? Tiger Hunter cautiously looked at the person in front of him. Could he be a spy sent by another tribe in the snowfield? Information about the area around the snowfield, such as where there are food sources, where there are powerful magical beasts, and what has happened in the snowfield recently. We visited several tribes but didn't see anyone. Su Yuan put on an act, wearing a very confused expression. Although professionals could see through it at a glance, Tiger Hunter's mind was already drawn to what he had just said. You really think I'll trade food for it if I just tell you where there are powerful magical beasts? These messages don't yield much food, because we're not sure if what you're saying is deceiving us, so one message can only be exchanged for one of these. Su Yuan took out a roasted sweet potato from his backpack. He had brought more than a dozen sweet potatoes with him when he parted ways with Xin Ku and the others. What's this? Tell us some information. Are there any powerful magical beasts near the desolate snowfield that would be difficult for even a mid-level awakened warrior to defeat? It's a useless piece of information, Tiger Hunter said without even thinking. After walking a day's journey over there, you'll reach a cliff where there's a strange flying bird. If you get too close to it, it will attack you. If you can't fly, there's no way to defeat it. Good, we've noted this down. Su Yuan tossed the sweet potato in her hand to Tiger Hunter, who was clearly a little confused after catching it. You have to tell me what this is? It's a unique food from our green vine forest. You'll know once you take a bite. Since Xue Yuan had never seen this thing before, he could make up whatever he wanted. The important thing was to gain the trust of the Tiger Hunter in front of him. Chief, let me do it. Tiger Hunter frowned as she looked at the dark object in her hand, and Ling Ling stepped forward to try it for her. I'll do it myself. Faced with the tribe's food crisis, Tiger Hunter did not hesitate to bite into the dark object in his hand, easily creating a gap in what looked like a stone. The yellow flesh at the notch didn't look as bad as the dark outside, and after chewing it a few times, Tiger Hunter could taste a hint of sweetness. What sweet and fragrant fruit! Tiger Hunter ate the rest. The palm-sized fruit was surprisingly filling. Such a small piece made her feel a little full. Alright, if a deal is reached, how about we continue the discussion? Yes, welcome. Please come in. Seeing Tiger Hunter pointing to the tribe and inviting him in, Su Yuan quickly shook his head and said, No, we traveling merchants do not enter any other tribes. This is a sign of respect and loyalty to our tribal shaman. Just kidding. If Black Sheep goes crazy and grabs them after they go in, they probably won't be able to escape. If something happens here, Big Frost can lead them to escape immediately. Chapter 111. Will the Firefly Girl blow? Then let us trade here. Lingling, Shuangshi, bring out everything the tribe previously stored at the camp. Tiger Hunter glanced at the sled that Frost was dragging behind him, which was piled high with a large amount of goods hidden by animal hides. Should we tell the Black Sheep Witch? The Black Sheep Witch is already resting. Don't wake her up over such a small matter. Tiger Hunter remained silent for a moment before giving his orders. Black Sheep's emotions are too strange right now. If we tell her about the deal, the food problem will probably be even more difficult to solve. I'm sorry, Black Sheep Witch, but this time when I go to the Sunbeam tribe, I must find out exactly what happened. Tiger Hunter silently said something to himself before looking at Su Yuan opposite him. Information can be exchanged for food, right? Of course, as long as your information is accurate. Su Yuan looked at her with a smile. Without that unpredictable black sheep present, everything was proceeding according to his plan. Tiger Hunter was also delighted. This way, Shuero and the others could also get some food, and there was no need to send their tribesmen who had no fighting ability to go out hunting. So the two of them went back and forth, exchanging some information about Warcraft, including some information about orc tribes. Looking at the sweet potatoes on the ground, Tiger Hunter's serious expression softened somewhat. Although there wasn't much food, she had obtained it by exchanging a few useless pieces of information. Could you tell me what's been happening in the snowfield lately? This is important to us traveling merchants in the snowfield, so I'm willing to trade 5 sweet potatoes for it. Not long ago, a person named Mu Guang appeared in the snowfield. She established a tribe and then planned to rule all the tribes, saying it was to save the world. This question could be easily answered by asking other tribes. As for why Su Yuan and his group, who came from the Wangshue Mountains, did not know about the Maguang tribe, Tiger Hunter did not suspect anything. Perhaps the road they took to the snowfield wasn't the one leading to the Maguang tribe? Even she didn't know just how big the entire snowfield was. The joy brought by the food allowed Tiger Hunt to also fill the gaps in Su Yuan's words. No wonder we didn't find many tribes in those dilapidated caves. You must be careful, we found traces of many tribes that had disappeared when we were in the Wangshue Mountains. Well, the goods have arrived. Take a look and see what we can trade. Wasn't the Black Sheep tribe also ruled by Mugwang? The tribes in the desolate snowfield either obeyed Mugwang's orders like them, or they became wanderers. Tiger Hunter took the package wrapped in animal hide that Ling Ling had brought, opened it, and found a bunch of strange things scattered inside. Su Yuan also stopped the conversation. He was there to trade, and if he wasn't interested in the items being traded and kept asking for information instead, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. This, and this. The animal hides contain mostly small items, some unpolished bone knives, some shiny stones, and several palm-sized pieces of animal hide. The system voice in his ear made Su Yuan smile. Sure enough, the transaction was a win-win situation. Not only did he unlock special items, but he also found out more information. These 7 items will do. I don't know what you need. Food. We just want food. Tiger Hunter immediately spoke without hesitation, his hands instinctively gripping Su Yuan's arm in his nervousness. Long and Hongshuan on either side immediately drew their weapons and cautiously watched Tiger Hunter. I'm sorry, we're so short of food. I don't know how many of those sweet potatoes we can exchange for these things. Tiger Hunter quickly released Su Yuan and said apologetically. It's nothing. They were just nervous because we encountered a situation where they tried to rob us when we were trading with other tribes before. Su Yuan made a hasty decision and took out 2 large bags of sweet potatoes from the pile of animal hides behind Dishwang. Of course, these sweet potatoes were just exchanged in the system shop. Not much, just 200 points for a sweet potato. Any one of those 7 traded items would be worth more than 200 points. Not to mention there are 4 special items inside, which are priceless treasures. Are these 2 bags of sweet potatoes enough? Su Yuan placed 2 animal skin bags in front of Tiger Hunter. The bags reached Su Yuan's waist and were bulging with contents. That's enough. Looking at the pile of sweet potatoes that had been poured out and formed a small mountain, Tiger Hunter swallowed hard and nodded, saying that she knew that among the items Su Yuan had chosen earlier were several important materials for making a witch's staff. I was originally planning to haggle a little. Unexpectedly, the other party was so generous, giving away so much food so readily. It seems that these people must come from a large tribe. Perhaps it is a tribe even more powerful than the Maguang tribe. Alright, then our deal is done. Su Yuan smiled slightly. His mission had only just begun. After putting the animal skin bag back, he said with a very gentle smile. Now that the deal is done, I'll give you a free tip. These sweet potatoes must be roasted before you can eat them. The soft one you ate before was one we roasted earlier. If the sweet potato is freshly roasted, it will taste even better. We're heading to the next tribe. In consideration of this food, could you please tell us, for free, what other tribes exist in this snowfield area? Tiger Hunter sent people to collect the sweet potatoes, and after hearing Su Yuan's question, he pointed to the direction of a faint mountain range. The Maguang tribe, the tribe that wants to rule the entire snowfield, is in that direction. Perhaps you could give it a try. Su Yuan's smiling lips twitched slightly. If I dared to go to the Maguang tribe, I'd still be here chatting with you. That tribe is too powerful. We only brought some food and homemade clothing and bedding. I'm afraid they won't want them. Could you tell us about some tribes nearby that are also short of food? Hulai then changed direction and said, the Wuling tribe is in a state of war just like us. They are short of food and clothing. It will only take half a day to get there from this direction. The Firefly tribe? Could it be that the shaman of that tribe is a firefly girl? Those things glow from the butt, I wonder if she, cough. Su Yuan cleared his mind of all the jumbled thoughts and said in a wary tone, how strong are they? If they're too powerful, we might get robbed of all the goods we brought. They have 1 high-level awakened warrior, 4 mid-level awakened warriors, and that which is also quite powerful. 5 awakened warriors? Their strength is far superior to that of the Black Sheep tribe. If I were to launch a surprise attack on the Black Sheep tribe, I would likely find it difficult to defeat them with the support of the Wuing tribe. Most importantly, he couldn't kill these beast girls, because they were all members of the rebels against the moon, merely obeying the commands of the controlled Black Sheep. This makes it even more difficult. Chapter 112 Trading Prisoners. Could that shaman, Mugwang, remotely control these controlled shamans? This problem forced Su Yuan to take precautions. What if Mugwang discovered the surprise attack on the Black Sheep and other controlled tribes came to its aid? This battle will not be easy to fight. Therefore, without a way to quickly defeat the Black Sheep tribe and kidnap them, this raid cannot be carried out so easily. Seeing Tiger Hunting's hesitant expression, Su Yuan smiled and kindly offered her a piece of roasted meat. Thank you for the information. Consider this roast beef a gift from me. The tribe you mentioned is too powerful. In order to prevent the rest of our goods from being stolen, we have no choice but to go back first. Thank you. I wonder if you need anything else. If possible, could you rest at our tribe for a day while I try to find a way to kill that strange bird? Tiger Hunter didn't know how long the war would last, but the food was definitely not enough, and if she left the Black Sheep tribe to fight, Shuero's people would have no food source. So no matter what, she had to get more food, even if she was seriously injured. No need. That magical bird is too dangerous, and we have to go back soon. It's harvest time, and there are too few people in the tribe to handle it all. Su Yuan feigned refusal, then looked at the beast girls tied to racks in the camp with a puzzled expression. Hey, are these the prisoners you captured? Yes. Tiger Hunter felt somewhat ashamed. Those tied to the racks included not only warriors from other tribes, but also ordinary beast girls from other tribes. Anyone who was young and strong was to be captured and taken to the Maguang tribe. Don't worry, we are not a tribe that kills indiscriminately. We intend to hand these people over to the Maguang tribe. She was afraid that Su Yuan would misunderstand them as a tribe that enjoyed killing and then refused to continue trading with them. Judging from your demeanor, Chief, I trust you completely. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been robbed of everything by now. Su Yuan, completely unconcerned, mustered his courage and entered the camp. The bound orcs were pale, their lips cracked, and they were listless from hunger. My lord, how about I trade some slaves with you? I'll give you the remaining food, and you can take some people back to help my tribe harvest this year's food. These people were all designated by the Black Sheep Witch, and most of them were to be sent to the Maguang tribe. If the Black Sheep Witch found out, if we finish harvesting during this period, we will come again and bring even more food then. Okay, how many people do you need? Is all of them okay? Su Yuan looked at the group of about 70 or 80 people tied together. If he could take all of them back, the strength of his tribe would definitely increase greatly. Whether someone is a warrior or not doesn't matter as long as they are strong and accurate, they can at least hold the position of an archer in their tribe. Even the weaker ones can help make traps like Squeak and the others, or help the white rabbit process the harvested prey. Those dozen or so moss-bristled boars almost exhausted White Rabbit and her little beast girls, which shows how serious the population shortage problem is in the Star Tribe now. Most importantly, there might be Xin or former members of the Red Fox tribe among them, so saving one is better than nothing. No, I can't give you all of these people. Tiger Hunter shook his head. These days, the Black Sheep Witch rarely pays attention to prisoners, but for them all to have disappeared is rather obvious. 40 people. I can give you 40 people, but I want 9 bags of those sweet potatoes from before. A bag of sweet potatoes worth 100 points can be exchanged for 5 people. These 800 points are less than the points Su Yuan earns in a day, but that's not how things are calculated. Su Yuan shook his head, his gaze at the weak beast girls was very calm. These are all ordinary people, they can't do any physical work, so we can only give them 6 bags of sweet potatoes. 6 bags it is, but you have to give us those animal skin bags too. Make a deal. They were just some slightly thicker animal hide bags, worth about 10 points when recycled to the system. Su Yuan only bargained with Tiger Hunter because he was a businessman. Otherwise, he could give 20 bags of sweet potatoes and let all the beast girl captives take them away. Chief, the Black Sheep Witch might find out that so many people are missing. Lingling, who overheard the transaction between the two, was somewhat worried. The Black Sheep Witch was no longer so easy to talk to, mistakes would be punished. It's all right. In a little while, you take these people and leave here with them. Just say that the tribe is running out of food and you're taking them to the Maguang tribe ahead of time. Then you take this food to Shuero's place, stay there for a few days, and come back. I will explain things to the tribe. Su Yuan, who was following along, was stunned. This Tiger Hunter looked like a very cool and mature woman, but he didn't expect her to be so thoughtful and come up with a plan so quickly. No wonder Red Fox and the others couldn't defeat Black Sheep. This guy is strong and meticulous, and is more suitable to be a leader than that idiot Xin. That's settled then, my friend. My people will escort you for a while, and then she will leave with the food. Please accompany her for a bit. Troublesome? Of course not. Su Yuan's smile deepened, and his expression towards Ling Ling beside him became much more affectionate. No problem, Long. You pick 40 people, and they should look particularly weak, otherwise we won't be able to suppress them if they resist on the way. Su Yuan originally planned to select the people himself, but there were no supplies on the sled behind De Shuang, so he had to go and get them himself. Yes. Soon, 6 bags of sweet potatoes were brought out. Tiger Hunter handed 3 of them to Ling Ling, who had 1 bag under each arm and another bag of sweet potatoes on her head, looked quite comical. Long also brought 40 people with her. Every one of them looked at Su Yuan with fear on their faces, and they were also full of worry about their unknown fate. Let's go. Does this lady need our help to give her a ride? Su Yuan said hastily, looking at Ling Ling's appearance. No need. She will leave on her own after we leave the Black Sheep tribe's territory. It won't trouble you. Before Ling Ling could speak, Tiger Hunter refused on the spot and whispered something in Ling Ling's ear, which made Ling Ling look at Su Yuan and the others with more vigilance. Alright then, we won't bother you any longer. Let's go. With the intelligence in hand and the unexpected personnel acquired, the next step is to consider how to deal with the Black Sheep tribe. Su Yuan tied all the beast girls' hands in a row, and then led everyone away from the Black Sheep tribe. When they reached the hillside, he looked back and saw that the animal skin curtain had been pulled open at one corner. Let's go. Speed up. Chapter 113. She's actually a very nice person, except Tiger Hunt, what's the situation with those people? The familiar voice behind him made Tiger Hunter freeze as he stared at the sweet potatoes on the ground. He turned around and calmly explained, those people are merchants who came to trade, from Green Vine Forest. Green Vine Forest. Black Sheep muttered a few words of doubt. Is there such a place as Green Vine Forest? What about the tribe's captives and those strange things on the ground? Tiger Hunter then voiced the excuse he had prepared. This food was obtained by exchanging some of the tribe's items for making shamanic staffs. I have calculated the tribe's food consumption, and now we must hand over some of the prisoners to the shaman of the light in advance so that the tribe can get through the next period of time. I have already sent Ling Ling with people to the Maguang tribe. I took it upon myself to exchange these food items for the tribe's treasures. Please punish me, shaman. Coax. A burst of black mist shot out from the black sheep's body, knocking the kneeling Tiger Hunter away. After falling to the ground, she coughed up blood and knelt down in front of the black sheep once again. Do you think I don't know you hid those people from the tribe? This is the second time you've acted behind my back. I don't want to hear about you acting independently again. Black Sheep's face was extremely gloomy, and his gentle and intellectual features became somewhat distorted under this expression, losing their usual charm. Pack your things. Tomorrow morning, head to Broken Cliff Mountain and bring back those useless tribesmen. The Shaman of Light needs more people to help her save the world. I understand. Tiger Hunter lowered his head, forcing back the blood in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the shadow of the black sheep in front of him, filled with murderous intent. Muguang, the divine shaman, I'll personally escort them here this time. Luckily they didn't chase after us. Who knows what kind of trouble that black sheep might cause when it comes out. Once they were out of sight of the Black Sheep tribe, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the warmth of the flames, the beast girls following behind began to shiver. The thin animal hides barely covered their bodies, offering them no warmth whatsoever. Thank you all, I'll be leaving now. Having left the Black Sheep tribe's territory, Ling Ling prepared to head in another direction, as Tiger Hunter had previously warned her to be wary of Su Yuan and his group. She must not let them know the location where Shuero and the other Black Sheep tribe members are hiding. She had been suspicious of Su Yuan when he was trading prisoners. Don't rush, little beast girl, look who this is. Su Yuan brought out Panyu, who was hiding in the corner. They had left Panyu here when they went down to pretend to be merchants. Sister Ling Ling. Betray the moon. Ling Ling was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Panyu. No, when did Panyu have this expression? Just as she was still shocked at how Panyu could be here, Long and Hong Shuang had already arrived behind her, and a red spider silk instantly bound her body. Knock knock knock. The sweet potato she was holding fell to the snow. Spider silk tightly bound Ling Ling's body, and even her mouth was tightly bound. Ha! Su Yuan, why did you tie Ling Ling up? This scene stunned Panyu, who anxiously grabbed Su Yuan's arm and explained, Sister Ling Ling isn't a bad person. She's just a bit fierce, always has a stern face, a bad temper, and a terrifying appetite. Actually, she's a very nice person. Mmm. MMM. Ling Ling looked at Pan Yu with a black line on her forehead. She had been so worried about her, but she didn't expect that Pan Yu would think of her like this. Don't worry, I don't plan to deal with her. Let's get everyone together with Xin Ku and the others first. Su Yuan turned around and looked at the beast girls shivering in the cold wind. He quickly exchanged for 40 large pieces of animal skin clothing and boots in the system shop. The animal hide items don't cost many points, but 40 people still spent nearly 4,000 points. Everyone, please put your clothes on. I am the leader of the Starry Sky tribe, and I am not with the Sunbeam tribe. This time, I am here to rescue you all. The beast girls in front of him looked somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to do with the mountain of clothes piled up in front of them. It seems that these ordinary beast girls don't know anything about Mu Guang. Perhaps for them, it's just that their ordinary lives have been disturbed and they've been inexplicably tied to the pillar. So Su Yuan had to change his wording. Are there any members of the Red Fox tribe? I am a friend of the Red Fox. There was a moment of silence in the crowd, and after a while, about 10 people raised their hands. Some of them, like Gigi, were small and didn't even reach Su Yuan's waist. Su Yuan felt a pang of heartache seeing their pitiful appearance. I'll untie the ropes for you later. Put your clothes on and come back with me. We'll eat after we leave the Black Sheep tribe. Hurry up. If Black Sheep and the others get here soon, we'll all have to go back and tie ourselves to the pillars to starve. After Su Yuan scolded them, everyone hurriedly put on their clothes. The little clothes looked quite comical on the animal skin coats. His entire body was enveloped in it, and the hem of his clothes dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail as he walked. Everyone in the group was filled with uncertainty about the future. Sister, where are we going? On the way, a bold little boy came up and cautiously asked Su Yuan, holding his finger. Call me brother, let's leave here first and then go back to the tribe. Su Yuan looked at the adorable little one and picked her up. The warmth from the clothes he wore along the way helped the beast girls recover from their shock. Brother, how far is the tribe? My stomach is so upset from hunger. The little one's appearance made Su Yuan feel uncomfortable. There were still many people in the Black Sheep tribe who were tied up, and the Maguang tribe had captured countless more people. At that moment, he desperately wanted to rush back and rescue the remaining 40 people, but reason told him he couldn't do that. Even if he managed to bring them back, he would probably be caught before he got very far. Just hang in there, we're almost there. Ugh. Ling Ling was also restless, struggling desperately as she was carried on De Shuang's back. However, as a mid-level awakened warrior, she couldn't break free from the spider silk's restraints for the time being. Sister Ling Ling, Su Yuan, and the others are good people. Believe me, we are all trying to save the Black Sheep Witch. Pan Yu tried to persuade Ling Ling with earnest words, which made Ling Ling even more convinced that Pan Yu had been bewitched. When would she see that arrogant and confrontational guy become so obedient? As dusk fell, Su Yuan led his group back to the place where Xin Ku and the others had stayed earlier. The campfire inside the cave was already lit, and 2 figures were standing outside the cave entrance. From a distance, only their backs, holding weapons, could be seen. Lansha, Hui, what are you two doing guarding the cave entrance? Upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, Lansha and Hui immediately ran over and grabbed his arms, anxiously saying, Leader, those two are planning to escape. Escaped? Where's Xin Ku? Someone stole our food during the day, and she went to catch them. That idiot. Can't he tell which is more important, food or these two? Su Yuan had a headache and quickly led the others into the cave. The 2 people who were tied up were struggling desperately, and the ropes binding them were rattling loudly. You've got nothing better to do than eat your fill, huh? Oh no, Yen Duo, he's back. The 2, who had initially felt the ropes were loosening, deflated completely upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, like eggplants chilled by frost. Chapter 114 He, the Demon's Whisper. You two, don't even think about running away, or next time I'll make you sleep for days and nights again. Su Yuan secured the rope again, looked at the 2 of them with expressions of utter despair, and gently pinched their fair and tender faces, chuckling softly. Kill me, and after death we will follow in the footsteps of the divine shaman of the bathing light once again. Then you can starve to death. The food is here. If you don't eat it, I'll give you a proper burial in 2 days. He tossed a sweet potato in front of the 2 men and ignored them. 1 sweet potato was enough to keep them alive. As for them to starve to death, he would just bury them somewhere. Yen Duo, are we really not going to eat? I won't eat it. Even if I starve to death or freeze to death here, I won't eat a single bite of his food. Yen Duo turned her head away without hesitation, ignoring the sweet potato. Gurgle. 10 minutes later, the two smiled as they tasted the sweet potato. They hadn't eaten anything so sweet in a long time. It was soft and chewy in their mouths. It's so soft and smells delicious. IWA, remember this, we're eating to conserve our strength so we can escape that guy's clutches. Okay, I got it. The cave couldn't hold so many people, so Long cut down some trees nearby and lit several bonfires outside the cave entrance. Everyone looked curiously at the steaming sweet potatoes in their hands. Everyone, eat up, but be careful, it's hot. Su Yuan sat down and broke open a sweet potato. Only after he ate it did the beast girls around him start eating. It's so sweet. It's so soft and chewy, it tastes even better than the fruit we used to pick. Exclamations of surprise and joy rose and fell, and the beast girls, who had been somewhat silent, became lively, stuffing mouthfuls of hot sweet potatoes into their mouths. Its chubby little face looked like a hamster's it couldn't swallow and could only keep chewing in its mouth. After they started eating, everyone looked at Su Yuan with more trust, as they had never tasted such delicious food even in the tribe before. Especially in some tribes that do not know fire magic, they eat wild fruits and raw meat every day, and the meat freezes into ice blocks as soon as it is placed on the snow. If you're still hungry, come here and get some. Just throw it near the fire, but don't put it on the fire to roast, or it won't be edible. Su Yuan ate 2 simple meals to fill his stomach, then took a roasted sweet potato and came to Ling Ling's side. At this moment, only Hong Shuang was watching over her. Hong Shuang was quite experienced in how to keep an eye on people. She managed to drag the demon salamander until it almost starved to death, but it still couldn't escape. Xiao Panua followed behind him, holding a broken sweet potato in her hand, her head bowed with some guilt. Ugh, you, cough cough cough, you're not businessmen. Of course we are not businessmen. Hello, I am Su Yuan, the leader of the Star Tribe. Su Yuan subconsciously reached out his hand, but seeing Ling Ling bound hand and foot, he had no choice but to withdraw it. Star Tribe. Where did this Star Tribe suddenly appear in this desolate snowfield? I've never heard of it before. A tribe with 2 intermediate awakened warriors shouldn't be completely unknown. Sister Ling Ling, they've come to rescue the Black Sheep Witch. Pa! Traitor! Didn't the leader tell you to go find Red Fox? Pan Yu pouted, feeling a little aggrieved, and said, I found it, and then they captured me. Then how come you and Xingqian, you're from the Red Fox clan? Ling Ling caught a glimpse of a wolf bone dagger at Su Yuan's waist. The dagger was exquisitely crafted and wrapped in spider silk, but some symbols could be seen on the hilt. That's the symbol of the Red Fox tribe. You guessed wrong. Red Fox and the others are my people. But don't be nervous. Let's eat something first and talk slowly. While feeding Ling Ling, Su Yuan told her the gist of what had happened, though he made some minor alterations to the events in between. Since Mu Guang is conquering other tribes' territories under the guise of saving the world, then I will go and defeat her under the guise of saving the beast girls of the Snowfield world. So, this time we're here to investigate whether Black Sheep is being controlled by Mu Guang. Do you think Black Sheep would ever drive his own people out of the tribe before? Ling Ling fell silent. She had considered this matter, but as the leader, Tiger Hunter was carrying out Black Sheep's orders, so how could she possibly rebel? Then why did you tie me up? Capturing me won't do any good. I won't go with you to attack our tribe. Su Yuan pinched her stubborn little face into a wide grin and stared at her like this, laughing, I don't need another awakened warrior like you. If I weren't worried about the Wu Ying tribe, I would have launched a surprise attack on the Black Sheep tribe this time. I captured you just to find the tribesmen who were abandoned by the Black Sheep tribe. Ugh. No way, I won't tell you. You can kill me, but I won't tell you where they are. Ling Ling broke free from Su Yuan's clutches and bit into the sweet potato in front of her to seal her mouth. He, if you don't tell them, they'll starve to death. Tiger Hunt sent you with 3 bags of sweet potatoes, so we probably won't be providing them with food for a while. If someone gets bitten to death by a monster while searching for food outside, or starves to death in the camp, then it's your fault. Su Yuan's words were like a demon's whisper, filling Ling Ling, an awakened warrior, with fear. She quickly swallowed the sweet potato in her mouth. Wa'ada. Water. Pan Yu, quickly get her some water. Perhaps startled, Ling Ling's face was flushed red from holding her food in, and Su Yuan quickly patted her from behind. Cough cough cough, you can't steal our food. Ling Ling was so anxious she was almost in tears. She turned to Pan Yu and hurriedly said, Pan Yu, make him give the food back to me. I'll come back on my own after I deliver it, and then he can do whatever he wants with it. Su Yuan. Ugh, this is such a headache. Why are these people so stubborn? It's not like they're going to eat these beast girls. Hey, you're back. Just as he was thinking of a solution, Xinka's voice came from afar. Seeing that everyone was eating sweet potatoes, she came over and casually picked one up from the fire. I just baked that. Wa'ada. Eh? Sinkawu. The little beast girl had been drooling from the aroma of the sweet potatoes, but when they were taken away as soon as they were baked, she burst into tears of grievance. But when she saw who it was, she froze on the spot, and the tears welling up in her eyes stopped for a moment. Little Mulberry, I'm your leader. What's wrong with me eating a sweet potato? Never mind, here you go. Seeing Su Yuan approach with a dark expression, Xinka quickly returned the sweet potato to the little beast girl, but Su Yuan still grabbed her furry ears and pulled her over. I told you to keep an eye on Yin Duo and the other girl, where did you go? Do you know they almost ran away? I'm chasing the thief. Someone stole our food. No one can steal food from me. Even with Su Yuan pulling her ear, Xinka still acted as if she hadn't done anything wrong, tilting her head back and speaking arrogantly. You, Sai, what about the thief you caught? Su Yuan had a headache. This guy was the strongest, but also the most unreliable. What kind of leopard girl could be so outrageous? Let go of me first, and I'll show you the tribesmen I've recruited. Then I can continue to develop the tribe. Xinka broke free and excitedly pointed to the group of figures behind her, saying, Look, these are the new clansmen I've recruited. Sister Shuai-Ro. Chapter 115. You mean, a sheep gave birth to a wolf? Several more campfires were lit, and the firelight outside the cave was very bright. The beast girls shared sweet potatoes with each other in the snow. Su Yuan looked at the rabbit-eared girl in front of him. Unlike the white rabbit, this one had longer ears and a longer light gray fur tail. At this moment, Xinka sat next to Su Yuan with a depressed look on her face, appearing unwilling to accept defeat. So your people stole Xinka's food, and then she caught them all in one fell swoop? I'm sorry, Xiaoyun was too hungry, so she stole your food. Shuai-Ro lowered her head apologetically, her expression unchanged from before. Sadness, helplessness, and a touch of despair filled his voice, which was filled with sorrow. His hands, holding the sweet potato, were covered in wounds and calluses. There was also a tiny beast girl in his arms, about the size of a squeaky chirp, happily eating sweet potatoes with both hands, her mouth covered in sweet potato smears, completely oblivious to the fact. You're also from the Black Sheep tribe, right? From the earlier mention of a sister Shuai-Ro and the current intimate gesture between them and Panyu, Su Yuan knew that Xinka had accidentally captured the Black Sheep tribe members who had been expelled. There were about 30 people, most of whom were children like Zizi, and some who looked very mature and beautiful, but moved rather slowly. This was the first time Su Yuan had ever seen elderly beast girls from another world. Apart from their cloudy eyes and the slight wrinkles at the corners of their eyes, it was hard to tell how many years these beast girls had lived. That was true before, but not anymore. We've been driven out by the Black Sheep Witch. Then why don't you join my tribe? It's just some elderly people and children. Su Yuan is a young man who emerged from the socialist era of the 21st century. He doesn't have the primitive tribe's idea of abandoning the elderly and children. What's more, they are a group of very beautiful and cute beast girls. For tribes that conquer and seize territory, they are naturally of little use, but development requires people. The elderly are experienced, and the children are the future of the tribe. This made Su Yuan even more convinced that Mu Guan wanted the divine gift, and that if she could seize it through a short war, she would return to her tribe. Shuai-Ro. Lingling watched the scene with heartache, but her eyes kept avoiding a beast girl who was slowly eating a sweet potato not far away. The two looked very alike. The other one had a somewhat melancholy expression and did not have Shueling's resolute gaze. She was also very gentle in her actions, like a soft breeze. Alas, Lingling, I fled the Black Sheep tribe for the sake of everyone who was taken away. My mother is here, and so is your mother. Without support, it will be difficult for everyone to survive. The Black Sheep Witch has changed. I don't want to trouble you or the Tiger Hunter Chief anymore. So, for the sake of these people's survival, I'm willing to bring everyone to join me. Despite having the character Ro, meaning gentle soft in her name, Shuai-Ro is decisive and makes her own decision after looking around at everyone's cheerful expressions. So that was your mother. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze from the woman Ling Ling was staring at and smiled at Ling Ling, who was avoiding his gaze. Miss Ling Ling, don't you want your mother to? No. Don't tell her I'm here. You'll be found out sooner or later, won't you? For everyone's safety, I can't let you go back. I'll have to trouble you to come back to the tribe with me. Ling Ling bit her lip, struggling with the decision for a long time. Everyone else around her left, and the camp was filled with the laughter and cheers that had been heard long ago. I see. Ling Ling, my child, it's been so long. Ling Ling lowered her head, and a familiar voice reached her ears. The tears she had been holding back for so long finally fell. Mother. At night, Su Yuan sat by the campfire, with Pan Yu, who was in his arms, asleep on his knees, and Xianku, who was keeping watch with him, resting her head on his shoulder. The beast girls around them were all fast asleep, huddled together in twos and threes, with only half of their heads sticking out as they breathed. Because it was too late when we returned, and there was a large force of nearly 80 people in the camp, the idea of building a shelter had to be put on hold. The animal hide quilt, which cost 200 points, was the cheapest quilt Su Yuan found in the store. Fortunately, it was thick and warm, and the 6,000 plus points allowed everyone to sleep peacefully tonight. Then he spent another 10,000 points to exchange for the shark eye sensing crystal. This place was too close to the Black Sheep tribe, and it was also in the desolate snowfield. To ensure the safety of these beast girls who lack combat abilities, it is necessary to guard against the surrounding situation to prevent anyone from getting hurt. System, how do I use this thing? Su Yuan played with the crystal ball in his hand. It was about the same size as the eyeball of the ice-tooth shark from before, and could be held in one hand. Aside from the sudden coldness in my hand, I couldn't sense anything about my surroundings. Close your eyes. After hearing the prompt, Su Yuan closed his eyes, and the crystal ball in his hand emitted a light. In the darkness, Su Yuan felt that some images appeared before his eyes. Like playing a game, the perspective in front of him can be moved, zoomed in, and shrunk at will, depending on his thoughts. Under the starlight, he could zoom in to see the squirrel sleeping soundly in the tree hole, zoom out to see an aerial view of the area, and even see himself with his eyes closed. But once you go beyond a certain range, the surrounding world becomes completely dark, as if you've fallen into an abyss. These 8,000 points are quite worth it. I thought it would be like in movies and TV shows from my past life, where a scene of a certain place would be displayed in a crystal ball, but I didn't expect to have a holographic view of my surroundings. Black Sheep Mama, I will save you. Just as Su Yuan was studying the crystal ball, Pan Yu in his arms began to mumble in her sleep. Looking down, he saw the girl drooling at the corner of her mouth, her slightly open lips murmuring to herself. Gazing at Pan Yu's face pressed against his, Su Yuan recalled that night at the unfrozen river. This little beast girl still needs a period of training before she can start working. Last time, even without transforming, her sharp little tiger teeth scared him so much that he gasped for breath. It was a night of extremes, like being in both ice and fire. How about we have some training tonight? Calm down, calm down. There are so many beast girls here. But speaking of which, why does Betrayal Moon call Black Sheep Mom? Could it be that this little guy was also picked up by the black sheep? Or is the black sheep not a sheep at all? But a wolf like Pan Yu? It can't be a sheep giving birth to a wolf, can it? Compared to these, Su Yuan was still more willing to believe the first conjecture. The beast girls in this world basically respected the laws of nature. For example, Red Fox and Fox 9 should be biological sisters. After all, both of them are fox spirits. Iwaka and Iwata are probably sisters, but the three sisters, Panue, Yue, and Beiyue, are different. They even have completely different personalities. Chapter 116. No, where is my magic? Today, I traded a total of 7 items in the Black Sheep tribe, 4 of which were rare items, and the other 3 were also quite valuable. Su Yuan took out the items. There weren't many. The 7 small items were wrapped very tightly in animal hide. Rare items detected: Energy Stone, Howling Bull Bone, Blazing Warm Stone, Frost Mushroom Spore Sac. Tradable for 21,000 points, or 2,100 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. The 4 rare items are worth over 20,000 points in total, and the 3 ordinary items are worth 8,000 points. In addition, the items you searched in the wild today have also earned you over 10,000 points. In addition, 4 special items were unlocked. After confirming the direction of the transaction, Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop. Juning Stone Brand Flashlight, 300 points. Note, this is a flashlight that can be used simply by charging. One charge can last for a week. It's instant on-off, waterproof, and fireproof. A true powerhouse among flashlights, one is better than 10. Roaring Sentinel, 2,100 points. Note, the whistle, crafted from the spine of a roaring bull, consumes energy to increase the strength and speed of nearby units for 10 minutes when blown. Blazing Warm Stone, 300 points. Note, throwing it into a flame will allow it to absorb fire elements and store them in the stone. It can absorb the elements for 1 day and can maintain its heat emission for up to 7 days. Frost Mist Spore Bullet, 500 points. Note, bombs made using frost mushroom spore sacs explode when thrown at a distance, causing frost mist erosion damage within a 10-meter radius. For new special items, 2 related to daily life and 2 related to combat, but they are mostly quite useful. The flashlight, in particular, which was obtained by exchanging energy stones, was a huge help. Su Yuan had originally planned to make torches, because it was difficult to leave the tribe once it got dark, but unfortunately the oil fruits he had used up were all gone. Nowadays, there are no products with high oil content, and extracting animal fat is too troublesome, plus it requires wrapping strips of cloth around wooden sticks. In this snowy night and blizzard, the fire would probably burn out in less than half an hour. This flashlight, which can be redeemed with 300 points, is simply a godsend. Once you exchange one, you can use it indefinitely, and you don't need to change batteries as frequently as with a regular flashlight. So Su Yuan immediately exchanged for an Energy Stone brand flashlight, which was a light blue crystal-shaped cylinder with some beautiful patterns carved on it. Its pale blue exterior was somewhat dull, presumably due to a lack of power. That was convenient, though, as it could still display the power level when it was low. System, how do I inject this energy? The word injection felt particularly strange to Su Yuan as he asked the system, examining the cylindrical flashlight from all angles. It resembles a certain object in size, but one end is a black screen and the other end is a transparent screen. It really looked like a flashlight I'd seen in my past life, but I'd forgotten what brand it was. Hold the flashlight by its black rear end and channel your stored energy into it. Following the system's instructions, Su Yuan placed his palm on the back of the flashlight, but he did not feel any strange changes. After waiting for half an hour, the flashlight remained dim. Su Yuan released his grip and tried to turn it on. The flashlight in front of me still didn't move. What's going on? Do I have to charge it for a whole day and night? System, what's going on? The host has no energy. Please replenish your energy reserves before proceeding. You, a vulgar expression from Lungmen, why didn't you tell me just now? I just stood here like an idiot, holding this thing and waiting for ages, and you're telling me it has no power? Then what about the sensing crystal before? Su Yuan suddenly realized that the shark eye sensing crystal he had seen earlier did not mention energy, but rather that the range was determined by an individual's mental strength. So, all the drinking blue spirit beverage for so long has only slightly increased my physical stats, without helping me grow in magical power to become a mage at all? Grass. Su Yuan really wanted to throw the flashlight out, but it only cost 300 points, so he had no choice but to reluctantly put it back into the animal hide where he had previously stored the items. The night passed peacefully, and in the early morning, Su Yuan's eyes only showed a trace of weariness. He was already used to staying up all night in his previous life. However, after transmigrating, he went to bed early every day, except for a few nights when he stayed up late playing games with Maoye and the others. Let's get ready and set off. Once we get to the snowy plains, I'll teach you how to build snow houses to keep warm. What? We're going to the frozen wasteland? People can freeze to death there. Why, I'm so scared. What if the ice god gets angry? Upon hearing that they were heading to the icy snowfield, the beast girls, who had been laughing about the food, panicked. They thought that they wouldn't freeze to death here, and that they could find some food nearby to fill their stomachs. Only after reaching the icy snowfield did we reach the most desperate place. Everywhere we looked, the earth was covered in white snow. If we lay on the snow overnight, we would be buried in ice the next day. The camp was immediately filled with a cacophony of voices, and some of the little beast girls, who had grown up being terrified by their mother's stories of the frozen wastelands, even burst into tears. Don't worry, everyone. Since I can lead you to the icy and snowy plains, I will definitely protect your safety. As for food and accommodation, don't worry. Looking at these beast girls, Su Yuan realized that this world is indeed about appearances. There's a difference between a group of unruly people and a group of cute and beautiful unruly people. Faced with these adorable beast girls, he could only patiently say, if you continue to stay here, you will all be captured and taken back. If you are tied up there without food or water, you will die in no time. If you trust me, come with me. If you don't trust me, you can go back and be captured by the Black Sheep tribe again. You can't, you have to come back with us. Su Yuan looked at Ling Ling, who was tied up, and said with a forced smile, there are 3 prisoners in total this time. Yen Hua and Yen Duo are on the verge of starvation every day. After seeing Su Yuan return yesterday, she gave up her plan, but she occasionally tried to break free of her restraints. Ling Ling, on the other hand, was quite well behaved. He spent the night embracing the gentle beast girl that Su Yuan had seen the day before, and slept very soundly. I didn't say I wanted to go back. I agreed to temporarily join your tribe, but I still want to participate in the attack on the Black Sheep tribe. Ling Ling pouted and turned her head away, ignoring Su Yuan. The surrounding chatter instantly ceased. The other beast girls from the Black Sheep tribe, who had been captured and brought here, were suffering from hunger and cold. The thought of being captured again made them all choose to follow Su Yuan. Sister Shuero, what should we do? The members of the Black Sheep tribe gathered around Shuero anxiously. Keep up with them. Yesterday's conversation gave Shuero some specific information, including what Tiger Hunter told her, even though they used to be members of the Black Sheep tribe. If discovered, they will be captured by the Black Sheep and taken to the Maguan tribe without hesitation. Chapter 117 Get lost, you're not allowed to sleep here. Where are they? On the desolate snowfield and the precipice of the mountain, a group of people arrived at this perilous place with serious expressions. The reason this place is called Broken Cliff Mountain is because of the distant, upturned hillside, which is shrouded in a white, cold mist. Walking through the thick fog, you might slip and fall off the bottomless cliff after just a few steps. Countless creatures have fallen to their deaths here in recent years. There was a huge cave in the crack on the side of the cliff. At this moment, Tiger Hunter looked at the cave in front of him with a very ugly expression. There was no one in sight. Roar! Inside the cave, a black bear with disheveled fur opened its eyes. This was the second time in the past 2 days that it had been awakened. It angrily rushed out of the cave, intending to bite the intruder to death. Tiger Hunter frowned, dodged the black bear's attack by sidestepping, and grabbed the black bear by the scruff of its neck, pulling it back. Wa'ada! The black bear was manipulated like a chicken for the second time. When it saw the Tiger Hunter with a fierce expression like a ghost, it lost hope and collapsed to the ground. Sniff! There's no smell of blood, and you don't smell of Shuero or the others on you. Get lost, this isn't a place for you to rest. Now that he could not find any trace of his missing tribesmen, Tiger Hunter lost his will to hunt. He casually tossed the black bear aside and led the other warriors into the cave. The dark cave was very quiet, with traces of wild animal bones visible in some corners, but judging from the bite marks, they didn't seem to belong to that black bear. Look around and see if there are any traces of sweet potatoes. Tiger Hunter was somewhat panicked. He had asked Ling Ling to bring food over yesterday, but today all the tribesmen who had been hiding here had vanished. What exactly happened? Could it be that the black sheep which acted behind my back last night? Or perhaps, that traveling merchant? Chief, there is no trace of sweet potatoes nearby, and we can't smell any Ling Ling here either. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm just curious why those people insist on coming here to trade slaves. Are they after the Black Sheep tribe? But who could it be? The Deer Bell tribe, currently engaged in battle, doesn't have the strength for that, and the Witch Firefly tribe also has its own mission. Where did that traveling merchant come from? How did they know that their people were hiding in this very secluded location? Tiger Hunter firmly believed that Ling Ling would not betray him or his people, which is why he had no idea how their hideout had been discovered. Let's go back. The 3 traveling merchants had said they were in the Greenvine Forest on the other side of the Wangshue Mountains. If I act tonight, I can find their trail in the Wangshue Mountains. With so many elderly people and children, as well as more than 40 people captured from the Black Sheep tribe, their progress can't be fast, and they might even be able to capture those people again. As for the excuse given to the Black Sheep Witch, the matter of sending people to the Maguan tribe can be used as a convenient pretext. Please make sure nothing happens to you, or even if I have to leave the Black Sheep tribe, I will go to the Greenvine Forest and capture you. If only we could catch a few more. With a large group, the journey became much more difficult, and we were delayed a bit on the way here. However, Su Yuan calculated that even if he followed the correct route and traveled at a fast pace, it would still take 3 or 4 days. The majority of the current troops are ordinary beast girls, and most of them are elderly people and children. It will take at least half a month for them to return to the Star Tribe's base. Therefore, Su Yuan had the idea of taming some more wild beasts. If he could capture some more wild beasts like snow wolves that could be used for travel, he could return in about a week. Why don't you rest for a bit, Chief, and I'll go look around the neighborhood. Long looked around and saw traces of small wild animals such as snow rabbits and snow mice in the green and white grass. As for large wild animals, only a few occasionally dart out of the woods. No need, I'm not very sleepy right now. Su Yuan gently brushed the snow off Long's forehead. His capable assistant was quite reliable, much better than the snow leopard girl who was currently sleeping on the sled. Ah. Thank you, Chief. Even the big beast girl couldn't resist such intimate gestures. She was the only one who usually did these little things for Zizi. Long still needs to protect everyone. I'll handle this myself. I'll let you know if I find anything. Arriving at De Shuang's side, he patted Yin Hua, who was drooling and sleeping on his side, and then pulled on the rope to climb onto De Shuang's back. I don't know if there are any wild animals around here. These old people and children can't go very far anyway. Without a wild animal to take them back, even half a month would be the ideal time, and it might even take more than a month. Entering the shark eye sensing crystal perspective, Su Yuan adjusted the view to a 2D plane. Green plants dotted the snow-covered ground, and a black snake swimming in the middle represented their group. There were quite a few animal tracks to be seen around, but unfortunately, one or two of them couldn't solve the problem at most. They could give the main group a treat for the night. Wait, what's this? As he was turning the crystal ball around to investigate his surroundings, a jumble of footprints in a corner caught his attention. The animals' footprints were very clear in the snow, no more than 10 centimeters in size, flat and smooth, leaving a shallow mark in the snow. De Shuang, go take a look over there. The distance was only 100 or 2 meters. Su Yuan planned to take his men over there to take a look first. These footprints did not look like the claw marks of wild beasts, but rather the hooves of cattle, horses, and sheep. With so many footprints, if we could find a herd of otherworldly magical horses, this journey back would be much easier. Wah! De Shuang nodded and changed direction slightly. Long, who was behind him, noticed that the direction was wrong and quickly ran over and said, Chief, are we going the wrong way? We need to go through there to get back to the ice and snow plains. Let's not go back yet. I saw some animal tracks over there. If we can catch some animals to ride with, we can get back faster. Wild animal footprints? Long frowned. Although she trusted Su Yuan completely, there were many trees standing here, and the road was not as smooth as the icy snowfield. It's rather unbelievable that someone could find animal tracks under these circumstances. Such an ability was unheard of even by the tribe's old shamans. Could this be the special ability of the shaman? Suppressing their doubts, the group followed Su Yuan for several hundred meters until they reached a bend in the rocks. The footprints there were exactly the same as those they had seen in the crystal earlier. Much of the grass in the nearby meadow had been bitten off, so the owner of these footprints must have been a herbivore, which is good news. Compared to savage and ferocious carnivorous beasts, these herbivores are more docile and easier to tame. Long, do you know what animal these footprints belong to? Long Wang glanced at her and shook her head. She came from the deadly land of the icy snowfield and rarely saw traces of wild animals. Hongshuang and the others shook their heads. Panyue, the only one living in the desolate snowfield, was also a little embarrassed. She usually went out to play and spent most of her time playing while searching for wild beasts. She would only charge after the tiger hunter to hunt and kill when she spotted a target. This is a snow yak. Chapter 118 Snowy Yak Herd. Shuero slowly walked over from behind, glanced at the footprints, and then noticed a black, lumpy object covered by snowflakes on the other side. Snowy yak? Look at this dung and these grass roots. I've seen this kind of beast before when I was in the tribe. Hunting one of them could last us a long time. Upon learning that it was a snow yak, Pan Yu's face lit up with excitement. She had hunted this kind of beast with Tiger Hunter before. Its meat was delicious and much easier to deal with than those other ferocious animals. These footprints haven't been covered by snow yet, and these snow yaks haven't gone far. Let us follow them. No rush, let me observe for a while. Su Yuan took out the sensing crystal, closed his eyes, and observed the surrounding situation. He could see more footprints by going down the corner of the mountain rocks on this side of the footprints. Down the hillside, beside a clear lake, cows with long, snow-white hair were drinking the water. There were about 20 or 30 of them. This must be the snowy yak that Shuero was talking about. It should be able to carry 3 people without any problem. That 2-meter-tall body was much more robust than the bulls I had seen in my previous life, so riding 3 petite beast girls shouldn't be a problem. But the problem now is, how can we capture all these snow yak? There are about 30 yaks at the bottom of the lake, which should be the snow yak that Shuero mentioned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly, and we can have roasted yak meat tonight. Panyu was very happy and prepared to rush down. She hadn't taken 2 steps when the familiar sensation from her tail pulled her back. This time, the base of her tail was grabbed, and the tingling sensation made Panyu's body go limp, causing her to fall into Su Yuan's arms. Her face was flushed as if it were filled with blood, and the short knife she was holding tightly in her hand almost fell to the ground. She looked at Su Yuan and twisted her waist uncomfortably. Cough, 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 be quiet. We're not catching them to eat this time. The elderly and children in the army need wild animals to get around. Just like when we came here before? They came here on sleds, and instead of feeling tired, they enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of high-speed gliding. If these yaks can carry everyone back, then we'll use sleds. If not, we'll use sleds. Let's think about how to catch them all first. Xin, never mind. Long, you and Hui, Lan Sha, go down from that side and block the other side. I, Panyu, and Hong Shuang will go down from the other side. Su Yuan looked around at the people. He knew he couldn't count on Yen Hua, Yen Duo, and Ling Ling, but Shuero was somewhat useful. What? I can help too. What kind of look is that? Xianko was very dissatisfied and pulled Su Yuan close, locking him tightly in her arms. Suddenly, everything went black, making Su Yuan feel suffocated. This guy's strength was beyond his reach. In desperation, Su Yuan grabbed the base of her tail and pinched the part next to it tightly. Ah! What are you doing? Alright, I believe you, but you have to protect everyone, so you and Shuero will stay on the hillside. Su Yuan gave Shuero a deep look. This beast girl, who had only recently joined the tribe, looked delicate and frail. However, judging from her betrayal of the black sheep and escape from the tribe, she is not as weak as she appears. Shuero, whether they are people captured from other tribes or people from the black sheep tribe, they are all people of my star tribe now, including you. So I hope you can put everyone here first. Shuero's expression remained unchanged. After listening to Su Yuan's words, she smiled gently and said, Don't worry, there is no black sheep tribe or any other tribe here, only Shuero from the star tribe. Then I'll leave this place to you. Su Yuan decided to appease De Shuang. If everyone was mobilized, then only De Shuang, the strongest member, would be left to keep an eye on the unruly Yen Duo and the others. Oh woo woo. He stroked De Shuang's head, and it licked Su Yuan's palm. Then it barked for a long time and pointed with its paw at the corner of the mountain rocks. You want to come along too? De Shuang nodded, then summoned several snow wolves carrying heavy animal skin blankets on their backs. Oh whoa! A soft wolf howl made several snow wolves lie down on the ground, burying their heads in the earth in a cowardly manner. You mean, you can subdue those yaks? The idea that higher-level magical beast bloodlines can suppress lower-level ordinary wild beasts was something I would have considered just a novel in my previous life, but now that I've transmigrated to this Western fantasy world, I never expected that such a thing would actually exist. Then when the moon rebels, you and Hongshuang go to the other side, and I will follow Dashuang down the slope. Hongshuang and Lansha, you use spider silk to block both sides so they can't get away. Although De Shuang appeared confident, she couldn't afford to be careless with such an opportunity. It would be a great pity if even a few yaks escaped. The group nodded and then slowly walked down the hillside, carefully reaching both sides of the lake. Only when they got closer could they clearly see the snow yak. Su Yuan used the sensing crystal to observe the people on both sides until they were close to the yak beast, and the spider silk blocked the escape routes on both sides before he got up. Let's go, Big Frost. It's all up to you now. If you do well, we'll catch you some monster fish when we get to the glacier so you can enjoy some seafood. Upon hearing about the magical fish, De Shuang became incredibly energetic, and as soon as Su Yuan sat on its back, it rushed down the mountain. The bumpy slope made Yen Hua and Yen Duo, who were tied to the sides, feel very uncomfortable. Their stomachs were already empty, and they vomited a few mouthfuls of acidic water. However, before it could spit it out, it was blocked by the spider silk sealing its mouth. Their faces visibly turned green. Below, the snow yaks also heard the commotion and stopped drinking. The larger ones scattered and fled, while the smaller ones followed closely behind. Long and Panyu, armed with weapons, stood guard on both sides of the lake. Panyu imitated the way Tiger Hunter used to hunt, raising her weapon high and making strange shouts. Oh whoa! Wow! The cries threatened the yaks, and Long and the others echoed them. The panicked yaks scattered in all directions, anxiously circling around. As De Shuang led Su Yuan to the foot of the hill, a fierce wolf howl accompanied by a surge of cold mist, and the snow-white fur of its body emitted a ghostly blue color. Moo! With no way to go in either direction, the powerful aura caused the snow-yak beasts to lie down on the ground, their bodies trembling, their small eyes fixed on the approaching Great Frost, who seemed to be a king. Snowy yak, a common wild animal that lives in the snowfields. Its body is covered with thick, long white fur, which can withstand the cold and also has a camouflage effect. It is very strong and will charge when it encounters danger, using its hard horn to strike the enemy. However, it is timid and easily tamed. Su Yuan used the identification function to observe these snow yak beasts. Although they were not the horses he had hoped for, the yaks were still good news. Not only are they strong, but these yaks could also be used as draft animals when the Star Tribe returns to the desolate snowfield, and they could also serve as important tools for transporting supplies during wartime. Chapter 119: The Blue Elf Dancing on the Snowfield. With the bloodline of the Great Frost suppressing them, taming these snowy yaks became much easier. He brought all the snowy yaks back to the slope and plucked some leaves from the trees to feed them. The yaks, which were initially somewhat frightened, recovered after being fed a few handfuls of leaves. With no risk of being killed, the humans in front of them even thoughtfully plucked leaves from the tree to feed them. It would be so much more convenient if we could just wear a nose ring. Su Yuan gently stroked the heads of these snow yak beasts. The long fur was not very smooth to the touch, and it was not as comfortable as the tail fur of Pan Yu and the others. However, it has the advantage of being warm. The thick fur means you can't touch their skin even if you put your whole hand inside. The mouth chewing on the leaves and the nostrils above it were very similar to the cows I had seen in my previous life. If they had a nose ring, I wouldn't have to worry about them escaping. It's a pity that there are so many snow yak beasts here now. If we hurt them and they start to riot, our small group won't be able to stop them. However, those curved horns can be used. Tightly tying the ropes to the horns can prevent these snow yaks from escaping. So Su Yuan spent the whole morning working on these snow yak beasts, spending some points to exchange for ropes to tether them. As for the points for the sled, he saved them. The yak was much stronger than he had imagined, and some of the young beast girls could ride 3 or 4 people without any problem. They walked until the afternoon, and the sunset made the beast girls panic. The surroundings had gradually turned into a continuous expanse of white, and it was difficult to see any green plants. If they couldn't find a cave to rest in for the night, they would likely turn into an ice sculpture the next day. The desolate scene gradually made them feel anxious and uneasy. Let's stop here first. Long, Hui, Lansha, you teach everyone how to build an igloo. Xianko, go and cut down some trees nearby. Su Yuan handed the iron axe he had brought to Xianko, and the gleaming blade made Xianko's eyes widen. Wow, this is even sharper than Mu Guang and the others' weapons. Is this really a gift for me? She had only ever seen such a fine weapon in the hands of Long and Hongshuang. Although this axe was a bit smaller, it could still cleave an enemy's skull in two with a single blow. Give me your head, my foot. Come back and give it to me after you've cut down all the trees. You stingy person. Xianko glared at Su Yuan with dissatisfaction, then grabbed her axe and ran towards a few trees standing on the snowfield not far away. Shuiro, Lushi, Tengyi, you follow Long and the others to learn how to build snow houses, and then teach everyone later, so that you can build as many as possible before dark. Su Yuan summoned several mature and voluptuous beast girls. If Pan Yu and the others were newly grown fruits, then Sure was a ripe fruit. These women, except for Shuiro, are like ripe fruits, offering endless sweetness with every bite. Especially their figures, which even animal hides couldn't conceal, would probably have suffered frostbite if they hadn't been wearing the animal hide coats they had exchanged for. After giving the orders, everyone began to move. Su Yuan was not idle either, using the crystal to observe the surrounding situation. Eating sweet potatoes all the time was not a good thing. Many of the beast girls are carnivorous, and the Great Frost and the others cannot transform into herbivorous magical beasts, so they still need to hunt some wild animals to provide some meat for the team's food. Of course, if there's really nothing to gain, then you can only waste some points to exchange for some livestock meat from your previous life in the system shop. Huh? What kind of monster is this? From God's perspective, he could see very clearly that the vast expanse of white snow, except for his own scattered black dust, was like a blank sheet of paper. Not far from him, a faint, icy blue figure was emitting a light. Only when he zoomed in on the image could he make out the blue figure in the snow. A girl radiating blue light is dancing gracefully in the snow, her blue figure swaying in the fierce wind. What on earth is this thing? Su Yuan wanted to get closer to the thing to get a better look at the face under the blue light, but no matter how he looked, he could only see the obscured blue. A treasure from another world? It doesn't seem like it at all. Shall we go take a look? Su Yuan withdrew from the sensory crystal's field of vision and looked up at the hillside. The distance between them was more than 100 meters. He could walk a short distance to reach the place where the little blue sprite was dancing. Let's go take a look first, since it has an identification function anyway. Dancing in the snow on such a heavy day, and judging from the way he's only wearing a thin layer of clothing, it's probably either a trap or a snare. As for any opportunities, such an obvious opportunity is almost too conspicuous, as if afraid others won't notice it. This place isn't too far from the desolate snowfield. If it were an opportunity or treasure from another world, it wouldn't be sitting here so calmly. Even if it's a trap, he still has to check it out. Traps come with opportunities. Even useless items become very useful as long as they trigger a system notification sound in Su Yuan's system. After waiting for a while, Xin could drag the tree trunks of a small hill back with a rope. If it weren't for the low friction of the snow, the rope would probably have broken. When she returned, Xin was still waving the axe in her hand with great enthusiasm. When she saw Su Yuan walking over, she immediately hid the iron axe inside her clothes. What do you want? The way you're holding your belly is a bit like you're trying to hide something, and be careful not to cut your precious baby with the axe blade. Take out the axe and come with me over there to do some work. I'll give you a better weapon later. Really? If this axe isn't as useful, you'll have to promise to give me this axe too. Right now, they still needed to use an axe to chop the trees into timber. Su Yuan took the axe out of her clothes and pulled her toward that strange place. Su Yuan, where are you going? Go fight monsters. Long, you guys chop the wood and start a fire. De Shuang, watch over Yen Duo and the others. Su Yuan has already started choosing a weapon for Xin Ku. He naturally doesn't consider special items, as those cost several thousand points. She'd be overjoyed if you just gave her any iron weapon. I want to go too. Pan Yu paused, her ears twitched, and she dropped the axe to follow Su Yuan. The three of them walked for a short while before arriving at the place where the blue elf had been dancing earlier. At this moment, Pan Yu had already drawn his short sword. Xin Kale looked like a fool, holding an iron spear in both hands. The sharp tip of the spear emitted a cold glint, and a red tassel fluttered in the wind. If Su Yuan hadn't been pulling her arm this way, she probably would have been sitting there on the hillside, clutching her gun and grinning like an idiot. Alright, if you keep looking at it, I'll take your things back. Su Yuan's face darkened with anger as he looked at the blue dancing sprite that was less than 30 meters long in Xin Ku, who was chuckling to herself beside him. Chapter 120, The Phantom Swamp Worm. Swamp Worm, a peak Tier 2 magical beast about to break through to Tier 3, in dire need of blood food, it uses its humanoid tentacles on its head to lure prey, while creating a swamp below to lure them in, and once the prey approaches to observe, it will be swallowed whole. The three stood at a distance to the side of the ice-blue dancing girl. As if they had been spotted, the girl waved cheerfully with her small hand, seemingly inviting them to dance together. There looks like someone over there. Xin belatedly shifted his gaze from the iron spear to the icy blue figure in front of him. Be careful, these are the tentacles of a swamp worm. Its true form is in the swamp below. Su Yuan shared the information he obtained from the appraisal function with the two of them, which was similar to what he had guessed when he observed the sensing crystal earlier. It was indeed a trap, just like the one Su Yuan had dug before, buried underground. How could this bug be so wicked? Ha! What should we do then? Who knows where that guy is hiding in that snow-covered field, especially since they're so far apart? Simple, just lure the snake out of its hole. You guys wait for me a moment. Su Yuan ran back to the camp and took out his fishing rod from his backpack. He could catch a low-level 3rd-tier shark, so how could he not be able to deal with a 2nd-tier magical beast? When he returned, his fishing rod had caught a piece of pork that he had bought for several dozen points. It was still oozing blood and looked like fresh pork. Later, Pan Yu, you throw this piece of meat out, and Xin holds the fishing rod and waits for it to bite. Don't make a move this time. You're going to fish it up? Xin's eyes widened. Fishing was one thing, but she never expected this thing could be used to fish for magical beasts. They're pretty much the same, they're all things that will bite the hook. He's about to break through to the 3rd tier, and even a simple pork bait would make him lose his temper. After speaking, Su Yuan exchanged a scroll and an ice blue spore sack that was still emitting cold air from his backpack. These were attack-type items from a shop. Now that I have a target, I can test its power. The 2 items cost a total of 1,100 points. If they don't work, I'll just leave them in the store to gather dust. So I'll lose it? Throw it away. Panyu aimed at the blue sprite not far away, and cast the huge pig leg in her hand over, causing the line on the fishing rod to spin violently. Bang! This throw deserves praise for Panyu. The pork just happened to hit the elf squarely, and the swamp worm reacted instantly, rushing out of the icy swamp. Its enormous mandibles immediately snapped into the pork, and after its body slammed onto the ground, it tried to burrow back into the swamp to savor its meal. Xin quickly pulled her back. Su Yuan tore open the ice spike scroll in his hand, and a blue magic circle instantly condensed in front of the scroll. Countless ice spikes condensed from the magic circle and shot into the swamp worm's body. Blue blood gushed out. Although the ice spikes did not pierce the swamp worm, they covered its body with ice spikes, and the blood stained the surrounding snow blue. Gah! The pain caused the swamp worm to writhe, and the taut fishing line looked like it was about to break. Su Yuan quickly threw the spore bullet over. This is the next one. Bang! Su Yuan gazed into the distance. As the spore bullet struck the swamp worm, releasing a burst of intense white smoke, the fishing line that had been binding it snapped instantly. Xin plopped down on the ground, dropped his fishing rod, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the swamp worm. As the white mist dissipated, a gap was blasted into the swamp worm's body, and white frost clung to the area around the wound. At this moment, the blood was not as gushing as before. Go! It's all yours now. Su Yuan determined the effects of these 2 special items and immediately dispatched Xin and Panyu without hesitation. Ice spike scrolls are good for dealing with units that are difficult to move around, while spore bullets can be used to catch people off guard, but unfortunately the damage is not very high. Previously, when using it, the ice spike scroll could not be turned after being released, so it was impossible to release it in time to deal with some fast-moving units. It was okay to use it to ambush people from the bushes. The release speed of the spore bullets depends on the throwing speed, and the released frost can slow down enemies, but it is weaker than the frost mist of the Great Frost. Fortunately, this thing can be thrown from a distance, and it can also be used as a smoke grenade to help with retreats in certain situations. Panyu and Xin approached the swamp worm and mercilessly pierced its body with their weapons. Xin's spear, combined with her strength, pierced the original wound with a single thrust. It even pierced through the other side. Chirp! A strange cry came from the gaping maw of the abyss. The pork that was bitten into its mouth had not yet been swallowed when the blood that came out of its mouth caused the pork to be spat out as well. Get up! The purple runes on Xin's forehead exploded, lightning surged around him, and the spear in his hand was bent. The swamp worm was instantly pulled out of the swamp beneath him. In mid-air, Panyu precisely cut off the blue tentacles with her short sword, then jumped back to Su Yuan's side. Fire! Thunder! Explosion! This was the first time Su Yuan had seen Xin fight, and his ferocious appearance was simply terrifying. The gun flashed with lightning and was released onto the swamp worm's body. Immediately afterwards, she held a witch's talisman in one hand and released a burst of flame that slammed into the swamp worm in mid-air. The violent explosion blasted the swamp worm in 2, and blood stained Xin's body, yet she laughed wildly. Ah, that's awesome. So awesome. That idiot. Su Yuan rubbed his head helplessly. Such a good prey had been blown to pieces. Fortunately, the pieces of meat were relatively large, but it would be more troublesome to transport them back now. Su Yuan, this is so beautiful, I'll give it to you. Panyu deactivated her transformation and handed the blue sprite she had obtained to Su Yuan. After losing its master, the thing lost its blue light. The white body felt like a tiny silicone doll in my hand, soft to the touch, and blood was still flowing from the joints of the tentacles on its back. Rare item detected, Spirit Tentacle. Tradable for 4,500 points, or 450 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Unexpectedly, there was an additional gain. Su Yuan used the appraisal function to examine the spirit tentacles in his hand, as well as the chunk of flesh that had fallen to his feet. Enchanting tentacles, the tentacles used by the enchanting swamp worm to lure its prey. They contain abundant energy and can be made into alluring perfumes to captivate people or beast-attracting incense to lure magical beasts. Milky Way worm meat, delicious and tender, rich in energy, with 6 times the nutrition of beef, suitable for stewing and grilling. Regular consumption can nourish yin and yang and strengthen the body. The only rare item about the swampworm is the blue tentacle on its head. Its body, shattered pieces of flesh, sharp teeth, and scattered internal organs are hardly anything special. The points earned from the transaction would be slightly higher than for ordinary items, and the scattered fragments would just be enough to cover Su Yuan's 10 transaction opportunities for the day. Chapter 121. How long until I grow up? You guys grill the food first, and we can make some soup with this meat later to warm everyone up. The group carried the swampworm's carcass back to the camp, leaving the charred, small pieces behind. After giving his instructions, Su Yuan grabbed a tail that had been dyed blue and walked toward a campfire burning in another corner. Sit still and take off your clothes. Su Yuan looked at Xin Ko, who looked like she had rolled in a mud pit, her blue blood mixed with bits of flesh, and her body reeking of the stench of blood. Oh, I see. Could you please wash my head a little more? The blood is sticky and it's really uncomfortable. This girl really can't read her own expression. Even when Su Yuan had a stern face, she still obediently took off her animal skin clothes with an innocent look. Blue blood stained his entire body, even his fur was dyed blue, and his animal skin clothes looked like they were ruined. You're really asking for it. Sit still properly. System, please replace the soap and towel. The snow water was melting in the earthenware pot on the fire. Su Yuan didn't bother to care about the points for soap and towels. After changing them, he wiped the guy's body. Although this girl is usually clumsy, her sexy figure still made Su Yuan arch his back uncontrollably, and he quickly wiped the blue blood off her body with both hands. The blood stuck to her hair and tail was the hardest to remove. It took almost half a bar of soap to completely wash away the bloody smell from her body. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan put away the towel and soap. Judging from Xin Ko's condition, he figured these things could be kept for future use. Wake up! Get up and get dressed. Su Yuan was busy cleaning her blood-stained body, which made him feel uncomfortable, but he leaned against a rock and fell asleep. The swaying body was about to crash down on him, and after calling out for a long time, it still seemed dazed and confused. Get up and eat. Have a meal. Su Yuan looked at Xin Ko, who had neatly put on her new clothes, and rubbed his temples with a headache. He wanted to grab Xin Ko and teach her a lesson, but he was afraid that his shouts would wake everyone up. Fine, I'll trouble pan you again today. Before nightfall, 28 snow huts were erected in the snow. These beast girls, who usually worked in the tribe's logistics, were very experienced. After watching it a few times, he immediately learned how to build an igloo, and even exceeded the number of igloos Su Yuan had estimated. The group gathered around the campfires, while the snowyak behind them lay comfortably by the fire, eating the handfuls of grass and leaves that Su Yuan had redeemed with his dozen or so points from the system. The beast girls leaned against the yak beasts, looking expectantly at the swampworm meat roasting to a golden brown with fat. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Yuan tasted the soup made from the insect meat. Because there wasn't enough water to wash such large insect meat, some blood was mixed in with the soup, giving it a salty and savory flavor with a slightly fishy and bitter taste. The insect meat was indeed as soft and tender as the system had described. Taking a bite felt like eating a piece of jelly, and it wasn't as greasy as I had imagined. The frost-like creatures, who were chewing on the flesh of the swampworms nearby, were quite satisfied with this. They didn't even have to gnaw on the bones. Every bite was full of nutritious meat. Let's share the soup with everyone. I didn't bring any pots or pans with me when I came. I redeemed this ceramic pot from the system store on the way. Su Yuan made the arrangements, then carried 2 small pieces of insect meat to Yen Duo and Yen Hua. The 2 beast girls were too hungry to move, but the aroma lured them in, and they stared intently at the steaming meat. I have a question for you. Do those witches controlled by Mu Guang have any connection with each other? Have no idea. Upon hearing that it was about Mu Guang, the 2 sisters resisted the temptation and turned their heads away, ignoring Su Yuan. Gurgle. But the rumbling of their stomachs made them lose their strength, and they lay on the ground like salted fish, their eyes fixed on the sky, devoid of hope. I didn't ask about Mu Guang. I was just curious whether the shamans had any connection with each other. Think about it, if one tribe is attacking another tribe might also attack the tribe because of Mu Guang. Then how do they distinguish whether another tribe is controlled by Mu Guang? Looking at the 2 stubborn beast girls, Su Yuan revealed a sly expression and said with a smile, so Mu Guang is simply incapable of handling these matters? The divine shaman Maguan certainly knows she knows everything those shamans do. Rock flower. Ultimately, they were just simple beast girls, easily tricked by a mere provocation. Yen Duo looked at Yen Hua with a disgraceful expression, then glared angrily at the utterly despicable Su Yuan in front of her. Great, This is your reward. Take your things away, I'd rather starve than eat a single bite of your food. Yenhua pursed her lips longingly, looked at Yenduo who had her eyes closed beside her, and whispered, Yenduo, you seem to have said something similar last night. Shut up. This time, they couldn't even last 10 minutes before the two sisters shed tears of regret as they chewed on the soft, sticky worm meat. Shadow Shaman, only when we are well fed can we capture the enemy for you. Our loyalty remains with you. Owo, chewing. Yenduo, give me back the meat that you snatched from my mouth. Sister Shuaro, it's so warm. Night fell, and starlight illuminated the snow-covered ground. Shuaro stared in disbelief at the snow house that enveloped her, with wisps of firelight shining through the cracks. They still slept in animal skin blankets, but today they actually felt warm in this snow house, and the little creatures clinging to her tails even broke out in a sweat. Lie down properly, we still have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Sister Shuaro, does the black sheep witch really not want us anymore? The little beast girl on the other side peeked her head out from under the covers. She was too young to understand these things, but she had a general idea of what had happened during this period. Black sheep witch, you'll understand when you grow up. Shuaro didn't know how to explain to the children that the black sheep witch hadn't abandoned them, and how to make the children still care about the black sheep tribe. How could he possibly accept the benefits Su Yuan offered him, openly declaring his intention to join the Star Tribe while secretly plotting against the black sheep? She couldn't bring herself to do such a thing, but how could she tell these children the truth? In the end, I could only brush off the topic with the phrase you'll understand when you grow up. Ha? How long until I grow up? The little beast girl's voice came from the side. Shuaro looked at the firelight shining through the cracks in the snow house. A figure sat by the fire, and just sitting there made people feel at ease. You and Mugwang will eventually have a battle. She will not allow your existence, and I believe you cannot tolerate her existence either. That day is very close, and seeing the black sheep witch again is also very close. Patting the little guy's back, Shuaro withdrew her gaze and said softly, Little White, you'll grow up soon. Chapter 122, A Future That Won't Be Peaceful. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan sat leisurely by the campfire. He wasn't on night watch tonight. Hong Xuan was playing with some cute little creatures on the other side. Panyu was also sharing her experiences from this period with her old friends, but her arrogant little expression made it seem like she really wanted to say it, but she was only doing it because they were begging her. Several energetic little beast girls nearby listened intently, and when they heard that Panyu had personally led everyone to kill the invading pigman tribe, they all whispered in amazement. Sister Panyu is so amazing. Sister Panyu can actually defeat the orc berserker all by herself. The many eyes that looked at her were filled with admiration, and amidst the exclamations of praise, her little tail still wagged proudly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. System, exchange this thing for a special item. The enchanting tentacles given to him by the rebellious moon were of no particular use. Su Yuan needed them a few times to release the pressure in his heart, and finally handed them over to the system. Enchanting Mosquito Coil, 450 points. Note, made using the tentacles of the enchanted swampworm, when lit, it will confuse all creatures within a 70-meter radius, interfering with their senses of sight, smell, hearing, touch, and taste, and preventing their brains from making correct judgments. Su Yuan was overjoyed. He looked at the light blue, disc-shaped mosquito coil that had appeared in the system shop. This was a good thing. It could be used for defense and also for surprise attacks on enemies. After all, in primitive tribes, everyone goes to sleep as soon as it gets dark, and the more cautious ones will arrange for a few warriors to keep watch at night, just like Su Yuan did. Some orc tribes didn't even have anyone on night watch. As soon as night fell, they would find a sheltered spot, lie down, and fall asleep. If a mosquito coil were lit in the village at this time, the entire village would have no chance to resist. It seems there's a better plan to deal with the black sheep this time. Su Yuan gazed at the flickering flames, a confident smile playing on his lips. Yenhua's earlier words were quite clear. Mugwang was able to learn about the situation in the snowfield through the various controlled witches. What if I blocked the black sheep's 5 senses that she controlled? Would that shaman still be able to sense the situation near the black sheep tribe? Banyue, come back to sleep. After completing his 10 trading opportunities for the day, Su Yuan patted the snow off his clothes. He was feeling a little sleepy after not sleeping well the night before. No matter how tired I am, the most important task of the day is not yet finished. I'm not sleepy yet. Just then, as the story reached an exciting point, Panyu, seeing the admiring looks in her friend's eyes, craned her neck and shouted at Su Yuan. I have granted you power. If you don't come, I will find someone else. Here, the intimate, close proximity between Pan Yu and him allows him to rest early or otherwise, if he stays up all night, he might not be able to get up until noon the next day. Power. I'm coming. Tempted by the power, Pan Yu had no choice but to put aside this admirable topic, bid farewell to her friends, and ran towards Su Yuan, her delicate and adorable face filled with anticipation. Ugh. This damn guilt, let's make her transform into the great rebel moon tonight. After a delicious meal of meat, the Beast Girl team was in much better spirits the next day, curiously observing the snow-covered world along the way. It's rare to see such a white expanse covering the entire land in the desolate snowfields, especially since the snowyak can easily leave a large snow pit with a single step. Su Yuan leaned against the back of the frost beast and looked at the large group behind him. Fortunately, they had managed to harvest these snowyak beasts, otherwise the snow on the ground would have reached halfway up some of the little beast girls. If we walk back like this, it would probably take more than a month to complete the journey. After spending several days returning to the glacier, Su Yuan spent another day fishing on the glacier to prepare food for the next few days. After traveling and stopping for about 10 days, we finally saw the familiar snow forest and the tall wooden fence. We're back. At this moment, the main group was covered with fish frozen into ice sculptures, and they all looked at the neat fence with great spirit. Even Lingling, who was tied to the snowyak, looked at the wooden fence with a bit of anticipation. Su Yuan and the others are back. Upon hearing the sound, Cat Knight rushed out excitedly. Everyone who was busy also showed joy on their faces, putting down their tasks and running excitedly towards the door. Wow, Su Yuan, I miss you so much. Mao Yi leaped forward and knocked Su Yuan down on the snow. Her little head rubbed against Su Yuan's chest, and her whole body pressed tightly against him. Why does it feel a bit off? Su Yuan had a very clear understanding of Mao Yi's figure, and he could tell such a huge change just by touching her. Nikoya, have you awakened? Huh? How did you know? I was planning to give you a surprise. Mao Yi lifted her head from his arms, pouting with some dissatisfaction after Su Yuan guessed her surprise. Idiot, it took you so long to awaken successfully. Pan Yu jumped off the snowy yak beast, glanced at it, and calmly went to pack up the supplies. This infuriated Mao Yi, who rushed over, grabbed Pan Yu's tail, and angrily said, Pan Yu, if we fight again, I'll pluck all the fur off your tail. Stop. Don't pull my tail. Nikoya. I'll fight you to the death. Has anything happened in the tribe lately? After releasing Mao Yi, Su Yuan looked at the red fox slowly walking towards him. He wondered if anything major had happened in the tribe in the past month. However, seeing the happy smiles on the faces of the beast girls who came out, he didn't feel too worried. A few days ago, when Mao Yi was soaking in a hot spring, she encountered a snow wolf. After breaking through and awakening, she killed it. Then, a few days ago, when Shurshur was hunting in the mountains, she discovered a strange cave. A strange cave? Caves are quite common, but if even the red fox finds it strange, then it's probably not so simple. Let's go inside and talk. These people are. Red Fox looked at the large force behind him. There were 30 more people than the original 50-odd people of the Star Tribe. People the Black Sheep tribe has captured from other tribes, as well as the elderly and children driven out of their tribes by the Black Sheep, and oh yes, people from your original tribe. Su Yuan recounted the events that had transpired to Red Fox. Perhaps understanding that these were ordinary beast girls suffering hardship, Red Fox sighed helplessly. I never expected that the outside world would change like this after only a few days. If this continues, that radiant shaman might really rule the entire snowfield. That's not a good thing. In order to obtain the so-called divine gift, she started a war, causing the tribes of the entire snowfield to fight against other foreign tribes. I'm afraid a lot of people will die. Yes, the future probably won't be very peaceful. Chapter 123 Practicing Diving for the Future. The sudden increase in the number of people has kept the entire tribe busy again. The previously planned camp area now needs to be expanded, and the trees planted in the ground need to be pulled out again. At the same time, they also had to take care of these captured snow yaks, as there weren't enough green plants in the icy snowfields to supply the consumption of so many snow yaks. Su Yuan could only temporarily exchange some grass and leaves in the system shop to store them, and send the beast girls to feed these big guys every day. At the same time, there was another headache for him, the issue of tribal integration. He also needed to pay attention to the relationship between the beast girls from these other tribes and the original beast girls from the Red Fox tribe, especially the beast girls from the Black Sheep tribe who had driven the Red Fox tribe out. Fortunately, these were mostly elderly people and children, and the beast women of the Red Fox tribe had also heard about their being driven away, so no conflict broke out. However, the two sisters, Yenhua and Yenduo, were still tied up. Lingling, who was with them, had accepted the fact that she had been captured and sent to the icy snowfield, and waited for her mother to feed her every day. Beast girls are much easier to manage. If it were an ordinary primitive tribe, conflicts would have broken out long ago. At the hot spring entrance, Su Yuan lay comfortably inside, the water enveloping his body, with Shirshir resting on his shoulder beside him. Wow! I can't hold my breath anymore. At this moment, Nikoi popped her head out of the water, her wet face flushed, and her hair stuck to her face, making her look somewhat disheveled. Didn't you become an awakened warrior? How come you can't even hold your breath? Su Yuan brushed aside his messy hair. As soon as he heard about Pan Yu's new skill last night, he insisted on dragging Su Yuan over early this morning to prove his strength. It's not like I've awakened the ability to breathe underwater, and besides, water gets stuck in my throat as soon as I open my mouth. Nikoya's face turned red, whether from anger or from the steam of the hot spring. Right now, my face is as red as a boiled shrimp. I took a deep breath and prepared to practice diving again. Then stop being stubborn and come over to rest. Su Yuan called out to Mao Yi, and used his fingers to clean the downy hair inside her ears, asking with some doubt, by the way, has the conch shell been silent all this time? At this point, Mao Ye was too weak to speak. Suddenly, Shirshir remembered the conch shell and opened her eyes, asking curiously, how blew the conch shell before? However, we found that she had disappeared as soon as we got to the frozen lake, and all the ice on the lake had been smashed to pieces. The frozen lake was shattered? Su Yuan frowned. The ice layer of that frozen lake was very thick, and it had taken a lot of effort to make a hole in it last time. Will Haiyao and her tribe be in danger? Su Yuan felt a pity and worry that such a key trading partner was now in such an uncertain situation, as there were many rare items in the sea. But there was nothing he could do. If they were on land, he could lend a helping hand, but he was lucky not to drown in the sea. Wait a minute, it seems like I can actually breathe underwater. Su Yuan opened the system's special goods page. The cod kingfish instant powder he had obtained when he killed the monsters he had fished up earlier was just enough to keep him breathing underwater for 3 hours. How about trying cat night? Looking at Nikoya, who had already been steamed to death by the hot spring steam, Su Yuan gave up the idea. Why waste 1,500 points of cod kingfish instant powder like that? I'll at least try again when I have more money, or maybe I should just get a mermaid. Then let's wait for Haiyao to contact us again. Su Yuan, when are we going back to the desolate snowfield to deal with the Black Sheep tribe? Shirshir suddenly perked up, raised her head, and stared intently at Su Yuan. She had been thinking about this matter ever since Su Yuan returned from his investigation. She had been so busy that she hadn't had a chance to speak, but now that she had some free time, she asked somewhat nervously. Let's wait 2 more days, let the new members of the tribe build their houses, and gather more food in the camp. Aren't we going back to the snowy wilderness? Su Yuan shook his head. After learning that Mu Guang could find out what was happening in the Black Sheep tribe through the Black Sheep, he cancelled his plan to go to the desolate snowfield. After all, they had just reclaimed the original territory of the Red Fox tribe, and before they could even set up defenses, the people of the Maguang tribe had already rushed over. We won't go back for now. Mu Guang knows what happened to the Black Sheep tribe. We'll make sure to finish the job quickly, capture the Black Sheep and the others, and come back immediately. Lion's eyes hardened, and he nodded earnestly, saying, I understand. This time, I will definitely not lose to Tiger Hunter. Nikoya will do her best too. Meow. The listless cat meowed listlessly upon hearing their conversation, then leaned against Su Yuan and fell asleep again. In the deep sea of a snowy plain. Mother, that monster should be gone by now, right? Haiyao, her face filled with panic, hid in a cluster of caves made of ice and rock. Many of her tribesmen around her were also hiding in fear, not daring to make a sound. At the cave entrance, a mermaid with a similar blue fishtail and a sexy figure nervously observed the outside world. Unlike Haiyao's tail, her blue was much deeper. The fish's tail is covered with many beautiful, sparkling sequins that reflect a variety of colors when it sways slightly. It's just a pity that there are several horrifying wounds on this beautiful tail. Keep your voice down. That guy is very smart and might be hiding nearby, waiting for us. Hailing took out her witch's staff, and as she waved it, seaweed from the seabed surged towards the cave, filling the originally 2-meter-high entrance. Then, tiny points of light appeared on the surface of the dark seaweed, illuminating the cave and bringing some relief to the people hiding inside. Hi Yao, didn't you go to find that tribe on the mainland? How did you end up provoking this kind of guy? Hi Yao was still a little shaken. She shook her head and said, I don't know either. I went to find Su Yuan a while ago, but I ran into this guy as soon as I got to the frozen lake. Then it chased me relentlessly. If it weren't for you, Mother, waiting for me nearby, I probably would have been eaten by it. Could this guy be a monster that specifically feeds on our God-given race? As a newcomer to the Icefield Sea, Hai Ling was unfamiliar with the magical beasts of this area. After nearly 3 months, she still hadn't found the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. Even a divinely gifted person from the ocean didn't notice that this area was as desolate as a no-man's land. Mother, what should we do next? We can't hide here forever, can we? It's already the second day of their hiding, and there are still more than 20 people in the tribe. The amount of food they consume every day is not small. If things continue like this, he'll either be killed by the monsters outside or starve to death in this icy cave. You all stay here and don't make a sound. I'll go outside and take a look. Hi Yao, give me the conch shell, and where is that frozen lake from before? Mother? Which? This is too dangerous. As the leader and shaman, Hai Ling had to make a choice. After pondering for a long time, she looked at the seaweed-covered cave entrance and calmly said, if I go out unharmed, it means the monster has left. If it hasn't left, then we can only seek help from the tribe on land. You don't need to stop me anymore. Only I can escape the monster's pursuit now. Chapter 124 Elements, come and fill my body. Is this the cave you discovered earlier? On the snow-capped mountain, in a more remote location than the cave where Hong Shuang and the others had lived, the entrance to the cave was covered with layers of snow deep in the folds of the mountain wall. There were some frozen green vines on both sides, and the broken green vine marks at the entrance of the cave were the ones that Lion had cleaned up when he came over not long ago. Yeah, it was too dark inside, so I came back after walking for a little while. What's so strange about this cave? Su Yuan looked around but didn't find anything strange, except for the green vines growing on top of it. Lion stepped forward and pointed to the dark cave, explaining, it's very hot inside. Hot? Could this be a lava crater? And the hot spring water below flows down from here? Su Yuan calculated the location of the hot spring outlet and their current location, and the two were too far apart. If the water really flowed from here to that mountain stream. The rock strata in this mountain are rather intricate and complex. Let's go in and take a look. I'll use fire magic to clear the way. Accompanying Su Yuan this time were Lion, Red Fox, and Xian Ku. Red Fox had come to investigate before, but after walking for a while and feeling the heat, she withdrew. Cinco was simply bored in the tribe, so she followed along. But there's no need to go through all that trouble. Su Yuan took out the flashlight that hadn't been able to charge from his pocket. He couldn't charge it, but Chi Hu and Xian Ku could. Red Fox, place your palm here and try to see if you can inject your body's energy into it. The strange little cylinder puzzled Red Fox, but she still followed Su Yuan's instructions and placed her palm on the black part of the flashlight. I've got it. I've got it. As the dim flashlight grew increasingly full, it became clear that this thing required magic power, and only the shaman of this primitive tribe could charge it. Should I go back and buy a magic book and try learning some magic? Su Yuan couldn't understand the technique that Red Fox and the others used to release magic with witch cards. As for how Red Fox and the others became witches? According to their explanation, they didn't know either. They just suddenly learned some witchcraft during their growth and were then trained by the old witch and instructed to become the next witch. Based on Su Yuan's experience from novels and anime in his previous life, this must be because his body accepted elemental power before he broke through to become a magician. Just like some geniuses in cultivation novels, even without actively absorbing spiritual energy will enter their bodies on its own. But I can't just wait like this until the elements fill my body before I become a real witch, can I? When will that be? Forget it, let's deal with the Black Sheep tribe first. We need to save up more points to deal with any unexpected situations that may arise. Although he already had a surefire plan in mind, his cautious nature still made him want to save up more points for unforeseen circumstances. The charging process didn't take long, about 20 minutes, before Su Yuan saw the entire flashlight glow with blue light. Alright, Red Fox, how much magical power did you expend? Su Yuan took the flashlight and looked at the Red Fox, who had opened its eyes, and asked with concern. About 1/10, the magical power injected into it seems to have entered a series of rugged paths. This thing feels very strange. This is a wonderful gift from the gods, look. When faced with a dilemma, Su Yuan resorted to divination and metaphysics to brush it off before taking a flashlight and heading into the cave. As the button is pressed, a dazzling light shines from the transparent screen, illuminating the entire cave, and the brightness adjusts accordingly with each press. How amazing! The three women crowded around, staring curiously at the flashlight that emitted light. Su Yuan saw the three elegant women with their beautiful faces approaching like curious children, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This thing is very common, I've used even more advanced ones before. Wait a minute, can't I redeem a flashlight myself in the regular shop? I remember there were flashlights for sale in the level 1 shop, and it seems like they weren't the only ones that needed to be charged to work. Damn! I was completely fooled like an idiot, thinking this energy concentrating flashlight was such a good deal. System, open the store and list the prices of flashlights. Standard battery flashlight 10 hours, 100 points. Rechargeable flashlight requires charging, 150 hours. Extra long battery life flashlight requires charging, 300 points. SR32 flashlight requires charging, 1000 points. After looking at the flashlights in the store, Su Yuan's cursing mood calmed down a lot. Compared to flashlights that couldn't be charged and battery flashlights that could be lit for 10 hours with 100 points, this 300-point energy gathering brand was quite a good deal. Of course, this is assuming the flashlight can be charged. If Red Fox and XIN don't charge it, this thing isn't as useful as a 10-point stone hammer when hitting people. Alright, stop staring. Staring at it for too long will hurt your eyes. Su Yuan closed the system shop, snatched the flashlight back, and the three beast girls strained their eyes to peer into the bright, transparent screen. Wow, this is amazing. How does it emit light, and it's not even hot to the touch? XIN scratched her head, somewhat confused. Su Yuan ignored her. He himself didn't understand the complexity of this thing, let alone this idiot. The four lit up the cave and walked inside. Red Fox and Su Yuan walked behind, while XIN, carrying a spear and a horse-slaying saber, and Sure led the way. Under the light, the overall structure of the cave can be clearly seen. Unlike the cave where Hongshuang and the others live, this cave is long and narrow. Liquid seeps out from the rock walls on both sides and slowly flows to the ground. Su Yuan checked it with the identification system and found it to be just ordinary water droplets. After walking for a short while, the dampness on their heads made them look up. Above the cave, rows of white stone pillars stood upside down above them. Drops of dew were falling from above onto the heads of the group, and under the flashlight, the stone pillar could be seen emitting colorful light. So beautiful. XIN aimed at the largest piece, thrusting his spear upwards, and the head-sized white stone crashed down. Is this a stalactite? Su Yuan squatted down and touched the white stone. Its surface was very smooth, like a piece of jade that had been handled for a long time. Unique white stalactite grows in areas with large temperature differences, formed over thousands of years by melting snow seeping into the mountains. It has a temperature regulating effect, quickly returning to room temperature when placed in both hot and cold water. Trading price, 2,000 points. It's amazing that such a beautiful item isn't rare. But this function is quite impressive. If I insert it into the snow, will it turn into room temperature water? Besides its temperature regulating function, the white stalactite is also very attractive in terms of price. A small piece is worth 2,000 points, so Su Yuan couldn't help but shine his light into the cave. There's another piece of this white stalactite hanging upside down from the cave ceiling. Presumably, we won't even need to wait until we've dealt with the Black Sheep tribe to return. I'll be able to learn magic tonight. Chapter 125. Let's have an ice pop to cool off. Okay, put this down. You can carry it back when you come back later. Since obtaining this lustrous, uniquely colored white stalactite, XIN has held it tightly in her arms as if it were a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The scenery in front of us was already magnificent, but now with this rock blocking our way, we can't even see the road clearly. Okay then, remember to remind me when you come back. XIN reluctantly placed the white stalactite in a corner of the cave passage, not knowing why it attracted her so much. Could it be that snow leopards all like these slippery, shiny things? The four walked for about 10 minutes, but the winding tunnel ahead still hadn't ended. The cold mist they could exhale when breathing outside had disappeared, and the surrounding temperature had become noticeably hotter. A strange smell filled the air, but unfortunately the testing equipment couldn't identify the air's composition. Be careful, and run out immediately if you feel anything wrong with your body. This is a strange and bizarre otherworld. It wouldn't be surprising if you walked in and found a giant dragon that breathes fire. Su Yuan didn't dare to be careless and slowed down his pace. Okay, stop pulling my tail. It tickles. Xianko wanted to argue, but after being caught by the tail, she had no choice but to slow down her pace. As the group ventured deeper, the strange smell in the air grew stronger, and the temperature became increasingly hot. By this time, the animal skin coats had soaked everyone into a sweat. I can't take it anymore, it's too hot. The sweltering heat was also making Su Yuan uncomfortable. Xianko wiped the sweat from her forehead and took off her animal skin coat, and she didn't seem to be stopping. Stop. This is enough. Seeing that she was about to tear off the animal skin skirt and the half-piece of animal skin covering her upper body, Su Yuan quickly stopped her. It was already hot enough if she took them off, wouldn't that add fuel to the fire? But it's still very hot. Hang in there. Su Yuan looked at those long, muscular thighs, their skin smooth and firm, and the several clearly defined abdominal muscles glistening with sweat. Her sexy abs extended all the way into the animal skin skirt, with a few drops of sweat flowing freely down her abs. If Xianko can't hold on, then I can't hold on either. In that case, today's cave exploration will have to end here. Alright, you're the tribe's greatest shaman, I'll listen to you. Seeing Su Yuan's serious expression, Xianko had no choice but to retie the half-pulled animal skin around her body, only changing the way she tied the original full body wrap. The scenery of the southern hemisphere of the otherworld continent is fully displayed. Lion and Red Fox had only taken off their short animal skin skirts and tops. The hot temperature in the cave was very unfriendly to Red Fox, whose thick foxtail was already soaked with sweat and became very heavy. Su Yuan, if you don't let me take it off soon, I'm going to die from the heat. After walking for a while, a faint red glow could be clearly seen ahead, and Xianko's animal skin coat was already soaked with water. System, open the store and filter the popsicle list. Ice Lotus, 25 points. Milk Popsicle, 25 points. Sleeping Dragon, 25 points. Argenhaz, 25 points. All the popsicle series have the same points of 25. Su Yuan ordered 4 milk popsicles, and 4 milky white ice blocks appeared out of thin air in his hand. If they won't even give you a stick this time, can this still be considered an ice pop? Su Yuan was too lazy to complain about the system's stinginess, so he handed the milk ice cream bars in his hand to the others. Eat this to relieve the symptoms. The 3 of them took the ice cream and gently licked it with their tongues. The milky aroma, along with a touch of coolness, soothed their souls, and their previously listless ears perked up. So delicious. Is there more? Xianko finished the milk ice cream in a few bites, like Shu Beiji eating ginseng, and now she was licking her fingers and looking at Su Yuan. Eating too much will cause stomach aches. Now that it's not hot anymore, let's keep going. What? My stomach doesn't hurt from eating a few pieces of ice. You're just being stingy. After eating a piece of ice cream, everyone felt a little better. Su Yuan couldn't bear Xianko's pitiful look and gave her his half. Before my eyes, under the light of the flashlight, a red light appeared in the passage ahead, unlike the white light of the flashlight. It was visible even when the flashlight was turned off. Arrive! Everyone took out their weapons. Xianko licked his palm while gripping the spear tightly in his other hand. The Red Fox pulled out several witch tokens from somewhere. Su Yuan looked her up and down, and the only possibility was that she had hidden them in the crevice in front of her. He also gripped the compound bow he was carrying in his hands. Buzzing, hissing. As you approach the red light, you can hear a strange, indistinct buzzing sound mixed with a clear hissing sound. As you get closer, you can see the environment inside the cave, and a wave of heat hits you. Holy crap! This is lava? How come there's such a huge area inside the cave? The crimson cave in front of him startled him. Su Yuan quickly pulled the 3 people beside him back a few steps. If they accidentally fell in, they would probably be reduced to ashes. What is magma? Red Fox and the others were a little confused, but seeing Su Yuan's tense expression, they cautiously retreated to the back. Even Xianko, unusually, did not cause any trouble. Before, Pan Yu mentioned that a tribe was completely destroyed by the wrath of the fire god. In fact, that was a volcanic eruption that spewed lava. Hiss. Xianko took a few steps back in fear, gasping for breath. I've heard about this too. According to those who saw it, being touched by the wrath of the fire god will turn you to ashes. Why don't we leave quickly? If the fire god of this place gets angry, we're doomed. Don't rush, let me take a closer look. Su Yuan was a little confused. This place was a cave, not a volcano, and the path before hadn't given a particularly strong sense of going downhill. How could we suddenly encounter such a large area of lava? The development of things must have a logic, even the world of magic must have its own logic, if something that shouldn't appear appears. Then there's only one possibility. There's a treasure here, and it's an extremely rare fire elemental treasure. Su Yuan suppressed his nervousness and returned to the edge of the cave entrance. In front of him, apart from the ground, everything was a red crystal color. The surroundings were very spacious, roughly the size of a high school playground from his previous life. This is much more spacious than the small cave where Hongshuang and the others used to live. Ha! Why is the lava pitted and uneven? Wait, this doesn't seem to be lava. Su Yuan took the horse-slaying sword from Shirshi's hand and gently placed it on the red ground in front of him. The scene of it melting into the lava that he had imagined did not appear. Clang! A crisp sound rang out between the blade and the ground. The blade striking the red ground sounded as if it had hit a hard stone. This isn't lava? Chapter 126. It can fly and breathe fire. What else could it be but a dragon? Flame pattern iron ore, a mutated iron ore formed under high temperature conditions. The ore contains flame energy and releases red light through the red patterns on its surface. It can be used to forge fire element ironware through a special process. Trading price, not retrieved, cannot be identified. So you've been scaring yourself all along. But if this isn't the source of the cave's high temperature, then where is it? Su Yuan tried placing his palm against the surface of the flame pattern iron ore. Although it looked terrifying, like magma, it wasn't as scorching as he had imagined. Could it be buried under these iron ore deposits? Just as he was wondering, some red crystal fragments fell on his head from above. Before he could even look up, a dark shadow pounced on him. Su Yuan! Watch out! The three people behind reacted quickly, grabbing Su Yuan and retreating into the tunnel. Inside the cave, the dark figure crashed into the iron ore ground, creating a crater. The flying ore fragments splashed all over them. Without thinking, Shirshir and Shinka picked up the weapons on the ground and held them in front of them. Roar! At the narrow tunnel entrance, the dark figure's head was tightly wedged in, its crimson skin covered in dense, scaly patches, and its pupils were also crimson vertical eyes. He was furious as he looked at Su Yuan and the others, and the tongue that had shot out of his mouth was slashed open by Lion. What the hell is this? Don't try to run away now that you're here. With the iron spear in his hand, Xin pinned the monster's tongue to the ground. The pain made it struggle desperately, but each pull caused it to tremble with pain. Seeing that it couldn't retract its tongue, the monster opened its mouth, and fiery red energy condensed inside. Damn it! You're resorting to underhanded tactics with me now, system. Give me an ice spike scroll. If it were to unleash magic in such a narrow tunnel, it would be disastrous. Su Yuan immediately tore open the ice spike scroll he had exchanged and aimed it at the monster's mouth where it was gathering magic. Lie down. Xin. Like raindrops, ice spike shot out instantly. Xin heard the commotion behind her and quickly bent down. The ice spikes instantly pierced the fire element that had condensed in the monster's mouth. Coax! An explosion rang out from the monster's mouth, and ice shards mixed with chunks of flesh blasted the group away once again. Even Xin's iron spear was sent flying, along with a piece of tongue and flesh. The explosion sent the monster flying back into the mine. Shaking its dazed head, it turned and glared resentfully at the four people in the tunnel. Red blood slowly flowed from his mouth. Tui. What the hell is this thing? Su Yuan brushed the pieces off his face and quickly activated the identification function on the monster in the mine. Molten Fire Lizard, a Tier 3 high-level magical beast. This is an iron-eating lizard that evolved in environments rich in fire element. It possesses agile movement and astonishing bite force. Due to its excessive consumption of flame-patterned iron ore, it has powerful fire element within its body and also exhibits fire resistance on its exterior. Damn, it's a flying, fire-breathing lizard. What's the difference between it and a dragon? 1 second we were in the tunnel and I was wondering if we would encounter a fire-breathing dragon in the cave. Now it's all right. Apart from the different name, it has the same ability as a dragon. I should have called Great Frost as well. It's also a high-level Tier 3 magical beast, so the fight wouldn't have been so difficult. It's just a small lizard, move aside, I'll take care of it. Xin stood up, kicked off the tongue stuck in the iron spear, and rushed in after saying that. The lightning around him flickered and condensed on the pure iron spear. Even the molten fire lizard was somewhat frightened by its imposing presence and took a few steps back, flapping its two pairs of fleshy wings close to its back as it flew into the air. TCH, another flying creature. The molten flying lizard seemed to realize that the humans below couldn't fly, and once again opened its huge mouth, attempting to unleash fire magic. Xinka looked at it with a sneer, then took out the witch's talisman from her chest. This time Su Yuan saw it very clearly. It turned out they could actually hide the witch's talisman inside. Fireball. The flames in front of him transformed into a ball of fire and flew rapidly toward the molten fire-flying lizard in the sky, but the creature did not seem afraid. It used its wings to block the head-sized fireball and neutralized it. At the same time, the flame that had failed to be released earlier crashed down on everyone. One crimson fireball after another slammed into the ground. Unlike the ones Xinka released, these fireballs didn't disappear after hitting the ground. Instead, they smashed holes into the ground. The blazing flames burned in the holes, but fortunately, the group retreated back into the tunnel and were not hit. Fire has no effect on this guy. Do you know any other witchcraft? Su Yuan knew from the identification function that this guy had fire resistance, so it wouldn't be so easy to deal with it using fire. That's all. I only had one fireball which caught on me when I ran away. Xinka shrugged. That was all she had. I'll give it a try. Solidify stone. Red Fox stepped forward, took out another witch card, and condensed the scattered flame pattern iron ore into a ball, throwing it towards the molten fire-flying lizard. The thrown stones flew too slowly and were easily dodged by the molten lizard. I have no other choice. Red Fox sighed helplessly. Fire, stone, and healing were the three spells she knew, but they were completely useless against a fire-resistant and fast-flying magical beast. Roar! Inside the cave, the molten fire lizard landed triumphantly. The two were far apart, and it wanted to gather flames again at the other end and smash them into the tunnel. Xinka, sure, this thing can make you fly in the air for a short time after eating it. After you eat it, step on the stone wall and go harass it in the air. Red Fox, take this. If anyone touches the giant lizard, immediately use your magic to blow this whistle. Since they couldn't use their abilities, it was up to Su Yuan. He exchanged 2 spicy shark burgers in the system shop and then exchanged them for a howling war sentinel. This round cost more than 5,000 points, but killing the giant lizard would have given them more than just 5,000 points. Su Yuan handed the two of them steaming hot hamburgers. It smells so good, wow. Xinka still wolfed it down, finishing the spicy shark burger in just a few bites. The delicious shark meat, mixed with a strong spiciness, instantly ignited her fighting spirit. Lion wasted no time either, and after eating in a few bites, he picked up his horse-slaying sword. Is there any more? One isn't nearly enough to fill me up. Su Yuan's face darkened, and he slapped her on the pert spot on her back, then hurriedly urged, that's all. Hurry up and get on with it. Okay. I'll go first then. Xinka rubbed it without caring at all, and then once again picked up the iron spear and rushed into the cave. When the molten fire lizard saw the figures approaching the cave, it flapped its wings without hesitation and flew back into the air. When it landed on the ground, it was no match for the people in front of it. Its home turf is only in the sky. Chapter 127. Who gave you permission to touch my treasure? Inside the cave, the group rushed back in. The molten fire lizard hovered in mid-air, flapping its wings, and aimed the fireballs it had been condensing in its mouth at Xinka's position. It was this woman who caused its tongue to be severed at this moment. All the anger in its heart was focused on Xinka. Xinka was fearless, defiantly beckoned to it, then quickly ran towards the mountain wall. The molten fire lizard, its eyes filled with rage, followed after it, flames gathering in its mouth. The man and the lizard ran towards the rock wall. When they saw that Xinka had nowhere to escape, the lizard immediately rushed forward and released a series of fireballs from its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the explosion, a figure leaped high into the air. Xinka pierced through the dust and debris brought by the flames, using the wall as a springboard to fly into the air, and hurled his spear toward the wings of the molten fire lizard. Unfortunately, the spear missed by a foot, landing on the ground some distance away, having missed the pair of wings. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A mocking smile appeared on the face of the molten lizard, and it reached out with its front paws to grab Xinka, who was floating in mid-air. Wah-ah! At this moment, a clear and loud sound rang out from the cave. With the crisp whistle, the magic power within the red fox spread outwards like a ripple. The magic in the voice infused the three people in the room with a powerful force. The molten lizard was also attracted by the crisp sound and subconsciously looked down in the direction of the red fox. In that moment of stunned silence, a flash of light from the side made its body tremble violently, and its instinctive fear made it want to fly backward. Click! With a swift stroke, the lion-like creature severed one of the claws, spraying blood onto her face. As she tried to swing her blade a second time, the molten fire lizard retreated to a higher position. Call out! Before it could even catch its breath from the pain of losing its forelimbs, an arrow pierced through its fleshy wing and lodged in its back. This battle wasn't just about Xin. The molten lizard noticed the lightning flashing on Xin's body and, remembering the previous grudge of having his tongue cut off, forgot about the others on the field. Now, with its leg broken and its wing pierced by a bullet, it flew in terror to the rock wall above the cave and pressed itself against it, opening its mouth as if to lick the crimson crystal in the very center with its tongue. It just opened its mouth, and a mouthful of blood flowed out. Without a tongue, it could only use its teeth to grind the crystal. That is? Su Yuan frowned and looked over. Although it was somewhat similar to flame pattern iron ore, something that the molten fire-flying lizard valued so much must be extraordinary. The identification function quickly provided him with the answer. Blazing fire crystal, a treasure containing powerful fire elements. It can mutate surrounding ores and creatures by releasing fire elements. It can be used to craft top-tier fire-type weapons. Soaking it in water for many years can enhance one's own fire element talent trade price, 20,000 points. So it was you who caused all this flame pattern iron ore and that molten fire lizard. Damn monster, who told you to touch my treasures? Su Yuan's face lit up with joy as he looked at the description of the blazing fire crystal, but the molten fire-flying lizard was still grinding its teeth on it. He immediately took out an arrow and shot it at the lizard. The molten fire lizard looked at the incoming arrow, then glanced at the blazing fire crystal embedded in the rock wall, and finally chose to dodge. Its body, flying in mid-air, was already swaying precariously. There were holes in its wings, and its forelimbs were bleeding heavily. Most importantly, its back and the ripped wings had somehow lost some sensation. The numbness made its wings flap at an unusual frequency, and it wobbled as it flew through the air. Even if Su Yuan stops attacking it now, it won't be long before the molten fire lizard falls down due to blood loss and the effects of the anesthetic. Hey, big lizard, look here. But Su Yuan had no intention of wasting time with it. With a call, he attracted the attention of the molten fire lizard, and then a spore sac flew into the air. The arrow pierced the spore sac, and the white frost obscured the attention of the molten flying lizard. Xin could, drop your gun. It's been prepared for a long time. Xin felt his body brimming with power. He took a leap and leaped into the air, this time almost reaching the same height as the molten fire lizard, with the two less than 10 meters apart. Die! Lightning crackled around his iron spear, and his sweat-drenched face was filled with arrogance as he thrust the spear into the icy mist with a thunderous roar. Crackling and popping. Boom! In the cold mist, the body of the molten fire lizard crashed to the ground, the iron spear piercing its abdomen, its entire body pierced by the spear. Lion! On the ground, the molten fire lizard tried to escape, but Lion, who was guarding it, rushed forward and cut off its wings. At this moment, its eyes were filled with despair. Before it could struggle for long, a long sword, sharp and menacing, slashed towards it under the red light of the crystal in the cave. Huff, 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 cough, cough, cough. The battle was so intense in such a hot environment that after the molten fire lizard died, the group was already covered in sweat, and Xin's animal skin clothes were dripping wet. Her once rosy lips had become dry and cracked, and her throat felt like it was on fire, with uncontrollable coughing when she tried to breathe. System, bring me a few bottles of water, chilled. 2 points for a bottle of ice water. Su Yuan waved his hand and exchanged 20 bottles directly, instantly filling the ground with a pile of bamboo jars. Have some water and rest for a bit. Su Yuan first grabbed a bottle and gulped it down. The refreshing feeling instantly revitalized him, and he drank 3 bottles in a row before he recovered. On the other side, Xin and Sure completely lost their composure, hugging the jars and drinking in large gulps. The red fox beside them wasn't in a hurry. She first used healing magic to treat the wounds caused by the splashes of fireballs on the 2 women's fair abdomens, which were covered with small black wounds after the battle. Besides a blazing fire crystal, I wonder how many rare items you can bring. Su Yuan arrived at the corpse of the molten fire-flying lizard. This was the first high-level 3rd-tier magical beast he had killed, and its strength was not particularly strong. If he didn't have the ability to fly, Xinku alone could kill him using the combined power of lightning and fire. From this perspective, a high-level awakened warrior possesses at least the strength of a 4th-tier monster, but we must exclude some advantages and disadvantages. It's like the molten lizard, because the space is small, and there's the red fox's whistle buff, plus the spicy shark burger's levitation buff. Even if Xinku hadn't reached the level of an advanced awakened warrior, Su Yuan and the others could still kill the molten fire lizard by working together. However, without a levitation item, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless if they couldn't touch the enemy's powerful attacks. Don't disappoint me, I spent over 5,000 points for you. Su Yuan placed his palm on the head of the molten fire flying lizard. Instantly, the system's voice sounded, and an exciting system panel popped up in front of him. Rare items detected: molten lizard stomach, molten lizard wings, molten lizard beast crystal. Tradable for 23,000 points, or 2,300 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Chapter 128. Who turned my fox into this? System, show me the functions of these three things. If a rare item has high value, Su Yuan is unwilling to use it to gamble on an unknown commodity that the system will unlock, so he needs to check it before making a trade. Molten lizard stomach pouch can be crafted into molten missiles using special techniques. Molten lizard wings, with special techniques, they can be crafted into hang gliders for aerial gliding. Molten lizard beast crystal can be crafted into a fire summoning core using special techniques. Damn you, system! Did you guess what I was thinking? Su Yuan stared speechlessly at the descriptions of the three rare items. Each one required a special skill, and frankly, in this primitive society, he couldn't even make a staff. Not to mention learning any special skills. By the time they learn any special skills, their stomachs and wings will have long since gone moldy. Unlock all the special items. Su Yuan was too lazy to research any special skills. Since he couldn't use them, he would use them all to unlock special items. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Molten Spike Bomb, 5,000 points. Note, this design is based on the attack pattern of the molten flying lizard. Place her inside, infuse it with magic, and wait for a while. Opening the lid will release a fireball. The trajectory needs to be adjusted manually. Molten Cloak, 4,000 points. Note, made using the wings of a molten lizard, it enhances jumping ability and provides a brief levitation effect when worn. Molten Guardian Orb, 7,000 points. Note, made using molten fire lizard beast crystals and infused with magic, this sphere can dispel darkness and cold near the illumination ball. If it is broken in the event of danger, it will activate a fire protective barrier around it. Of the three items, the cloak has some overlap with the previous spicy shark burger, but the molten cloak is not a one-time use item, so it's worth it in terms of points. The other two items are an energy-storing cannonball that can be given to Red Fox, and a guardian orb that can be placed in her camp. With this protective orb, he could at least be at ease about the safety of the tribe if he led some of the tribe's warriors to fight in the desolate snowfield. Overall, the results were quite good. Moreover, these three items are not the main attraction. The real treasure is still above us. Su Yuan looked up and saw a blazing fire crystal above him that looked somewhat similar to the flame pattern iron Oregon. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a treasure worth 20,000 points. The problem now is that the fire crystal is at least 30 meters above the ground and is located in the very center of the cave. Even using a ladder won't work. Wait. This is another world. Why are you still using the old way of thinking? If you can't reach it yourself, you can call for backup. Xinku, run faster and go to the tribe to call Hongshuang over. Just tell me if there's a problem. Why call Hongshuang? Xinku finished the last glass of ice water, casually tossed the can behind him, and stood in front of him with his iron spear in hand. Having just killed a high-level 3rd-tier magical beast, he was now so arrogant that his tail was practically wagging in the air. Then go and help me take down the fire crystal that the giant lizard just bit off my head, or you can take me up there. I'll go and call Hongshuang right away. Xinku glanced at the distance above her head and immediately left. She didn't stay idle in the cave either. Now that she had discovered iron ore, it was time to advance her iron smelting technology. If even refining iron can't upgrade the system shop, then the system probably really needs to bring me into the steam age before it can upgrade. Lion, try to knock the flame pattern iron ore off this rock wall. Su Yuan bought her an iron pickaxe from the system shop. It shouldn't be too difficult to get the iron or the fireballs from the molten lizard had already created several craters. Lion took the pickaxe and nodded. The runes that had just disappeared on his forehead reappeared, and he slammed the pickaxe heavily against the flame pattern iron or rock wall. Stone chips flew everywhere, and several fist-sized pieces of flame pattern iron ore fell to the ground. Flame pattern iron ore, 1,800 points. The trade points for a mere palm-sized piece of flame pattern iron ore are almost equal to those for the white stalactite that Xianku acquired, which was larger than his head. This cave is a treasure trove. If we could dig it all out, 1,000,000 points wouldn't be a dream. I'll eat spicy shark burgers for breakfast. And I'll use blue spirit drinks and snow fairy black tea as mouthwash. Bang! While he was still daydreaming, Shurshur swung his pickaxe again, and the shattered stone chips hit his face, waking him from his reverie. That's enough, that's enough. This amount of flame pattern iron ore is sufficient. Su Yuan, is there anything special about this thing? Red Fox came over to return the whistle to Su Yuan, but seeing him staring at the red stone, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Take the whistle, it's more suitable for you. As for these iron ore, you can refine them to make ironware. Ironware? A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of Red Fox and Lion, but they quickly realized that the particularly sharp and hard objects Su Yuan had taken out earlier were all made of iron. Is it a weapon like Lion's horse-slaying sword? More or less, but the forging technology probably won't reach that level. We can make ordinary daggers, short swords, or hammers, though. The Zamadeo horse-slaying sword is a product of modern technology provided by the system. Even if I knew the forging process, I wouldn't be able to make it myself. Even Xianku's pure iron spear couldn't do it. He could only make a spearhead. Sigh, if Lei Yan were still here, she would be very interested in these things, and the weapons she made were all exceptionally good. Red Fox sighed helplessly. This was the second time Su Yuan had heard the name Lei Yan. Both Red Fox and Lion looked somewhat disappointed when Lei Yan was mentioned. Don't worry, Mu Guang shouldn't kill someone as powerful as Lei Yan. We'll find a way to rescue them from the Wangshui Mountains when we have the chance. Su Yuan rubbed their hair. It was soaked with sweat and felt like they had just washed it. The hair on their ears was also sticky and clumped together. Let's take a shower together later. Shurshur told me about your situation, Su Yuan. Huh? What is it? The sudden shift in the topic of the Red Fox left Su Yuan somewhat bewildered. He glanced at Shurshur, who lowered her head and looked down at Su Yuan's lower body. The Red Fox beside her was also watching with a half smile, her expression showing no trace of girlish shyness, but rather like that of a curious child. What did Lion tell you? Red Fox stepped forward and hugged Su Yuan, resting her head on his shoulder as she slowly said, about the fact that you're not a beast man, and many, many other things about you. Of course, it's not that Lion doubts you. This idiot secretly came over a while ago to ask me if the God-given race could conceive life using the methods of orcs. The heat wave in front of us carried a strange smell to our nostrils. Since everyone was sweating profusely, the smell was very strong, and a light sniff gave us a feeling of being intoxicated. However, after hearing Red Fox's words, Su Yuan's desire to be seduced by the scent was brought back, and his lips twitched. This was indeed a question that Lion could ask. Do you know if it's possible? Red Fox wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck, boldly raised her head, and whispered sweetly in his ear, I don't know about this either, so I want to try it myself. Wait, no, it's only been a month. Who changed my fox's appearance like this? Is this still the Red Fox of the Star Tribe? This smooth combo made Su Yuan's blood rush to his head, and the scent once again caught his attention, making his body somewhat out of control. Then, a loud voice rang out from outside the cave. Su Yuan, we're back. Chapter 129. Even the beast girl smells bad when she goes to the toilet. Xianku's voice rang out in the tunnel, and soon she carried Hong Shuang into the cave. Judging from Hong Shuang's bewildered expression and the unfinished work in her hands, it was clear that Xianku, in order to be quick, didn't even bother to explain and just carried the person over. Chief, what happened? Cough cough cough. Hong Shuang, I need you to take that thing off. Su Yuan tugged at his pants, which had become a little tight. He didn't know why, but ever since he came to this other world, his pants had been getting tighter and tighter. It seemed he would have to get a bigger pair. That crystal? When Hong Shuang came to her senses, she stared in shock at the fantastical scene. No sunlight from the outside could penetrate, but the crimson light inside the cave illuminated every corner. Not only the ground, but also the rock walls and the cave ceiling, every stone was emitting a red glow. I see. Hong Shuang clearly saw the blazing fire crystal that Su Yuan was pointing to. This distance was somewhat insurmountable for Xianku and the others, but she easily used the spider silk to attach herself to the top of the cave. Despite several strikes with the pickaxe, the blazing fire crystal remained unmoved. In fact, as time passed, the spider silk clinging to the rock wall began to detach. Is this thing really that hard? Su Yuan was watching from below, ready to catch the person immediately if there was any danger. The hardness of the blazing fire crystal surprised him, especially since the surrounding flame pattern iron ore was also extremely hard. Although Red Frost's power was not as great as Lion and the others, she was still an awakened warrior. Those few swings of the pickaxe only sent up some sparks. They didn't even manage to knock off a single piece of debris. Looks like I'll have to give it to the system to unlock special items. Su Yuan originally didn't plan to use this treasure, which could enhance fire element talent when placed in water, to unlock special items. First, a swimming pool must be built in the camp, and then an artificial hot spring must be made using hot stones, so that the tribe's beast girls can soak in the hot spring directly in the camp. The blazing fire crystal placed inside can awaken the beast girls of the Star Tribe into magicians, who are essentially the shamans of the primitive tribe. But now they can't even remove the blazing fire crystal, and all their plans have been aborted. How about we get a power drill and force it open? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan dismissed the idea. If this thing could be taken down so easily, the molten fire flying lizard, which had been here for countless years, would have already devoured it. There's no need to stay in this cave. All you do every day is lick it with your tongue. Hongshuan, stop knocking, just take me upstairs. Since that's the case, we can only leave it to the system to forcibly extract it. Hongshuan immediately stopped hammering when she heard the shout. The impact of those swings of the pickaxe had made her arm go numb. Chief, please hold me tight. After returning to the ground, Hongshuan used spider silk to tightly bind the two of them together, so that half of Gao Suyuan's head was covered by Hongshuan, forcing him to stay close to her. The darkness covering his face allowed him to breathe in fresh air only through the gaps in the walls. The sweat mixed with a strong, exotic scent made Su Yuan feel drowsy, and he just wanted to fall asleep. Chief, we've arrived. Damn, I almost got lost in that world of pleasure. Hongshuan's reminder made Su Yuan raise his head. The two of them were hanging about 6 or 7 stories high. Looking down, they saw Shir and the other two guarding the middle to catch them. Chief, this spider silk probably won't last much longer. Because Su Yuan was pressed tightly against her, he couldn't spray any more spider silk. Hongshuan quickly reminded him, noticing that some of the spider silk was starting to fall off. Su Yuan nodded and placed his finger on the blazing fire crystal. The temperature of this blazing fire crystal was much higher than that of the flame pattern iron ore that I had touched before. At this moment, the fingers touching its surface felt as if they were touching a red-hot branding iron. Detection. It's so hot. Stop talking nonsense, I'm about to be burned to death. Unlock the new special item now. After Su Yuan confirmed it, the hard, blazing fire crystal disappeared into thin air, revealing a notch the size of an apple in the center. The surrounding fiery iron ore seemed to have lost its energy, and the bright red light became somewhat dim. Alright, let's go down. There was no time to check the new products. If she didn't go down now, she would have to do a no-rope bungee jump. After receiving Su Yuan's order, Hongshuan immediately returned to the ground along the spider silk. Hiss, Red Fox, heal me quickly. Red Fox grasped Su Yuan's scalded and blistered fingers, and as the healing magic was released, a green light slowly merged into his fingers. The original blood blisters disappeared, leaving only a few shallow marks. Was that crystal offered to the gods? Okay, let's carry the giant lizard's carcass back first. We can take the stones from this cave back to the tribe piece by piece when we get back. It would be risky for ordinary beast girls to do this, as the mountain is not only difficult to traverse, but they might also encounter attacks from magical beasts. At the very least, we need to clear out the nearby monsters, or simply move the camp here. Su Yuan carefully observed his surroundings. It wasn't bad to actually live here. The area was spacious, and without the blazing fire crystal, the temperature wasn't as hot as before. Even when I'm trying to sleep at night, I'm affected by this bright red light. Red Fox, Lion Xanko, Red Frost, what do you think about us moving our camp here? As everyone carried the molten fire lizard away from the cave, Su Yuan voiced his somewhat immature idea, as moving the camp was a huge undertaking. If not absolutely necessary, he would prefer to stay at the foot of the mountain, where the snow huts and wooden cabins were fully built, and even the wooden stake railings were enlarged. This cave? That's great. That way I won't wake up freezing at night because I kicked off the covers. Xin naturally agreed without hesitation. She was restless even when sleeping alone in the snow house, and in her moments of agitation, she could even kick the snow house to pieces and bury herself. Red Fox frowned as he glanced at the cave, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. I don't recommend it, even though this place is a natural sanctuary. But the tunnel in the cave is too long. If the toilet you requested is built here, the smell might be a bit unpleasant, and the water source will also be very inconvenient. Red Fox's concerns were indeed valid. The cave was surrounded by hard, fiery iron ore, and the depth of this ore was unknown. The tribe now has more than 100 members. If they can't solve the problem of using the toilet in the cave, the stench inside the cave will be unbearable. Even the prettiest and cutest beast girl still smells bad when she goes to the toilet. That makes sense. However, we can use this place as a refuge. Once Mu Guang discovers our camp, we can lead our people into the cave. When I get back, I'll investigate the structure of this cave and see if I can find a hidden escape route. Su Yuan didn't want to be suffocated by smoke and fire like the previous cavestone salamander. If he really intended to make this place a refuge, he needed to find an escape route that only he and Red Fox knew. Lest you end up getting roasted yourself one day. Chapter 130: The White Rabbit Who Doesn't Like Meat. The group returned to the camp with their spoils, and the enormous molten fire lizard immediately attracted the attention of the tribe's little beast girls. The beast girls who had recently joined the tribe also excitedly ran over, and Zizi and the others also rushed to Su Yuan's side. Su Yuan, why didn't you take Gigi with you on the hunt? Su Yuan rubbed her little head and squatted down to hug the other little beast girls as well. Hunting magical beasts is too dangerous. I'll take you there once you become awakened warriors. Squeaky pouted and looked at him proudly, saying, we can hunt those big monsters now. Little warrior Bei, quickly bring our spoils over to show the leader. Understood, Master Zizi. Unexpectedly, this little guy was the first to integrate into the Squeaky group. The little beast girl named Xiao Bei is the same little guy who boldly asked Su Yuan a question on the way back. She has a very cheerful and optimistic personality, very similar to ZZ. Not long after she left, she returned to Su Yuan's side carrying 2 snow rabbits and a lizard about the length of an arm. Look, Chief, this is the prey that Squeak Warrior led us to catch. It seems that ZZ has put the traps she learned before into practice. I didn't expect that they could catch some small wild animals near the tribal camp. Great. When you grow up, I'll take you hunting these giant lizards. Good. The corpse of the molten lizard was handed over to White Rabbit to handle. With so many ores in the cave that could be traded for points, Su Yuan naturally didn't care about the little points the sky had. After simply removing some useless positions and using up the remaining trading opportunities for the day, all the remaining positions were given to White Rabbit. White Rabbit, give the parts with more bones to Big Frost and Big Barbarian to sharpen their teeth, and leave the claws, teeth and eyeballs separately. And this lizard skin, which can be skinned and made into clothing. The molten lizard's hide wasn't very strong XIN cause single shot pierced its entire body. However, Su Yuan discovered its advantages when it was being carried over. Even though it was completely dead, the huge corpse and the severed claws were very warm. Fire element was concentrated in the flesh and skin, and the clothes made from it were warmer than ordinary cotton clothes. Yes, by the way, Su Yuan, you asked me to teach some of the new members how to make clothes and butcher meat, but we don't have enough tools. The tribe now has enough manpower, and its efficiency is much faster than before. Even the White Rabbit's spirits are much better than before, and its long ears stand up prettily. It's alright, I'll exchange some more, and pray to the gods for some more. Looking at the adorable White Rabbit, Su Yuan couldn't help but stroke her cute white ears. There were many beast girls in the tribe with more work experience than the White Rabbit. But what reassured him most was the White Rabbit, the adorable rabbit girl who had walked out of the snowfield with him, with a gentle nature but also a strong will. Even when exhausted, they still complete their tasks and manage the tribe's resources very well. It's still too lacking in nutrition. I'll definitely get a bunny girl outfit for it once it grows a bit bigger. This malnourished body can't support the sexy bunny girl outfit. We must give the White Rabbit more nutrition when we have the chance, instead of letting her eat those fruits and vegetable leaves all day long. Hey, the 3 of you are eating? After handing some tools to the White Rabbit, Su Yuan went to the side of the camp. The expanded star camp was much more organized than before. The most remote toilet area was next to Su Yuan's wooden cabin rest area. In the area where people gather to eat, there are 2 people tied to pillars and suspended in mid-air, and another person on the ground with their feet bound. Humph, it's just a giant lizard. Our Maguang shamans have killed countless of them. Yen Duo glanced at the molten fire lizard that had been brought back and turned her head away disdainfully, ignoring even the meat that Ling Ling fed her. If you're not going to eat it, I will. Let go, this is my flesh. These past few days, the constant hunger and the inability to escape had driven the two women to despair. Every time they ate, the tantalizing aroma of food tempted them. In particular, the aroma of the meat broth simmering in the earthenware pot filled the entire camp with a misty fragrance. The two could only watch helplessly, tears streaming down their faces, unable to stop themselves from covering them with their hands, forced to passively accept the temptation of the delicious food. If you want to attack the Black Sheep tribe, you'd better do it as soon as possible. Ling Ling is now much taller than Yan Hua and Yan Duo. In addition to her feet being tightly bound to prevent her from escaping, even her hands have been untied. The task of feeding the rock flowers and rocks also fell to her. You've thought it through? You're planning to join us? No. No, I didn't. Ling Ling's day was bound to come, and Su Yuan was not surprised at all. He smiled, squatted down, snatched the half-piece of beast meat from her hand, and took a bite. This is my flesh. Let go. Ah. You damned bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Wa'ada. This is my flesh. Yan Duo looked at the meat she was about to eat. It was almost noon, and she had only taken a bite of half a piece of roast beef. She knew that her next meal would have to wait until evening. Is it really necessary? Instead of staring at this piece of meat, you should tell me about Mu Guang sooner rather than later. You actually believed her ghost story about saving the world? Yan Hua quickly wolfed down the roasted meat in her mouth, while Yan Duo glared at her fiercely and said in a very firm tone, whether the goddess of light is the savior or not, we will follow her. Well said, I'll have half of the meat tonight too. I'm going to kill you. Ignoring Yan Duo's frantic attempts to bite him to death, Su Yuan sat down next to Ling Ling and asked curiously, then why did you say we should act sooner? In a few days, after those people are sent away, the Black Sheep which will attack the next tribe. Now the tribe only has those warriors left, so everyone will leave at that time. They won't be coming back after they've finished fighting? Ling Ling shook her head, her face full of disappointment, and continued, the Tiger Hunter chief disagreed with this war. The 3 consecutive wars have already exhausted the tribesmen. Some of our tribesmen have even fallen completely, and the tribe is no longer fit to continue fighting. However, due to the Black Sheep Witch's insistence, the Tiger Hunter chief plans to recuperate in the next tribe. Given this, I need to speed up my actions. The Black Sheep tribe is a formidable force, and one that Su Yuan can deal with most easily. Among the remaining warriors are Tiger Hunter and another awakened warrior. Once Black Sheep is captured, those men will be easy to deal with. Why are you telling me all this? Have you really thought it through and are planning to join us? Ling Ling's expression was very serious this time. She looked at the woman sewing animal skins with bone needles by the campfire in the distance, and a rare smile appeared on her face. The animal skin garment, meticulously sewn stitch by stitch, closely resembled Ling Ling's figure. After examining it closely for a few moments, she placed it on her lap and continued sewing slowly. Because my mother is very happy here.